Due to overwork, Lin Yang succumbed to sudden death, only to find himself traversing a fantastical realm, awakening the laid-back system. As long as he refrains from exerting effort, he is granted boundless rewards. At the outset, he discovers that he has a sister, an Empress, in his mother's womb, who covets fortune, so be it. He is bestowed with primordial purple energy, the true essence of Pangu, bestowing him with eternal life, immortality. Upon his birth, he encounters an immortal emperor intent on refining the world to attain longevity. Is he attempting to thwart my leisurely existence? With a mere swipe, I shall bring about your demise. Henceforth, the legend of the infant emperor shall echo throughout the ages. Do they wish for me to toil in cultivation? I shall simply employ the 9 heavens' idling step and immerse myself in the mundane, living carefree and joyful, imbibing wine and courting maidens. What bliss! The aloof Empress pouts. Brother, impart your invincible secrets to me, would you? Lin Yang chuckles nonchalantly. Secrets? I shall simply indulge in leisure. Chapter 1. The Diligent Empress and the Laid-Back Lin Yang. Did I not perish from overwork? Is this rebirth? Lin Yang opened his eyes, gazing at his diminutive arms, quickly confirming his circumstances. He had indeed been reborn and now resided in the womb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the laid-back system. A system? How delightful! What's next? Lin Yang waited in vain for a response. What a truly unproductive system! It merely uttered an introduction and then fell silent. Come forth. Ding! The system emitted a languid chime. Damn it, what use are you to me? Get lost. Lin Yang was left speechless. The host's refusal to bind has been detected, meeting the requirements of the system. The binding is complete, and you have been rewarded with 3,000 scriptures and the eye of true perception. The voice of the system resonated. Goodness, is this even possible? Lin Yang's lips twitched as a wealth of scriptures and information about this world flooded his mind. So, this is a fantastical realm. He glanced around casually, having no desire to delve deeper into the details. When the need arose, this information would spontaneously emerge from his mind. He was disinclined to exert effort. The laid-back system. How splendid. In my previous life, I was overly competitive, focused solely on grand ambitions that, as a result, my peers were overwhelmed with success, and I found myself struggling to pay off my mortgage, ultimately exhausting myself to death. Lin Yang lamented. This time around, I refuse to put in any effort. If I am fortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family, well then that I shall embrace the life of a debauched heir. It is settled. How utterly perfect. He grinned broadly, reveling in his newfound outlook. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a trembling infant in the corner. Wait, I have a twin sister, Lin Yang exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Upon seeing the infant, his eye of true perception shimmered. She is a reincarnated Empress. My goodness, but why does she appear so terrified of me? Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the Empress Lin Jue, he was perceived as an exceedingly terrifying deity. The 3,000 scriptures, chronicling the myriad paths, would elevate his soul to unimaginable heights with but a thought. Currently, Lin Yang's soul level is unfathomably higher than that of the Empress, emanating an overwhelming pressure that instills deep terror within her. The primordial, chaotic soul. Who exactly is this compatriot of mine? Gulp. Lin Jiuyu's heart raced in fright. We must not provoke him. He is undoubtedly a formidable practitioner reincarnated to experience life among mortals. Hello. Lin Yang could not yet articulate his thoughts, merely grinning and waving at the Empress. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to him, his smile struck the Empress as utterly terrifying, nearly bringing her to tears. Why is he smiling at me? Is he planning to devour my soul as sustenance? As the Empress grappled with her wild imaginings, in another chamber, Lu Ruyin, cradling her belly after 3 years of pregnancy, wore a gentle smile. Ruyin, I have just returned from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Master Tianji proclaimed that your day of childbirth is merely 3 days away. A man clad in a golden dragon-patterned robe entered the room. His aura was profound, and his demeanor exuded an indescribable nobility. With sharp brows and starry eyes, adorned with a jade sword at his waist, every step he took resonated with the essence of the Tao. The maidservants bowed their heads in deference. Master, Lin Tianyuan, the head of the immortal Lin family. The immortal Lin family, among the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, stands as one of the most prestigious forces, for only families that have produced an immortal emperor are worthy of being called immortal. The immortal emperor's phone. All causes and effects are intertwined with him as long as his name endures. He shall remain immortal through the eons of time. No one would dare to covet the immortal clan. After all, the gaze of the immortal emperor continues to protect these timeless beings from the shadows. These are the primordial divine waters I obtained from Master Tianji, capable of enhancing the innate vitality of the unborn. Lin Tianyuan flipped his hand, revealing a vial of celestial liquid, which he presented to Lu Ruyan. Wonderful! Lu Ruyan smiled radiantly, a beauty beyond words. In that instant, the flowers blushed, and the world seemed to pale in comparison. Lin Tianyuan was filled with excitement. In 3 days, he would become a father. To this end, he had prepared the most extraordinary treasures and materials, vowing to establish an unparalleled foundation for his child, transcending all epochs. With these celestial herbs and divine treasures for foundation, my child shall surely conquer the 3,000 realms and achieve the status of an immortal emperor. Lin Tianyuan was filled with boundless anticipation that a child born within the immortal clan, blessed by fortune and endowed with a noble lineage, would possess at least the foundation of a sage. And now, with his unyielding investment, his child would surely embody the potential of an emperor. After you consume the divine waters and celestial treasures, Ruyan, rest well. I shall prepare for the grand birth ceremony in 3 days. After giving Lu Ruyan his instructions, Lin Tianyuan strode away with confidence. Oh you! Lu Ruyan's face was adorned with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. The ordinarily composed and remarkably imposing man revealed an unexpectedly flustered side. Gulp. She consumed numerous divine treasures, initiating their refinement. Rest assured, my dear, I shall ensure you attain a flawless primordial foundation. Buzz. The refined essence of the primordial energy settled within her. The Empress, nestled in the corner, gazed longingly at the primordial essence. Yet she hesitated to act, for the soul pressure emanating from her brother was overwhelmingly fearsome. Lin Yang, feeling rather bored, sought to tease this future Empress sister. Alas, she scarcely spared him a glance. Truly, as expected of an Empress, she exudes an aura of aloofness. He mused. Since she disregarded him, he resolved to indulge in a deep slumber. Lin Yang lifted his eyelids to survey the essence, utterly disinterested, and promptly succumbed to sleep. Judging by the quality of the primordial essence, it appeared his family's material conditions in this life were quite favorable, sufficient to safeguard him in opulence for a lifetime. What more could be said? The plan of the frivolous young master was set in motion. Time to sleep. At this moment, all he desired was a peaceful slumber. His previous life had been excessively demanding, leaving him utterly fatigued. He had often dreamt of a burden-free existence, where he could relax and sleep for 3 days and nights without a care. Now, that would be blissful. He descended into an infantile slumber. The Empress tilted her small head in confusion, pondering, It seems that this fellow brother has no interest in innate essence. I understand now. A look of enlightenment crossed her face as she confidently nodded. Such a distinguished individual must possess an utterly flawless innate foundation. What need is there for supplementation? With this thought, she resolved to strive with unwavering determination. In this lifetime, I, Lin Juyue, shall not be inferior to anyone. No matter how formidable you may be, should you choose to languish and neglect your efforts, you are destined to be surpassed by me. I shall attain an unparalleled and ultimate perfect foundation. She clenched her tiny fist, rallying herself. As she immersed herself in the innate essence, Lin Jiyue wore a serious expression, diligently beginning her process of refinement. In the midst of a hazy dream, Lin Yang heard the system's notification sound, detected that the host is unambitious and enjoys sleeping in, rewarding with primordial purple energy, the true essence of Pangu, automatically forging a pristine, innate foundation. Chapter 2. Eternal Life and Immortality. The host has peacefully slumbered for 1 hour, rewarded with the Pangu Creation Visualization Diagram 1. The host has peacefully slumbered for 8 hours, rewarded with the Qinglian Imperial Weapon 1. The host has peacefully slumbered for 24 hours, rewarded with the seed of the enlightenment tree one. The host has. Lin Yang awoke, unaware of how long he had been asleep. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed an abundance of new knowledge within his consciousness. A fleeting glance at the system's space nearly blinded him with brilliance. My goodness. System, how dare you overwhelm me with so many treasures while I was unguarded? Such a lack of decorum. He stretched lazily, realizing that his spiritual awareness could now perceive everything around him. There was no need for action, merely by sleeping. The Pangu creation visualization diagram would continuously enhance his spiritual awareness. What a delightful sensation. Lin Yang couldn't help but reminisce about the idle cultivation games from the Blue Star. Heaving and puffing. The diligent Empress, who spared no effort in her endeavors, noticed Lin Yang's awakening and blinked her large eyes excitedly. This indolent brother had finally roused. With the aid of extraordinary celestial treasures and divine medicines, she had established what she deemed the most flawless foundation, unprecedented in her experience. Compared to her previous life, it was exponentially superior. With her unparalleled aptitude and innate talent, she was destined to ascend to immortality in this life. Even if you are a formidable entity reincarnated with immense powers, you must begin anew from ground zero upon your birth. Should you continue to languish in idleness, there shall undoubtedly come a day when I surpass you. Lin Jiyue's gaze was resolute, her heart brimming with anticipation. She detested those who wallowed in complacency. Once I attain the pinnacle of cultivation, I shall surely trample you beneath my feet, urging you to strive for greatness. Lin Yang suddenly cast his gaze in her direction. Lin Jiyue was instantly struck with trepidation, her mind going blank, her small hands rigid with fear. Oh no, could this terrifying being have discerned her thoughts? Was he preparing to silence her for good? What should I do? I am so frightened. Mother, come to my rescue. In a state of utter disarray, Lin Jiyue found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Lin Yang muttered, it seems rather lively outside. Lin Jiyue let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. It appeared her innermost thoughts had not been overheard. However, she quickly lamented. It seems this formidable being is utterly dismissive of my musings, perceiving me as no threat whatsoever. Truly, beings of great power are often quite haughty. Lin Yang had no desire to engage with this fabricator of scenarios. Instead, he extended his consciousness outward to observe the world around him, indulging in the unfolding spectacle. The Empress was similarly perplexed. Upon extending her awareness, her charming eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! What an utterly terrifying lineage I have been born into. As the bells of the birth celebration tolled, numerous formidable figures from the Lin family made their grand appearance. Illustrious figures descended from every direction like raindrops, each emanating an aura so potent that the very stars trembled and the great Tao resonated in harmony. Truly, saint kings were as common as dogs, and great saints roamed the earth aplenty. Could it be, Lin Jiu mused, her heart swelling with emotion, that I was born into an imperial family? No, this flourishing spectacle was beyond the reach of ordinary imperial clans. This was undoubtedly a family of immortals, one that had produced a celestial being. For only such a lineage could attain such unparalleled prosperity. She swallowed hard, feeling as if she were in a dream. In this life, perhaps she could truly become an immortal. In her previous existence, she was born of humble origins, an orphan from childhood. Through a lifetime of arduous cultivation, she ascended from a mortal to a great emperor, only to perish on the path to immortality. She had always been alone, yearning for the warmth and care of elders and family. Now, upon learning that she was to be born into a family of immortals, boundless anticipation welled up in her eyes. In this life, she vowed, I will strive to cultivate diligently, set foot on the path of immortality, and truly become an immortal. Only with absolute power can I protect my family and safeguard our lineage. Those feelings of loneliness and regret will be no more. Lin Jiyue's gaze burned with fervor, her inner spirit ablaze with determination. Lin Yang's eyes also glowed with excitement, but his thoughts differed vastly from those of Lin Jiyue. Blissful, utterly perfect, he exclaimed inwardly. This family was clearly a top-tier power of the most formidable kind. He could finally embrace indolence and abandon all effort. Long live idleness. Cultivation. He was utterly disinterested in cultivation. With such a grand background, living life as a carefree scion was the true path. The extraordinary existence of a second-generation cultivator was about to commence. Congratulations to the host for grasping the profound truths of life. The reward is the divine ability of immortality. From this moment forth, the host's karma shall transcend the river of time, liberated from the shackles of temporal laws, allowing for eternal existence and undying essence. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Is this what immortality entails? Countless cultivators defy the heavens, competing fiercely on the path to ascension, shedding their blood in pursuit of longevity. Yet, by merely entertaining a lackadaisical thought, he directly attained the ultimate realm sought after by these cultivators. It was truly exhilarating. Wait, immortality is merely a theoretical notion of undying existence. However, if one's physical form remains frail, there still exists the potential for destruction. This could hinder my leisurely pursuits. Must I first cultivate to perfection before indulging in idleness? That would be akin to my previous life, which simply won't do. This system isn't particularly helpful. This golden finger of fate it has bestowed upon me feels rather limited. Lin Yang believed that one should not forsake the greater joys for minor gains. Experiencing a blissful life should be paramount. Therefore, he resolved to rely on his identity as a second-generation cultivator to enjoy a leisurely existence. Acknowledging the host's concerns regarding a carefree lifestyle, the system rewarded him with the ability of invulnerability. Henceforth, both his body and soul shall remain indestructible and eternal. Lin Yang couldn't help but extend his small finger, giving the system a thumbs up. Truly, those who give me life are my parents, while those who understand me are the brothers of the system. When one feels drowsy, simply present a pillow. I shall affectionately refer to you as the most considerate sovereign of all realms. Meanwhile, the formidable members of the Lin family have gathered. The birth of the family head's child is a matter of great significance not only for the immortal Lin family, but also for the entirety of the 3,000 domains. Apart from the reclusive old masters, every member of the Lin clan has come forth. The celebration venue is densely populated with powerful beings. Only those of the great sage rank are deemed worthy to enter the hall, while only those of the true emperor rank have the privilege to partake in the tea ceremony. And no offering can be considered worthy unless it is a divine treasure or celestial material. Yet, Lin Tianyuan, as the family head, is beset with anxiety, pacing restlessly outside the birthing chamber. Out of an abundance of caution, he has summoned the most formidable midwives within the domain, including the esteemed Empress of Life and other peak experts to stand guard. It is, without a doubt, a situation devoid of mishap, yet his restlessness remains uncontainable. Regardless of one's lofty status, the anxiety of becoming a father for the first time is inescapable. Suddenly, the heavens resound in unison, the skies rain down flowers, and the earth erupts with golden lotuses. Lin Tianyuan's eyes shimmer with joy. It's a birth. A celestial omen descends, heralding auspicious tidings. The elder of heavenly mechanisms, stroking his divination board, appears visibly shaken. The extraordinary phenomena accompanying the birth indicate at least the potential of a sage, should one be willing to invest resources without reservation. It is not beyond imagination to forcibly cultivate a great emperor. This is an exceptional celestial sign. Dear family head, your child possesses the potential of a great emperor. The elder of heavenly mechanisms exclaims in awe. With the potential of a great emperor, coupled with the formidable resources of the immortal lineage, there may indeed be a chance to vie for the title of an immortal in this lifetime. In the present era of celestial demise, it is a daunting task to find a true immortal among the myriad realms. Should the undying Forest clan produce another contemporary immortal, would it not render the Lin family truly invincible, reigning supreme over the 3,000 realms? Chapter 3. The Empress or the Nine-Tailed Fox. I desire them both. In the next moment, the piercing wail of an infant shattered the heavens. The 3,000 realms trembled. A billion miles of purple aura surged eastward, as countless chaotic demonic spirits danced and bowed in reverence. 10,000 celestial birds and extraordinary beasts harmonized their cries, while in the sea of suffering, azure lotuses bloomed in abundance, and the bright moon ascended each night upon the waters. As Pangu split the heavens and Nuwa crafted humanity, the Emperor of Humanity fought against the void. Countless terrifying phenomena adorned the sky, intertwining as if the universe itself had just begun, unfurling a grand, epic tapestry. Everyone was rendered speechless, gazing in a daze at the horrific manifestations that alternated above. Even the elder of heavenly mechanisms was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Throughout history, no such occurrences have ever been recorded. These supreme anomalies surged forth as if they were free, as if fearing they might miss some grand celebration. This is the legendary celebration of the Great Path. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms felt his hands tremble. What kind of terrifying existence could compel the Great Path to celebrate its birth? As he pondered, the celestial disk in his hands shattered, nearly reducing him to ashes. Had it not been for the Taoist resonance emanating from deep within the Lin clan's ancestral grounds, he would have been crushed by the Great Path itself. Whoosh! The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms was drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Lin clan leader, your son truly seems destined to defy the heavens. Lin Tianyuan was all too aware of the Elder's esteemed position and achievements within the 3,000 realms. Even the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms nearly faced annihilation from the Great Path. Amidst the tumult of emotions, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within. This is indeed his son. Even the great Tao must gather to celebrate his birth. My child possesses the essence of an immortal emperor. He shall undoubtedly lead our Lin clan back to its zenith, forging an everlasting legacy of unparalleled glory. Lin Tianyuan could hardly contain his joy. At this moment, Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu were both cradled in arms. Upon catching sight of his exuberant father, Lin Yang was momentarily rendered speechless, inwardly lamenting. I merely came to enjoy the benefits of my father's wealth. I advise you to abandon your dreams of basking in the glory of your offspring. Such striking features, how endearing. The more Lin Tianyuan beheld his precious children, the more his affection deepened. Lu Ruyan also stepped forward. Although beings of their caliber faced considerable strain in childbirth, they were far from incapacitated. It was time to bestow names upon them. Only then could the grand celebration commence. Observing Lin Tianyuan's ecstatic demeanor, Lu Ruyan gently reminded him. Indeed, indeed. Lin Tianyuan nodded fervently, gazing skyward, in the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms. Only the sun star and the moon star endure eternally, illuminating the boundless realms. My children shall shine forth like the sun and the moon, unique and invincible. He clenched his fists. My son shall be named Lin Tai Yang, and my daughter Lin Tai Yin. How does that sound? Lu Ruyan was left speechless. Could you not be a bit more sensible? Look, our son is on the verge of rolling his eyes to the heavens. What? My son rolled his eyes. Lin Tianyuan was utterly startled. When he lowered his head, he saw Lin Yang disdainfully raising a middle finger at him. The entire room fell silent. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan took the initiative to break the awkwardness, proudly exclaiming, Look how precocious my son is. He can raise a middle finger right after birth. Remarkable. The young clan leader possesses innate intelligence beyond compare. This is the caliber worthy of celebration across the universe. The clan leader is wise. The clan leader is sagacious. The midwife and the servants echoed in agreement. Since you were dissatisfied with the name I just proposed, how about Lin Tai Ri? Lin Tianyuan slapped his forehead and glanced hopefully at Lin Yang. This time, he received a response of 2 middle fingers. All right then, perhaps you should refrain from naming him. Soon enough, he might use his feet to express his displeasure. Lu Ruyan covered Lin Tianyuan's mouth and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, returning to the essence. I propose that our son be named Lin Yang. As for our daughter, with 9 moons in the celestial sphere, let us give her a name that embodies the number 9. In folklore, the moon is often referred to as the lunar deity. Our daughter shall be named Lin Jiuyu. Humph, your name is far less impressive than mine. Mine is far more formidable. Lin Tianyuan retorted dismissively. However, when he looked down, he was astonished to find that both his daughter and son were gleefully giving thumbs up, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lu Ruyan. Clearly, they were immensely pleased with their names. Lin Tianyuan's face instantly flushed crimson, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, Enough. It appears that I am not adept at naming. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly slipped away. How embarrassing. He could not bear to remain in this place for even a moment longer. The grand celebration commenced. The sound of celestial music resonated, and brilliance filled the sky as the immortal Lin clan opened its doors to guests. The pinnacle forces of the 3,000 realms had all gathered to partake in the festivities, with prominent figures arriving in droves, too numerous to count. Only representatives from other immortal clans or immortal dynasties were greeted by Lin Tianyuan. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. Even at birth, you have stirred the waters of the 3,000 realms. Initially, I intended to present you with a single elixir of immortality as a gift, but it seems I must bestow upon you 3, no, 10. When your son ascends to become an immortal emperor and revitalizes the glory of your immortal family. Do not forget your old friend Ji. Lin Tianyuan's dear brother, the patriarch of the immortal Ji clan, laughed heartily as he entered. Patriarch Lin, just a few years ago, our immortal Phoenix dynasty welcomed a young Phoenix, endowed with unparalleled talent destined to inherit the throne of our Empress. Might you be interested in forming a marital alliance between our clans? A woman of regal bearing, radiating countless beams of light and adorned with a gentle smile. Descended, none other than the Empress of the immortal Phoenix dynasty, Feng Xiaohuang. Oh, what a delightful coincidence. Our Qingxiu Fox clan has also recently welcomed a 9-tailed young fox. She is the second of her kind since the dawn of chaos and is destined for divinity in this world. I too harbor the desire for her to unite in matrimony with your esteemed son. The exquisitely enchanting fairy of the Qingxiu has descended. With each step she takes, she weaves an allure so profound that even an emperor would find it difficult to guard his heart. The Empress Feng Xiaohuang and the Qingxiu fairy exchanged glances, their eyes crackling with intensity. The guests surrounding them were utterly astonished. Is the golden age about to dawn once more? To think that such extraordinary talents are emerging in the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms. Lin Tianyuan merely smiled faintly, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty and the Qingxiu fairy have always been above the trivialities of mortal existence, even dismissing their peers from the immortal clans. When have they ever displayed such fervor, eager to marry off their own prodigies? Patience is key. My son's marriage shall be a decision he makes for himself. Lin Tianyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, if the two of you are not insistent on monogamy, I could indeed arrange for my son to marry the heirs of both families. Chief Lin, you appear to be a tad greedy, the Qingxiu fairy remarked with a hint of displeasure. As the bearers of an immortal legacy, their pride would not permit them to compromise their descendants' happiness. The Empress also frowned slightly. How could the future Empress of the Phoenix dynasty share a husband with another? Haha, since both of you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. My son shall be celebrated from the moment of his birth, destined for greatness beyond compare. Just ensure that you do not harbor regrets when that time arrives. Lin Tianyuan showed no signs of retreat. In his heart, his son is undoubtedly worth it. Not just 2, but even 200 or 2,000 would be no trouble at all. Chapter 4. Encountering the Celestial Emperor's Cataclysm at Birth? This is only natural. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty and the fairy of Qingxiu nodded proudly, exuding confidence that their offspring would not be outmatched by anyone. Brother Lin, these 2 little ones should have completed their ritual bathing and incense offerings by now. It is time for them to undergo the talent assessment. We have gathered here to witness the ultimate prodigy whose birth shakes the very foundations of the 3,000 realms, to see just how terrifying their innate gifts truly are. Indeed, indeed, echoed the esteemed elders and powerful figures of various immortal legacies. Haha, splendid, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed with a flourish of his sleeve. In that case, let the talent assessment ceremony commence. Lin Jiyue and Lin Yang were gently cradled and brought forth. Let us first assess my precious daughter. Lin Tianyuan placed Lin Jiyue upon the altar, and all eyes were drawn to her. Buzz. The altar suddenly ignited with a radiant 9-colored luminescence, instantly revealing her status as a great sage, an invincible one at that. But it does not stop here. The 9-colored brilliance soared into the heavens, the firmament itself giving rise to a chaotic radiance. She possesses the qualifications of an emperor. Congratulations poured forth for the immortal Lin clan, as they would soon welcome another emperor in this age of celestial downfall. No, this evolution of talent has not yet reached its conclusion. The hoarse voice of the elder of heavenly mechanisms resonated. The guests' eyes widened in astonishment. Above in the heavens, chaos whirled as if the very fabric of reality was being reshaped, revealing the celestial staircase that lay beyond the chaos, the path to immortality, the qualifications of a celestial being. In this era, does the Lin clan truly aspire to defy fate and give rise to a genuine celestial being amidst the age of celestial demise? Have we all misjudged, believing that the celebration of the great Tao's birth is in honor of this young girl? The fact that one can be born with the potential of a celestial being during the age of celestial downfall speaks volumes of the Lin clan's extraordinary fortune. The leaders of various factions were profoundly shaken, racking their brains to contemplate which of their descendants might be worthy of this future female celestial. With Lin Jiyue present, the Lin clan is destined to thrive for at least another 100,000 years. Even those with immortal legacies would gaze upon her with envy and jealousy. Ha! Truly, she is the daughter of Lin Tianyuan. Filled with immense joy, Lin Tianyuan felt a surge of pride. With the resources of the Lin clan to safeguard her, Lin Jiyue is destined to become a future celestial being. Lin Jiyue proudly lifted her head, casting a glance at her brother Lin Yang. Being a reincarnated emperor, and having established an unparalleled foundation in her mother's womb, it is only natural for her to possess the potential of a celestial being. Lin Yang, however, yawned, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around him. Lin Jiyue pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied with her proud brother. Nonetheless, she too was curious about just how formidable Lin Yang's talents might be. Now it was time for my son Lin Yang. Lin Tianyuan awaited with eager anticipation. As Lin Yang was placed upon the altar, the entire realm of the 8 desolations trembled in response. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations entirely. Is this a defiance of the heavens? To cause such a disturbance across the 8 desolations? The head of the Ji family widened his eyes in astonishment. In the next moment, the heavens were torn asunder, and an endless torrent of chaotic light surged forth. The 8 desolations realm was riddled with fractures, as if it could scarcely endure an overwhelming pressure, on the brink of collapse and disintegration. This reaction was certainly not provoked by a mere talent test. The leaders of the top-tier forces instantly realized the gravity of the situation, their faces transforming in horror. An unknown and terrifying calamity had descended, threatening to annihilate the entire 8 desolations realm. It was an apocalyptic tribulation. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms displayed a look of dread, his heavenly mechanism disc shattering once more, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of old blood, his body on the verge of disintegration. Protect the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. Lin Tianyuan, quick-witted and swift, enveloped him with supreme magical power. Together, they channeled life force into him, aiding his calculations. The leaders of the immortal legacy forces stepped forward. The Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty, the Celestial Maiden of Qingqiu, and the head of the Ji family all unleashed their formidable might, stabilizing the nearly collapsing spirit of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. A resonant hum echoed as a spectral light curtain gradually unfurled before the Elder. It illuminated the incomprehensible events unfolding in the distant expanse. Upon the plateau of the 8 desolations realm, a terrifying figure loomed, executing unfathomable divine powers. Beside him, 2 coffins exploded in succession, revealing 2 supreme beings identical to the terrifying figure. The 3 forms devoured the heavens and earth, threatening to engulf the entire 8 desolations realm within their grasp. This is the legendary 3 generations immortal emperor. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets recognized that figure, his complexion paling. An immortal emperor? How could such a being exist in the era of immortal desolation? Moreover, was not the 3 generations immortal emperor said to have perished during the great catastrophe of immortal desolation long ago? A wave of indescribable terror washed over everyone, their scalps tingling. It is said that the 3 generations immortal emperor embodies the past, present, and future, his power unfathomable. Eons ago, he sought to sacrifice all beings across the 3,000 realms to attain immortality. Now, after lying dormant for countless ages, has he awakened only to devour the entirety of the 8 wilderness realm to restore his strength? Panic gripped all present. Could it be that he chose this day, when the top forces of all realms gathered within the Lin clan, to enact his apocalyptic designs? The spatial barriers of the realm have been sealed. Even true immortals cannot breach them. Are we to be consumed by the resurrected 3 generations immortal emperor in one fell swoop? The leaders of the supreme forces were in disarray, their faces drained of color, to plot the consumption of all the leaders of the 3,000 realms top forces upon revival. Such is the audacity of the 3 generations immortal emperor. Such is the invincible might of the immortal emperor. What shall we do? With the realm sealed and escape impossible, must we resign ourselves to death? All the elite powerhouses were in a state of panic. Even Lin Tianyuan's expression tightened. This is an immortal emperor. Even among immortals, he is the most formidable existence. Not to mention, in this current age of celestial demise, true immortals have become a rare sight. In such circumstances, How could one hope to contend against a celestial emperor? It is simply an impossible endeavor. The only option left is to venture into the ancestral land and test one's fortune. Lin Tianyuan's gaze was resolute. Within the ancestral grounds lie many venerable beings of the Lin clan, ancient deities who have long sealed themselves away. Even he, as the clan leader, remains unaware of the true horrors that lurk within the ancestral land. Yet, he understands that should the clan's profound heritage be fully unleashed, there may be a glimmer of hope for survival amidst this cataclysmic upheaval. Sighing deeply, Lin Yang observed the chaotic festivities of the birthday celebration. How unfortunate to be born just as a celestial emperor seeks to annihilate the world. Such ill fortune is unparalleled. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a lottery ticket. If such an institution exists in the 8th Desolation realm. Brother, what should we do? Think of something quickly. The Empress, his sister, transmitted her thoughts telepathically. She, too, was in a state of panic. Finally having family in this life, and having forged an unparalleled foundation, only to face annihilation upon birth? She was reluctant to accept this fate, her desire to survive burning fiercely within her. What else could they do? Await death? Those great emperors and saints were powerless against this predicament. What hope did they have being newly born? Lin Yang resigned himself to despair. Alas, he had hoped this life would be one of joy and ease. The outcome remains as dismal as ever. Just when there seemed to be a glimmer of hope in becoming a favored disciple, it was swiftly extinguished once more. Despite possessing the attribute of immortality, with the world in ruins and the family's support vanished, where else could he possibly wallow in despair? Oh, Lin Jiuyu was taken aback. Damn it, brother. Yu. Although her initial reaction was one of anger, she suddenly realized that Lin Yang's words held considerable truth. Regardless of their noble lineage, they were merely newborns in this world. Faced with the annihilation wrought by the Celestial Emperor, what could they possibly do? Perhaps this is simply the fate that binds them. In 2 lifetimes, they are destined to encounter countless tribulations. The Empress was engulfed in sorrow, her eyes reddened, lost in profound grief. Suddenly, Lin Yang stirred. A flicker of hope ignited in the Empress's eyes. Could it be that this brother, whose reputation was fearsome, was finally about to reveal his true power? To her astonishment, Lin Yang merely turned over and lay on his side. The Empress and Lin Yang found themselves face to face, both utterly bewildered. What are you staring at? Lying like this for a while will at least be more comfortable when death comes. I suggest you find a cozy position to lie down as well. Lin Yang conveyed kindly through thought. You. The Empress was beside herself with frustration, unappreciative of goodwill. Lin Yang stretched lazily, turned away, presenting his back to the Empress, and peacefully closed his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered shut, the system's voice echoed, ding. Detected external forces preventing the host from slacking off, granting the divine ability, daily invincibility. Note, each day, 1 minute of invincibility can be obtained, allowing the host to disregard realms and effortlessly vanquish opponents. Chapter 5, The Celestial Emperor? A single strike to obliterate. Lin Yang's eyes sprang open. An invincible skill. How intriguing. To disregard realms means that even a celestial emperor like myself could be vanquished in an instant. Lin Yang gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the system promptly responded. A surge of joy filled Lin Yang's heart. He had finally been granted a divine beginning in this life, and had no desire for a reset. Even with the characteristic of immortality preventing a restart, should the world and his family be annihilated, what good would it be? He would merely become a drifter. Adrift in the chaotic void. Cursed old wretch. Is it you who hinders my indulgence? Lin Yang cast a frigid glare at the colossal visage of the 3 lives Celestial Emperor manifesting in the void. When one cannot defeat their foe, it is wise to await death in peace. However, when a mere flick of a finger could obliterate obstacles, naturally, there is no need for excessive words. Action is paramount. He had been reborn to live freely and savor life to the fullest. Whoever dared to impede his enjoyment of existence would surely face death. Rumbling thunder echoed. The void tore open. Chaos surged forth, shattering all creation. Heaven and earth collapsed. The world turned upside down. Countless beings perished amid this turmoil, their vitality consumed and drawn into the gaping maw of the 3 lives Celestial Emperor above. He. It seems you are the most delectable feast in this realm. Above the immortal forest clan, the head of the 3-life Celestial Emperor emerged from the chaotic light, revealing its true visage. He gazed down upon the entire realm of the Forest clan. Countless dignitaries from the most powerful factions trembled, their bodies quaking in fear. Many were so overwhelmed that they fell to their knees. After all, this was the legendary Celestial Emperor, the sovereign among celestial beings, wielding infinite pathways, a transcendent existence that had already stepped beyond the temporal river. Before such a being, these leaders were as fragile as mere ants. Is this the ancestral ground of the immortal legacy? Ha ha ha, what a sumptuous feast that far exceeds my expectations. The three-life Celestial Emperor grinned, as if the heavens themselves had split in two. He stood in the void, his singular head overshadowing all vision. Gulp. All eyes were gravely fixed upon the manifestation of the three-life Celestial Emperor's head. Esteemed ones, whether we fight or not, death awaits us. I refuse to be humiliated, becoming mere sustenance for another. Those with courage, rise in battle against the Celestial. Ascend to the heavens and challenge the Emperor. The three-life Celestial Emperor had slumbered for countless ages. Now, in this era of celestial demise, he had just awakened, and his power was likely a mere shadow of its former peak. United, we shall surely vanquish the Celestial Emperor. As cultivators, why should we shy away from battle? Defy the heavens and strike down the Celestial. Many leaders of great factions stepped forth, transforming into radiant beams of light, charging towards the heavens. The pathways were in turmoil, and brilliance filled the skies. Various extreme fluctuations of power surged from their beings. Haha. The three epic Celestial Emperor opened his mouth wide and devoured all the ascending cultivators, laughing maniacally. This is still not enough for a feast. Bring me more. The terror of the three epics Celestial Emperor plunged everyone into despair. Is this truly the Celestial Emperor? Even after countless eons, with power diminished to a mere fraction of its peak, he still possesses such overwhelming, invincible might that instills profound hopelessness. In the boundless abyss of despair, the eight desolations trembled once more. The chaotic radiance ravaging heaven and earth was drawn in and dissipated entirely by a diminutive figure stepping forth from the sky. What? The sight left many esteemed figures in a state of stupor. Who is that? It appeared to be an infant. This infant was shrouded in endless chaotic light, rendering the onlookers capable of seeing only his silhouette, obscuring his true form. The sounds of 3,000 scriptures resonated around him, as chaos collided with his being, seemingly conjuring worlds into existence and oblivion. Truly, an unparalleled majesty. Who approaches? State your name. The three epics Celestial Emperor regarded the infant with apprehension. In these 3,000 realms, there exists a being he could not fathom? Is it an old adversary? Or those enigmatic entities from the plateau? It seems unlikely. Who else could possibly pose a threat to him? He racked his brain, unable to decipher the origins of that silhouette. Countless ages had passed, and even the river of time seemed on the verge of drying up. Who could it be that still refused to release me? The rage of the three-world immortal emperor surged within him, his gaze burning with fury as he confronted the infant figure. Who are you truly? The terrifying question reverberated through the vast expanse, shaking the 3,000 realms to their core. The might of the immortal emperor was unmistakable. I am your elder, Lin Yang bellowed, waving his small arm. Is it really you who calls yourself the three-world immortal emperor? With a thunderous slap, boundless chaotic light transformed into an enormous hand descending from above. He was pressed for time. With only a minute of invincibility, there was no room for idle chatter. Is this the power of immortality? A look of profound terror spread across the face of the three-world immortal emperor. No, I specifically endured until the age of immortal fall. This realm should have no immortals left. Who on earth are you to scheme to such an extent? I refuse to accept this. I shall defy the heavens. He unleashed all his cultivation to confront the chaotic handprint. Alas, his strength was but a fraction of its former self. Facing Lin Yang's invincible palm was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Boom. The path of existence was obliterated, as if a boulder crushed an egg. The immense body of the three-world immortal emperor was instantly shattered by the chaotic handprint. The remnants of his imperial corpse scattered, and the will of the immortal emperor faded into the river of time. Flee. The past and future incarnations of the three lives immortal emperor sensed an overwhelming terror, tearing through the chaotic barriers of the realm in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, in the next moment, the power of causality coalesced above them into a colossal handprint of chaos. A causality attack? This is the realm of ritual. With a resounding boom. Before they could even utter a wail, the past and future forms of the 3 lives immortal emperor were obliterated under the immense handprint, erasing all traces of their existence. As the immortal emperor was vanquished, the tumult within the 8 desolate realms subsided. The heavens began to seal, the chaotic light receded, and the fissures in the earth slowly mended. The life essence generated by the fall of the immortal emperor rejuvenated the 8 desolate realm, elevating its entire status. The concentration of spiritual energy within the realm surged 100-fold, rapidly spawning various spiritual herbs and divine substances. It was foreseeable that the immortal Lin clan, who wielded dominion over the 8 desolate realm, would reap boundless benefits from this transformation. With a clap of his hands, Lin Yang declared the task complete. In an instant, he vanished into the swirling, chaotic light of the heavens, returning to the altar of the Lin clan. Throughout the entire process, no one perceived his movements. After all, the immortal power he summoned could completely isolate causality and the laws of time. Now, he could finally lie back in peace. Lin Yang stretched his arms, yawned, and turned over to sleep. Only the Empress beside him gaped, alternating her gaze between the sky and Lin Yang. She had been fixated on his posterior, yet just moments ago, it seemed to vanish for a fleeting few seconds, followed by the demise of the 3 realms' immortal emperor and the quelling of chaos in the 8 wildernesses. Was it merely an illusion? The Empress furrowed her brow, then shook her head. How could that be possible? I have forged an unparalleled foundation. My senses and divine awareness are terrifyingly acute. How could I become disoriented? He undoubtedly vanished for a few seconds. Could it be that the silhouette of an infant in the heavens is my brother? This terrifyingly absurd conjecture kept her tossing and turning, robbing her of sleep. What a disaster! To be afflicted with insomnia from the moment of my birth. Chapter 6. The Legend of the Infant Heavenly Emperor. As the cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and the earth gradually subsided, the leaders of various paramount factions, who had survived the calamity, breathed sighs of immense relief. After partaking in a celebratory feast, they hastily returned to their respective realms, still haunted by the terror of the recent apocalyptic disaster that nearly shattered their very souls. In the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Lin clan, several formidable wills poised for revival began to dissipate slowly. I told you, my child is a celestial blessing. He can turn misfortune into fortune, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, planting a fervent kiss upon Lin Yang's cheek. Lin Yang, feeling a sense of distaste, pushed him away. Do you not understand that men should not engage in such affections? Nevertheless, Lin Yang found himself quite pleased with his father's handsome appearance, believing he too would not fare poorly in the looks department as he matured. This brought him satisfaction, as it further solidified his image as a spoiled scion. Although the recent calamity wrought considerable destruction upon the 8 desolation realms, it also presented tremendous opportunities due to the fall of the 3 ages immortal emperor. The Lin clan must seize this opportunity diligently, reminded Lu Ruyan. Nodding earnestly, Lin Tianyuan understood the gravity of the situation. In the era following the fall of the immortals, true immortals were seldom seen across the 3,000 realms, and the demise of a genuine ancient immortal emperor held immeasurable benefits. Even the top-tier factions would be envious, and a monumental conflict sparked by the emperor's remains was inevitable. As the patriarch of the Lin clan, he could not evade this impending war of the 8 desolations. Then I shall rely on you to look after the 2 children. Lin Tianyuan nodded resolutely. He was acutely aware that this was a test. If the Lin clan could navigate through it safely, it would signify a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would herald a significant crisis. However, he was not fearful. The Lin clan was an immortal celestial lineage, profoundly rooted and capable of devouring the corpse of a celestial emperor. The 8 desolate realm was the domain of the Lin clan. Anyone daring to extend their claws would find them severed without hesitation. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Lu Ruyan watched Lin Tianyuan depart, then lowered her gaze to her children in her arms, her eyes resolute. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you in the slightest. While the corpse of a celestial emperor was indeed precious, Lin Yang's extraordinary talent would inevitably make him a thorn in the side of some top-tier forces. A storm was brewing. Lu Ruyan sighed. Lin Yang gazed at his mother, her unparalleled beauty complemented by an ethereal aura cultivated through her practice, radiating an exquisite charm. With such strikingly attractive parents, how handsome would he become when he grew up? Lin Yang beamed with delight. already envisioning a future where he was exceptionally handsome, supported by an invincible lineage, captivating countless beautiful maidens across the 3,000 realms. Could it be that I am merely imagining this? Lin Jiayu puffed up her cheeks. Lin Yang's smile was innocent and pure, a stark contrast to the formidable and invincible infant he had just been. Humph, no need to dwell on that. I will seek an opportunity to test his strength in the future. At the same moment, atop the boundless plateau, the enigmatic progenitor opened his eyes and gazed upon the vast realms of the 8 desolations. Someone has actually unraveled my schemes. He, how amusing. From the depths of the desolate 6 paths, a voice steeped in antiquity echoed. The ancient one of 3 lifetimes has perished. Who was responsible? Haha, it matters not. Let you all engage in your struggles. The one who laughs last shall undoubtedly be the sovereign of reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. During this span, countless formidable factions have invaded the realms of the 8 desolations, coercing the Lin clan to share the corpse of the emperor. Lin Tianyuan led his forces into battle, waging war amidst iron and blood. The temptation of the celestial emperor's remains is overwhelming, in both overt and covert encounters. Strong warriors have perished at every moment. What is astonishing is that amidst this brutal carnage, Lin Tianyuan revealed a terrifying iron-fisted approach. His strength astonished the entirety of the 3,000 realms. The Lin clan merely displayed a glimpse of their formidable foundation, causing even the most immortal forces to tremble in fear. Various clans gradually recognized that the rise of the Lin clan is nearly unstoppable. The terrifying depth of the Lin clan's power far exceeds anyone's imagination. One by one, factions chose to withdraw from the 8 desolations. As the retreating warriors spoke, a chilling legend began to circulate, once again stunning the entire 3,000 realms. There exists an indescribable, formidable entity guarding the 8 desolations. It appears as a child, possessing unfathomable abilities, capable of instantly vanquishing celestial emperors. 8 years prior, it was this entity that quelled the cataclysm wrought by the 3 lifetimes of the celestial emperor. The Lin clan's invincibility is undoubtedly attributed to the guidance of the infant powerhouse. As the legend evolved, it grew increasingly absurd, ultimately transforming into the belief that the infant powerhouse was the true spirit left behind by the immortal celestial emperor who founded the Lin clan. This spirit persists in the world solely to protect the Lin clan. During the era of celestial cataclysm, this revelation was akin to a thunderous explosion, once unleashed. No one dared to covet the Lin clan any longer. In fact, to avoid incurring the wrath of that terrifying entity, they erected monuments and built temples in honor of the infant true spirit, continually extolling its virtues. They conferred upon it the esteemed title, the infant celestial emperor. Ha! In the tavern, Lin Yong laughed heartily, slapping the table with abandon. The storyteller before him scratched his head, utterly perplexed. No worries, dear sir, please continue. Lin Yong waved his hand dismissively. He simply could not contain himself. What had been a mere slight intervention was now being glorified to such an extent. And the title of infant celestial emperor? Who was the clever individual who concocted such a comical name? Surely it couldn't have been his own father, the one notoriously inept at naming. Dear young friend, how can you laugh so insouciantly? The storyteller furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. If it were not for this infant celestial emperor, our 8 desolate realm would have long been shattered. All living beings would have been devoured and slain by that tri-world celestial emperor. It can be said that without the infant celestial emperor, you might not even have had the chance to be born. Indeed, the elder speaks the truth, chimed in the audience of literary enthusiasts. Every being within the 8 desolate realm held profound gratitude for the infant celestial emperor. Many households honor the statue of the infant emperor, frequently engaging in prayers and rituals. To show disrespect towards the infant emperor is to insult their faith. Well, Lin Yong shrugged. I merely find this title rather amusing. Amusing? It is undeniably majestic. You, young one, display a shocking lack of decorum. Beware. For the infant emperor may bring forth his wrath upon you. The girl with the horned braids exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, do not insult our idol. A fervent youth declared, his eyes brimming with admiration for the infant emperor. Let me propose this. Is it not possible that your idol is, in fact, me? Lin Yong pointed to himself, posing the question directly. Who is this child, so brazen in his claims? If you are the infant emperor, Then surely I must be the ancient ancestor of the primordial chaos, the creator Pangu. Indeed, indeed. Be cautious, little one, for if you lie, you may find yourself wetting the bed tonight. The adults erupted in laughter. Such tavern storytellers attract an audience largely composed of those seeking amusement. The atmosphere was lighthearted. With no malice intended, everyone simply sought to find a bit of joy amid the tedium of life. Lin Yong understood this well and relished the lively ambience. I, a child, never speak falsehoods. Lin Yong cast a glance at the zealous youth and teased. Rather, it is you, at the ripe age of 16, who still suffers the consequences of bedwetting, leaving your mother to chastise you. You speak falsely. My mother has promised to keep that matter secret. How did you come to know that? The youth, flustered and at a loss for words, inadvertently exposed himself. His face flushed a deep crimson, and he longed for a crevice in the ground to hide away. Haraha! Laughter erupted from the crowd of men, women, and children, reveling in the moment. Indeed, the young lad had hit the nail on the head. What an impressive feat. Oh, how utterly mortifying. How could one utter such words in public? The girl with the braided hair blushed profusely, peering through her fingers at the striking young boy. Although Lin Yong had intentionally donned humble attire, his innate elegance was beyond compare, and his charming features rendered him both adorable and handsome. Even the most stoic of sorceresses would find their heartstrings tugged. Old man, have you finished telling the tale of the infant heavenly emperor? Is there more to the story? Lin Yong, aware that no one would believe he was indeed the infant heavenly emperor, turned to address the elder storyteller. He had returned to life with a carefree spirit, unencumbered by falsehoods. He spoke his mind freely, acting as he pleased. Yet, regrettably, after 8 long years of candid revelations, no one had taken him seriously. Isn't that infuriating? Of course. The storyteller nodded vigorously, about to begin anew, when suddenly, the resounding beat of gongs and drums echoed from the horizon. The crowd turned to behold the majestic dragon horse army galloping across the sky, their formidable presence causing the very heavens to tremble. Upon the dragon horses, powerful figures moved with an ethereal grace, as if they were celestial beings. Their forms reflected a myriad of radiant hues, exuding an aura of authority, wielding divine weapons. Truly resembling heavenly soldiers descended to earth. O my heavens, from whence have these celestial beings descended? Behold the towering banner of the Lin clan. Could it be that the immortal Lin tribe's divine soldiers have arrived? What? Our sovereigns of the 8 desolate realms, the immortal Lin tribe. Such a grand display. Are we to face yet another conflict? This is beyond the comprehension of us humble folk. We must hasten to kneel in reverence. The commoners, trembling in fear, felt their knees weaken and bowed their heads in submission. In the 8 desolate realms, the immortal Lin tribe is regarded as absolute deities, holding an exalted status in the hearts of the people. Amidst the crowd, only Lin Yong stood tall, refusing to bow. In fact, he impudently rolled his eyes at the divine soldiers and raised his middle finger. Good heavens! What is this little ancestor doing? A few bystanders caught sight of Lin Yang's audacious gesture and nearly fainted from shock. A little girl with horned braids hurriedly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Kneel down. You might die. Lin Yong remained unmoved. Boom. The celestial steeds descended, and the imposing divine soldiers indeed approached Lin Yong. It's over. This young lad is in grave danger. Alas, I quite fancied this child, so adorably chiseled, but he has dared to provoke the Lin tribe. The villagers shook their heads, feeling a sense of pity for Lin Yong. The Lin tribe has always been benevolent towards the common folk. Yet, to those audacious enough to provoke their foes, they wield an iron-fisted resolve, showing no leniency whatsoever. The girl with the braided hair shut her eyes tightly in fear. However, in the next moment, the citizens were startled by a synchronized sound of kneeling. The celestial soldiers, astonishingly, dismounted in unison and knelt in perfect formation. Just as the populace stood in bewilderment, the leading general hastily approached Lin Yong, kneeling before him in reverence, and respectfully proclaimed, I am Lin Chong, humbly requesting the young master to return to the clan. Chapter 7. The Foolish Child, the Foolish Child. Young master? He is the young master of the Lin clan? The girl with the sheep horn braids was so startled that she quickly released the hem of Lin Yang's garment. A scion of the celestial clan. How could she, an ordinary girl, ever dare to approach him? The audience trembled in trepidation. They had just unwittingly shared a moment with a young master of the celestial clan and had even dared to jest about him being a mere child. It was over. When the celestial clan's wrath is invoked, rivers of blood may flow. Even the vast northern wilderness dynasty, with its countless subjects and boundless territories, would be but a trivial entity before the immortal Lin clan, let alone these common folk. They were enveloped in a profound fear, their faces as pale as death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Are you all mere followers? No matter where I am, you can always find me? Lin Yong looked speechlessly at Lin Chongji. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongji was filled with uncontainable excitement. If the young master wishes it, I would gladly serve as your personal bodyguard for eternity. It would be the greatest honor of my life. To be a mere follower of the celestial clan's young master, such a privilege is unattainable even for the sages. Lin Yong was at a loss for words. The people in this world were admirable in many ways, yet their thought processes seemed somewhat peculiar. Although it felt as if they were fawning over him, the sincerity in their eyes seemed utterly genuine. If there is something to be said, do so quickly. This young master is currently preoccupied with enjoying the mortal realm. Lin Yong expressed his displeasure. He had made it abundantly clear on numerous occasions that any visit should be conducted discreetly. Such grand displays, how can he possibly indulge in the mortal realm? Have you not seen how these commoners trembled like fledglings upon recognizing his identity? It seems he must seek amusement in another city. Lin Yong mused to himself. Forgive us, young master. The clan leader insists on meeting you and has specifically dispatched us to escort you home. Lin Chongji spoke with utmost respect. Has father returned to the clan? Lin Yong raised an eyebrow, recalling that Lin Tianyuan had been away on campaigns for 8 years and had not set foot in the Lin clan. Indeed, young master, your wisdom is unparalleled, truly exceptional. Lin Chongji flattered extravagantly. Very well. Lin Yong shot Lin Chongji a glance. Despite his father's unreliability, he had always treated him well. Now that he had finally returned, it was only right to pay a visit. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yong mounted the jade Qilin. This magnificent beast, a gift from his father for his birthday, was a rare treasure among the ancient species of celestial beasts, an extravagant mount indeed. Even the most formidable ancient cultivators would be envious upon sight. Young master, how shall we deal with these rebellious subjects? Lin Chongji inquired, glancing at the bowing commoners around them, seeking guidance. As the esteemed heir of the celestial clan, it was rare for anyone to show him disrespect. How dare these lowly ants dare to jest and frolic in his presence? It was simply intolerable. Oh, Lin Yong nearly forgot, turning his hand to produce a gold ingot, which he tossed onto the storyteller's table. The tale was delightful. It deserves a reward. The storyteller, keenly perceptive, immediately bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for your generosity." Lin Yong gazed at the bowing elder, letting out a sigh as a poignant thought struck him. Between us lies a sadly thick wall of separation. They had just enjoyed a splendid time together, and he decided to bestow some scattered silver coins as well. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Amidst the chorus of gratitude, Lin Yong mounted the jade Qilin and ascended, transforming into a celestial rainbow that vanished into the horizon. The young master of the Lin clan. The girl with the horn braids stared blankly at the receding celestial rainbow, clutching her handful of silver coins, her bright eyes shimmering with longing. Do not dwell on it. That young master is a divine being from the heavens, destined to have no connection with mere mortals like us. The storyteller discerned the girl's feelings and gently interjected. Old man, can mortals truly not cultivate immortality? The girl with horn braids inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. The storyteller opened his mouth, stifling a laugh, and patted the girl's shoulder. Let me tell you a story. Legend has it that a millennium ago, a prodigious genius was born in our northern wilderness dynasty. He began his cultivation at the tender age of 3, achieving perfection in 3 months, and reached the pinnacle of innate strength within a year. By 6, he had already become a formidable spirit transformation expert, and at 18, he secured the title of martial champion of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty with his perfected Qi cultivation. At the age of 25, in the prime of his youth, he ascended to the Dao Palace realm, joining the ranks of the world's foremost masters. By the age of 50, he had vanquished a formidable foe at the Dragon Transformation realm, earning the title of the youngest martial alliance leader in the history of the Northern Wilderness. At 100, amidst the chaos of war between the Northern Wilderness and Southern barbarians, with millions of troops clashing in a tumultuous battlefield, he boldly intervened, revealing his prowess in the divine aperture realm and turning the tide single-handedly. After achieving unparalleled invincibility, he secluded himself in meditation for 3 decades. On the occasion of his 300th birthday feast, he stepped into the monarch realm, wielding a sword that opened the gates of heaven. This tale leaves listeners in a state of infinite yearning. What a remarkable prodigy, what an unparalleled hero. Merely a century of cultivation rendered him invincible, relentlessly pursuing victory in solitude. After 3 centuries of training, he opened the heavenly gates and transcended into immortality. I know he is the Northern Wilderness sword god, Shun Tsangxing, our pride of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The youth present were filled with fervor. Shun Tsangxing's story has undoubtedly inspired countless passionate youths to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, does the story conclude here, or is there more to come? Indeed, dear grandfather, do you know what transpired afterward? The little girl with sheep horn braids listened intently, her eyes shimmering with excitement. If she could be as exceptional as the Northern Wilderness sword god, perhaps she could stand alongside that divine young master. What happened next? The storyteller stroked his beard, letting out a long sigh. It is known to all that the 8 Desolations realm is divided into the mortal realm and the celestial canopy. Only by reaching the monarch realm can one ascend to the celestial realm. As the sword god, Shun Tsangxing cleaved through the heavens with a single stroke. He was welcomed into the Tianqiong realm by the sword god sect. And then what happened? The audience held their breath, for it was their first encounter with the tale of the sword god's journey post-ascension. A once-in-a-generation prodigy, having penetrated the celestial vault, surely must have achieved unparalleled feats and carved out an extraordinary legacy. Now, 7 centuries later, with his immense talent, he must have ascended to a more formidable realm, perhaps even become the leader of the sword god sect, no? The youth's faces flushed with eagerness, their anticipation palpable, observing the expectant gazes of the crowd. The elderly storyteller shook his head and slowly revealed the truth. Upon joining the sword god sect, Shun Tsangxing was merely recognized as a registered disciple, tasked with the role of a gatekeeper. After 7 long decades, he had only just managed to qualify for the status of an official disciple. The storyteller stroked his beard, filled with melancholy. What? How could this be? He is the pride and legend of our Beihuang dynasty. A mere gatekeeper? A registered disciple? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The audience was reluctant to accept this revelation, and those who idolized Shun Tsangxing felt their faces flush with indignation, fervently disputing the claim. Haha, these are merely rumors, perhaps not to be taken as truth. You may dismiss my words as the ramblings of an old man. The storyteller, unwilling to engage in further argument, turned his gaze towards the girl with the braids. What I must convey to you is that the sword god sect is but a second-rate power within the Tianqiong realm. In the hierarchy of powers classified into 6 levels, imperial clan, sovereign, top tier, second tier, and third tier, one can only rank in the penultimate tier. Ah, is that young master, the little brother, the most prestigious imperial clan? The girl with the sheep horn braids inquired with confusion. The elder storyteller shook his head. Then, is it the sovereign level? The girl became even more perplexed. The elder storyteller shook his head once more. Mustering his courage, he exhaled and proclaimed, the Lin clan is the sole, immortal celestial clan of the 8 Desolation realm. The celestial clan transcends all. It is the sovereign of the realm and the master of all powers. Even the imperial clan is but an ant before the celestial clan, easily extinguished with a breath. This is the immortal celestial clan. Gulyalu. The audience felt a chilling sensation pierce their minds, causing them to tremble involuntarily. They only knew that the Lin clan was the ruler of the 8 Desolation. However, they had no concrete concept of the phrase ruler of the 8 Desolation. After all, in their understanding, the Northern Desolation dynasty was already immensely vast. Yet, the elder storyteller's tale shattered their worldview. The Northern Desolation dynasty was merely an inconspicuous entity among the many dynasties of the mortal realm. The strongest genius ever born in the Northern Desolation dynasty ascended to the celestial realm and was only worthy of guarding the gate for a second-tier power. And that young master is the son of the immortal Lin clan's patriarch. In other words, he is destined to become the future sovereign of the 8 Desolation realm. Gulu. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true magnitude and terror of the charming little boy they had just encountered. To share the experience of listening to stories with such a significant figure was indeed a life well lived. Indeed, the audience nodded in profound agreement. Only the girl with the pigtails murmured, postnatal, prenatal, transformation of spirit, Chi Si, Dao Palace, Dragon Transformation, Divine Orifice, King. Is this the realm of cultivation? If one were to attain kingship, they could ascend to the heavens and stand alongside that little brother in the same expanse. I have made my decision. I shall cultivate. She clenched her fists tightly, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at the spot where Lin Yong vanished into the sky. The old storyteller, observing the girl's fervent expression, understood that his attempts at persuasion had proven futile. He could only shake his head and sigh. Foolish child, foolish child. He was acutely aware that no matter how hard the girl endeavored, she could never shatter the fundamentally infinite barriers of class. Even if she exhausted every ounce of her strength, possessed extraordinary fortunes, and became a remarkable prodigy, she would still lack the qualification to stand at the gates of the Lin clan, let alone meet Lin Yong again. Chapter 8. The Living King of Hell and the Spoiled Demon Mother Whoosh. The Dragon Horse Army traversed the skies with grace, while Lin Yong sat leisurely upon the Jade Qilin. Over the past 8 years, the slothful system remained unwaveringly generous, granting him rewards through astonishing maneuvers that even he could scarcely fathom. Sleeping had become a mere formality for leveling up, and even his reluctance to visit the restroom would trigger extraordinary rewards. The items bestowed upon him were nothing short of exceptional. Within the confines of the system's realm, imperial weapons were nearly in wholesale quantities. Utterly unparalleled divine arts, capable of becoming the foundational teachings of the immortal clans, were heaped like mountains. Elixirs of resurrection were abundant, and the immortal pills that promised rebirth could be consumed as mere snacks. Amidst such an overwhelming accumulation of resources, his strength soared to unimaginable heights. After 8 years, he found himself uncertain of his true power. If one were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be invincible. At least within the Lin clan, he felt no one could pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The army cleaved through the heavens, their might awe-inspiring. They soon returned to the Lin clan. Lin Tianyuan emerged from the main courtyard with a beaming countenance, having triumphed over numerous immortal forces in 8 years of warfare. Now, as he led his troops back home, it was a moment of triumph and the pinnacle of his life. Clan leader, your subordinates have fulfilled their duty with honor, Lin Chong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. To witness this unparalleled sovereign of the 8 desolations was, for him, an unparalleled honor. As an immortal clan, the Lin family boasts a flourishing population, with some branches numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The majority of Lin clan members never have the opportunity to meet the clan leader even once in their lifetime. Rise. Lin Tianyuan casually bestowed upon Lin Chong a bottle of celestial restoration elixir. Gulp. Could it truly be an elixir capable of significantly enhancing one's innate talent? Thank you, clan leader. Lin Chong's hands trembled. Just a single bottle of this elixir could buy the life of a sage. Many powerful beings find themselves stymied by insufficient innate potential, with even sage kings willing to risk everything for the celestial restoration elixir. My son. Lin Tianyuan turned around and embraced Lin Yong, exclaiming, I have wronged you. After your birth, I waged war for 8 years and have not held you even once. Fear not, for I have returned, and I shall compensate you 100-fold. Lin Yong gazed at the tearful Lin Tianyuan, his lips curling into a slight smile. Father, there is no need for such theatrics. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan chuckled awkwardly, then waved his hand with a spirited demeanor, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though I have been away at war these past 8 years, I have been contemplating your growth plan. Rest assured, I have meticulously crafted a detailed training regimen for you until you turn 18. With your aptitude for cultivation, if you adhere strictly to my plan, you shall undoubtedly become a heavenly king before you reach 18. Lin Yong was at a loss for words. How is this any different from the overbearing parents of his previous life? After 8 years apart, the moment we reunite, he immediately urges me to study and claims to have devised a 10-year study plan for me. It's utterly terrifying. He's like a demon. By the way, during my absence, has your mother been encouraging you to cultivate? How many hours do you practice daily? You are still young. You must prioritize your health and not overexert yourself in practice. Lin Tianyuan's concerned words warmed Lin Yang's heart, revealing that he had misjudged his father. He still possessed a conscience. I believe practicing for 15 hours a day should suffice. Any more could harm your health, Lin Tianyuan continued. Lin Yang was left puzzled. Are you truly my father? You must be a living Yama. Lin Tianyuan suddenly realized that, as the esteemed patriarch of the immortal clan, He was unable to discern the cultivation level of his mere 8-year-old son. Could it be a treasure that conceals one's aura? Indeed, with such a loving mother, it was certain she had bestowed a precious protector. Lin Tianyuan nodded and placed his hand on Lin Yang's shoulder, intending to assess his power. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sending Lin Tianyuan flying, causing him to spit blood, nearly leading to his demise. "Father, are you all right?" Lin Yang looked at his tattered father, feeling a mix of relief and secret delight. He was grateful that he had not turned into a tyrant, father, and found joy in the fact that this living Yama had faced retribution. "No." Uft. Lin Tianyuan coughed out a plume of black smoke, utterly speechless, reflecting upon the life of that hero, who traversed the vast realms and vanquished numerous immortal powers. How resplendent his grace was. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, he was nearly sent to meet the king of hell by his own 8-year-old son. The tremendous commotion roused many formidable members of the Lin clan. A graceful figure swiftly emerged, approaching Lin Yang. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her delicate hand gliding over him. "Xiaoyang, are you unharmed?" Upon confirming his well-being, Lu Rian finally exhaled in relief. After a while, she finally noticed Lin Tianyuan nearby, emitting black smoke. "Tianyuan, who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" Lin Tianyuan was speechless. His son was a biological connection, while his husband was merely an accident, wasn't he? Clearing his throat, he stated, "Let us discuss this at home." Lin Tianyuan gathered his energy and stood up, waving his hand to the onlookers from the clan. "Do you have nothing better to do? Why linger here?" "Haha, it's good to see you well, clan leader." The Lin clan members departed with a sense of disappointment. Within the opulent inner hall, Lin Tianyuan consumed a source fruit, restoring himself to normalcy. "Rian, have you placed a restriction on our son's ability to probe into his own strength? Your actions were rather severe, nearly leading to my demise." Lin Tianyuan sipped his tea, attempting to calm his startled heart. "Indeed." Lu Rian nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "I merely wish to keep others from discovering that our son has not engaged in cultivation." "What?" Lin Tianyuan spat out his tea, abruptly rising to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lu Rian. "He hasn't practiced?" "Indeed. Our son is still so young. How could you bear to subject him to the hardships of cultivation?" Lu Rian, hands on her hips, fixed Lin Tianyuan with a steely glare. "Xiaoyang possesses extraordinary talent. There is no rush for him to cultivate. Moreover, even if he chooses not to practice throughout his life, it matters not, for our Lin clan is more than capable of ensuring his well-being. All I desire is for my son to be happy. If he does not wish to pursue cultivation, then we shall simply use sacred herbs and celestial elixirs to elevate him to the status of an emperor or an immortal. As long as we can be together as a family, filled with joy, that is all that matters." "You, foolish, you are utterly indulging him." Lin Tianyuan slammed his palm on the table. "You dare to strike the table in defiance?" Lu Rian shot back, her eyes narrowing. "You've grown accustomed to wielding authority outside, yet you wish to reign like an emperor within our home?" Lin Tianyuan's expression stiffened. Setting aside his profound affection for Lu Rian and his willingness to submit to her authority, he felt the weight of her lineage. Lu Rian's background was far more formidable than that of the Lin clan. In the vast realms, who does not yearn to marry into an immortal power? It was universally acknowledged that Lu Rian's marriage into the Lin clan was a significant descent in status. "Are you truly going to spoil him like this?" Lin Tianyuan lamented. "Humph. He is the son of Lu Rian. Who else should I pamper if not him?" Lu Rian retorted defiantly. "I shall not stoop to your level." Lin Tianyuan, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of his fierce wife, sank into his seat, gulping down 3 cups of tea before he could catch his breath. "What about my precious daughter? How is she faring?" "Your darling daughter is just like you, a true fanatic of cultivation," Lu Rian replied, supporting her brow. "This is all you're doing. If it weren't for your obsession with cultivation, would our daughter have turned out this way?" The clouds of worry dissipated from Lin Tianyuan's face, replaced by a burgeoning smile, only to be abruptly halted. How could this possibly be blamed on him? Lu Rian's anger had lessened significantly, and she stated directly, "Now that you have returned, there are matters in the heavenly court that require my attention. During this time, you must take care of the child. I know you are a cultivation enthusiast, but if you dare to pressure our child into practicing, do not blame me for being harsh upon my return." I understand. Lin Tianyuan's eyes sparkled as he stood. "However, since we, as husband and wife, have been reunited after so long, Shall we not rush to part ways tonight? Humph, you scoundrel. Lu Ruyan shot him a captivating glance. Be sure to clean yourself up. I shall be waiting for you this evening. Absolutely. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed with immense joy, no longer mentioning the prospect of urging Lin Yang to cultivate. He embraced Lu Ruyan and cheerfully made his way to the bathing room. Lin Yang quietly turned away, bemused by the audacity of his formidable parents. Yet he relished the tranquility, strolling back to his own courtyard. Yep. As soon as the courtyard gate swung open, a terrifying pressure descended from above, powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Lin Yang, bemused, shook his head and casually extended his hand, effortlessly dissipating the onslaught. In the next moment, the girl found herself subdued, the formidable energy within her unable to escape even a trace. Unfair, utterly unfair. The fiery girl stomped her foot. Stinky brother, let me go. Lin Yang smiled slightly and, with a gentle push, sent the little girl tumbling to the ground, her face now covered in dirt. Could we perhaps find a different way to welcome me next time? He teased. Lin Jiyue, irked to the point of gritting her teeth, retorted, You old rascal. How on earth do you cultivate? I toil day in and day out, coupled with my innate talent, yet I've only reached the 9th level of the king realm. You, on the other hand, indulge in leisure, spending your days either sleeping or sneaking off to frolic. How can you so effortlessly overpower me? It's utterly unjust. So very unjust. As she spoke, mist welled up in Lin Jiyue's eyes, nearly bringing her to tears. Anyone would feel despair in the face of such a disparity, a profound sense of futility in their efforts. You do not comprehend. The essence of the Tao is to align with nature, to maintain a tranquil heart. And only then can one grasp the great way. Lin Yang began to fabricate. You're deceiving me. Lin Jiyue snapped, her teeth clenched. You simply refuse to reveal your secrets. A chill coursed through Lin Yang's heart. Could it be that his sister had sensed his? You must have mastered the art of cultivating in dreams. Lin Jiyue's gaze was piercing, as if she had seen through everything. Oh. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, breaking into a grin. Ah, right, you mischievous brother. Quickly share with me the secret method of practicing in dreams. Lin Jiyue clung to Lin Yang's arm, playfully pleading. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. Lin Yang readily accepted, handing Lin Jiyue a scroll of scripture. Why is my mischievous brother so quick to agree? Lin Jiyue questioned suspiciously. There must be a catch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully disseminating the laid-back sleep technique. The influence of the laid-back sect has expanded to 2 individuals. Reward, divine power, kingdom of Buddha in the palm. The system's notification echoed. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. He felt no particular desire to complete tasks. As he was already invincible, acquiring an additional skill held little significance for him. Moreover, the system seemed somewhat peculiar, at times. Neglecting tasks yielded rewards far greater than those for completion. Gazing at his delighted sister, Lin Yang chuckled silently to himself. The laid-back sleep technique was his own creation. Once initiated, it enforced 3 days and nights of slumber. Imagining his sister expressing endless gratitude after enjoying ample rest warmed Lin Yang's heart. Chapter 9. My child, I entreat you to cultivate, even for a mere second. Lin Tianyuan and Lu Ruoyan, having recently reunited, have been inseparable these past few days, leaving no time to attend to Lin Yang and his sister. It was only after Lu Ruoyan's departure that Lin Tianyuan finally found the opportunity to prepare a magnificent feast. As Lin Yang entered the dining hall, he instinctively sensed that today's meal was likely a trap. However, with his resolute spirit of indifference, he believed no one could sway him. Where is your sister? Lin Tianyuan inquired, puzzled. Her? She's probably still asleep, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Lin Tianyuan glanced at the sky, his expression turning peculiar. It was already noon, and she was still in slumber? Wasn't Lu Ruoyan saying her daughter was a fervent cultivator? Is this truly the case? All right, my son, please take a seat. This dragon's liver and phoenix's gall is a delicacy rarely found even in the vast realms. Do indulge, it is exquisite, is it not? Lin Tianyuan beamed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang sampled the dish, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tianyuan, sensing that this old rascal was up to no good, much like a weasel wishing a hen well. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan cleared his throat. Under Lu Ruoyan's imposing presence, he dared not coerce but instead sought to entice. 8 hours. If you cultivate for just 8 hours each day, I shall prepare this dragon's liver and phoenix's gall, along with a plethora of rare delicacies daily. Lin Tianyuan tempted. Children are easily swayed by treats. A little coaxing should suffice. Surely, this does not constitute forcing a child to cultivate? Lin Yang curled his lip, not interested. Poof. Lin Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was indeed the legendary dragon's liver and phoenix's gall. Even he, under ordinary circumstances, would hesitate to indulge in such delicacies, yet you dismiss it so nonchalantly? While the dragon's liver and phoenix's gall are commendable, they pale in comparison to the taste of the mythical Kunping meat I have savored, Lin Yang remarked. Lin Tianyuan's lips twitched. The Kunping? That was an ancestral celestial beast. Before the era of celestial demise, there were scarcely a few, and now they are utterly extinct. Even the ancient beings like the three-lives celestial emperor would not dare claim to have tasted Kunping meat. His son, however, had evidently not toiled much in his cultivation, yet his talent for boasting rivaled that of genuine immortals. 5 hours, just 5 hours a day will suffice. Lin Tianyuan believed this to be merely an excuse for Lin Yang's reluctance to practice, holding up 5 fingers. Oh dear, a couple of bites, and I'm already drowsy. I'm off to sleep. Lin Yang yawned lazily, turning to make his escape from the banquet of Hongmen. 2 hours, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed. His voice strained as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Off I go, Lin Yang said, his toes barely touching the ground as he stepped outside. Wait, 1 hour. Lin Tianyuan reached out, but Lin Yang had already vanished. He stood bewildered, staring at his own palm. Was that merely an illusion? It seemed as though the very fabric of time and space had severed between him and Lin Yang. They were so close, yet he could not grasp his son's form. Something felt amiss. Lin Tianyuan furrowed his brow. Congratulations, host, for resisting temptation and steadfastly embracing mediocrity. You are rewarded with the chaotic treasure, the book of life and death. Lin Yang hummed a cheerful tune as the system notification echoed in his mind. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Such a prestigious reward as the chaotic treasure was seldom bestowed, even by the generous system that encouraged a lackadaisical approach, highlighting its rarity. It appeared that there were considerable benefits to be gained from the living king of hell. He chuckled darkly. Father, for the sake of your son's grand ambitions, you must be prepared to make a few sacrifices. A benign smile graced Lin Yang's face. However, his mirth was short-lived. Under Lin Tianyuan's orders, the Lin clan had unexpectedly barred him from slipping out the door. The head of the family had issued a stern decree. Only upon your promise to practice for 2 hours daily shall you be permitted to leave the house. The guarding members of the Lin clan spoke with unwavering righteousness. Curse that living king of hell. Lin Yang scoffed. Observing from the shadows, Lin Tianyuan sneered. Humph. You think you can outmaneuver your father? You are still far too inexperienced. Thus, Lin Yang decided against venturing out. A restful slumber at home would suffice. He turned and made his way back to his residence. There are many ways to enjoy life, and provoking the living king of hell to the brink of fury is certainly one of them. Oh dear, Lin Tianyuan stumbled slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Humph, let's see how long you can endure this. Lin Tianyuan brimmed with confidence. Children are inherently playful. Surely, it wouldn't take long for them to relent. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Yang collapsed into slumber. What delightful dream would he encounter today? His dreams could be tailored to his whims, offering an unparalleled sense of freedom and an overwhelming sense of realism. Pleasure without end, never to grow tiresome. Unyielding in his curiosity, Lin Tianyuan stationed himself outside Lin Yang's room, anxiously awaiting his emergence. Day turned to night, night to day. 3 days and nights passed, until, at last, his eyes grew bloodshot from the vigil. Yet Lin Yang remained elusive. Are today's children truly this patient? He rubbed his chin, contemplating how to outsmart his precious son. A well-thought-out plan was imperative. Oh, the joy awaits. Just as Lin Yang was poised to gather his final ear maiden to construct his grand assembly of ethereal beauties, a piercing scream shattered his reverie. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met by Lin Jiuyu, her fierce demeanor lunging at him, her tiny fangs firmly biting into his shoulder. What are you doing? Lin Yang exclaimed, swiftly pinning Lin Jiuyu onto the bed. You deceitful brother. What malevolent technique have you bestowed upon me? Lin Jiuyu struggled vehemently. After practicing it, I slumbered for 3 days and nights. You owe me that precious time for cultivation. I was already weaker than you, and you resort to such vile tactics to hinder my training. I despise you. I loathe you. With a resounding slap, Lin Yang struck Lin Jiuyu's posterior, urging her. Experience the realm of cultivation for yourself, and do not wrong the innocent. Lin Jiuyu's mind raced, and she suddenly realized that the constraints of her 9th level in the King realm were loosening. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Astonished, she gazed at Lin Yang. You weren't playing tricks on me, were you? Is the sleep's secret art truly an unparalleled divine skill? When have I ever led you astray? Lin Yang replied, a mischievous grin adorning his face, revealing the quintessential Dragon King's smile. Boom. With a focused effort, Lin Jiuyu attuned herself to her inner thoughts, diligently pursuing her cultivation, and her realm erupted forth, ascending to the status of a venerable. Cultivation is divided into 4 stages. The first stage encompasses postnatal, innate, spiritual transformation, and Qi Si. The second stage includes Tao Palace, Dragon Transformation, Divine Aperture, and King. The third stage consists of Venerable, Heavenly King, Human Sovereign, Celestial Monarch, and Celestial Venerable. The final stage is comprised of Sage, Sage King, Great Sage, Sage Venerable, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. Each major realm contains 9 minor levels. In truth, you were merely too tense mentally. Now that you have relaxed, advancement comes naturally. Lin Yang smiled gently, imparting wisdom. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Sometimes, a detour is the most direct path. Enjoying life is also a form of cultivation. Lazily practicing is a valid attitude. Hear the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not fully comprehend, it all seemed profoundly reasonable. Chapter 10. My dear brother, you hide so deeply by the way. Have you seen father since his return? Lin Yang casually inquired. When did father come back? Lin Jiuyu had been asleep for 3 days and was utterly unaware of this matter. The bond of family was what she cherished most, and it was for the sake of preserving that bond that she diligently pursued her cultivation. Now that Lin Tianyuan had returned, she naturally wished to see him. Where's father? Lin Jiuyu scratched her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. He is squatting in the bushes. Lin Yang pointed towards the nearby thicket. Cough, cough. The awkward Lin Tianyuan emerged from the underbrush, clearing his throat with a sense of righteous indignation. While inwardly he mused, this little rascal can actually see through my concealment technique. Truly peculiar. Hey, father, why are you squatting in the bushes? Do you not enjoy walking? Lin Jiuyu asked with genuine concern. Do not dwell on such trivial details. Lin Tianyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly shifted the topic. Jing, your mother tells me that you have been practicing diligently. I am greatly comforted by this, and I have specially chosen this Fengwu sword as a gift for you. Do you like it? He presented an imperial weapon to Lin Jiuyu. What a beautiful sword. Far more exquisite than the tasteless, ugly sword my odious brother gave me. Lin Jiuyu was captivated by it. Has your brother given you a sword? Lin Tianyuan asked, somewhat astonished. Wasn't it said that his son had little interest in cultivation? How could he be intrigued by a sword? He felt an increasing sense of suspicion. Lin Jiuyu drew the broken sword from her waist and exclaimed, this is it. That stingy old brother actually gifted me a broken sword. Haraha. Lin Tianyuan shook his head in amusement. But before he could fully express his laughter, his expression transformed into one of shock as he exclaimed, this is the sword of the 3 generations of immortals. He scrutinized the broken sword in his hand and suddenly turned to Lin Yang, saying, my little ancestor. This is the fated weapon of the 3 generations of immortal emperors. I have searched the vastness of the world and found nothing. How did you come by it? I found it in the back mountain, Lin Yang replied, lying without a flicker of his eyelashes. It seemed quite sharp, so I thought I would give it to Jiuyu as a birthday gift. I assumed she would find it ugly and toss it aside, but it seems she has kept it close. Found in the back mountain. Lin Tianyuan felt a wave of despair. What kind of unbelievable luck was this? But then, a thought struck him, and he began to feel a pang in his heart. His son not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also had luck that defied the heavens. If only he could apply himself in cultivation, he could effortlessly ascend to immortality. Couldn't he? The more he pondered, the more pain he felt, and Lin Tianyuan instinctively clutched his chest. Father, what's wrong? Lin Jiuyu's small face turned anxious. It's nothing. Lin Tianyuan took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their sharpness. He spoke solemnly. Once the news of the sword of the 3 generations of immortals emerges, it will undoubtedly stir the 3,000 realms. Its allure will far surpass that of a shattered imperial corpse, inciting terrifying upheaval. We must keep this secret safe. These days, I can no longer manage you all. I must confer with our ancestors from the ancestral land regarding this matter. Lin Yong felt a surge of joy within. Does this imply he has the opportunity to slip out of the house? Do not indulge in wishful thinking. Lin Tianyuan discerned Lin Yang's inner thoughts. Unless you can meet my demands, you shall not leave the Lin family. What demands? Lin Yong inquired repeatedly. You must defeat the guardian of the purple bamboo forest secret realm. Lin Tianyuan's tone was grave. The purple bamboo forest is a superlative secret realm specifically designed to hone the prodigies of the Lin clan. Throughout countless ages, even the strongest prodigies of the Lin clan have only succeeded in breaching its challenges upon reaching their 50s. Moreover, the guardian of the purple bamboo forest, as mentioned by Lin Tianyuan, is a formidable puppet at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Even if Lin Yong possessed terrifying talent, it would be utterly impossible for him to succeed before the age of 18. Oh, the purple bamboo forest secret realm? Where is it? Point me in the right direction. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. Entering the purple bamboo forest requires a strength of at least the king level you have yet to cultivate, and thus you cannot even cross the threshold. Lin Tianyuan grinned, feeling he had finally grasped Lin Yong. Lin Yong was rendered speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? The requirements are so low. The threshold is merely at the king realm, and the guardian is at most a saint, right? Father truly underestimates me. Now you understand the disparity, do you? Learn from your sister. She has already reached the status of a revered one and only needs to ascend one more level to enter the trials of the purple bamboo forest. Lin Tianyuan imparted earnestly. Lin Jiyue, listening nearby, felt her cheeks flush. She was acutely aware of Lin Yang's terrifying prowess. Though he claimed to have no training, he could easily torment her with just a mere finger. A mere minor king? It was likely that her elder brother could subdue him with a single hand. Oh, is that so? Lin Yong remarked, brandishing his sword in the direction indicated by Lin Tianyuan. A look of satisfaction crossed Lin Tianyuan's face. It seemed his son had finally ignited a spark of determination. Understanding the gap is a good start. I shall visit the ancestral grounds first. When I return, I will personally guide you in your cultivation. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared toward the depths of the ancestral land. Lin Yong shrugged indifferently. He had always been reluctant to elaborate on matters. After clapping his hands, he turned and headed toward the gate of the Lin clan. Where are you going? You troublesome elder brother? Lin Jiyue inquired. Out for some leisure, Lin Yong replied with a slight smile. The mortal realm is the true essence of enjoying life. Do you understand the allure of music and entertainment? Never mind, you are still too young for such pursuits. Once you have grown up, I shall take you along for some fun. Why do you speak so like an old man? We were born on the same day. Lin Jiyue pouted. Her cherubic cheeks puffed in indignation. Moreover, didn't father decree that you are not allowed to go out? The guards are all saints. You cannot possibly slip past them. Haha. With a meaningful smile, Lin Yong remarked. Oh, the sage is indeed formidable. Let us see how stubborn you can be. Lin Jiyue hastened to follow, having never witnessed her older brother in a predicament before. Today, she was finally going to relish the moment. At the entrance of the Lin clan, the gatekeeper at the 9th realm of sagehood saw Lin Yong and let out a wry smile, about to offer a word of caution. However, Lin Yong instantly melded into the void, stepping forth and appearing like a specter outside the Lin clan's gates. The protective formation of the clan posed no hindrance. The two sage guardians were rendered utterly ineffective. The two sages stood frozen, their heads turning stiffly to behold Lin Yong, who waved at them with a smile, sending waves of shock through their hearts. What on earth was happening? Was this an illusion? No. They quickly realized that Lin Yong had clearly executed the void teleportation, a technique so difficult that even sages could not easily perform it. Yet the young clan heir had mastered it to perfection. They were engulfed in sheer horror, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The young clan heir, who had never engaged in cultivation, could manage the void teleportation? And he was only 8 years old. Lin Jiyue stared in disbelief at this scene, her eyes reflecting an array of emotions: astonishment, sudden realization, confusion, envy, and jealousy. My dear brother, you've concealed your prowess so deeply. How could you deceive your sister? It's truly painful. Chapter 11. Is my son really that strong? The heartless Empress. I want to go out too. Lin Jiyue exclaimed repeatedly. What? The two Lin clan saints broke into a cold sweat. Their failure to keep an eye on the young clan leader was already a dereliction of duty. However, It seemed that the clan leader had not issued any orders to confine the young princess. While they were entangled in their thoughts, Lin Jiyue had already transformed into a ball of flames and charged out of the Lin clan's gates. What now? What else could they do? They must quickly report to the clan leader for a decision. Before the ancestral land, Lin Tianyuan had just landed when he was intercepted. What did you say? My son has breached the saint's defenses and stepped out of the Lin clan? Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. Wasn't it said that his son had not practiced? What was happening? Jiyue went out too? This is absurd. Listening to the report, Lin Tianyuan felt utterly exhausted. Report to the clan leader, something terrible has happened. Just as Lin Tianyuan was grappling with his distress, another figure rushed in, their expression frantic and demeanor urgent. What now? Lin Tianyuan, now numb to the chaos, inquired directly. The purple bamboo forest secret realm has been destroyed by a beam of celestial sword light. The entire secret realm has collapsed, and all the guardian puppets have shattered. The Lin clan experts relayed in rapid succession. What? The purple bamboo forest secret realm has been destroyed. What about the Lin clan geniuses undergoing trials inside? Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened in alarm as he urgently questioned. The radiant sword light appeared to possess a consciousness, inflicting no harm upon sentient beings. Neither I, a prodigy of the Lin clan, nor the trial beasts suffered any injury. A master of the Lin clan took a deep breath and remarked, and therein lies the most terrifying aspect. The strength of the assailant must be incomprehensibly formidable. Perhaps an unparalleled entity has set its sights upon our Lin clan. Lin Tianyuan's countenance became exceedingly grave as his thoughts raced. Suddenly, he recalled that before arriving at the ancestral land, Lin Yang had extended 2 fingers and traced a line through the void. Could it be? The more he pondered, the more chilling his realization became, as a tempest of dread surged within him. Immediately commenced the reconstruction of the purple bamboo forest. You need not concern yourself further with this matter. Just ensure the news is contained, and we shall discuss it upon my return from the ancestral land. What about the young clan leader and the young princess? Inquired the guardian sage of the Lin clan repeatedly. Do not worry about them for now. We shall address it upon my return. Lin Tianyuan soared into the ancestral land, leaving several bewildered sages of the Lin clan in his wake. In the mortal realm, the architect of the destruction of the purple bamboo forest, Lin Yang, strolled through the bustling and vibrant streets, savoring a candied hawthorn stick. He paused to observe street performers and to listen to the comedic acts on stage. The purple bamboo forest should have been obliterated by now, surely. His father would be laughing uncontrollably upon learning of it. He had never intended to conceal his prowess. Since Lin Tianyuan had set the standard for him, he decided to exceed it, ensuring he would not be hindered from enjoying life. The strength revealed this time should suffice to silence the incessant chatter of the living Yama. Lin Yang murmured. Conquering the purple bamboo forest merely attests to his capabilities at the pinnacle of saintly power. However, the true level he yearns to showcase is his ability to control his sword energy without causing harm. What's all this commotion up ahead? Lin Yang squeezed into the crowd and turned to the nearby blacksmith. Good sir, why is it so lively here? The blacksmith cast a glance at Lin Yang, disdain evident in his tone. This is a matter for adults. Children should refrain from prying. Lin Yang casually tossed a couple of silver coins. Instantly, the blacksmith's demeanor shifted to one of respect, a fawning smile spreading across his face. It turns out we have a young master here. Nonetheless, this matter truly isn't suitable for children. The grand selection event for the Flower Queen of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, held every 3 years, is about to commence. And this is merely the prelude. At that time, the top courtesans from the dynasty's 10 major establishments will compete for the title of the Northern Wilderness Foremost Flower Queen. Oh, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How captivating. The Flower Queen, of course, is the most beautiful and popular courtesan in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty. He had long been enamored by such grand events. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Now that I am 8 years old, rounding up, I am considered an adult. Why shouldn't I be able to enter the courtesan houses? Lin Yang grinned widely. The blacksmith looked at him oddly, internally lamenting, the offspring of a wealthy family, so young yet already adept in worldly affairs? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you, Lin Yang concluded. After admiring the street performance of the dancers, who were there to solicit votes, Lin Yang turned and headed towards the Northern Wilderness Imperial City. As he reached a corner, he paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Several burly men were encircling a maiden with braided pigtails, their faces etched with sinister grins. "Little girl," one of them leered, "you possess remarkable beauty. Why would you consider joining a sect to practice martial arts? It would be far better for you to join our Jade Flute Pavilion and become a courtesan of the highest caliber. We guarantee to make you the most celebrated beauty within 3 years. What do you say? So, you are all deceivers," the braided girl retorted, her eyes trembling with indignation. From beyond the corner, Lin Yong observed the scene, instantly recognizing her as the shy maiden with pigtails he had encountered at the tavern a few days prior. To meet again, what a twist of fate, Lin Yong mused, shaking his head. Upon their initial encounter, the system had issued a task to accept the braided girl as his disciple. However, his nature was one of indolence, and he had no desire to teach a disciple. Upon declining, he received a critical reward for his idleness from the system. Yet, now that they had crossed paths for the second time, could it be destiny at play? He glanced at the maiden's attribute panel. Name, by Yue identity. Princess of the Apocalypse Dynasty, present life. The Heartless Empress, previous life. Talent, immortal grade status. A shattered homeland. A childhood of exile, and a solitary existence adrift in the world. She has lost the memories of her past life, and is unaware of her present identity. Faced with such a pitiable and vulnerable maiden, shouldn't I consider taking her in as a disciple? Due to complications in her cultivation, the female emperor was compelled to reincarnate and start anew, resulting in a blank slate of memories. Lin Yong had previously neglected to examine Bai Yue's profile, but now he discovered the true identity of the young girl. Her background evoked thoughts of his sister, Jiu Yu, stirring emotions deep within him. Around the corner, the girl's gaze was resolute. "I have no intention of joining any indecent establishment. Step aside, or I shall not hold back." She bared her small, sharp teeth, which evidently lacked any real intimidation. The group of ruffians burst into laughter at the sight. "Huh, let us see how you plan to confront us." In a swift move, Bai Yue seized the opportunity and delivered a well-aimed kick to the groin of the man before her. Secret technique. The chicken flies, eggs break kick. Ouch! The burly man collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes in agony. Bai Yue had honed this technique since childhood, executing it with precision and effectiveness. Even those with some martial prowess would find themselves felled by her sudden assault, thinking of escaping. Unfortunately, this time her adversaries were far too numerous, and Bai Yue found her path obstructed. Did they not feel it was excessive to bully a young girl? A cold voice emerged from behind. The ruffians turned around, only to find nothing amiss. Good heavens! They were taken aback. After scanning their surroundings, they finally glanced down to discover a small child standing before them. A charming and adorable boy, perhaps around 7 or 8 years of age, held a candied hawthorn stick and regarded them with a look of utter disdain. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. The elder, filled with fury, was inexplicably drenched in cold sweat, terrified by a mere child. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy, and his murderous intent materialized, reducing the burly man to a mist of crimson. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. With just a glance, the boy shattered the man's composure. What manner of creature is this child? The two elders trembled, their legs weakening, nearly paralyzed with fear, as they shouted with false bravado, in broad daylight, with the law watching, "How dare you commit murder? I shall take the life of whomever I choose and act as I please," Lin Yong replied coldly, casting a disinterested glance at the pair. "Who are you to dictate my actions?" Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, sending both elders reeling backward. In the next instant, they transformed into mere splashes of crimson against the white wall, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 12. The Northern Wilderness Prince, Su Fengyan. The origins of Bai Yue? So formidable. Is this what cultivation truly entails? The girl with the horn braid covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yong. She vaguely recalled, from her early childhood, the presence of such powerful beings surrounding her. Alas, a calamity at the tender age of 3 forced her to depart from that hazy palace, leading her on a path of wandering and hardship ever since. "Oh, you are a celestial brother?" Bai Yue evidently recognized Lin Yong, her large eyes shimmering with disbelief. She had thought she would never again encounter Lin Yong in this lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, he reappeared in a dreamlike manner. "You are safe now," Lin Yong said with a smile. "Given our serendipitous connection, I shall lend a hand." He always approached matters according to his whims, believing that true enjoyment of life lay in doing as one pleases. Glup! Bai Yue swallowed nervously, gazing at Lin Yong. My name is Bai Yue, and I am 13 years old. Celestial brother, can you teach me the ways of cultivation? I will assist you with menial tasks as tuition. Oh, by the way, I possess a unique talent. I do not require food. I am quite easy to sustain. If I can successfully cultivate, I could serve as your protector, and you would no longer need to personally engage in battles. She was a gifted spirit, possessing discerning eyes that could differentiate between good and evil, along with an innate awareness that enabled her to evade misfortune and attract good fortune. She felt an unprecedented allure emanating from Lin Yang, compelling her to draw closer. Lin Yang gazed into Bai Yue's pure and luminous eyes and nodded. Very well. But from now on, you must address me as Master. Master. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple acceptance task, unlocking the ability for 10,000-fold return. As the disciple's strength increases, the host will receive a 10,000-fold return in cultivation time. For instance, if the disciple accumulates the power of a typical genius after 1 year of training, the host will gain the power equivalent to that accumulated by a typical genius over 10,000 years. A dual benefit? Such a mechanism exists? Lin Yang was somewhat astonished. He had previously declined to accept a disciple and had already received a lazy crit reward, yet by accepting a disciple again, he unlocked the standard task reward. This was exceedingly gratifying. He chuckled to himself. Strange events occur every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. An 8-year-old child dares to follow in others' footsteps and take on a disciple? A sinister laughter echoed around him. At some point, the rafters above were filled with martial artists from the realm. Regardless of their backgrounds, those who dared to disrupt the plans of the young master were courting death. The leader, a man with a dark mask, waved a feather fan, his smile enigmatic. Lin Yang barely glanced at these individuals, taking Bai Yue by the hand as he moved towards the exit. Since you die, a thunderous shout resonated, akin to divine wrath. As Lin Yang's footsteps fell, the martial artists surrounding the courtyard erupted into a mist of blood, offering no resistance whatsoever. How tiresome. Lin Yang cleared his ears and stepped out of the narrow alley. Master, your prowess is formidable, Bai Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Even during her time in the royal palace, she had never witnessed such a fierce and terrifying display of lethal skill. It's nothing much, Lin Yang replied with a casual grin, seemingly unconcerned. Taking down a few insignificant individuals from the underworld hardly requires effort. It would be a loss if I had to lift a finger. What shall we do next, Master? Bai Yue inquired eagerly. We are heading to the imperial capital for the courtesan festival, Lin Yang responded with anticipation. The courtesan festival? What is that? Are there delicious foods? Bai Yue blinked. Her curiosity piqued. Although she possessed a natural spiritual body that rendered her immune to hunger, she still yearned for culinary delights. You'll find out when we arrive, Lin Yang said, casually tossing a volume of the Tao Sutra to Bai Yue. This is the most exquisite introductory text for cultivation in the 3,000 realms. Study it closely. As soon as Bai Yue opened the Tao Sutra, a flash of enlightenment illuminated her mind, allowing her spiritual body to instinctively absorb the innate energy as if by nature's design. The energy swirled upward, and the girl's cultivation transcended the acquired realm, stepping into the innate. First level of innate, 7th level of innate, reaching the pinnacle of innate, transforming into the first level of spiritual transformation. Merely by glancing at the Tao Sutra, she broke through 3 realms and became a practitioner of the first level of spiritual transformation. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, impressed. This is the caliber of a reincarnated empress. Her innate talent rivals that of my sister, Lin Yue. A powerful sensation enveloped Bai Yue as she sensed the transformations within her body. With a mere wave of her hand, spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting into a formidable dragon, exuding an air of dominance. Having reached the first stage of spirit transformation, she could undoubtedly be regarded as a master within the martial realm of the Northern Desolation dynasty. Lin Yang remarked on her progress and subsequently assisted Bai Yue in stabilizing her cultivation. As her mentor, it was only natural for him to lay a solid foundation for her training. Concurrently, he felt an influx of energy within him, a return from his role as a teacher. While ordinary geniuses required 50 years to attain the first stage of spirit transformation, he had instantaneously acquired the equivalent of 500,000 years of cultivation prowess. Not bad, eh? Lin Yang nodded, considering that for his current level. The cultivation of an ordinary genius over 500,000 years was hardly noteworthy. So comfortable. Bai Yue relished the warm sensation of Lin Yang's hand resting on her lower abdomen. Your foundation is solidified. It is time for us to embark on our journey to the capital. Lin Yang hired a carriage, intent on savoring the pleasures of the human realm. As they approached the city gates, they were suddenly encircled by the city guards, their presence reminiscent of a dark tide, radiating an air of menace. The coachman, upon witnessing this scene, was struck with fear. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" "Silence," barked several commanding officers, their expressions etched with severity. "The Lord Mayor has arrived." The city guards parted, and a grand palanquin descended, from which emerged a formidable man. All present bowed deeply in his presence. This imposing figure exuded an extraordinary aura, with a fierce and resolute demeanor that spoke of a veteran forged in the crucible of battle. Upon seeing Lin Yang, the man's expression momentarily faltered, for he had expected to encounter a mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying the elite warriors of the heir apparent, not merely a child. Lin Yang's countenance remained indifferent. "Is there something you require?" Such audacity, daring to address the city lord in such a manner. The two generals bellowed. Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at them. In an instant, two crimson mists erupted, sending the soldiers into disarray, their ranks shattered by fear. To possess the ability to slay a transcendent warrior with merely a glance. "Who might you be, young master?" The formidable man regarded Lin Yang with a tone laden with trepidation. "You are not worthy of that knowledge. Step aside if you wish to avoid death." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. "Huh, you may depart, young master, but the girl must remain. She has been specifically summoned by the heir." The imposing man pointed at Bai Yue, asserting, "No matter your stature, in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, you cannot. Enough with your prattle, begone." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. A terrifying tempest surged forth, sweeping the armored soldiers before him into the sky, scattering them like leaves, only for them to crash to the ground, reduced to a gruesome pulp. With a single thought, the heavens themselves shifted. You are of the Dao Palace realm?" The beleaguered city lord could scarcely believe his eyes. Throughout the annals of history, there has never been a tale of a mere 7- or 8-year-old attaining the realm of Dao Palace. Even the renowned sword god of the north, Shun Sangxing, has only reached the spirit transformation stage at this juncture, does he not? This matter is undoubtedly shrouded in complexity. I comprehend now. This is a grand conspiracy aimed at the young master and, indeed, the entire North Wilderness Dynasty. The city lord suddenly realized, and his gaze hardened with resolve. You may as well abandon this endeavor. You shall glean no intelligence from me. I shall never betray the young master." Lin Yang was rendered speechless. How could this city lord be such a figment of imagination? He found no inclination to inquire further. With a swift motion, he extracted the city lord's soul, dissected it, and commenced his soul-searching. After acquiring all the necessary intelligence, he crushed the city lord's soul, reducing it to ashes. So it is. The young master of the North Wilderness, Su Fengnian? Intriguing. Lin Yang let out a cold chuckle. The North Wilderness Dynasty had remained obscure until Su Shao usurped the throne, establishing the formidable snow dragon cavalry of 1,000,000 troops, which heralded its true strength. He ruthlessly invaded neighboring realms, employing iron-fisted tactics to obliterate nations, annihilate foundations, and seize the royal families of others, forging the North Wilderness Dynasty's formidable reputation through blood and fire. The Tianqi Dynasty, where Bai Yue resides, was annihilated by Su Shao. Moreover, Su Zhao's son, Su Fengnian, is not only notoriously lecherous but harbors exceedingly perverse proclivities. He has a penchant for collecting the destitute princesses of fallen nations, training them to become his slaves. Thus, he has spent these years in search of Bai Yue's whereabouts. Today, I encountered a formidable figure from the martial world, sent by Su Fengnian to apprehend Bai Yue. Not even a 13-year-old girl was spared. It is utterly barbaric. Lin Yang shook his head, disdain evident in his expression. He then turned to Bai Yue and asked, "Do you wish to uncover the truth of your origins?" "My origins?" Bai Yue exclaimed, incredulous. "Master, do you know?" She had always been isolated and alone, devoid of any memories of kinship. A deep yearning to understand her lineage stirred within her. Why did others possess parents while she did not? Had her parents abandoned her out of poverty? Yet, she had never required sustenance. Lin Yang regarded the resolute girl with her twisted braids and placed a hand gently atop her head. "The truth is harsh. You must brace yourself mentally." "Yes." Bai Yue nodded firmly. I am strong. Chapter 13. Vengeance in my own hands. The courtesan competition? Tick, tick. Memories surged within her mind. The burning palace, the tragic demise of her parents, the royal family trampled beneath iron steeds. In a desperate bid to protect her, the maid and the elder met their cruel fates. Two streams of clear tears unconsciously flowed down Bai Yue's cheeks. Lin Yong lowered his hand, silently observing the weeping maiden. How sorrowful, how tragic, Bai Yue whispered. She had wandered the mortal realm, enduring ridicule and abuse without sorrow. Homeless and exposed to the elements, she had felt no grief. Yet now, her heart was overwhelmed by these two emotions. Do you wish for revenge? Lin Yang's gaze drifted towards the northern wilderness imperial city. Yes, Bai Yue replied without hesitation. Very well, Lin Yang nodded. Then I shall eradicate the northern wilderness dynasty. No. Bai Yue shook her head. Are you worried that this would lead to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. One cannot survive long in a fantastical world with a heart of mercy. One must strike with thunderous force, leaving no root to sprout anew. No. I desire to take revenge myself, to sever the heads of every enemy. She lamented, a hint of self-reproach in her tone. Lin Yang smiled. Your talent is exceptional. If you wish for vengeance, a year is more than sufficient. Really? Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Of course. It may not even take a year. Lin Yang smiled broadly. He was inherently lazy. Had Bai Yue not mentioned her desire for vengeance, he would have effortlessly obliterated the northern wilderness imperial palace from existence with a mere flick of his sword. However, since Bai Yue yearned for personal retribution, he was more than content to remain idle, quietly observing from behind the scenes as his disciple grew stronger and sought revenge. Merely contemplating it was quite entertaining. Lin Yang eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Turning his gaze to the kneeling coachman on the ground, he inquired, What are you dawdling for? Drive the carriage. The coachman scrambled to his feet, trembling uncontrollably. What sins had he committed to encounter this formidable demon? The invincible city guard was vanquished in an instant, and the terrifying city lord was swiftly dispatched. Yet, that was not the end of it. The demon even muttered about annihilating the northern wilderness dynasty. His tone as casual as if he were heading to the market for groceries. It seemed that his fate was sealed. With a vacant mind, the coachman numbly drove the carriage, muttering incessantly under his breath. Clop, clop, clop. The splendid azure-scaled carriage sped along the official road with astonishing swiftness, capable of traversing 8,000 miles in a day. After annexing numerous nations, the Northern Wilderness Dynasty now boasted a territory spanning 100,000 miles, larger than the surface area of Blue Star. Without the profession of official road coachman, many commoners would spend their entire lives without ever crossing the borders. Though not quite as efficient as high-speed rail, it was nearly equivalent. As Lin Yang traversed the landscape, he occasionally guided Bai Yue in her cultivation. Wherever they encountered renowned taverns and tea houses, they would disembark to savor exquisite teas and wines, relishing the experience. The Qingtong carriage, akin to the luxurious RVs of the Blue Star, offered ample space and a smooth ride, making movement within feel as effortless as walking on solid ground. Oh, the vibrancy of the mortal realm. Being confined within the Lin clan was indeed tiresome. Lin Yang reclined on a gilded silk bed, indulging in a foot bath while savoring the dried yuemi plums that Bai Yue fed him, a picture of utter contentment. Bai Yue's demonstrated aptitude for cultivation was nothing short of astonishing, surpassing even his sister, Jiu. In a mere 3 days, she achieved the pinnacle of spirit transformation and advanced to the Qi-Si realm, earning her a place among the elite in the northern wilderness martial world. Of course, such progress was not solely her own doing. Lin Yang's generous provisions played a crucial role. The treasures bestowed by the system were bountiful, and he saw no reason not to utilize them. The resources dedicated to fostering Bai Yue's growth would make even the immortal clans green with envy, lamenting the squandering of such riches. Have you broken through to the Qi-Si realm? Excellent. Lin Yang tossed a bottle of sea-shaping elixir to Bai Yue, a potion capable of enhancing her Qi-Si strength without any adverse effects. The mere release of a single vial could incite bloodshed across the northern wilderness. Thank you, master. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she consumed the elixir. In just 1 hour, she ascended to the complete Qi-Si realm, and Lin Yang once again experienced a substantial return of his own martial power. Celestial beings, immortals. We have arrived. The carriage came to a halt, and the coachman, Ma San cautiously lifted the curtain. Lin Yong stepped out of the carriage, gazing at the majestic imperial capital before him, stretching his limbs in a leisurely manner. As the heart of the Northern Wilderness dynasty, the capital boasted a population of tens of millions, sprawling expansively, bustling with thriving industries. Even at the city gates, the atmosphere was remarkably vibrant. "You've worked hard these past few days," Lin Yang remarked, patting Ma San's shoulder as he tossed him the fare. "Ah." Observing Lin Yang's retreating figure, Ma San felt as if he had been reborn. The mental strain of the past few days had been overwhelming. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Upon introspection, he discovered that his cultivation had astonishingly ascended from the fourth layer of acquired realm to the innate realm. It is a celestial being. He recalled the gentle pat Lin Yang had given him before departing. He knelt in the direction Lin Yang had gone, bowing deeply in gratitude, his body trembling, tears of appreciation brimming in his eyes. Choosing to be a coachman was often a matter of necessity, a choice made under duress. In this perilous, fantastical world, a mere insect at the acquired realm faced grave dangers daily. A chance encounter with a few bandits could easily spell his demise, living perpetually under the shadow of imminent death. Now, having stepped into the innate realm, his destiny had been irrevocably transformed. At the very least, he had now earned the right to open a martial arts school in the provincial capital. From this moment forth, his status, income, and security will be worlds apart from that of a mere stable hand. Such is the nature of immortals. Their every action has the power to alter the fate of mortals for a lifetime. Ma San is filled with boundless yearning. Yet, he is acutely aware of his limitations. Even with diligent training until his last breath, he harbors no hope of achieving innate prowess. To step into the realm of the innate, that is a feat only the most extraordinary geniuses from nearby villages could aspire to. He had never dared to dream that a day such as this could arrive for him. Ma San, once I establish my martial arts school, I shall immortalize the visage of the immortal in a statue, worshipping it day and night, offering incense for generations to come. Ma San vows grandly. At the same moment, the capital is alive with the resounding clangor of gongs, bustling with fervor. Atop the Yushao Tower, Su Fengyan and several sycophants indulge in revelry. Accompanying them are the scions of prominent families, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. This is none other than the current heir, the future crown prince, the next emperor of the Northern Wilderness. What family, no matter how illustrious, would not seek to curry favor, should this esteemed gentleman feel even the slightest displeasure? Annihilation of one's entire clan would be the most favorable outcome. In this year's contest for the most beautiful courtesan, who do you think stands the best chance? A rotund young man inquires, swaying his corpulent frame. The finals of the courtesan competition are taking place right beneath Yushao Tower, making this the prime vantage point. Is there even a need for discussion on who holds the greatest potential? Whoever the young master casts his vote for shall surely become the courtesan. Wouldn't you all agree? The lean monkey snickers cunningly. Indeed, the young master's words are as binding as a solemn oath. Whatever he decrees shall be. The multitude of votes from the common folk pales in comparison to the utterance of the young master. It is truly laughable how those individuals are so easily manipulated by the young master, spending their money on votes without realizing that in the end, their coins merely enrich his coffers. How amusing. The idle rich sing praises of him. The triennial contest for the title of the courtesan is orchestrated by none other than Su Fengyan. Initially, he merely used this as a pretext to select his harem. However, he later unearthed a darker inclination, transforming the fallen princesses into courtesans. In humiliating his foes, he simultaneously crafted a sensational spectacle, causing the courtesan contest to skyrocket in popularity, enticing countless individuals to purchase tickets and vote. This endeavor yielded immense profits for Su Fengyan. Not only could he amass wealth, but he could also degrade those exiled princesses. What a stroke of genius. The young master's ideas are nothing short of extraordinary. His sycophants rave about him in fervent admiration. Su Fengyan is quite pleased. For to reduce once mighty princesses to the status of the most despised of women, elevating them to the role of courtesans for all to see as mere harlots, is simply exhilarating. My favorite pastime is to relish their expressions of impotent rage, the desire to strike back yet being unable to do so, leaving them to simmer in silence. Just the thought ignites a desire to torment them. Ha ha ha. Su Fengyan downed his cup of wine in one swift motion. By the way, have you brought back the princess of Tianqi by Yue? Let me think. She must be 13 years old this year, correct? Alas, A 13-year-old courtesan surely possesses a captivating allure, promising considerable profit. Yet, for Su Fengyan, the pursuit of wealth is not the primary objective. Rather, it is the humiliation of princesses and the mockery of the populace that truly brings him delight. What? The expressions of several henchmen shifted dramatically, caught in a quandary. What is this? Have they failed in their task? Su Fengyan's slanted eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of perilous and chilling intent. Chapter 14. A Swift Kill. Spare me, my lord. Truly, unforeseen circumstances have arisen. The emaciated monkey knelt on the ground, bowing in contrition. A mysterious and formidable figure accompanied by Yue, and annihilated all our men. What of Lu Haishi? Did he not attempt to intervene? Su Fengyan inquired coldly. Lu Chengzhu has perished, along with the 800 elite guards of Haishi City, all laid to rest before the city gates. The thin monkey trembled as he spoke, delivering his words in rapid succession. It is speculated that this mysterious powerhouse is at least of Dao Palace realm. Oh, Su Fengyan stroked the purple marten nestled against him, a sardonic smile curling his lips. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Such a remarkable individual shall not be tolerated in my northern wilderness dynasty. Indeed, my spies have already ascertained their whereabouts. The emaciated monkey lifted his head, eager for recognition. Where have they fled? Su Fengyan queried dismissively. No need to inform me. Simply dispatch a few of the top 10 masters from the realm to crush him. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Fengyan's eyes. My lord, they have come to the capital. The thin monkey lowered his head, unable to fathom the intelligence he had received. What audacity! Mere rebels, after defying my lord, do not hasten to the ends of the earth, yet dare to enter the imperial city? They truly disregard my authority. Several young scions from prominent families seethed with indignation. It is merely a display of cunning, believing that the most perilous place is the safest. Little did they know. Having provoked Su Fengyan, every corner of the world became the most perilous place. Su Fengyan gazed indifferently at the gaunt monkey, a grin spreading across his face. If I do not see another's head before sunset, you shall offer your own. Why, yes. The gaunt monkey fled from the Yuxiao Tower in a panic. Damn it! Summon all the skilled masters of the martial world. The gaunt monkey whistled loudly. Who is the target of such a grand mobilization? Several figures appeared, all astonished. They were the leaders of various assassin organizations, all of whom bowed to the gaunt monkey's authority. Those marked for death by the young master must be eliminated. If I do not see the head of my target before sunset, you shall all meet your doom. The gaunt monkey bellowed. Why, yes. Fear surged within the hearts of the figures. Although they were formidable figures in the martial world, they paled in comparison to the power wielded in the imperial court. It is said that the martial sects are powerful, yet the court remains the supreme authority in the realm, under the sweep of 1,000,000 snow dragon cavalry. No matter how ancient your legacy or esteemed your power, it would all crumble to dust in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Who would be foolish enough to oppose the court? Thus, when Su Fengyan's fury erupted, the elite of the martial world converged upon the capital, preparing to hunt down by Yue and Lin Yang. Truly, as expected of the courtesan gala, it was bustling with activity. Lin Yang strolled leisurely down the street. The various performance troupes paraded through the streets, captivating countless onlookers with their cheers. Come, let's take a look, Lin Yang said, leading by Yue towards the Yuxiao Tower amidst the throngs of people. Along the way, the charming courtesans waved at him, their soft laughter echoing in the air. Even 8-year-old children were not spared. Such depravity. Lin Yang shook his head. These women, heavily adorned and utterly vulgar, contrasted sharply with his youthful and handsome visage. Logically, even if he were to enter such establishments, it should be these women who would pay him. Tap, tap, tap. The lively street was fraught with danger. Lin Yang feigned ignorance, savoring the festive atmosphere. Wasn't it said that at least one powerful practitioner from the Dao Palace accompanied by Yue? Why was it only a mere child? Regardless, our task is to eliminate everyone around by Yue and then abduct her for the young master. Focus on the task at hand. Curiosity can be perilous. Several martial artists from the underworld closed in relentlessly. Hiss! Shadows suddenly emerged, unleashing a torrent of lethal hidden weapons aimed at Lin Yang's life. Countless innocent citizens fell victim to the projectiles along the way. Under the harsh rule of the dynasty, human life was as cheap as grass. Master, be careful. Bai Yue unleashed a formidable force from within, sending all those hidden weapons flying. Truly remarkable. She is indeed the last scion of the Qinshi dynasty, attaining the Qi realm at such a tender age. She must have inherited the supreme techniques of the Apocalypse dynasty. Hee. Surrender the exalted secret arts within your possession, and we may consider sparing that young child. The assassins sneered menacingly. You shall all perish. A glint of murderous intent flashed in by Youwei's eyes as she swung her sword. Humph. Mere practitioners of the Qi realm cannot shake the heavens. A dozen assassins of the Qi realm charged forward, brimming with confidence. The townsfolk screamed and scattered, but their efforts proved futile. In the clash among the Qi practitioners, the destructive force was enough to devastate the streets, and in an instant, many innocent bystanders were reduced to mere blood mist by the rampaging assassins. I remember now, you are the martial experts who pursued me in the past. The sword energy emitted a resonant hum from Bai Yuwei, her killing intent intensifying. She summoned all her strength and unleashed a single strike. Boom! A terrifying wave of sword energy sliced through the air, its momentum astonishing, cleaving the dozen Qi assassins in half, their heads flying in all directions. What the? The top martial experts observing from the shadows widened their eyes in astonishment. They had been waiting for that mysterious Dao Palace realm expert to make a move, sending forth a dozen Qi assassins to probe her strength. They believed that even if Bai Yuwei possessed secret techniques, she was but a single individual, easily manageable. Yet, unexpectedly, she decimated a dozen of her peers with a single strike? Such terrifying combat prowess. Is this the enhancement bestowed by supreme techniques? Lin Yang smiled faintly. After all, this was the apprentice he had painstakingly trained. It seemed entirely reasonable for one so adept to be invincible among peers. Heh, little girl, your prowess is indeed commendable. I never anticipated that the Heavenly Enlightenment Dynasty would bestow upon you such an exceptional skill. Surrender it now, and we may extend a merciful end to those around you. Several sect leaders emerged slowly, provoking gasps of astonishment. Zhang Wanxiang, the leader of the Eagle Demon sect? It is said that he has vanquished several Dao Palace experts through sheer force. Goodness. Blood Shotzi, the master of the Blood Fiend sect. He has been renowned for a century and is at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Incredible. The leader of the notorious assassin organization, the Blood Orchid Tower. Known as the strongest assassin group capable of targeting anyone except the royal family, Hua Manyu. Rumor has it he entered the dragon transformation realm a decade ago. The common folk murmured in awe. These figures were formidable and notorious in the North Wilderness Jianghu, known for their ruthlessness and immense power. Bai Yuwei, inheriting Lin Yang's terse demeanor, recognized the foe and drew her sword to engage in battle. Ah, splendid. The expert behind you is indeed quite proud, refusing to reveal themselves even now. Very well, I shall first subdue you. Zhang Wanxiang exuded an air of superiority, his presence palpable as he stomped down, shattering the entire street. He unleashed a punch, only to find his vision blur momentarily. Swish! In an instant, the glimmer of the sword vanished, and his head rolled onto the ground. A swift execution, without waiting for the crowd's astonishment to settle. Bai Yuwei wiped the blood from her sword and charged towards Shui Shotzi. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. It is the pressure of life and death in real combat that truly hones a person. Of course, he was invincible and thus had no need for such training. How could she possibly be this strong? A mere Qi realm annihilating a Dao Palace? It was simply extraordinary. Someone gasped in disbelief. Such an overreaction, merely slaying those of a higher rank. Isn't that a fundamental skill? Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. As he spoke, Bai Yuwei had already fiercely shattered Shui Shotzi's form and became embroiled in a fierce battle with Hua Manyu. The scene that should have been impossible unfolded before their eyes. Qi transforming into a dragon. Bai Yuwei had only practiced for 3 days and had yet to master her killing techniques, soon finding herself suppressed by Hua Manyu. Huh, Hua Manyu sneered. A mere Qi cultivator, managing to engage me for this long is enough to be immortalized in history. Prepare to die. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal strike to Bai Yuwei, a sudden wave of deathly crisis descended upon him. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Above in the sky, a terrifying palm print came crashing down. Bang! In an instant, the once formidable Hua Manyu was reduced to a mist of blood, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Lin Yang clapped his hands. Such insignificant characters in the mortal realm simply love to boast. The unparalleled expert of the Jianghu, Hua Manyu, was slain with a single slap? For mere mortals, this was an unprecedented super battle, one that could provide ample tales to recount for a lifetime. Yet, such formidable beings were inexplicably vanquished in an instant. They gazed at Lin Yang, whose expression was one of disdain, their bodies trembling in fear. Was this child human or some otherworldly creature? Surely a monster. Master, Bai Yue lamented, her heart heavy with guilt. It is entirely my fault for being so weak, which ultimately compelled you to intervene. The crowd was left speechless. To annihilate a Dao Palace expert at such a tender age was nothing short of miraculous. Did she truly believe herself to be weak? Might as well dash ourselves against a tofu block. Wait a moment. This illustrious young prodigy referred to him as Master? Surely, my ears have not betrayed me. This was utterly surreal. I suspect I am still dreaming. Smack. Ouch, that stung. What was that for? It hurt. So I thought I would confirm my consciousness by giving you a slap. As bewilderment enveloped everyone, Lin Yang smiled reassuringly. You have only practiced for 3 days. Your performance is quite commendable. Allow me to train you diligently for a month, and then we shall storm the imperial palace of the northern wilderness. Chapter 15. The Sniper of Fate's Chosen One. A reward for the assassin organization? Merely 3 days of cultivation? What nonsense is he spouting? He dares to threaten the imperial palace of the northern wilderness dynasty? Such audacity is simply outrageous. Everyone stood petrified. The information Lin Yang provided was so explosive that it left everyone's minds buzzing. Flee. He is a harbinger of doom. The commoners scattered in a frenzy, fearing that if they lingered even a moment longer, the court would brand them as traitors and execute their entire clans. Emperor Su Xiao was notoriously ruthless. Uninteresting, Lin Yang remarked dismissively, leading Bai Yue towards the grand assembly of the courtesan selection. Beneath the Yuxiao Tower, the opera troupe performed with flair, their melodies blending with the vibrant hues of the evening sky. One after another, the celebrated courtesans graced the stage, their slender waists swaying, eliciting waves of applause. Some indulged in boisterous laughter and crude voting, while others feigned sophistication through poetry and prose, creating a scene of exuberance. Quite impressive, Lin Yang observed as he watched the enchanting dancers on stage. These women, meticulously nurtured as the premier entertainers of various brothels, were adept in every art form. From music to painting, even the most exceptional scholars and wealthy officials willingly spent lavish sums, yearning for a memorable night in their company. General, rebels have infiltrated the courtesan assembly, that is the territory of the young master. Shall we proceed to apprehend them? A black knight knelt, seeking permission. Perhaps we should consult the young master first. The Black Knight commander, Chu Luxian, furrowed his brow. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare disrupt Su Fengyan's affairs. Atop the Jade Crown Tower, Su Fengyan, after listening to the report, twirled the sable fur in his hand, his phoenix eyes narrowing as he burst into a hearty laugh. What audacity! What a bold individual! It has been ages since anyone has dared to be so audacious before me. Lord, although this individual is reckless, his strength is indeed formidable. He effortlessly killed Hua Manyu, who had attained the 2nd level of the transformative dragon realm. The thin monkey and other henchmen chimed in. To eliminate such a master, mere numbers will not suffice. We must have a peerless powerhouse take action. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. We shall set a trap outside the venue first. Su Fengyan replied with a cold smirk. Furthermore, summon the reclusive elders from the renowned sects of Wudong, Shaolin, and Longhushan. These esteemed schools have always looked down upon others. And we fear. The Grey Hawk suggested tremulously. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Fengyan's eyes. Whoever dares to defy will have the million snow dragon riders sweep through their sects and obliterate their legacies. Yes, we shall attend to this immediately. My lord, I have already notified the top 10 masters of the martial world. They are all on their way with utmost urgency. They will cooperate with the Imperial Guard's Black Knights to seal off the venue's entrances and exits. That rebellious traitor will undoubtedly be unable to escape, the thin monkey reported, his scalp prickling with anxiety. Su Fengyan appeared oblivious, merely squinting at the setting sun on the horizon. The sun has set. A flicker of terror flashed in the eyes of the lean monkey, who wished to utter something. In the next moment, a purple phantom darted past, and his head was severed by the purple marten, blood spraying forth. This scene rendered several young scions from prominent families beside him swallowing hard, their faces ashen. Su Fengyan caressed the purple marten, stained with blood at the corner of his mouth, and coldly declared, Remember, in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, I am the heavens. Those who defy the heavens shall meet only death. At the venue of the courtesan gala, the event had entered its final and most frenzied phase, where various flower tickets flew about like confetti. The enchanting hostess ascended the stage, her presence captivating. The final segment is titled Talented Scholars Paired with Beauties. Anyone who considers themselves a scholar may take the stage. Whoever composes the finest poetry shall earn the reward of sharing the courtesan's first night. The entire audience held their breath in anticipation. The notion of the courtesan's first night was utterly evocative, stirring the blood. Gulyalu. Countless self-proclaimed romantic scholars felt their hearts race, many young aristocrats standing tall, eager to participate. They had prepared their verses for at least a year, even going so far as to lavishly hire esteemed scholars for their compositions, now brimming with confidence. If they could triumph at the courtesan gala, they would instantly achieve renown across the land, reaping both fame and fortune. And spending a spring night with the courtesan, what reward could possibly drive one to madness more than this? Interesting. Lin Yang surveyed the surrounding crowd, exuberant and lively, and his gaze fell upon an individual who distinctly stood out. This person possessed an extraordinary demeanor, akin to a crane amidst a flock of chickens. The system promptly displayed a notification. Name, Zhanbai. Identity, sage of Confucianism, owner of the system, son of the northern wilderness. Fortune, status, proud and arrogant, self-proclaimed extraordinary. Desiring to use the courtesan competition as a catalyst to embark on his own path of dominance. Task, refine the temperament of the son of fortune, allowing him to comprehend that beyond the heavens, there are greater beings. Reward, 10,000 units of sect leader's fortune value. Assassin organization, the web. Oh, Lin Yang felt a stir of interest within. The reward is actually an assassin organization? How novel. Such an opportunity had not presented itself before. If he could command a force of his own, any future troubles could be deftly managed without his direct involvement. What a delightful prospect. A boon for the indolent. This reward is quite appealing. I shall accept it. Lin Yang nodded. Not every task relinquished would necessarily trigger a critical reward. Upon encountering a task that piqued his interest, it was only prudent to seize it without hesitation. At that moment, Zhanbai seemed to have noticed Lin Yang's gaze. A mere mortal dares to meet my eyes? Disdain flickered in his expression. Ever since awakening the sage of Confucianism system, he had become utterly arrogant, perceiving all mortals as insignificant insects. I am the favored child of the heavenly Tao, the destined protagonist. Soon, I shall merely recite a few verses, astonishing the world and captivating countless hearts. Huh? Zhanbai indulged in endless fantasies, envisioning a splendid future for himself. Alas, what a pity. In this lifetime, I am destined to be invincible, utterly unable to find a worthy opponent. Such solitude and invincibility, such loneliness. He lamented fiercely, and to his astonishment, a sense of desolation and melancholy welled up in his eyes. If this lad were born on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be a melancholic prince of the Shamate, Lin Yang remarked with a smirk. Soon, the contestants took to the stage to recite their poems. Yet most of their works were rather mediocre, even leading to some humorous blunders. Phrases like a line of roasted chicken flies south, 2 roasted ducks head north filled the venue with a joyful atmosphere. As the true literary talents, well-prepared scions of officials, began to take the stage, the quality of poetry soared, leaving the audience in awe. Some verses, purchased at great expense from esteemed scholars, even bestowed a luminous purple aura upon the reciters, elevating their status to something invaluable. Humph, merely some insipid verses and trite lines. They do not merit a glance. A sneer echoed through the hall, prompting the audience to furrow their brows. The speaker was none other than Zhanbai. How dare you dismiss a poem that can summon the purple aura of Confucianism as trash? To be so audacious at such a tender age is utterly unbecoming. Indeed, far too frivolous. The literary talents shook their heads in derision. He chuckled, merely speaking the truth. The poem was utterly worthless. Inferior even to the nursery rhymes he had concocted at the tender age of 3. With an air of nonchalance, he observed the audience, who seethed with barely contained rage. If you were so adept at posturing, why not step up yourself? Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, their consensus being that he was insufferably arrogant. Yet, he declared, I indeed possess such capability. Zhanbai had long awaited this moment. His eyes sparkled with determination as he trotted onto the stage, facing the scowling audience with confidence, hands clasped behind his back as he began to recite. Initially, the spectators wore expressions of disdain, but suddenly, the heavens roared, and an ethereal purple aura surged across the expanse. The essence of Confucianism and Taoism emanated from within Zhang Bai, propelling him to ascend to new heights of enlightenment. In an instant, he attained the realm of the great scholar. Chapter 16. Ascending to literary sainthood through poesy. The Black Riders unleashed? Heavens! The onlookers were utterly flabbergasted. To witness such a momentous occasion, one worthy of the annals of history, firsthand, a profound sense of honor swelled within them. It became evident that this young luminary had not been prevaricating. He truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Juxtaposed against this verse, all previous compositions appeared as mere dross. Truly formidable. With the utterance of a single poem, 3,000 leagues of violet aura converged, ushering him into the esteemed realm of the Grand Confucian in a mere instant. The audience erupted in effusive praise, with many a maiden casting shy glances towards Zhang Bai on the dais, their eyes filled with infatuation. Zhang Bai reveled in the adulation and admiration of the crowd, surveying all before him with an air of haughty pride. As the predestined protagonist, these accolades were his due. Humph! Once I have matured, I shall assuredly dominate the 8 desolations, and even the imperishable Lin clan shall prostrate themselves at my feet. He luxuriated in his reverie, his mind awash with grandiose visions. Are there any others who wish to ascend the stage and compose poetry? The alluring hostess inquired once more. The assembly remained silent. For who would dare contend with such a celestial prodigy? It would be tantamount to inviting humiliation. I believe there is no further need for competition, is there? The victor is self-evident. Zhang Bai confidently waved his hand. Bestow the championship upon me directly, and allow me to spend a delightful evening with the courtesan of flowers. Oh, the cogitations of a genius are indeed unconventional. The charming woman offered a strained yet courteous smile. Thud, thud. Lin Yong, heedless of the spectacle, strode onto the stage. The audience was somewhat bewildered. What is this child doing up here? Hey, whose child has wandered off? Aren't the adults going to intervene? Is the little brother about to recite poetry? The enchanting lady's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Yong nodded, his smile radiant. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, unknowingly captivating countless young maidens. Zhang Bai, filled with vinegar, cast an annoyed glance at Lin Yong and scoffed. You little brat. You haven't even grown up yet, and you dare to compose poetry? Stop your nonsense. In my eyes, your poem is nothing but rubbish. Lin Yong, disinterested in banter, began to recite an ancient masterpiece, Yuzhang's old town, Hongdu's new abode. Stars divide the wings of the chariot. The earth connects Hung and Lu. In that instant, the grand melody resonated. Golden blossoms descended from the heavens, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. Purple energy enveloped the sky, stretching unimaginably far. The illustrious figures of Confucian and Taoist masters, as well as the ethereal shadows of the poetry sage and the word immortal, awakened in the river of purple energy. Reciting in unison, this magnificent spectacle utterly obliterated Zhang Bai's momentum, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The winds howl, and the sky is high. The gibbons wail in sorrow. The islet is clear, and the sands are white. The birds return. Without pausing, Lin Yong casually delivered another timeless masterpiece. With this recitation, the ethereal figures of the poetry sage and the word immortal became enraptured, their eyes filled with reverence, bowing from afar. And it is not over yet. The audience's minds went blank. This unfolding scene was truly overwhelming. Raise your cup and let the wine flow freely. One must drink 300 cups in a single sitting. Slay a man every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The great river flows eastward, washing away the heroes of antiquity. I have fought across 3,000 miles, wielding a sword that once stood against 1,000,000 troops. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles. A single breath of righteous spirit, swift as the wind across 1,000 miles. I recall the days of clashing swords and iron steeds, consuming the vast landscape like a tiger. The mighty wind rises, clouds soaring, power reigning over the land as I return home. A hall filled with flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests, while a single sword's frost chills 14 provinces. One must strive to reach the pinnacle, surveying all mountains as mere hills. With every verse recited, the heavens and earth resonate in harmony. Celestial beings dance in the air. Lost in ecstasy, this grand momentum sweeps through the realms, shaking the very fabric of existence. The vast literary spirit envelopes me entirely. Who is this reciting poetry? Such a voice stirs resonance across multiple domains. The enigmatic ancestor of the plateau gazes wide-eyed. After endless years of silence, is it possible that a sage of letters is to descend upon the world once more? Just a few years ago, a mysterious infant emperor who could slay celestial sovereigns emerged, and now, another unparalleled sage of letters is to appear. How increasingly intriguing. In the ruins of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hoarse voice of the Lord of Reincarnation lingers. A sage of the Confucian way has descended. How can we, as scholars, not pay our respects? In numerous realms, the reclusive sages have emerged, fervently soaring towards the 8 desolations. At the heart of the 3,000 realms, an ancient gaze opened, piercing through the chaos and reaching the 8 desolations. He murmured, "In this world, talent is distributed among 8 parts, yet this individual possesses but 1, leaving the world indebted to him by 2 parts. Quite remarkable. It appears the strategies must undergo a transformation." With a careless thought, the vibrations resonated once more through the 3,000 realms. Lin Yong muttered to himself, ceasing his recitation. The poetry of China is too magnificent. Once spoken, it flows like an unending river, difficult to stifle. He had only recited a mere dozen verses, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of Confucianism, embodying the true essence of a sage. Is this the sanctification of a sage? The third sage born from the 8 desolations. Bow to the sage. The populace, filled with trepidation, knelt before Lin Yong, an 8-year-old child, achieving sagehood through poetry. This is no longer a mere legend. It is akin to an ancient myth unfolding before our eyes. Do you have anything to say? Lin Yong turned his gaze toward Zhan Bai. The pressure of the literary sage was overwhelming, causing Zhan Bai to collapse to his knees. Utterly dazed, his pride shattered. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Even with the aid of a system, I remain but an insignificant insect. Zhan Bai's worldview lay in ruins as he murmured in a daze. Lin Yong pondered internally. Could it be that the medicine was too potent? This child seems on the verge of being rendered foolish. After a considerable time, Zhan Bai lifted his head and prostrated himself. I have come to realize that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. I beseech you to accept me. Even if it is merely as your servant, I would be willing. Lin Yong grinned. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. With that, he produced the art of idleness. By mastering this secret technique, you shall surely comprehend the profound truths of life and grasp the essence of the world. Really? Zhan Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the owner of the Confucian sage system, the child of destiny, Zhan Bai, into the cult of idleness, rewarding 1,000 luck points, and the assassin organization, the net. Lin Yong smiled with satisfaction. His actions this time were aimed at establishing his own clandestine influence. What on earth? Young master, what shall we do now? Above Yushao Tower, the young nobles were left speechless, shivering in fear. A generation of literary saints has thus emerged. This is utterly absurd. Su Fengnian's gaze was sharp and cold. And what of the literary saint? Merely a scholar. Can he truly change the world? Even if a true celestial being were to descend before the million snow dragon riders, he would be forced to stain the heavens with his celestial blood. Humanity holds little concept of saints, viewing it merely as an honorific title. In Su Fengnian's understanding, both literary saints and kings could ascend to the heavens. Thus, a literary saint equals a king. What a farcical title of Wensheng, merely an honorary distinction. In terms of combat prowess, he is likely inferior to a martial arts sovereign. Before the million-strong snow dragon cavalry, he is utterly insignificant. Su Fengnian did not regard Lin Yang's consecration as anything of consequence, casually waving his hand. Ultimately, the Wensheng is revered by the world, and in the future, he may ascend to celestial heights. Should we act against him, the literati across the realm would vehemently oppose it, launching a barrage of criticism against the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Young master, please reconsider. The young aristocrats were drenched in cold sweat. To slay a Wensheng is a grave sin they dare not bear. Throughout the vast expanse of the 8 wildernesses, over countless eons, only 2 Wenshengs have emerged. These 2 are eternal paragons, celebrated as spiritual leaders. And no one would dare tarnish the sanctity of a sage's name, let alone take their life. Who would dare speak out? They would be silenced as well. Our Northern Wilderness dynasty stands firm on the foundation of iron-fisted authority and formidable strength, not on the chatter of insipid scholars. Su Fengyan declared coldly, I have never believed in the nebulous concept of destiny. No one can rival the might of my father's snow dragon cavalry. The plan remains unchanged. We act immediately. What of the common folk in the assembly? Grey Eagle inquired repeatedly. Merely tools for my profit, they have emptied their pockets and hold no further value. Their misfortune today is simply a matter of bad luck. Su Fengyan, indifferent and resolute, exuded an aura of lethal intent. If one were to strike against the sage of literature, it must be executed with precision and ferocity, leaving him no chance for escape. The young master is indeed sagacious, echoed the praises of the hawkish retainers and the young nobles in unison. Inform Chu Lushan, let the assault commence. Su Fengyan gestured with a decisive wave. Rumbling. The thundering of hooves approached. A booming command resonated through the heavens. Capture the traitors. A reward of 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis awaits. The remnants of the enemy, brazenly committing acts of violence in broad daylight within the imperial capital, were to be executed without mercy. All uninvolved individuals, retreat swiftly. Anyone within 100 meters of the traitors shall be slain. The black cavalry surged forth like an iron torrent, imbued with an air of ruthless intent. The populace, still reeling from the shock of the sage's emergence, suddenly found themselves confronted by the oncoming cavalry, bewildered and dazed. Many, caught in their stupor, were ruthlessly slaughtered, heads rolling as gruesome offerings. It was the Imperial Guard's black cavalry. These merciless demons, skilled in the art of killing, were unwaveringly loyal hounds of the court. Flee from this place, the citizens screamed, as the once vibrant scene transformed into a hellish nightmare. The cacophony of cries, the sound of severed heads, and the clash of blades filled the air. With the emergence of the black cavalry, rivers of blood flowed. Lin Yong furrowed his brow, realizing that there was indeed no respite. Just as he was admiring the beauty of a fair maiden, these rabid hounds had descended upon him like an unrelenting plague. Chapter 17. The Million Snow Dragons? One strike to annihilate. Swish, swish, swish. Heads rolled, blood flowed like a river, and soon the area was cleared. Circles of dark riders encircled Lin Yong, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Traitor, how dare you offend the young master? Today, you shall be torn asunder. Chu Lushan, his face a mask of fury, coldly rebuked. What a bunch of insignificant clowns daring to make a fuss here. Lin Yong felt exasperated. Master, allow me to handle them. Bai Yue unsheathed her long sword. Lin Yong gently shook his head. These jesters are not worthy of my hand. Ha ha ha, how absurd. When did the detritus of the martial world have the audacity to challenge the authority of the court? With a wave of his hand, Chu Lushan's ferocity became evident. Slice them to pieces. Understood. The Dark Riders urged their steeds forward, ready to charge. In an instant, countless crossbow bolts infused with true energy soared through the air, piercing the advancing riders like sieves. What? Chu Lushan was struck with horror as he turned to look. Unbeknownst to him, the rooftops surrounding them were already teeming with figures clad in black, adorned with spider-like patterns. These individuals were devoid of emotion, their auras repressed. They were ruthless assassins. Who are you? This is the capital of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Do you wish to uproot the organization behind you by daring to wreak havoc here? Chu Lushan bellowed in rage. Kill. The assassins paid no heed to the threat posed by Chu Lushan. At the mere utterance of the word kill, they sprang into action. Like the most merciless of weapons, these assassins were born solely for the purpose of slaughter. In an instant, shadows flitted about, and one after another, the black-clad guards fell, their cries echoing as they tumbled from their steeds. Humph! Seize the thief by capturing the king. Let us first apprehend this insignificant child. Chu Lushan radiated an aura of formidable power, akin to a top-tier master at the 6th level of transformation. Gulp. The might of this vile creature was truly terrifying. The common folk trembled in fear. This wretch regarded the populace as mere fodder, relying on his status as the son of a noble to prey upon the innocent, inciting hatred even greater than that for demons. Some righteous warriors sought to rid the world of this menace, only to have their limbs shattered by Su Fengyan and fed to dogs. It was a complete inversion of justice, an affront to the natural order. This child is in grave danger. Concern etched the faces of those around Lin Yong as they anxiously watched. Yet in the next moment, a brilliant blue lightning bolt streaked across the sky, accompanied by a chillingly delicate command. Dare to harm my master? Die! The sword light fell like rain, and Chu Lushan's corpulent form was instantly cleaved apart, transforming into a pool of blood upon the ground. Master, I am here, exclaimed the beautiful woman, kneeling before Lin Yang after vanquishing Chu Lushan, offering her service with utmost respect. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the beauty of Jing Yu was as renowned as they said. The members of the Luo network are classified into 8 levels: Tian Sha, Di Ju, Qi Mei, and Wang Liang. Among them, Jing Yu stands out as a top-tier assassin, holding the title of Tian and serving as one of the organization's leaders. With her own power base established, many things have indeed become more convenient. Lin Yang casually bestowed upon Jing Yu a bottle of breakthrough pill, remarking, "You are quite impressive." Jing Yu, filled with excitement, accepted the pill, considering it an honor to serve her master. This scene caused Su Fengyan, seated in the Jade Flute Pavilion, to lose his composure, his expression darkening considerably. It was astonishing that she effortlessly eliminated Chu Lushan, a formidable figure at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Such immense strength this woman possesses. Who is this child? And from which mysterious sect does she hail? To have such a terrifying bodyguard? What is there to fear? Can anyone outmatch the heir's background? This woman will eventually become nothing more than a plaything for the heir. A few sycophants seized the opportunity to flatter. Su Fengyan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that this was indeed beyond his expectations. Where are those top-tier experts of the Jianghu? Must I truly annihilate their mountain stronghold? Just as uncertainty gripped him, he noticed the child's gaze, which appeared to mockingly survey the area. How could he possibly detect my presence? Su Fengyan was startled. The Jade Flute Pavilion was his secret sanctuary, protected by spiritual barriers. Even a master of the Divine Aperture realm would struggle to uncover his hiding place. Are you waiting for them? Lin Yang casually gestured with a flick of his finger. Glug glug. More than 10 severed heads were hurled into the Jade Flute Tower with tremendous force. The bodies of Su Fengyan's sycophants were crushed upon impact, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The 6 sword slaves and the celestial warriors of the Ruinate, such as Yenri, emerged successively, their laughter laced with derision. The so-called top-notch experts you dispatched are utterly feeble, unworthy of even a single exchange with us. Are these pitiful weaklings truly meant to assassinate our master? It is simply laughable. Damn it, what organization are you even part of? Do you have any idea who I am? Dare to thwart my plans, and I'll... Su Fengyan was about to erupt in a fit of rage when he was abruptly interrupted. Oh, we know. It's the 100,000 snow dragon riders, right? You drone on about it every day, isn't it tiresome? Lin Yang remarked, cleaning out his ears. You might as well wash your neck clean and come down here. Su Fengyan's expression darkened to the depths of despair. When had he, the esteemed heir of the Beihuang, ever endured such humiliation? Have you prepared yourself for the consequences? His face contorted with fury. I will make you wish for life, yet find no escape from death. Lao Huang, come forth and save me. A sword's lament echoed as the formidable Sword 9, transformed into a divine rainbow, swooped down, immediately launching a deadly strike. Sword 9. This move is not bad, nearly on par with what my grandson wields. Yenri grinned, effortlessly drawing his sword in response. A product of the system is surely of premium quality. The shoddy system's version of Ruinate bestowed upon Lin Yang was evidently an enhanced fantasy world iteration. Even the mere half-step into the divine realm, the swordmaster Jian Zhihuang, despite unleashing his ultimate attack, appeared as a mere child playing with a blade before Yenri. Hiss! With a swift motion, Yenri shattered Jian Zhihuang's sword into fragments. What? Jian Zhihuang gasped in horror, unable to believe his eyes. There are scarcely more than a handful in the world who can withstand my sword. How could this be? In the next moment, his body was cleaved in two by Yenri, crashing to the ground. Feeble indeed, Yenri remarked, brushing the blood from his sword, yet among mortals, it is rather commendable. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Who, they pondered, is truly the villain here? It was unclear, yet they had vanquished the great demon Chu Lushan and humiliated the most notorious scion of Beihuang, Su Fengyan. The spectacle was utterly exhilarating. What villainy? Clearly, they were heroes ridding the world of malevolence. Indeed, the populace had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the scourges of the capital, and witnessing this scene was a sheer delight. You can't kill me. Su Fengyan, witnessing even Jian Zhihuang's swift demise, was utterly shattered. His face contorted in impotent rage as he screamed at Lin Yang. Bang! Lin Yang struck him with a single blow, sending him flying, shattering his teeth and rupturing all his meridians, rendering him completely incapacitated. You desired to exact your revenge personally, did you not? The time has come. Lin Yang grinned at Bai Yue. Good. Bai Yue glared at Su Fengyan, her eyes filled with unbridled hatred. It was this loathsome father-son duo, Su Xiaoshan and Su Fengyan, who, driven by their selfish desires, callously ignited wars that left her homeless, with her parents brutally slaughtered. Now, retribution has come upon you. Bai Yue raised her longsword, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Do not harm my son. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In the distance, dust and smoke filled the air. Though it was summer, an icy chill permeated the atmosphere. The frost and snow descended, dragon riders of the great snow. The faces of the common folk turned pale, fleeing as if from venomous serpents. The endless dragon riders swept through, obliterating buildings and homes without restraint, leaving no one to stand in their way. Countless civilians were reduced to mere flesh beneath the iron hooves. Clad in battle attire, Su Xiaoshan stood proudly at the forefront. He was a tyrant, fixated solely on himself and his son. As long as he and his child could enjoy a modicum of comfort, he would not hesitate to slaughter millions, his eyes betraying no flicker of remorse. The world branded him a demon, yet he remained utterly indifferent. After all, one could commit murder and arson, adorned with golden belts, while repairing bridges and roads without a trace left behind. In this brutal world, becoming a killer was the only option. Release my son, or I shall ensure you find no peace even in death. Su Xiaoshan's veins bulged as he glared at Lin Yang, his intent to kill palpable. Are you threatening me? Lin Yang chuckled. Do you dare to claim such a thing? This question left everyone momentarily speechless. I am the emperor of the northern wilderness. Who in this realm cannot be vanquished by me? Su Xiao responded with indifference. You still speak of the world? If one were unaware, they might think you are invincible both above and below. Are you the sovereign of these 8 realms? Lin Yang mocked. Enough of your prattle. What is your true identity? Release my son at once, so that when I annihilate your clan, I may at least grant you a complete corpse. Su Xiao suppressed the fury brewing within him. Annihilate my clan? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as he indifferently extended his hand, gesturing dismissively. If these ants are the source of your confidence, then they need not continue to exist. With a sweeping motion, his hand descended like a cloud obscuring the sky, exuding an overwhelming might. Thunderous roars echoed. The colossal handprint spun, obliterating all in its path, flesh and blood scattering in chaos. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the horizon. 1,000,000 snow dragon cavalry were effortlessly erased from existence by this single strike, as if they had evaporated, leaving nothing but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, heaped upon the ruins of the imperial capital. Chapter 18. The Sword God Li Chuangang. I am merely an observer. The cold wind howled, chilling the air. The imperial capital lay in a terrifying silence. The common folk knelt on the ground, astonished that they had not been reduced to blood, like the dragon riders beside them. What is this? Su Xiao felt an icy dread coursing from his head to his toes, his entire being frozen upon his steed. This was nothing short of divine might. It transcended all that he could comprehend. Even those revered as terrestrial immortals, the powerful in the realm of divine apertures, could only slay 3,000 armored soldiers with a single sword strike. Such was their limit. Yet this mere child had extinguished a 1,000,000-strong army with a single palm. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were the formidable snow dragon riders, the very forces he wielded to dominate the world and emerge victorious in battle. This was undeniably the legendary celestial being. Su Xiao's lips trembled. Throughout his life, he had taken countless lives, yet at this moment, confronted with his own mortality, he felt an overwhelming terror constricting his throat. In the mortal realm, celestial beings existed beyond the mundane, transcending all as the pinnacle of existence. They had ascended to the realm of kings, yet chose to remain among humanity rather than ascend to the celestial heights. How could my son have provoked such a celestial being? Su Xiao could scarcely believe it. Those who attained the kingly realm, yet chose to remain in the mortal world, were exceedingly rare. To offend a celestial being was unthinkable. Even he, an emperor among men, had never had the opportunity to lay eyes upon one. It was over. Everything was lost. Despair consumed Su Xiao's eyes. His greatest support was obliterated with a single strike, effectively shattering the foundation of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The reign of the Su family has come to a definitive end. You lurking figures, are you merely hoping to benefit from the chaos? Come forth. Yenri cast a glance to the side, frowning as he bellowed. Ahem, please do not misunderstand. We are merely spectators. Several concealed experts trembled as they stepped out. Li Chuangang, the sword god. Su Shao seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, calling out loudly, Sword god, I beseech you to assist the Northern Wilderness in overcoming this calamity. If you can vanquish these wicked beings, I shall gladly share the world with you. Sword god Li Chuangang is the most promising contender to rival the new generation's Shen Songxing, possessing extraordinary prowess and standing but a step away from transcending into celestial realms. He undoubtedly possesses the capability to resolve the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Li Chuangang was instantly propelled backward 800 meters, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. Who are you? I do not know you. Do not speak to me. He was merely at the pinnacle of the divine aperture realm. How could he dare to meddle in such turbulent waters? In the past, he had crossed swords with celestial beings and understood all too well that even they could not be compared to this seemingly harmless boy. Was it not said that once a sovereign ascends to the heavens, they cannot return to the mortal realm? Even if they did return, the heavens would not permit such powerful beings to act in the mortal world. What on earth is this young boy? Li Chuangang gazed at Lin Yang with uncertainty, his heart in turmoil. What? Su Shao exclaimed in disbelief. Even the sword god, Li Chuangang, was so frightened, he couldn't even acknowledge his ties with the Su family. At this moment, he realized that everything was over. With a sigh of despair, he turned to Lin Yang. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to relinquish everything to you. Killing me would only mean that these possessions are yours, which I never valued in the first place. Lin Yang curled his lip in disdain. Creak. Su Shao clenched his fists, enduring the humiliation. Even if I must die, I wish to die with clarity. Why do you seek to obliterate the Northern Wilderness dynasty? Is it so simple to destroy? Lin Yang found Su Zhao's reasoning utterly confounding. You have already taken countless lives. Now that it is your turn to perish, do you not feel resentment? Humph, resentment? It's merely death. I shall not regret my past actions. Su Shao, realizing there was no escape, grew defiant. The reason behind Lin Yang's assault was no longer of consequence. Throughout his life, he had committed innumerable wrongs and enjoyed many privileges. He had long prepared for this day. Losing his head would only leave a scar of a bowl-sized magnitude. And to trade a moment of death for years of indulgence was a bargain for any villain. Do you think I would allow you to die? That would be too lenient. Lin Yang beckoned to Su Shao and Su Fengyan, drawing them directly into the magical artifact gourd. Within this gourd, living beings are transformed into putrid liquid in the span of a mere moment, only to be resurrected and subsequently revert to the same fate. This cycle persists endlessly, until the souls within are entirely purged of their sins. However, in the case of the transgressions committed by the Su family, it seems they shall never attain redemption. Alas, a moment's haste led to this predicament. Yet, it is solely their weakness that led to their downfall. A mere flick of the wrist brought them to their knees, preventing you from exacting your vengeance personally. Lin Yang has always acted according to his whims, pursuing his desires without restraint. With that said, he tossed the gourd to Bai Yue. With this gourd in your possession, you may exact your retribution as many times as you wish. It is far more advantageous. Thank you, master, Bai Yue exclaimed, clutching the gourd, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that had it not been for her master, she would have been dragged into a life as a courtesan, never to see a day of vengeance fulfilled. With matters here resolved, it was time to immerse oneself in the pleasures of the mortal realm. Lin Yang remained far more intrigued by the enjoyment of life. The annihilation of a mortal dynasty was but a trivial episode for him, scarcely worthy of mention. Nevertheless, within the realm of the fantastical, prudence is paramount. Lin Yang did not overestimate his position. He turned to Jingyu and Yen Ri. Ensure that all loose ends are thoroughly addressed. You understand what is required. Understood. The web is precisely designed for this purpose. Yen Ri and Jingyu responded, bowing in acknowledgement, before quickly vanishing from sight with the assassins of the web. They commenced their strategic endeavors from the capital, extending their reach throughout the Northern Wilderness dynasty, systematically eliminating all targets associated with the Su family. Any potential threat to Lin Yang, no matter how faint, would be ruthlessly eradicated by their meticulous web of schemes. In the realm of the fantastical, the adage 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the youth in poverty, is all too common. Today one may be insignificant, yet that does not guarantee a perpetual state of insignificance. Even the mightiest individuals possess the habit of uprooting threats entirely. Come here, Lin Yong beckoned to Li Chungan. Ahem. Esteemed immortal, what is your command? I was merely a bystander. I assure you I have no ties to the Su family. Li Chungan responded with utmost obedience, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. No need for further elaboration. From this moment onward, you shall serve as the acting emperor of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Prepare a residence for me, one that boasts a beautiful environment and allows for the experience of worldly pleasures. Do you understand? Lin Yong instructed. Li Chungan was taken aback. He had merely come to observe the commotion. How had he suddenly become the acting emperor? What, do you refuse? Lin Yong inquired, raising an eyebrow. Certainly not. I am more than willing. Li Chungan hastily replied. In the mortal realm, a dynasty represents the utmost authority, even upon reaching the realm of divine souls. Being revered as a terrestrial immortal, one can only withstand the onslaught of a few thousand soldiers at best. Even those transcendent beings, lacking the resolve for mutual destruction, would never dare to confront the formidable army of 1,000,000 snow dragons. Thus, while Li Chuangang and his fellow terrestrial immortals profess a singular devotion to martial arts, the truth is that they are merely inept in political machinations and incapable of opposing the vast military forces of the dynasty, with no opportunity to ascend to the throne. Were an emperor to be bestowed upon them for free, they would be unable to sleep from sheer delight. After all, the mere prospect of harnessing the dragon's energy of an entire dynasty is enough to make their mouths water. Why the hesitation, then? It is most vexing. Lin Yong frowned in displeasure. Li Chuangang trembled in fear, stammering, Oh, immortal, you may not be aware, but within the imperial palace of the Northern Wilderness dynasty resides a young eunuch. He embodies the dragon's energy of the dynasty and has lived for millennia. Anyone aspiring to the throne must first gain his consent. He is the true master behind the scenes of the Northern Wilderness. Ordinary celestial beings are reluctant to enter Northern Wilderness City, precisely because they fear this young eunuch. You may wish for me to act as the proxy emperor with a mere word, but that young eunuch may not acquiesce. Is that so? Lin Yong lifted his foot, and in an instant, he transported himself and all present to hover above the imperial palace of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. He gazed down impassively upon the palace and declared, Su Shao is dead. I appoint Li Chuangang as the ruler of the Northern Wilderness. Who dares to dissent? Li Chuangang swallowed hard, his complexion ashen. Oh, immortal! That young eunuch possesses terrifying strength. He has slain celestial beings before. What are you suggesting? No matter. If you defy my words, then death it shall be. Lin Yong waved his hand dismissively. He had come to experience the world, not to appease others. Boom. The majestic North Wilderness Imperial Palace trembled as boundless dragon energy coalesced into a resplendent golden dragon. Atop this dragon stood a young eunuch, his countenance as frosty as ice, casting a stern gaze upon Lin Yong. Having existed for millennia, the emperor's ascensions and descents were subject to his approval. Never had he been so brazenly affronted. How numerous are the sovereigns of the world! Even they must bow their heads before me. The young eunuch replied coldly, Though you possess some measure of strength, to propose such terms so casually is to show a lamentable lack of respect for my position. I must decline. Should you persist, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Do I need to regard you at all? Lin Yong shook his head, bemused by their inability to comprehend their own station. With a casual gesture, he extended a finger, as if piercing the very heavens. The rhythms of the great Tao swirled around him, and chaotic thunder clapped. A cataclysmic finger descended slowly, and the golden dragon of fortune was utterly shattered before this divine might. The young eunuch's expression shifted drastically. He possessed no means of defense. Akin to an ant beneath a crushing weight, wildly trampled and ground into the earth. The great wilderness prison heaven finger, one finger to confine heaven and earth. Immortal. I was wrong. Spare this little spirit. I am merely a manifestation of the golden dragon of fortune, having taken millennia to transform. My cultivation has been arduous. I beseech the immortal to show mercy. The young eunuch whimpered in desperation, completely devoid of the imposing aura he once exuded upon his entrance. Li Chuangang stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming inwardly, Is this truly the same aloof and enigmatic young eunuch I have known, reduced to begging on the ground? An overwhelming sense of dread rose within him as he gazed at the fair-skinned boy beside him. The young eunuch had been the most formidable presence he had ever encountered, yet he was swiftly vanquished. The origins of this boy must be astonishingly formidable. Lin Yang casually dissipated his shadowy grip, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon the wretched young eunuch. Now, who is the emperor? You say who it is, and that is who it shall be. This humble official shall serve with utmost diligence, adhering strictly to your every command. Having narrowly escaped death, the young eunuch hastily regained his footing, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation as he smiled obsequiously. Chapter 19. The Ruthlessness of the Net. Annihilation in a Day. Lin Yang nodded slightly and casually tossed a vial of elixir to Li Chuangang. What is this? The Heavenly Man Pill? Li Chuang's face flushed with excitement. His innate talent was limited, and he had failed several times to break through to the Heavenly Man realm, nearly exhausting his potential. The Heavenly Man Pill could significantly enhance his chances of successfully ascending to that realm, making it the treasure he desired most. This is a reward for you, Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly, having effortlessly dispatched 1,000,000 snow dragon riders with a mere slap. He understood that without a powerful figure at the Heavenly Man level to support him, the Northern Wilderness dynasty would inevitably be devoured at the opportune moment. He wished to savor the pleasures of mortal life without the interference of war. Thank you, Master, Li Chuangang exclaimed, his cleverness shining through as he immediately knelt to acknowledge his allegiance. Such a generous benefactor. Merely a single hair that fell from him would bestow immeasurable benefits. Rise. Lin Yang gestured with his hand. Master, I have matters to report. Li Chuangang was eager, driven by a desire to prove his worth. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The reason the Su family was able to usurp power was due to the backing of an exceedingly mysterious and formidable force. The Su family was merely a pawn of this power. In fact, one could assert that the entire Northern Wilderness dynasty was but a piece on the chessboard of this enigmatic force. Li Chuangang shivered at the mention of this mysterious organization. You have disrupted their plans. They are unlikely to let this transgression go unpunished. Do you think I would care? Lin Yang smiled broadly. Among the heavens and the earth, few possess the strength to capture his attention. Cough. I may have spoken out of turn. I shall find a residence for you at once. Li Chuangang scratched his head awkwardly. The master's demeanor is transcendent, with an imposing background. It is highly likely that he is a celestial being sent to experience the mortal realm. Such beings typically prefer places rich in the essence of the mundane, coupled with exquisite scenery. After all, their descent to the lower realms is to savor the life of mortals. Where should I choose? He pondered deeply over Lin Yang's inclinations, vowing to secure the most satisfactory abode for him. At the same time, at Mount Longhu, one of the four great sects of the Beihuang dynasty, Su Longxiang received the news of his father and brother's murder, driving him into a frenzy. With immense strength, he tore apart a small hill and roared skyward. I shall not rest until my enemies are vanquished. The head of Mount Longhu patted Su Longxiang on the shoulder. My little ancestor, calm your fury. Get out of my way, old man. I must descend the mountain for vengeance. Su Longxiang forcefully pushed the elder aside, determined to rush down the mountain. Little ancestor, you are to be the next sect leader I have chosen. You cannot afford any missteps. Whoever could slay His Majesty Su Shao is undoubtedly an unparalleled powerhouse. We must devise a long-term plan for our revenge. Rushing in recklessly would be akin to courting death. The Taoist elder grasped Su Longxiang. With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly reach the realm of transcendence within 30 years. When the time comes, I shall lead the formidable practitioners of Longhu Mountain to exact our vengeance, ensuring a far greater chance of success. Su Longxiang pondered for a moment, then nodded, his gaze filled with a ruthless intensity. Indeed, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. After I have endured and bided my time, I shall undoubtedly avenge myself and shatter my enemies into oblivion. Fear not, when the time arrives and you inherit the position of the Celestial Master. The combined strength of all practitioners of Longhu Mountain will render us nearly invincible. Whoever you wish to eliminate, we shall eliminate. The Longhu Taoist smiled broadly. He indulged his disciple and was fiercely protective, believing that as long as he could bring joy to his apprentice, the act of slaying a few individuals was of little consequence. A scene of endearing teacher-student affection unfolded. Suddenly, A chilling voice broke through the atmosphere. The Longhu Taoist turned abruptly to see a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a spider mask, her figure exquisite, and her captivating eyes capable of bewitching all who beheld her. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the sanctity of my Longhu Mountain sect? This is sheer folly," the Longhu Taoist exclaimed with a thunderous voice. "Why waste words with him? We should have simply annihilated Longhu Mountain as I suggested. You insist on gauging the sect's loyalty to its master. Such naivety. Wishing to serve the master while remaining a paragon of virtue is truly beneath me," the red-clad swordsman remarked, stepping forth with a tone laced with derision, his expression impassive. "Indeed, I was mistaken," the beautiful woman murmured, shaking her head like a startled fish, her demeanor turning frigid. "Since I have declared my intent to seek revenge for our master, then Longhu Mountain shall no longer exist in this world. Today, within the mountain gates, not a single soul shall be spared, from the old to the young." Ha ha, such audacious words. My Longhu Mountain is renowned throughout the realm as a formidable sect of great lineage. Even the mightiest of celestial beings would not dare to boast of extinguishing our sect. Today, it is you who shall perish. The Longhu Taoist's gaze was icy, his aura brimming with murderous intent. A frog confined to a well shall never comprehend the vastness of the sky. The genie shook her head. Death. Like a bolt of lightning, she surged forth, her sword's edge generating a terrifying thunder as it sliced through the air at an unimaginable speed. How swift! The Longhu Taoist had just begun to conjure his talismans when he felt a flash before his eyes. Genie had already appeared behind him. Swish! In the next heartbeat, his body was cleaved in two, his vital energy and blood exploding forth. What? Su Longxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This old man was a pinnacle master of the ninth realm of the divine spirit, no weaker than the contemporary sword god Li Chang'an. Yet he was instantly annihilated? "You are of the celestial realm? The realms of mortals do not suffice to describe me." Jingni advanced step by step towards Su Longxiang. "There is no need for you to endure in silence any longer. I shall send you to hell, reuniting you with your family." "No." Su Longxiang attempted to utter a protest, but his head was severed by a single stroke of the sword, soaring into the sky. Until his last moment, he could not fathom that, as the younger brother of Su Fengyan, the son of the North's fate, he would meet such an end. Swish, swish, swish. In the following moment, the assassins of the net emerged in droves, commencing a slaughter of the formidable beings of Longhu Mountain. A crimson mist enveloped the sky, obscuring even the moon. The survival of the mystical world is steeped in such brutality. Who dares to challenge the lineage of Longhu Mountain? Seeking death. The venerable ancestor of Longhu Mountain, a being of transcendent realms, burst forth, standing in the void with indifferent eyes, exuding an aura of immense pressure. "I am the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain. I joined the Alliance of Transcendence a century ago. Should you dare?" Swish. The blade of light cleaved through the starry expanse, and the Grand Master was reduced to a crimson mist within the sword's gleam. This tedious old fool. Speaking too much for one of his caliber, the sword wielder could not help but scoff. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were left in bewilderment. Upon witnessing their ancestor emerge from seclusion, they hadn't even had the chance to applaud his prowess before he was slain. The suffocating weight of despair was utterly overwhelming. Continue the massacre. Leave not a single soul. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the sword wielder confirmed the absence of any transcendent beings from Longhu Mountain, and then, accompanied by the astonished companions, hastened to the next battlefield. As dawn broke the following day, the once thriving Longhu Mountain sect lay in eerie silence. It was not until visitors arrived at the gates of Longhu Mountain that they discovered the chilling sight of countless lifeless bodies, already turned cold. News of this shocking event spread with astonishing rapidity across the realm, triggering a seismic upheaval within the martial world. The millennium-old lineage of Longhu Mountain had been annihilated in a single night, with not a single survivor to tell the tale. Chapter 20. The Alliance of Celestial Beings is right behind you. Soon after, news of the infamous Taoist sects being ruthlessly slaughtered in Jiangnan spread like wildfire, plunging the martial world into further turmoil. Many were utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. However, as the news of the Su family's provocation of the celestial beings and their subsequent annihilation emerged, understanding dawned upon the masses. The might of these celestial beings was truly fearsome. It was said that a single individual had eradicated 1,000,000 mighty snow dragon riders. Was it not previously asserted that the wrath of 1,000,000 dragon riders could stain the heavens with blood? It now appeared to be mere fanciful boasting. The power of the celestial beings was unfathomable, and they were not to be trifled with. Those factions that had previously interacted with the Su family trembled in fear. Numerous elite practitioners, simply for having exchanged words with members of the Su family, publicly declared their withdrawal from the martial world, even proclaiming their intent to cease martial training altogether. Any faction that had engaged in trade with the Su family disbanded in terror, seeking nothing but a chance to survive. The entire northern wilderness was engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed and carnage. And yet, the architect of all this chaos sat serenely at a fishing platform, casting his line and reeling in a fine blue fish. Life on Earth was indeed tranquil, and the mortal realm was truly delightful. Lin Yang beamed with a smile. As long as you enjoy it, Master, it is the best. Bai Yue busied herself nearby, preparing meals for Lin Yang. This idyllic retreat had been painstakingly discovered by Li Chang'an, not only adorned with picturesque scenery, but also imbued with the warmth of human existence. Yearning for tranquility, one may indulge in leisurely pursuits such as drinking, playing chess, fishing, or farming in the village. Should one desire a more vibrant atmosphere, a mere stroll of a few miles leads directly to the bustling capital, a veritable paradise on earth, the epitome of worldly delights. Gulyalu Lin Yang tossed the freshly caught green fish to Bai Yue and inhaled the aroma emanating from the dishes on the table, unable to refrain from praising. Your culinary talent surpasses even your prowess in cultivation. In just 3 months, Bai Yue's culinary skills had visibly flourished. The chefs of the Lin family create delectable dishes, but this is largely due to the luxurious ingredients and seasonings sourced from the celestial realm. Were they to use mundane materials, their creations might not rival the flavors crafted by Bai Yue. I perceive you are not merely an innate spiritual body, but rather the embodiment of a culinary prodigy. After savoring a bite of the braised pork, Lin Yang gave Bai Yue a thumbs up. Master, your praises make me feel as though I might float away. Bai Yue beamed with joy, for receiving acknowledgement from her master was her greatest delight. Ha. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the young boy at the entrance of the courtyard, beckoning him with a wave. Little tiger, have you come for another meal? Come on in. Little tiger, somewhat shy, held 2 jugs of wine aloft. Grandfather said I shouldn't always impose on others for food. I heard you enjoy drinking, so he asked me to bring our finest wine. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. What captivated him most about Taoyuan village was the aged wine from the Zheng family's tavern. Though it may lack the rich and robust flavor of the celestial realm's brews, it possesses a unique charm all its own. Brother Lin Yang, what about us? Can we come in? Behind Little Tiger, several children swayed their homemade specialties, be it wild chicken or handmade sugar pastries. These simple villagers seemed to have misunderstood something, believing they were siblings with Bai Yue, enduring a life of hardship. Thus, they devised various ways to send these children, under the pretense of seeking a meal, to deliver supplies to them. The villagers' unique simplicity and warmth made Lin Yang revel in this atmosphere. Come on, let us eat together and enjoy the lively gathering. Lin Yang did not refuse and beckoned them all to enter for the meal. Once the children were seated, an elderly man wearing a worried expression hesitated at the entrance. Since you are here, why not come in? What is there to hesitate about? Lin Yang looked at Li Chunguang at the door. Li Chunguang took a seat, and after initially feeling restless, he took a bite of the delectable dish cooked by Bai Yue, his eyes widening in astonishment. In my 200 years of life, I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Ha. Old man, you truly have a flair for exaggeration. My great-grandfather is over 80 this year, the oldest in the village. Who could possibly live to 200? That would be a true old demon. Little Tiger laughed innocently. Li Chunguang chose not to bicker with the child, as he had no time for such trivial matters. The culinary delights prepared by Bai Yue were simply irresistible. The host's life is truly delightful. Far superior to me, this emperor. He reflected inwardly. To indulge daily in such exquisite delicacies and to lead a leisurely life amidst the mundane world is truly a heavenly existence that one would not exchange even for the title of emperor. You have come to see me. I presume there is something of import you wish to discuss? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. Ahem, my lord. During this period, the northern realms have descended into utter chaos. The ancient Taoist lineage of Longhu Mountain and the prominent sects of Jiangnan have all met with swift annihilation. Rumors abound in the martial world attributing these calamities to you, and the emperors of the neighboring dynasties are pressing me for details. The pressure is immense. Li Chuangang lamented, feeling aggrieved. How can they unjustly accuse me in such a manner? Unjustly? Lin Yang chuckled heartily. Indeed, it was my doing. There is nothing to conceal. If they seek trouble, let them come forth. Li Chuangg's eyes widened in disbelief. Those esteemed sects, standing firm for millennia, surely had formidable celestial ancestors backing them. The sheer magnitude of power behind Lin Yang's actions in such a brief span of time far surpassed anything he could fathom. Let us drink, Lin Yang said nonchalantly, reveling in wine and meat. Ultimately, he himself was unaware of how many sects he had vanquished, having entrusted the task entirely to the net. Observing this youthful figure, whose laughter could upheave the world, Li Chuangang felt exhilarated. His patron was nothing short of transcendent. Is there anything else? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired. It's a pity that the young eunuch is the embodiment of dragon energy. His true form cannot leave the confines of the palace. Otherwise, having him lend a hand would alleviate many troubles. The young eunuch's strength had already reached the pinnacle of humanity, making him a formidable opponent against ordinary beings of the celestial realm. Li Chuangg's lips trembled at the thought of the young eunuch assisting him. Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. Indeed, there is another matter. The Celestial Alliance seems quite displeased with your actions of exterminating the Su family and declaring yourself emperor. Li Chuangang sighed. Typically, after advancing to the celestial realm, one would receive an invitation from the Alliance. However, they have informed me that I shall never qualify for membership. The Celestial Alliance? What is that? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Ah, Master, you are unaware of the Celestial Alliance. Li Chuangang was taken aback, astonished. All the rulers who choose to remain on earth rather than ascend to the heavens are referred to as celestials. These unwilling celestials band together to form the most formidable force on earth, the Celestial Alliance. This means that even the most ordinary members of the Alliance are celestials. It is considered the most powerful organization on earth, and it is said that the Celestial Alliance has a formidable reputation in the heavenly realm. Haha. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. A power as insignificant as a sesame seed claims to be renowned in the heavenly realm? I have never even heard of it. Do you know where the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance is located? Li Chuangang was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. Could it be that Master intends to confront the Celestial Alliance with reason? Master is truly remarkable. How dare one venture alone to negotiate with such a fearsome force? Li Chuangang lamented, shaking his head. The Celestial Alliance, elusive and enigmatic, stands as the preeminent power in the mortal realm. I was even denied entry. How could I possibly ascertain the whereabouts of their sect? Oh, then let it be, Lin Yang said, retracting the sword intent from his eyes. Had Li Chuangang been aware of the precise location of the Celestial Alliance, he would have unleashed a distant strike, shattering their sect into oblivion. What insignificant clowns dare oppose him? Li Chuangang remained oblivious to Lin Yang's thoughts in his understanding. Daring to approach the Celestial Alliance for reasoned discourse was the epitome of invincibility. Cough, cough. Then only one matter remains. Li Chuangang scratched his head. The reactions from the surrounding nations have exceeded expectations. The borders are fortified with 1,000,000 troops, all poised and watchful. Their martial experts have already infiltrated the Northern Wilderness dynasty, testing our limits. Of course, these are trivial matters. With the elixirs bestowed by you, I have nurtured many formidable warriors, sufficient to handle these minor characters. However, it seems that a celestial realm expert has entered the Northern Wilderness. Though their specific intentions remain unknown, they are likely eyeing the dragon chi of the north. Indeed, they have arrived. Lin Yang was not surprised. He merely nodded and took another sip of wine. They have arrived? A chill ran down Li Chuangg's spine as he asked in astonishment, have they entered the capital? No, they are right behind you. Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the shadow behind Li Chuangang, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21. The wine that slays celestials, the spirit grain that lays the foundation. Ah, little child, I never anticipated your spiritual awareness to be so formidable. Hee hee. It has long been rumored that the Su family met its demise, and the Taoist traditions of Longhu Mountain were eradicated, orchestrated by a formidable figure lurking in the shadows. To my astonishment, it turns out to be a mere infant. A chilling laughter echoed as two figures emerged from the shadow of Li Chuangang. One was a rugged figure clad in animal hide, wielding a crude, colossal bone club. The other was a strikingly alluring being, dressed provocatively. with only a few strands of sheer fabric draped over their vital areas. As they appeared, their imposing presence surged, sending tremors through the surroundings. Like two radiant suns, they ascended slowly, casting their gaze upon the small courtyard below. Li Chuangang, you, who are renowned as the new generation sword god of the northern wasteland. How shameful it is to address a mere child as your master. The barbarian scoffed. Li Chuangang's eyes turned frosty, as if facing an imminent threat. The fact that these two had concealed themselves within his shadow without his notice was utterly terrifying. They were undoubtedly not ordinary celestials. If they sought his demise, it would be all too effortless. The villagers, both young and old, sensed the overwhelming pressure and trembled in fear. Little Tiger gazed blankly at the two figures in the sky, transfixed, standing aloft. They were the legendary immortals. The celestial beings had descended. The populace quivered, gripped by a primal fear emanating from their very bones. Little child, reveal your origins at once. Then, if you honestly surrender the throne of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, death is inevitable. The barbarian thundered. Do not frighten the little child. Otherwise, he might wet his bed at night. The alluring woman teased with a grin. Although their words dripped with mockery, both harbored a grave seriousness within. Their ability to conceal their presence was unparalleled across the realm. Yet they were effortlessly perceived by this child. Such acute perception was truly terrifying. Do you believe you are worthy of knowing my origins? Lin Yang shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to divulge, but rather that your fortune is insufficient. Once you grasp the truth, you would be unable to bear the consequences, leading to your immediate annihilation by the heavenly Tao. I have heard many boastful claims. Yet this is my first encounter with such audacity. The barbarian laughed, a fierce glint of murder flashing in his eyes, for Lin Yang's words had utterly belittled him. Lin Yang surveyed the surroundings. Since you possess the courage to attempt my life, let us confront each other openly. The cunning lad, indeed, possesses remarkable perception. At that moment, 5 terrifying auras surged forth. Above the sky, it was as if 7 suns had simultaneously manifested, suffocating all beneath their weight. What is this? Li Chungan was bewildered. The elusive beings of the celestial realm, usually seen only in fleeting glimpses, had suddenly revealed 7 of their kind? Is the celestial realm as common as cabbage now? Excellent. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed tiresome to deal with them one by one. Since they have revealed themselves, they shall perish together. Is it time to strike? The barbarian was momentarily taken aback. This was not the usual protocol. Normally, one would inquire about their intentions and identities first, wouldn't one? Then engage in a few rounds of verbal sparring to build up the tension before the actual combat commenced. However, since you are so eager to meet your demise, we shall oblige you. Although he found it peculiar, he paid it no mind. With the arrival of the 7 celestial beings, no matter how formidable an opponent may be, they would be reduced to ashes. Enough with the idle chatter. Cherish this final opportunity to unleash your most dazzling techniques. Lin Yang leisurely raised his goblet, casting a gentle smile towards the stunned children beside him. Pay close attention. The fireworks to come will be truly magnificent. The 7 formidable beings glared with murderous intent, their fury ignited by Lin Yang's utter disdain. Roar! The barbarian was the first to transform, wielding a massive bone club that he brought down with tremendous force, as if a primal dragon had descended, shaking the very heavens. The other celestial beings swiftly followed suit, unleashing their most lethal moves with the intent to obliterate Lin Yang in an instant. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless, aiming to eradicate the innocent Peach Blossom village along with him. Li Chuangan's face was a mask of despair. It was evident that these 7 were no ordinary celestial beings. Their combined assault was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even the might of the heavens. A mere novice like him, having just entered the realm of celestial beings, stood no chance against such an onslaught. He was doomed beyond salvation. Master, allow me to bear this burden. You should retreat. In his perception, the simultaneous strike of the 7 celestial beings rendered humanity utterly defenseless. Even a being as ethereal as the Master would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such an assault. Li Chuangang had resigned himself to the inevitability of death, prepared to self-destruct. He firmly believed that with Lin Yang's capabilities, his demise would not be in vain. Vengeance would surely be exacted. Trading the lives of 7 celestial beings for his own was no loss. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Lin Yong shook his head slightly, raising his hand to calm the surging energy within Li Chuangong's body. Subsequently, he flicked a droplet of spilled wine from the table with his fingers. Whoosh! In the next moment, the droplet of wine erupted into a dazzling brilliance, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was unparalleled, piercing through the void and tracing an exquisitely beautiful arc across the sky. Ah, how pretentious. Just as the barbarian was about to mock, an icy chill enveloped his mind, and an overwhelming terror surged within him. In that very moment, the bodies of the 7 celestial beings froze in place. Li Chuanggang gazed skyward, his pupils gradually widening. The heads of the 7 celestial beings began to explode one after another, brain matter splattering in all directions. The fissure created by the droplet of wine had perfectly penetrated the crowns of the 7 celestial beings. Bang, 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 as their heads detonated. Their internal energies spiraled out of control, their bodies disintegrating into a mist of blood. The terrifying waves of energy shimmered in a riot of colors, reflecting against the sky in a mesmerizing display. It resembled 7 magnificent fireworks, bursting forth in unparalleled splendor. Wow! This breathtaking and surreal spectacle left the children, including Huzi, utterly spellbound. Li Chuanggang was so astounded that his very marrow trembled. With merely a flick of his finger, a droplet of wine was unleashed, instantly annihilating 7 formidable beings of the celestial realm. What extraordinary prowess and might did this demonstrate? Once the fireworks concluded, the revelry of feasting and drinking resumed. Lin Yong appeared to have casually dispatched a few mosquitoes, casting not a glance at the shattered celestials. He turned to seize a succulent steak, generously coated in sauce, and devoured it with gusto. Even after the meal had ended and he returned to the palace, Li Chuangong's mind remained a void. He could only recall the delightful flavors lingering on his lips, the tumult within his heart, and the spectacle of those resplendent fireworks. Brother, did you slay the immortals? How incredibly impressive. It stirs my very blood. The children, including Xiao Hu, were brimming with enthusiasm. Born into a fantastical realm, life was undeniably harsh, even in a small mountain village, yet the children possessed remarkable resilience. If only I could wield such power, my father would no longer need to risk his life daily to hunt in the mountains. The girl who brought the wild chickens was filled with longing. Indeed, if we had a brother as formidable as him, those bandits would not dare to raid our village. I would send them flying with a single punch. The boy delivering the sweet pastry clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with tears. His father had perished at the hands of marauders. Lin Yong gazed upon the children with a gentle smile, harboring a fondness for those of benevolent nature. The kind-hearted villagers surely deserved their rewards. Although the ingredients of these meals were commonplace, under the culinary expertise of Bai Yue, they had been imbued with a certain essence. Regular consumption of such fare could rejuvenate one's foundational strength. In other words, once Little Tiger and his companions commenced their training, they would progress rapidly, with their futures promising boundless possibilities. At this moment, these Na'vi children remained unaware that in the not-so-distant future, they would rise to become the first generation of elders in the illustrious celestial village. Chapter 22, The One-Eyed Blue Wolf. Is this village defying heaven? In the ethereal and enigmatic divine palace of the mortal realm, 7 soul lamps shattered in succession. The guard tasked with overseeing the soul lamps turned pale, stumbling as he struck the alarm bell. Soon, the elders of the Celestial Alliance arrived, their expressions grave. Have Toba Yi and the others perished? Could it be the young eunuch's doing? Were they not warned against entering the northern wilderness imperial palace? Bellowed a portly elder with a crimson face. Even a young eunuch could not simultaneously eliminate 7 beings of the celestial realm, another elder reasoned. Indeed, they did not have the chance to use their communication tokens. They were utterly overwhelmed. The moment the assailant struck, they were all slain. A white-haired elder with youthful features analyzed calmly. Hiss, that makes sense. The elders of the Celestial Alliance wore expressions of profound concern. It appears that the mysterious powerhouse who annihilated 100,000 snow dragon riders is even more formidable than we had anticipated. What shall we do next? Are we to simply endure the loss of 7 members? Where shall we place the dignity of the Celestial Alliance? The red-faced, rotund elder shouted in fury. Why the haste? A tranquil voice emerged, prompting all the elders of the Heavenly Path Alliance to bow in deference. We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. To their astonishment, The leader of the Celestial Alliance was a strikingly youthful man with white hair, his pallid complexion almost ghastly. To be capable of swiftly vanquishing Tuoba Yi and his companions, his strength must surely surpass that of the Celestial Realm. Perhaps he is a prodigious descendant from one of the illustrious families within the Celestial Realm. Embarking on a journey through the mortal world, the silver-haired youth spoke casually. What shall we do? The elders of the Celestial Alliance were taken aback, their faces a tapestry of shock. They wielded power in the human realm, yet in the Celestial Realm, they were but insignificant. What to do? Naturally, it was prudent to refrain from provoking him for the time being. The silver-haired youth grinned widely. Once our plan succeeds, even if he is a descendant of the Lin clan, the rulers of the 8 desolations, we shall no longer fear him. Upon the mention of this plan, a glimmer of insatiable anticipation illuminated the eyes of the elders of the Celestial Alliance. What the leader has stated is indeed accurate. We are but 8 or 9 years away from the plan's fruition. When that time arrives, regardless of his background, he shall bow before us with respect upon encountering the Celestial Alliance. A gentleman's revenge is not late, even if it takes a decade. How much more so for 8 or 9 years? I can afford to wait. The stout, ruddy-faced elder nodded in agreement, for Tuoba Yi was his most cherished grandson. The day their grand ambitions came to fruition would also be the day he could avenge himself, reducing his foes to mere mist of blood. With the Celestial Alliance no longer a source of trouble, Li Chuangang unleashed his full potential, showcasing his iron-fisted approach. He annihilated all forces closely allied with the Su family, while the surrounding dynasties were ruthlessly suppressed. In an ordinary dynasty, having even a few spirit realm, earth immortals, as pillars of the nation would be commendable. Li Chuangang, originally a sword god of immense prowess, had now ascended to the Celestial Realm, rendering it nearly impossible for any mortal nation to withstand his might. After the surrounding dynasties were instilled with fear, they no longer dared to provoke, bowing their heads and paying tribute and taxes. Even so, they all expressed their admiration for Li Chuanggang's benevolence and kindness, contrasting him with Su Shao, who readily brought ruin upon neighboring nations. In the days that followed, the Northern Wilderness dynasty entered an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity, where time flowed serenely. Lin Yang and his disciple Bai Yue enjoyed a tranquil and leisurely pastoral life in Taoyuan village, filled with joy and simplicity. 8 years swiftly passed. Thud, thud, thud. Clouds of dust billowed as a band of mountain bandits halted their horses before Taoyuan village. Leading them was the infamous thief, One-Eyed Green Wolf. He had established the Green Wolf Gang, comprising nearly 10,000 bandits, each a skilled warrior, appearing and disappearing like shadows, leaving even the officials in despair. Wherever the Green Wolf Gang roamed, they descended like locusts, mercilessly slaughtering villages and towns at the slightest discontent, having obliterated countless settlements, a true embodiment of evil. This village appears quite prosperous. The villagers likely have ample resources to exploit. A sycophantic aide grinned and suggested, "Shall we plunder this small village and let the brothers enjoy themselves?" Very well. Recently pursued by soldiers, I haven tea slept well, and my mood is quite foul. It's unfortunate for these wretched commoners to cross paths with my wrath. One-Eyed Green Wolf grinned widely, spurring his horse forward as he led the bandits into the village. At the village entrance, several youths were frolicking and playing, completely oblivious to the impending danger. The One-Eyed Green Wolf seethed with rage. He was a notorious bandit, reigning over the Northern Wilderness. How dare these oblivious little rascals completely disregard his presence? Hey, you little brats, summon all the adults in your village. Bring forth every valuable possession and the most beautiful women. Should you utter a single word of dissent, I shall annihilate your entire village, turning the men's heads into chamber pots and the women into playthings of torment. The small leaders cackled menacingly. A young boy, picking his nose nonchalantly, scoffed, "Brother Huzi, another band of marauders has arrived? There seems to be an abundance of them this year." "What is a marauder, Brother Huzi?" asked an innocent little girl beside him, still clutching her milk bottle. The leading boy chuckled softly. "Those are the wretched souls, hunted down by the Imperial Army, akin to lost dogs." The small leaders felt their tempers flare. Damn it, after decades of banditry, this was the first time they'd encountered such audacious villagers. One leader's eyes bulged with fury. "I shall chop you insolent peasants into a fine paste to relieve my pent-up wrath." The One-Eyed Green Wolf furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The young boy, brimming with vitality, had yet to be tempered by the harshness of society. It was understandable for him to engage in verbal sparring. But why were the nearby farmers responding with laughter, showing not an ounce of fear? Merely a facade of a desolate city, a ruse to frighten. The one-eyed green wolf, with eyes glinting with wisdom and confidence, swung his blade decisively. Enough of this banter. Reduce this place to rubble. Indeed, several small leaders were already eager, their anger surging as they mounted their steeds, brandishing their blades, intent on severing the heads of Little Tiger and his companions. They were even prepared to spare not even the innocent children. Die! The hunter's son unleashed a punch, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A colossal imprint obscuring the sun as it thundered down. What? The small leaders were nearly paralyzed with terror. Before they could utter a sound, both man and horse were obliterated into a mist of blood by that singular blow. One punch shook the very heavens. Could he possibly be at the Dao Palace realm? This was inconceivable. The one-eyed green wolf narrowed his eyes. Was this village truly defying the heavens? It is known that a cultivator at the Dao Palace realm possesses the ability to establish a sect in the martial world. Damn it! Seize those snot-nosed brats nearby as hostages. The one-eyed green wolf reacted swiftly, shouting loudly. Several experts from the Green Wolf gang surged forward, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, before they could draw their weapons, they were ruthlessly dispatched by the youths surrounding Little Tiger. All were at the perfected Chi Si realm. The one-eyed green wolf began to question his existence, cold sweat pouring down his back. If these children are so formidable, how powerful must the adults in the village be? Upon this realization, he felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. No wonder the villagers displayed not an ounce of fear. It turned out the entire village was comprised of hidden powerhouses. Retreat. The one-eyed green wolf turned and fled. He was cautious, otherwise he would not have survived until this day. How cowardly! Little Tiger exclaimed in frustration. He had anticipated that the one-eyed blue wolf would behave like a brainless villain from a story, laughing heartily before roaring. What if you are powerful? With so many of my underlings, we can overwhelm you. Alas, after fleeing, they would surely go on to massacre other villages. Little Tiger and his companions fought valiantly, tirelessly dispatching bandits. Yet the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. He felt a sense of helplessness. As long as the Green Mountains stand, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Our resolve remains unchanged, and the waters will continue to flow. We shall meet again. The one-eyed blue wolf laughed heartily, reveling in his cleverness. Had he not been cautious, he would have faced dire consequences today. Suddenly, he froze. At the end of the path, two figures slowly emerged. The girl, around 18 or 19, possessed skin as smooth as jade and eyes that sparkled with youthful allure, her beauty transcending mere words. Even clad in simple garments, her lively and playful charm struck directly at the heart. Yet, despite her stunning presence, standing beside the young man made her appear as a firefly dimmed by the brilliance of the moon. The young man was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his allure surpassing human limits. Clad in a modest white robe, he exuded an ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world. This is what immortality looks like. Even the most ruthless of bandits could not help but gasp in awe upon glimpsing Lin Yang. Even the one-eyed gray wolf was so captivated that his mind went blank, forgetting to flee for his life. He shook his head furiously to regain his senses. Get out of the way ahead. Don't block the path. Otherwise, I'll make your head relocate. Chapter 23. Are saints merely qualified to be servants? Master, you have returned. The few followers of Tiger, upon spotting Lin Yang, greeted him with enthusiasm. Master. The one-eyed green wolf was struck with terror, his mind reeling at the revelation that this youthful celestial being was, in fact, the mentor of these peculiar individuals. Alas, before he could fully comprehend the situation, it was too late. Merely exchanging a glance with Lin Yang, his body erupted in a violent explosion, transforming both man and steed into a mist of blood. This horrifying spectacle shattered the resolve of the Qinglang gang's advisor, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The bandits stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. Did he just reduce the gang leader to a mere vapor with a single glance? This must be a monster. Do refrain from calling me master. I have merely imparted the techniques to you, yet I have not instructed you in the art of cultivation. Lin Yang remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. To aspire to be my disciple? Without exceptional talent, such thoughts are futile. It is not that my expectations are lofty, but rather that my standards are simply elevated. Disciples with sufficient innate talent require no guidance. As long as they are provided with adequate resources, they will ascend rapidly on their own. Hee. The little tiger and his companions chuckled, scratching their heads. In any case, you are the great benefactor of our Taoyuan village. Were it not for your teachings and cultivation, we would have long been slaughtered by the bandits. Lin Yang offered a slight smile, nodding in acknowledgement to Bai Yue. Understanding his cue, Bai Yue activated the purple gold gourd, swiftly drawing in the entire horde of over 10,000 Qinglang gang bandits in the blink of an eye. Grumble. Little Tiger gazed at the scene before him, utterly captivated. This was truly unparalleled divine prowess. His current strength felt woefully inadequate. Come over to my house for lunch at noon, Lin Yang gestured, leading Bai Yue away. All right. Little Tiger and his companions nodded cheerfully. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Yang was taken aback to find Li Chungan waiting there. It has been 8 years. How is it that you have yet to break through to the celestial realm? Li Chungan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by a heavy blow. Despite his relentless training, harnessing the dragon chi of the northern wilderness, he had advanced from the first to the third level of the celestial realm in merely 8 years. Such a pace, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the world. He felt an immense pride in this achievement. Yet, under the gaze of his master, he was met with the simple query, after 8 years, why are you still in the celestial realm? His inflated confidence was instantly shattered. However, recalling his master's terrifying ability to slay celestial beings with a mere sip of wine, he soon found solace. The level of his master was beyond his comprehension. Ahem, master, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Li Chungan awkwardly coughed and inquired. Are there any blessed lands or paradises in this realm? Lin Yang asked. Bai Yue is on the verge of breaking through to the venerable realm. If she could do so within a blessed land, her magical power would be exceedingly pure. Li Chungan pondered for a moment. The blessed lands of this realm are all controlled by several great holy places. To gain access to the celestial abode, one must join their sacred ground. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He had indeed heard of the earthly sanctuaries, each with a rich lineage and home to formidable beings surpassing the realm of saints. Recently, the foremost earthly sanctuary, the Qian Kuan Sanctuary, was hosting a grand ceremony for the recruitment of disciples. Li Chungan's eyes gleamed. I have a connection with a formal disciple of the Qian Kuan Sanctuary. It could be. The Qian Kuan Sanctuary, you say? Please direct me. Lin Yang, uninterested in further inquiries, stated directly. Li Chungan provided the coordinates of the Qian Kuan Sanctuary. Master, although your divine might is unparalleled, the Qian Kuan Sanctuary is the most prestigious among earthly sanctuaries. With an immensely profound foundation, without a recommendation, it may prove exceedingly difficult to gain entry. I have my means to compel them to open their gates and welcome my ascent. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. Gulp. Indeed. Li Chungan dared not say more. You have been diligent these past years. This heavenly restoration pill can enhance your innate talent. Take it and make use of it. Lin Yang casually tossed a heavenly restoration pill. Li Chungan hastily prostrated himself. Master, this is far too precious. If I were to accept this pill, I fear I would be unable to withstand the dreadful consequences. The heavenly restoration pill is coveted even by saints. As a mere king realm practitioner, should I dare to touch it, the power of causality would annihilate me. I seem to have overlooked your weakness. Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation. Yet this was already the most inferior pill he possessed to enhance one's innate talent. To serve my master is already a fortune cultivated over countless lifetimes. I dare not covet further rewards. Li Chungan repeatedly bowed in reverence. Do you believe I act for your sake? Lin Yang smiled wryly. I do this solely for my own reputation. If it were to be known that my servant has labored for 8 years without breaking through to the realm of kings, they would surely mock me mercilessly. Gulp. Li Chungan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. It is my own folly that has brought disgrace upon you, my master. Rest assured, the forces of karma shall not trouble you. Lin Yang tossed the celestial restoration pill towards him. Gulp. Li Chungan, resolutely obeying Lin Yang's command, swallowed the pill without hesitation. Buzz. The celestial laws, concealed yet omnipotent, were stirred. Dark thunderclouds gathered in the heavens, transforming into a heavenly tribulation, intent on annihilating Li Chungan. A mere king's realm, with a fate so paltry, is utterly unworthy of such an exalted elixir. It must be eradicated. Do not overestimate your worth. A mere earthly celestial law dares to challenge my servant? Begone. Lin Yang cast a cold glance towards the depths of the heavens. Poof! As the fearsome tribulation manifested, poised to obliterate all, the earthly celestial law instantly disintegrated, too terrified to manifest even the slightest ripple. Whoosh! After digesting the celestial restoration pill, Li Chuangang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the world perceived by a true genius? The intricate rules of the Tao, once incomprehensible, now appear simpler than the equation of 1 plus 1, illuminating the mind in an instant. The velocity of thought has surged beyond 100-fold. The body's sensitivity to the celestial energies of the universe has drastically heightened. With the mere act of inhalation, boundless spiritual essence flows within. Li Chungan weeps uncontrollably, his entire being trembling violently. It is no exaggeration to declare that he now resembles a blind man who has suddenly regained his sight. After living over a century, he finally perceives the world with clarity. My master, Chungan is willing to dedicate his life and soul to you, unrepentant even in the face of death. Li Chungan expresses his heartfelt gratitude with a deep bow. Were it not for Lin Yang, he would have never fathomed the vastness of this world or the wonders it holds. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. To him, the heavenly restoration pill holds less value than a delectable candied hawthorn. Look at your unremarkable demeanor. Refrain from overreacting to trivial matters in the future. It is quite embarrassing. Yes. Li Chungan immediately nodded with respect. Focus on your cultivation, and until you attain sainthood, do not disclose to outsiders that you are my servant. Lin Yang stated calmly. Understood. Li Chungan was even more astounded. The legendary saints barely qualify to serve his master? How formidable must his master be? No wonder he can disregard the constraints imposed by mortal and celestial laws, navigating the earthly realm with such ease. Ascending to the celestial domain is not entirely a matter of choice. After all, who would prefer to serve as a mere foot soldier in the heavens when one can attain reverence in the mortal realm? In truth, should a cultivator reach the realm of kings without voluntarily ascending, the celestial order of the mortal world will expel them. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the force of this expulsion. Those kings who remain in the mortal realm must contend with this relentless force. Only the legendary sages, who have transcended their physical forms to embody the Tao, are unrestrained, freely traversing between the realms of mortals and the heavens, untouched by any influence. Chapter 24. The greatest sacred land in the world? At last, you have found a promising opportunity to transcend the realm of the revered. Lin Yang offered a faint smile to Bai Yue. What? Li Chungan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind rendered blank. Having diligently cultivated for 8 years, he had painstakingly progressed from the first to the third level of the celestial realm, enough to hold his head high in the northern wilderness. In contrast, Bai Yue had ascended from nothingness, soaring from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had believed that after consuming the celestial restoration pill, he would finally be able to see the world anew, only to find himself once again akin to a frog in a well. Benefactor, a few of the young ones rushed into the courtyard, their eyes filled with reluctance as they gazed at Lin Yang. We heard from the village chief that you are leaving Taoyuan village. Is it true that you are departing? Indeed, Lin Yang replied with a gentle smile, not denying it. There is no need for sorrow. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, no matter how vast the world, one can traverse it with but a thought. For the powerful, the concept of parting is virtually non-existent. Yes, the young one's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the day they would reunite. The village chief is hosting a farewell banquet. Please do attend. Everyone is especially grateful for the teachings you have bestowed upon us. Certainly, Lin Yang nodded. Unlike the young ones, most of the villagers had not engaged in cultivation, their lives tragically brief. Once he departed, it would likely be difficult to meet again. At the banquet, he gazed upon these warm-hearted, kind villagers, a myriad of memories flooding his mind. The past 8 years in the idyllic Peach Blossom Village have been truly delightful, completely aligning with his former expectations. Silently, he replaced all beverages with a mystical elixir crafted from the essence of life, which the villagers consumed to prolong their years. The potency of this divine liquor was significant, and after the banquet, the villagers succumbed to a state of inebriation and slumber. It is time to depart, Lin Yang announced, as he and Bai Yue took their leave of the village, basking in the fading glow of dusk. At the village entrance, Li Chang'an stood, respectfully bidding farewell to his master, his heart filled with profound reflections. Only upon achieving sainthood could one truly be acknowledged as a servant of the master. Yet, the notion of becoming a saint was a mere legend. The path to such an exalted state could span thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Indeed, an unfathomable passage of time. Would I have the opportunity to see my master again in this lifetime? He pondered, uncertain, as the journey of cultivation was fraught with cruelty, and the aspiration of attaining sainthood felt exceedingly distant. Master, why are we not traveling the world in a carriage this time? Bai Yue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion atop the jade Qilin. The world is vast, and the northern wilderness dynasty stretches across 100,000 miles, merely a minor corner of the realm. The sacred land of heaven and earth resides at the very heart of humanity. Even by carriage, it would take a century to reach. Lin Yang jested. Are you suggesting we wait 100 years to transcend to the realm of the venerable? As long as you wish it, master, I shall. Bai Yue replied earnestly. Let us not entertain that notion. I certainly do not wish for my disciple to be over 100 years old and still not a venerable, Lin Yang mused leisurely. Seated atop the jade Qilin, gazing down upon the magnificent landscapes of the mortal realm. Majestic human dynasties stand tall upon the earth, while the jade Qilin soars through the heavens, seemingly traversing countless miles in an instant. Is this indeed the sacred land of Qianquan? Lin Yang gazes down upon the grand architectural ensemble below. The sacred land of Qianquan encompasses a paradise of hidden realms, sprawling over an extensive area, adorned with pavilions and towers, featuring 9 principal peaks and 72 sacred mountains. Within its confines, formidable individuals abound, like dragons concealed and tigers lying in wait, living up to its reputation as the foremost sacred domain of the mortal realm. Outside the mountain gate, a throng of people surges forth, as the strongest from across the world hasten to this place. To be chosen as a disciple of the sacred land of Qianquan is akin to leaping over the dragon gate, freeing oneself from the need to bow to anyone in the mortal realm. Lin Yang swiftly traverses the void, accompanied by Bai Yue, arriving before the mountain gate of the sacred land of Qianquan. Do you wish to join our sacred land of Qianquan? Kindly line up in an orderly fashion. Here, even the emperor of a top-tier dynasty must wait in line. The gatekeeper disciple furrows his brow and admonishes. Summon your sect leader. You are not worthy to converse with me, Lin Yang replies calmly. What audacity! The gatekeeper disciple scowls, about to retort, when a graceful figure descends from the skies. They respectfully bow, exclaiming, Master of Zifeng. The 9 principal peaks of the sacred land of Qianquan are each governed by a powerful peak master, and this enchanting figure, Xianren, is the master of Yinshan Peak. Her strength is profound and unfathomable, having transcended the realm of kings and entered the domain of the revered. What business do you have with the sovereign of our sacred land? She inquires. The sovereign is currently absent. Any matters can be addressed with us peak masters. Xianren possessed a graceful figure and an ethereal demeanor, adorned in flowing purple garments. Although the young man appeared rather unremarkable, the young woman beside him exuded an immense presence, surely having reached the threshold of a half-step sovereign. Such a young half-step sovereign is an unparalleled prodigy, even in the esteemed Qianquan sacred land, a rarity that appears once in a millennium. She felt a surge of admiration for talent. Oh, Lin Yang cast a glance at Xianren and remarked, I wish to borrow the blessed grounds of your Qianquan sacred land. Name your price. To borrow the blessed grounds. Xianren was taken aback, but soon calmed herself. The breakthrough to sovereign requires a rich spiritual environment. It must be that this extraordinary prodigy seeks to utilize it. However, to access the blessed grounds, one must join our Qianquan sacred land, and it also requires the decree of the sacred lord. Xianren maintained a pleasant demeanor, smiling gently. I have no time to wait. Is there a way to use the blessed grounds without your sacred lord's consent? Lin Yang frowned. Such a minor earthly force had quite a few regulations. There is but one way, Xianren replied with a shrug. That is to become the peak master of our Qianquan sacred land. Very well, I shall become the peak master of your Qianquan sacred land now, Lin Yang declared nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. Everyone was left in stunned silence. The audacity of the young man's claim was truly astonishing. The young brother may not be aware that the Qianquan sacred land is the foremost sacred ground in the world. Zhang Ran wished to elucidate that although this prodigious young lady appeared to possess commendable strength, it was still far from sufficient to ascend to the position of the peak master of the Qinquan sacred land. She decided to state the conditions directly. Lin Yang, with an air of languor, stifled a yawn. To become a peak master, one must achieve the 9th level of the venerable realm or defeat a current peak master. Zhang Ran was momentarily taken aback, but maintained her smile as she explained. Articulating the conditions would not only showcase the profound heritage of the Qinquan sacred land, but also serve to temper the young man's arrogance. What? The 9th level of the venerable realm? The strength of the peak masters at the Qinquan sacred land is indeed formidable. I had assumed that the celestial being represented the pinnacle of human capability, yet the peak masters of the Qinquan sacred land are all venerable realm practitioners. Truly, it deserves its title as the foremost sacred ground in the world. The formidable figures in line behind them, including the princes of various dynasties, gasped in astonishment. All right, so defeating you will suffice, correct? Lin Yang beckoned Zhang Ran with a finger. Come on, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike. Zhang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, yet her expression soon turned serious. This young man was excessively arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson. Very well, let me show you. With a wave of her robe, a roll of purple silk surged forth, imbued with the force to shatter mountains. Using silk as a weapon? How uncommon. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. With a flick of his fingers, the silk instantly transformed into a gentle embrace, losing all its potency. What? I underestimated him. Zhang Ran felt a shiver run down her spine. She could not even sense the energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Yang. Zhang Ran became serious and launched a full-force attack, putting everything into this strike. Go. With a casual flick, Lin Yang effortlessly manipulated the silks entwined around his fingers, binding the fully unleashed Zhang Ran. What is this? Release me at once. Zhang Ran found herself ensnared by the silks, unable to move her hands or feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 25. The Lord of Ancient Peaks. What? The crowd was taken aback. The gatekeeper disciples were particularly stunned. Zhang Ran was a formidable presence, a 9th level venerable, and her strength was not to be underestimated among the 9 peak lords. How could she be captured so effortlessly? Capturing someone alive is far more challenging than simply defeating them. Let me go? You have won. You may take my position as the peak lord of the Qinquan Holy Land. Zhang Ran's face flushed crimson as she struggled against her bonds. Lin Yang smiled slightly and released her restraint. Huh. Zhang Ran's ample bosom rose and fell as she regarded Lin Yang with uncertainty. In combat, injuries are inevitable, and being bound was merely a testament to her inferiority. She certainly did not blame Lin Yang for it. It seems I have underestimated you. I failed to discern your strength earlier. Please, enter our sect. Zhang Ran expressed her respect. The gatekeeper disciples, astute as they were, swung open the mountain gates, inviting Lin Yang inside. How enviable. The noblemen in line expressed their admiration, though they dared not harbor jealousy. To capture a 9th level venerable being in an instant is the mark of an ultimate monster, one capable of toppling nations with a mere hand. At the Qinquan Holy Land, on Ancient Peak, the Peak Lord furrowed his brow as he looked at Zhang Ran. What did you just say? I must have misheard you. You want me to relinquish the position of Peak Lord? Zhang Ran nodded. He has defeated me, according to the rules of the Qinquan Holy Land. As the lowest-ranking Peak Lord, you should yield. Now that the Holy Master is absent, who can say that you haven't colluded with this young man to usurp my position? The Master of the Ancient Peak shook his head. Leave at once. You are well aware of my identity. Do not overstep your bounds. Indeed, he was the weakest among the 9 peak masters, yet his background was formidable. With the Holy Lord absent, he would show no deference to anyone. Rules are rules, regardless of your standing. Zhang Ran seethed with anger. Depart. Step any closer, and I shall annihilate you with my formation. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Master of the Ancient Peak turned to return to his domain. Zhang Ran found herself at an impasse. Although the Master was weaker than her, she could not contend with him if he unleashed his formation. Very well. I shall concede the position of the Yinzhan Peak Master to you. Zhang Ran offered a contrite smile to Lin Yang. Lin Yang chuckled softly. There is no need. As you said, rules are rules. He gazed at the retreating figure of the Master of the Ancient Peak, his palm transforming into a formidable handprint. Intent on seizing the Master within its grasp. You dare strike at me? The Master of the Ancient Peak scoffed. He was indeed at the 7th level of the Venerable Realm, and with the power of the ancient formation, he feared even a half-step Heavenly King. Seeking death, are we? Very well, I shall oblige. He exerted all his strength to activate the formation, aiming to slay Lin Yang. Yet, before his attack could reach the handprint, it disintegrated effortlessly. What? The master of the ancient peak was taken aback, and before he could escape, his body was ensnared by the colossal handprint. Wait, he intended to articulate further, yet Lin Yang tightened his grip, obliterating the body of the ancient peak master, transforming him into a mist of crimson. This technique, the Buddha kingdom in his palm, proved remarkably effective. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Anyone who dared harbor murderous intentions towards him would face immediate retribution. Gulp. Ziyanran was utterly astonished. The ancient formation capable of repelling a half-step Heavenly King was unable to withstand a mere slap from this youth. Fortunately, she had shown utmost courtesy to this young man earlier. Otherwise, with the Holy Master absent, very few in the Qiankuan Holy Land could withstand his might. Lin Yang tossed the ancient peak master's token to Bai Yue. Take this token and proceed to break through. Understood, Master. Bai Yue nodded. It became evident that they shared a master-disciple relationship. Ziyanran felt a pang of disappointment. She had intended to take Bai Yue as her disciple. However, she quickly reconciled with the realization that she lacked the qualification. Only a prodigious talent like this mysterious youth could rightfully accept unparalleled geniuses as disciples. The three ascended to the ancient peak. The scenery of the ancient peak was breathtaking, with celestial cranes soaring and exquisite pavilions, yet it was devoid of many figures, giving it an air of desolation. The ancient peak master Wangda, whom you had slain, was a man of low character, exploiting his disciples. Consequently, those disciples capable of fleeing had already escaped. Ziyanran explained. Now, the ancient peak is left with only a few servants and menial workers. Excellent. Lin Yang felt quite content. His inherently laid-back nature meant that having numerous disciples would only bring him headaches. Now, without any disciples, he relished the tranquility. Before him lay the spatial passage connecting the ancient peak and the Qiankuan cave. Ziyanran gestured towards the teleportation array. Master, I'm going. Bai Yue declared with unwavering determination as she stepped into the array. Only those recognized by the peak master through a blood oath could enter the teleportation array. Truly, this place, being the nexus of celestial realms, possessed a commendable concentration of spiritual energy, which pleased Lin Yang greatly. It was undoubtedly one of the most spiritually potent locations in the mortal realm. Turning his gaze, he noticed Ziyanran hesitating to speak, prompting him to inquire. Do you have something to say? Well, the Wangdi you just killed is the beloved son of the chief elder of the Qiankuan Holy Land. If he learns of his son's demise, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. However, you need not worry. This rule was established by the Holy Lord. You should lay low in the ancient peak for a few days, and upon the Holy Lord's return, the chief elder will think twice before making any accusations. Ziyanran advised gravely. Lay low? Lin Yang chuckled. If he were not wise, he would have been slain. Apart from the Holy Lord, the most formidable figures in the Qiankuan Holy Land were the elders. The Grand Elder had reached the Heavenly King realm many years ago, his strength unfathomable and exceedingly terrifying. Ziyanran urged him repeatedly. A turtle hiding in the mortal realm after advancing to the Heavenly King realm. How formidable could he truly be? Lin Yang let out a cold laugh, expressing his eagerness to witness the unfolding events. In the next moment, a roar reverberated throughout the sacred land of Qiankuan. Who has slain my son? I demand the annihilation of his entire clan. A terrifying figure descended, its immense form overshadowing half the sky, an embodiment of the celestial might only found within the realm of the Heavenly King. Ignorant youth, are you the one who killed my son? Reveal your origins. I shall conduct a blood sacrifice of your entire lineage. The chief elder Wang Mi spoke with a tone of arrogance. Do you presume to know my origins? Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You seek death. It seems I must slay you and extract your soul. Wang Mi bellowed, summoning his formidable celestial might to take a colossal step toward Lin Yang, as if intending to crush the very peak of the ancient wilderness beneath his foot. Elder, to strike at the peak master is a capital offense. Ziyanran admonished, astonished by Wang Mi's reckless fury. Humph, if he dies, he dies. Would the Holy Master sacrifice her trusted allies for a mere child? Wang Mi scoffed. Do you enjoy trampling others? Lin Yong raised an eyebrow, invoking the Great Void technique to instantly reduce the towering Wang Mi to the size of a fist, sending him tumbling beneath his feet. What? Wang Mi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed up at the giant before him. How could he have so swiftly shattered his Great Void technique? Since you relish in trampling others, allow me to crush you beneath my foot. Lin Yong casually lifted his foot, intent on crushing Wang Mi beneath him. Stop! The commotion from the battle stirred the entire Qian Kuan sacred land. All the prominent peak masters, elders, and senior members hastened to the ancient peak. What was happening? The eminent figures were all mobilized. A grave incident had occurred at the ancient peak. The newly appointed peak master had slain Wang Da and then defeated the esteemed elder Wang Mi. The Qian Kuan sacred land was on the verge of upheaval. The disciples, upon hearing the rumors, were engulfed in uncertainty, yet dared not approach the ancient peak. For when divine beings clash, mortals suffer. Even a mere ripple from the conflict could reduce them to mere pulp. Your Excellency, Wang Mi is a venerable elder of our Qian Kuan sacred land. Even if he has committed a transgression, it is not within your rights to execute him. You lack the qualification. Indeed, while you may wield the Peak Master's decree, you have yet to be acknowledged as the Peak Master by the Sacred Lord himself. Do not lose sight of your standing. Should you dare to slay the esteemed elder, be prepared to face relentless pursuit to your demise from the Qian Kuan sacred land, shouted the two Peak Masters closely affiliated with Wang Mi. Why the haste to defend the old tortoise? Then stand with this old tortoise. With a swift motion, Lin Yong grasped, reducing the two Peak Masters to the size of fists, where they fell beside Wang Mi. Gulp. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the elders and Peak Masters of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Such a method was utterly unfathomable. Crack! Like squashing an insect, Lin Yang's foot descended, mercilessly turning the three into a mere paste. Several elders and the Peak Master gazed at the scene with pale faces, their lips trembling. This new Peak Master possesses seemingly extraordinary strength. Chapter 26. The Annihilation of the Nine Clans? Come, let us drink. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yong raised an eyebrow as he regarded the elders and peak leaders. They exchanged glances, their anger restrained. Just as they were about to turn away, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a gaping chasm. From within this chasm, a flag embroidered with the character King billowed ominously. What? Could it be that a great terror lurked behind Wang Mi? The elders and peak leaders were filled with dread. The terrifying aura emanating from the rift was suffocating, rendering them breathless. Was such power truly permissible in this world? They felt their own insignificance. It was commonly said that the Wang family possessed immense influence, likely descending from the forces of the celestial realm, and now it seemed those claims were indeed substantiated. The portly elder cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yong. This young man is destined for calamity, just as they presumed the Wang family had come seeking vengeance. A cascade of severed heads tumbled from the rift, like a rain of human heads, accompanied by a mist of blood, a veritable downpour of crimson. The once formidable flag of the Wang family fell helplessly. Then, Yin Ri and Jing Yu emerged from the chasm, their presence overwhelming and dominative. Approaching Lin Yong, they knelt before him and reported, "Master, the net has eradicated the 9 clans of the Wang family, leaving no future threats." Excellent. Lin Yong nodded, thoroughly pleased. The net truly lived up to its reputation as a premier assassin organization, always considering the needs of its master. He had yet to mention the matter. Yet they had already completed the annihilation of the 9 clans. Understood. You may leave. Lin Yong gestured casually. Huff, huff. The terrifying aura dissipated, and the cracks in the sky gradually faded away. The peak masters and elders were utterly bewildered. The legendary, boundlessly dreadful Wang family had been eradicated in the blink of an eye. They could hardly believe it. Yet the sight of the severed heads of the Wang clan compelled them to accept the reality. Gulp. Such a fearsome power, and it swore fealty to him. Contemplating this, several peak masters and elders performed a complete about-face, their faces adorned with amicable smiles. They humbly bowed to Lin Yong, saying, "Your presence as the master of the ancient peak in our Qian Kuan sacred land truly illuminates the cold sect. It is our utmost fortune. Please, express any request you may have, and we shall strive to fulfill your every need. Indeed, indeed. Make full use of the blessed land. Take as much time as you desire." Lin Yong smiled faintly. These individuals truly knew how to tailor their approach to suit the audience. Soon, everyone dispersed, and Zi Yanran took her leave, Returning to his residence, Lin Yong indulged in the massage of a beautiful maid while perusing a novel, swiftly drifting into a serene slumber. Upon awakening, Bai Yue was still immersed in her cultivation within the blessed land. Lin Yong felt a sense of monotony in his mouth and was preparing to seek some delicacies in the Qiankuan sacred land when Zi Yanran appeared. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. Zi Yuan, adorned in a flowing purple gown, accentuated her exquisite figure, her skin resembling the luster of sheep-fat jade, a sight to behold. Master Lin, where are your eyes wandering? Zi Yuan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, yet she did not take offense. How splendid it was to be the object of admiration from such an ethereal young man. Your figure is truly remarkable, Lin Yong unabashedly praised, living life freely and expressing his thoughts candidly. Please, Master Lin, do not jest with me. Zi Yuan's cheeks deepened in color. The Lord has returned and prepared a grand banquet. He invites you to join and celebrate your ascension as the master of the ancient peak. Oh, Lin Yong smiled gently, for he was indeed seeking a delightful feast. Let us proceed. In the sacred hall, the banquet was already underway, with the high-ranking officials of the Qiankuan sacred land in attendance. At the forefront sat a woman draped in an opulent black and gold phoenix robe, adorned with a golden crown and tassels, exuding a noble yet icy demeanor, her eyes as piercing as the autumn waters. She was Qian Xiushui, the master of the Qiankuan sacred land. Master, do we truly intend to accept that young man? Questioned several elders, their faces etched with concern. His origins are shrouded in mystery, and his methods are ruthless. Even the chief elder has remarked on his readiness to kill. Keeping him within our sect poses a significant threat. Qian Xiushui's enchanting gaze swept over the two elders. Since you both harbor such reservations, why not engage the new master in conversation yourselves? The two elders fell silent, lowering their heads and choosing not to mention the matter further. Lin Yong was truly terrifying. Even the holy master dared not take action against him. Had the esteemed ancestors truly found themselves powerless? One elder, unwilling to relent, spoke up. Qian Xiushui shook her head. Each sacred ground possesses its own profound heritage, being sealed remnants of once unparalleled powerhouses. Upon her return, she sought the counsel of several elders, only to discover that one had been frightfully scared to death. The remaining two elders strongly advised her to avoid provoking this new peak master. Merely the two attendants who had appeared that day could effortlessly obliterate the Qiankuan sacred ground from existence. Reflecting on the elders' words, Qian Xiushui felt a deep shock within. However, she understood that such extraordinary beings, indulging in the mortal realm, could never truly remain within the Qiankuan sacred ground. She dared not request his departure. Instead, she would serve him well during his tenure as peak master. Buzz. Zi Yanran entered with Lin Yong. The crowd respectfully saluted Peak Master Lin. Peak Master Zi. Lin Yong, casual in demeanor, greeted them and took a seat in the position originally occupied by the Grand Elder, right beside Qian Xiushui. To his surprise, the holy master of the Qiankuan sacred ground was a striking beauty. Lin Yong smiled slightly. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. Now, seated to his left is Zi Yanran, and to his right is Qian Xiushui, inadvertently surrounded by enchanting beauties. Are you all waiting for me? Please, do not stand on ceremony. Let us commence the feast, Lin Yong grinned. Haha, splendid. Leader Lin is quite straightforward. The senior members of the Qiankuan sacred land breathed a sigh of relief. For the past few days, they had spread rumors about the newly appointed master of the ancient peak, portraying him as a ruthless demon. However, he now appeared to be a gentle, easygoing, and handsome young man, akin to an ethereal immortal. Those who had witnessed Lin Yong crush the heads of the Grand Elder and the Wang family's 9 clans wore uneasy expressions, internally pleading, "Do not be deceived by his benevolent exterior." Although they harbored such thoughts, they dared not voice them. This gentleman could take a life as effortlessly as one might squash an ant. Lin Yong took a sip from his drink, his brow furrowing. Is this what you usually consume? Oh no, the demon is about to unveil his true self and commence a massacre. Lin Yang's frown nearly sent the peak masters into a panic, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Why is everyone shaking their legs? Is this perhaps a cultural aspect of the Qiankuan sacred land's dining etiquette? Lin Yong inquired, puzzled. The peak masters, now terrified, ceased their trembling, sitting as if on pins and needles, forcing smiles upon their faces as they awkwardly glanced at Lin Yong. And no, Leader Lin, you must be mistaken. By the way, is there something wrong with this drink? Lin Yong waved his hand dismissively. It is bland and utterly unremarkable. Qian Xiushui was momentarily taken aback. Yet she proceeded to explain, this is a millennium-aged brew, a treasured collection of the ancestral saint, an exquisite wine of unparalleled quality. Please, everyone, do not hesitate to sample it. Lin Yong remained unfazed, producing a cask of fine wine. Allow me to treat you to this drink. In life, he reveled in four delights: gourmet food, fine wine, beautiful dreams, and charming ladies. He had amassed quite a collection of exceptional wines. Thank you, sect leader Lin. You are far too gracious. Although Qian Xiushui verbally acquiesced, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction within. This millennium-aged brew was the most delectable wine she had ever tasted. One she could seldom indulge in. She could hardly believe that the bottle Lin Yong presented could surpass it in flavor. Gulp. She lifted her swan-like neck, consuming the fine wine in one go, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. This wine. Chapter 27. A bit of pain. Bear with it, my heavens. Several peak leaders and elders widened their eyes in disbelief. The exquisite sensation they experienced was unlike anything they had ever felt before. This sip of wine was akin to a celestial ascension. The paradoxical feeling of inebriation combined with unparalleled clarity of mind captivated them. As the liquid coursed through their bodies, it instantaneously transformed into a vast vortex of spiritual energy, significantly accelerating their cognitive processes. Some individuals even broke free from their constraints on the spot, ascending to new realms of existence. Divine wine. Heavenly brew. This elixir ought to exist solely in the heavens. How rare is it for mortals to partake? The exquisite flavor of this drink was so extraordinary that even these brutish warriors, accustomed only to martial pursuits, found themselves articulating timeless verses, as ethereal purple energy emanated from their beings. It was utterly astonishing. Qian Xiushui gazed at the wine cup, contemplating. A single sip could even elevate my realm. Could this possibly be the legendary tea wine brewed from enlightenment leaves? Lin Yong grinned widely. Indeed, I added a few pounds of enlightenment tea leaves to enhance the aroma. But the primary ingredient for this wine is the immortal divine fruit. Although the raw materials used for brewing are quite inexpensive, the resulting wine possesses a delightful flavor. By the time Lin Yong finished speaking, Qian Xiushui could no longer absorb the information. Her mind was echoing with thoughts of a few pounds of enlightenment tea leaves, immortal divine fruit. So inexpensive. She felt as though she might lose her sanity. Even a single leaf from the enlightenment tree could drive a sage to madness. A few pounds of enlightenment leaves merely for enhancement? It is truly a waste of divine resources. The leaves of the enlightenment tree he spoke of are certainly not what I envisioned. Qian Xiushui patted his chest, reassuring himself. As for the immortal fruit, that is the elixir sought after by emperors. One might not even find a single one throughout the vast celestial realm. To use it for brewing is nothing but a fool's errand. Gulps. Lin Yong was entirely indifferent to their beliefs. He had claimed since childhood to be the infant celestial emperor, and no one had ever believed him. He had grown accustomed to it. Ah, Lin Peak Master. This wine is simply too precious. How could we dare partake? Old curmudgeon, put down that wine cup. This sip is mine. While the Peak Master and the elders feigned politeness with their words, their hands were in a frenzy, nearly coming to blows over the precious drink. The temptation was overwhelming. Just one sip could lead to a breakthrough in cultivation. Boom. As the meal concluded, a violent energy fluctuation emanated from the cave heaven's blessed land. What? Qian Xiushui, in disbelief, stepped out of the grand hall, gazing into the distance. This is a heavenly tribulation? How could a tribulation exist in the mortal realm? Typically, only saints would begin to encounter such tribulations. Could it be that a saint has descended to the mortal world? They were engulfed in uncertainty. In the midst of the blessed land, a delicate figure ascended against the heavens, cleaving through the terrifying heavenly tribulation with a single sword strike. A heavenly slashing of tribulations. What a formidable existence. Which esteemed predecessor is concealed within our Qian Kuan sacred land, engaged in their cultivation? The crowd hurried over, eager to pay their respects to the enigmatic powerhouse. However, upon reaching the ethereal realm, they were taken aback to find a young girl with horned braids, seemingly no older than 18, standing where the thunderous tribulation had dissipated. Master, I have successfully broken through, the girl exclaimed, waving her hand in exuberance. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Indeed, the earlier one faced the thunder tribulation, the greater the benefits reaped. For the weak, it was a calamity, while for the strong, it was a boon. Lin Yang smiled gently and tossed a sacred weapon towards the girl with horn braids. Now that you have reached the esteemed realm, you ought to possess a fine weapon. It was not that he could not provide her with something superior. Rather, the limitations of the esteemed realm permitted only the use of sacred weapons. Should he bestow upon her an imperial weapon, it would deplete her spiritual energy the moment it was activated. Gulp. The bestowal of a sacred weapon so casually? To a mere esteemed realm practitioner? The overwhelming aura of the sacred weapon sent shivers through the crowd, their hearts racing with envy. They recognized it as the treasured artifact of the Qian Kuan Holy Land, crafted by the first holy ancestor. It was the most extraordinary treasure they had ever encountered in their lives. Fortunately, Lin Yang had merely presented a sacred weapon. Had he revealed an imperial weapon, they might not have even comprehended its significance. The disparity was so stark that it brought tears to the eyes of many peak masters. They all believed themselves to be of noble birth, their families and mentors sufficiently formidable. Yet upon reflection, they realized their lineage was but refuse among refuse. Just look at their masters. Master, do you grasp my meaning? A few peak leaders rubbed their hands together, eagerly casting their gazes towards their esteemed mentor. Begone. I still wish to request a sage weapon from my master. It is not your turn. The elders were equally exasperated, yearning to exhume their deceased mentors and ancestors to see if those ancient beings might yield a sage weapon. However, upon encountering the icy gaze of Qian Xiushui, they were compelled to abandon such thoughts. Thank you, master. Bai Yue delightedly toyed with the weapon in her hands, thoroughly enamored. The commotion had concluded. It was time for everyone to disperse. Qian Xiushui, fearing that the peak leaders and elders might continue to gaze and suffer from envy-induced ailments, hastily dismissed them. Lin Yang was simply too formidable. Even a mere hint of resources from him was of a caliber beyond the ordinary. Who could withstand such a burden? Miss Qian, please wait. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Qian Xiushui shivered delicately, turning around. Is there something you wish, Peak Master Lin? I noticed you seem to be experiencing some discomfort. Why not accompany me back to the ancient wilderness peak so I might examine you? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. Qian Xiushui imagined that even the icy facade of the mountain would falter. Her cheeks ablaze with a rosy hue. I have long heard from Sister Yinran about your forthright nature, Master Lin, but this is rather too direct, isn't it? Qian seemed to have misunderstood something. Lin Yang shook his head. I utilized your paradise only to avoid being indebted to anyone. Qian Xiushui continued. The value of the wine Master Lin has treated us to today could easily purchase this entire paradise. Is that so? Lin Yang nodded, seemingly unfazed. However, if the poison within you is not eradicated, you will surely perish within 7 days. Are you truly unconcerned? Qian Xiushui's eyes widened in disbelief. I have been poisoned with goo poison. When she paid her respects to the two elders, they had failed to detect the poison within her. Recalling the fierce battle outside the holy ground a few days prior, she found the situation increasingly suspicious. With this thought, her heart began to stir. Then I shall heed your arrangements, Brother Lin. At Huanggu Peak, Qian Xiushui removed her opulent black and gold phoenix gown, revealing her smooth, alabaster back. It may hurt somewhat. You must endure, Lin Yang advised gently. On Qian Xiushui's blushing face, her aquamarine eyes sparkled, displaying a vulnerable side. If this scene were witnessed by others from the Qian Kuan Holy Land, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. Puff! Lin Yang struck Qian Xiushui's back with a resounding slap, channeling formidable spiritual energy into her skin to dispel the poison. Qian Xiushui let out a delicate grunt, beads of sweat cascading down her face. With each successive strike of Lin Yang's palm, a total of 81 forceful blows resonated. Suddenly, Qian Xiushui expelled a mouthful of dark blood. What? She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the writhing poison worm within the blackened blood. The 7-day death worm. How could I have unknowingly fallen victim to such a terrifying poison? Chapter 28. The owner of the ghostly messenger system? Those old rogues truly possess formidable tactics. Qian Xiushui's voice was frigid. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It was the elder members of the Heavenly Alliance, who had long sought to exploit the sanctuaries of various sacred lands for their own schemes. Qian Xiushui shook his head, stating, The Heavenly Alliance is nearly universally reviled among humankind, and the major sacred lands have united to suppress them. Yet, recently, for reasons unknown, several sacred lands have unexpectedly begun to support the Heavenly Alliance, even inviting us, the several lords, to discuss significant matters. I was nearly ambushed and killed by several of their old fiends. At this point, Qian Xiushui gritted his teeth in anger. I see. Lin Yang nodded. He was not unfamiliar with the name of the Heavenly Alliance. Qian Xiushui appeared to recall something, his tone turning grave. I have a foreboding that the Heavenly Alliance is orchestrating a terrifyingly sinister plot. This scheme is exceptionally dreadful and may involve the entirety of the human realm. Lin, you must remain vigilant. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Lin Yang inquired, puzzled. The Eight Desolation Realm is the territory of the Lin clan, with the human realm occupying half of its expanse and serving as the foundation of the domain, which must not be compromised. The Lin clan is his greatest support as a young scion. Should anyone set their sights on the entire human realm, he would not stand idly by. I cannot articulate it clearly. It is merely an intuition. Qian Xiushui shook her head, saying, if they dare to ambush even the sovereign of the world's foremost sacred ground, what is there that these madmen would not attempt? Oh, Lin Yang nodded, seemingly unfazed. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall build dams. Any conspiracy or trickery shall be shattered beneath the might of an invincible iron fist. A yawn escaped him. It was time for slumber. Stretching languidly, he felt the intoxication wash over him, and drowsiness began to creep in. After feasting on exquisite delicacies and savoring fine wine, having gazed upon beautiful women, it was time to indulge in pleasant dreams. Qian Xiushui appeared somewhat flustered, unsure whether Lin Yang was hinting at something. Unable to repay the life-saving grace, she was not ungrateful and was contemplating how she might express her gratitude towards him. Yet, she realized that in his discerning eyes, the treasure she possessed would likely hold no value. Thus, there was only, what is she daydreaming about? Could it be that Miss Qian desires to share my bed? Lin Yang grinned. Fortunately, my bed is quite spacious. This is not. Just as Qian Xiushui was about to retort, she caught sight of Lin Yang's playful expression and instantly understood that she had been teased. Oh dear, young Master Lin. You are merely jesting with a humble woman. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, transforming her into a shadow of black and gold as she swiftly departed from the ancient peak. Lin Yang collapsed onto his bed. It was not that he lacked an appreciation for beauty. Rather, Qian Xiushui was merely an ordinary mortal. Her fortunes too meager to withstand the presence of his innate chaotic physique. To put it plainly, he is exceedingly formidable. Even the slightest lapse in emotional detachment, a mere ripple, could shatter those who accompany him. The solitude of invincibility is indeed not an empty phrase. It seems prudent to await adulthood, the moment of complete enlightenment. With patience, he let out a deep sigh. Now at the tender age of 16, he has merely 2 years until maturity. Time will pass swiftly, and he can afford to wait. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the sacred land of Qiankuan lay in tranquil silence. Outside the mountain gate, the head of a guarding disciple fell, as a group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows. Qian Xiushui, this audacious little girl, truly lacks self-awareness. Her life is remarkably fortunate to have returned from escape. The elder with white whiskers furrowed his brow. Initially, they merely needed to wait for the fatal curse to take effect in 7 days, but regrettably, she somehow managed to find a master who dismantled my curse. Beside him, an old woman covered in parasitic insects croaked in a raspy voice. Hee. No one can thwart the grand design of the Celestial Alliance. Tonight marks the annihilation of the sacred land of Qiankuan. The long-tongued man, clutching a soul-binding chain, grinned sinisterly. Indeed, with the intervention of the esteemed ghost officer, the sacred land of Qiankuan will be at our fingertips, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. The insect-ridden old woman eagerly flattered, Ghost Officer. The task assigned to us by the Alliance leader is merely to secretly seize control of the blessed grounds of the sacred land of Qiankuan. The elder with white whiskers interjected with a note of caution. Are you questioning my authority? The long-tongued man laughed mockingly as he gazed at the elder. No, I merely believe that the leader has his reasoning. The white-bearded elder had yet to finish his statement. The smile of the long-tongued man grew ever more radiant, albeit with an unsettling air. Gulp. My lord, I was mistaken. Your word is absolute. The white-bearded elder trembled in fear. It's nothing. I am not one to hold grudges. Just be mindful in your next life. The long-tongued man replied with a seductive grin, his tongue curling enticingly. The elder barely had time to evade, as his soul was ensnared and drawn from his body, subsequently devoured by the long-tongued man. Gulp. The old woman with the parasitic insects shivered, recognizing that this elder, sharing the first tier of the heavenly king realm, was among the most formidable in the mortal world. Yet, he was swiftly vanquished by the enigmatic lord of the underworld. Bah, the soul of that old fool is utterly unpalatable, both fishy and foul. The long-tongued man spat, then licked his lips. However, the revered master Qian Xiushui and the peak mistress Yinjin are undoubtedly among the top 10 beauties of the realm. Young and vibrant, their souls must be exquisite. Just the thought sends delightful shivers through my mind. He could hardly contain his anticipation, his soul-harvesting scythe slicing through the air before him. Swish! In the midst of silence, the space of the Qian Kuan's sacred land was silently torn apart, as the lord of the underworld and the insect-infested old woman infiltrated within. What a farce, the so-called supreme sacred land. Before me, Niegui. It is nothing but a joke. Niegui grinned widely, radiating unwavering confidence. He is the possessor of the soul hook system, and from the moment of his awakening, he was destined to be the protagonist of this realm. He has never regarded anyone with esteem, not even the leader of the Celestial Alliance. Do not be deceived by your temporary position as my superior. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall extract your wretched soul and subject you to torment. Ha ha ha. The mortal realm is not my stage. My arena lies within the vast expanse of the 8 desolations and even the 3,000 realms. With great ambition, Niegui Xiong declares, I have heard that the wife of the current chief of the Immortal Forest clan is regarded as one of the top 3 unparalleled beauties in the 3,000 realms. She is my ultimate goal. As he drools, he carelessly strikes out, with a sweep of his hooked sickle. Every disciple of the Qian Kuan sacred land he encounters is slain. The Qian Kuan sacred land is divided into 9 peaks and 72 mountains. The mountains are insignificant. So let us first annihilate the 9 peaks. The ghostly envoy licks his lips to ensure that the lovely autumn water does not escape this time. I must proceed with caution. He looks at the old witch. Hey, among the 9 peaks, which one is the weakest and easiest to destroy? Of course, it is the ancient peak. The old witch asserts emphatically. The master of the ancient peak is a connected individual, and he is ruthless. Having driven away the disciples and experts from his peak, he is merely a figurehead. Furthermore, his father, Wang Mi, has long since aligned himself with our Celestial Alliance and serves as our insider. Let us first acquire his token from the ancient peak. Very well. Let us proceed to the ancient peak. Niegui nodded and smiled ominously. Once the tokens of the 9 peak masters are in hand, this time, Qian Xiushui shall find it impossible to escape. Chapter 29, The Emperor of Shadows. Suddenly, the diligent yet apathetic system emerged at the ancient peak. Wasn't it said that that old dog Wang Mi would come to greet us? Where is he? The elderly woman with the insect-like features furrowed her brow, perplexed. Could it be that circumstances have changed? Regardless, his presence or absence is inconsequential. He is merely a weakling of the first tier of the heavenly king realm. Niegui waved dismissively. This emanated an unwavering confidence stemming from the system's owner. Since his awakening, he had experienced countless victories against those of the same tier and even against those of higher tiers, leading to a numbness to the concept of defeat. Over time, he cultivated an unshakable belief that he would never be vanquished, never perish. Host, take heed. There exists a supreme soul here. Should you manage to devour or enslave it, you shall acquire 100,000 ghostly points. The system's voice resonated in his ears. What? Niegui exclaimed, for he was acutely aware that, as one's strength ascended, acquiring ghostly points became increasingly arduous. Even consuming a heavenly king of the first tier, an elderly man with a white beard, had only yielded a meager few points. To think that devouring this supreme soul would grant a staggering 100,000. His eyes gleamed with greed, saliva pooling at his feet. The elderly woman glanced at Niegui, who appeared to be on the verge of a mental breakdown, and though she wished to voice her sarcasm, she refrained, her face contorting in discomfort. Gulp. Niegui's tongue flicked out, his blood boiling. He alone understood the magnitude of what 100,000 ghostly points represented. It would elevate him to unparalleled heights, rendering him invincible in the mortal realm. To his astonishment, The seemingly insignificant ancient peak concealed a remarkable soul. He was overwhelmed with excitement and instantly arrived at the main hall of the ancient peak as indicated by the system prompt. It is she. Niegue's eyes, crimson as blood, fell upon by Yue, who was meditating and cultivating within the hall. A mere first-level sage, and yet her soul was valued at a staggering 1 million ghost points? Niegue's mouth watered at the thought. It was truly a divine windfall. Just as he was about to take action, a sharp, explosive sound emanated from the system. He had never experienced such a situation before and was momentarily taken aback. Panic surged within him. No way, system. Are you about to explode? No, no, no. There exists a terrifying soul nearby that transcends the exquisite, one that cannot be assessed. The system shrieked. The soul's level is so elevated that it can only be detected in close proximity. Gulp. Hee. If you can devour this soul, I will be able to. Niegue furrowed his brow, both startled and apprehensive. Why did the system's tone suddenly shift? Transforming from an emotionless machine into a creature of insatiable desire? This sinister feeling sent chills down his spine. Ahem. It is merely No. It is this system that has grown overly excited. In any case, host, hasten to devour this soul. I assure you. I guarantee you will attain sainthood within a decade and unify the 8 desolates within a century. The ghost messenger system, in its fervor, spoke without restraint. What? Achieving sainthood within a decade? Niegue felt utterly dazed, as if struck by a heavy blow, rendering him unable to comprehend anything further. He possessed only mediocre talent and a character deemed utterly useless. It was only after awakening the system that he began to rise against the odds. He had placed unwavering trust in the system, almost becoming a slave to it. At that moment, upon hearing the promise of attaining sainthood in 10 years, his rationality crumbled instantaneously, propelling him into the ancient main hall. What a striking figure. The moment Niegue laid eyes on Lin Yang, who lay in slumber upon the bed, he was rendered speechless. The ethereal aura surrounding Lin Yang was such that anyone would be captivated. Could a being so extraordinarily handsome still be human? Damn it. Why should anyone possess such beauty? I want to eliminate you. The intensity of Niegue's murderous intent surged, consumed by jealousy. He was both frantic and furious, for he was experiencing unwelcome thoughts towards another man for the first time. This led him to question his own masculinity. Die. He hurled the soul-claiming scythe towards Lin Yang, unleashing the formidable power of the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. Bang! As the scythe neared Lin Yang. Within a mere 10 meters, it disintegrated into dust. How could this be? Niegue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul-claiming scythe was his life weapon, a manifestation of the system. It was beyond his capacity to contend with. I must flee. Before the system could elucidate, it transformed into a surge of energy, enveloping Niegue as it sought to escape. Yet in the next moment, the energy sphere, systematized, inexplicably surged towards Lin Yang, being drawn into his body through his nose. Niegue's mind went utterly blank as he called out, System? System? There was no response. The system had been inadvertently inhaled by his unconscious breathing while he slept. Niegue, as if encountering a ghost, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Achoo! Lin Yang sneezed, furrowing his brows as he awakened. The system energy sphere was forcefully expelled by the sneeze, crashing to the ground and transforming into a humanoid figure that incessantly bowed at Lin Yang's feet. Supreme Existence, I did not intend to disturb your slumber. I was wrong. I am willing to offer everything I possess, merely to appease your wrath. Lin Yang regarded the unfolding scene with a hint of perplexity. Had he been so deeply immersed in his dreams that he failed to notice an intrusion? He raised an eyebrow. It is because you are too powerful, Master. They are hardly a threat. Much like humans who remain undisturbed by mosquitoes while sleeping, their presence is simply too weak. Lin Yang smiled broadly. He commanded the laws of heaven and karma to protect himself. As long as no danger was posed, there would be no awakening. His invincibility and formidable divine consciousness were such that even a mere leak of thought could cover vast expanses. If he were to awaken at the slightest disturbance, how could he continue to indulge in the delightful company of the beautiful beings in the realm of dreams? As for Bai Yue, there exists a seed of his divine consciousness within her. Naturally, he would awaken upon encountering a crisis. What exactly are you? Lin Yang disregarded Niegue and turned his gaze towards the kneeling ghostly envoy, the embodiment of the system. I am the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld. designed to be slain and transformed into a remnant soul. Subsequently, I became this system, seeking hosts to aid in my resurrection, enticing these hosts to devour souls to replenish my fragmented essence. In return, I bestow upon them corresponding rewards. After countless millennia, I have managed to restore 1/3 of my soul. I truly did not anticipate standing before such an exalted being. Otherwise, even 1,000 times over, I would not dare to confront you. Is that what you call an attack? It feels more like a gentle tickle, Lin Yang retorted. It seemed that these systems all harbored their own agendas. What then was the purpose of his lackadaisical system? He pondered. The system is absolutely loyal to you. If the host perceives even a hint of disloyalty in me, a mere thought could utterly obliterate me. The typically lackadaisical system suddenly spewed forth a torrent of words. Surprising Lin Yang. If you do not believe me, then destroy me. You possess the power to annihilate me with a thought, or to grant me rebirth. I am but your servant and vassal, subject to your whims. All I seek is your trust. Although the voice was mechanical and cold, Lin Yang could not shake off a sense of lingering sorrow hidden within. Was it merely an illusion? Then what is your true origin? Lin Yang inquired. I exist solely because of you. The system responded. Without you, I would not exist. Well, I have always harbored a question for you, Lin Yang said. Seizing the rare moment when the slothful system was being diligent, he continued to ask, since there are systems such as the literary sage system and the ghost messenger system, does that not imply that there are numerous system owners in this world? What status do you hold among these systems? Chapter 30. The Emperor desires to become a servant? Only through trials can one be worthy. Naturally, the most invincible among them, while those other flamboyant and unworthy individuals pale in comparison. The system's voice resonated with calmness. Well, that is reassuring, Lin Yang nodded, turning his gaze towards the remnants of Nie Gui and the soul of the Ghost Emperor. My lord, I am willing to become your servant and pledge my loyalty to you, Nie Gui exclaimed, swiftly kneeling. If even the system, which he had always relied upon, bowed down, how could he possibly stand against this supreme being? Do you think you are worthy? A single palm strike sent Nie Gui flying, shattering him and dissecting his soul for inspection. The Ghost Emperor lay trembling on the ground, reduced to a mere remnant of his former self. Once a revered sovereign, he now possessed only a fraction of his previous power, rendered helpless and vulnerable. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, having gleaned insights from Nie Gui's memories regarding the schemes of the Celestial Alliance. The plan to sever the mortal realm from the 8 desolation territories, establishing the Celestial Alliance as the sole sovereign of the human realm, claiming the title of ancestor. Lin Yang scoffed. They truly dared to dream. Was this the ambition they harbored? The Ghost Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Having been bound to the system through Nie Gui, he remained oblivious to the world beyond. According to Nie Gui's recollections, the Celestial Alliance's strongest members were nothing more than some trivial celestial kings. How could they possibly conceive such a grand plan? Lin Yang was perplexed. The notion of severing all spatial channels between the mortal realm and the celestial domain was nothing short of fantastical for an ordinary sage. However, it was not as complicated as it seemed. The Emperor of the Underworld observed Lin Yang's expression and seized the moment to speak, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. He had existed for 1,000,000 years. Although most of that time was spent in a state of residual soul, he had grown wise with age and was privy to many secrets. What do you know of the underlying truths? Lin Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Heavenly Alliance is likely backed by those ancient beings who once conspired to slay me, the Emperor of the Underworld scoffed. In the mortal realm, several 100,000 years ago, during the epoch of the righteous and demonic conflict, those old fiends fancied themselves paragons of virtue, yet they were insidiously cunning. The mortal world is supported by 9 colossal pillars of heaven. If these pillars are shattered, the mortal realm can be effectively isolated from the celestial domain. Those ancient beings discovered a secret technique that allows them to activate a concealed domain formation hidden within the mortal realm, thus enabling the destruction of the 9 pillars. A domain formation? Lin Yang murmured. As the term suggests, a domain formation is an immensely vast array that encompasses an entire realm, one that can only be arranged by ancient true immortals. Indeed, the various sacred places paradises are pivotal to this domain formation. To activate the concealed domain formation beneath the surface of the mortal world, one must gather a substantial amount of dragon energy from 9 mortal dynasties and infuse it into the sacred places paradises, as the Emperor of the Underworld elucidated. Ah, Lin Yong suddenly understood. No wonder the shadows of the Celestial Alliance loom behind every major dynasty. It turns out this is their scheme. If they were to effectively seize control of these earthly dynasties and sacred lands, they could channel the dragon energy of the dynasties into the blessed realms, thereby activating the domain formations. Subsequently, they would use these formations to sever the 9 pillars of heaven, isolating the mortal realm from the 8 desolate domain. What a grand plan it is! Even Lin Yong felt a twinge of astonishment. A mere mortal organization was conspiring such a formidable plot. What then? Is their next move? Lin Yong inquired. It should be to awaken my old friends, right? The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld grinned. In that battle years ago, after my self-detonation, I was left with only a remnant soul to survive, and those few were also severely affected by my explosion, falling into a deep slumber. The contingency they laid out must now be the Celestial Alliance. Do you know the resting places of those individuals? Lin Yong scrutinized the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld. Indeed, the Ghost Emperor grimaced upon mentioning those old friends, clearly harboring deep-seated animosity towards them. If I were to regain my corporeal form, the first thing I would do is to reduce those old wretches to ashes, ensuring their utter obliteration. Excellent, Lin Yong nodded. The 8 desolate domain is his domain. These old schemers plotting to pilfer his wealth could not be left unchecked. With a flick of his finger, the Ghost Emperor's remnant soul was instantly restored. Ah, this. In the eyes of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, ecstasy flickered. For hundreds of thousands of years, he had racked his brain in vain to restore his shattered soul. Yet a mere gesture from a supreme being had completely revived him. What extraordinary power is this? You may use this body for now, Lin Yong said casually, molding a corporeal form from the primordial divine clay and tossing it to the Ghost Emperor. Thank you, my lord. The Ghost Emperor's spirit instantly took possession of the newly formed body. Although this nascent form bore little compatibility, with his soul residing within, it could still unleash power akin to that of a sage. After all, he was the Ghost Emperor. His strength would rapidly ascend, soon regaining the might of an emperor. You possess some utility, so I shall spare your life for the time being, Lin Yong remarked, fixing his gaze upon the Ghost Emperor. Identify the locations of those ancient beings, and there will be additional rewards. The little ghost dared not harbor any extravagant desires. He merely sought to serve as Lin Yang's loyal servant, to follow him for eternity, which would be his greatest honor. The Ghost Emperor, eager to ingratiate himself, fervently sought to cling to the powerful figure. To be your servant? Lin Yong raised an eyebrow. The Ghost Emperor indeed held a tenuous qualification. His attention shifted to Bai Yue, who was diligently cultivating. Though she, equipped with sage-level weaponry, could withstand even the mightiest of kings, in the vast expanse of the 8 desolations, she was still too weak. Your current state, neither human nor ghost, renders you unfit to be my servant. It would be a disgrace. Instead, let us designate you as my disciple's bodyguard for the time being. Lin Yong stretched lazily. Once your strength is fully restored, we shall evaluate your performance and determine whether to accept you. Thank you, Master, for granting me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. I am immensely grateful, and your great kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity. The Ghost Emperor of the Netherrealm was on the verge of tears from excitement. Despite being a mighty sovereign, how could he excel in the art of servitude? Lin Yong jested. My feelings are genuine, the Ghost Emperor declared, thumping his chest with resolute eyes. Lin Yong had restored his fractured soul and bestowed upon him a new corporeal form, a true act of resurrection. Practitioners of the demonic path cherish loyalty and vengeance, unabashedly expressing their desires, and they never forget the kindness of others. If I am not mistaken, those ancient ones should be in slumber within the valley of our final battle. Master, please follow me, the Ghost Emperor urged, his eagerness to exact revenge palpable. Just point the way, Lin Yong replied nonchalantly. Soon, they found themselves standing in the void above a vast valley. This valley had been transformed into a basin by the Ghost Emperor's self-detonation hundreds of thousands of years ago. Time had passed, and everything had returned to normalcy. In fact, many grand dynasties had risen within the basin, vying for supremacy, a testament to the tremendous power of that ancient explosion. This is the place, the Ghost Emperor announced before an ancient blood cavern, where several elders of the Celestial Alliance were brimming with excitement. Excellent. We have finally found it, bellowed a portly elder. Once we revive the slumbering ancient consciousness, our grand ambitions shall be realized. At long last, the vendetta for my son Tooba Yi can be avenged. That wretched little brat, named Lin Yong, should brace himself for the crushing blow of my palm. Chapter 31. The Leader of Righteousness, Ling Tianzi? Whom do you intend to turn into a mist of blood? A light chuckle echoed from behind the elder. The elder's scalp tingled, and he swiftly turned around. Who the hell are you? How could this young man appear behind him like a phantom? He was a formidable superpower at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. The newcomer did not come with good intentions. Form a formation and attack. The success of our grand endeavor cannot be compromised. Eliminate him. Several elders of the Celestial Alliance quickly formed a formation, each displaying the might of the 8th and 9th levels of the Heavenly King realm, nearly invincible among mortals. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow. Your combined strength is indeed equivalent to half a step into the human emperor realm. He stretched his body, feeling a bit sluggish from excessive rest lately, and prepared to loosen his muscles. Buzz. In an instant, he appeared before the several elders as if teleporting. So fast. The elders felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Boom. The head of the first elder was obliterated with a single punch. Simultaneously, another elder's chest was shattered by a kick. Wasn't anyone able to endure a blow? Not even a proper punching bag. Lin Yong expressed his dissatisfaction and turned his gaze toward the plump elder, grinning. I hope you can take a hit better. What on earth are you? The plump elder's eyes widened in terror. This was truly the arrival of a war god. Boom. With a swift motion, Lin Yong struck the corpulent elder, reducing him to a mist of crimson, leaving only a withered husk to tumble into the distance. Huff. The obese elder, barely clinging to life, gazed at Lin Yong in sheer horror. It appeared he was not very resilient. As a mere punching bag, he had proven inadequate. Lin Yong wagged a finger at him. Uft. I am a formidable being of the 9th layer of the Heavenly King realm, a rare paragon among mortals, and you dare to say I am unfit to serve as a punching bag? The elder, enraged, rolled his eyes in exasperation and, unable to catch his breath, succumbed to his fury. It was one thing to be weak, but to possess such a temper was quite another. Lin Yong shook his head, feeling somewhat unfulfilled by the encounter. He stepped into the depths of the cave. At the cavern's core lay a tomb, emanating a terrifying aura, poised to awaken. However, a soul-restraining stone lay upon it, preventing its emergence. Clenching his fists, Lin Yong exhaled forcefully, sending the stone hurtling away. Boom. The tomb shattered, and an ethereal figure, an old man with a long beard, emerged in a swirl of celestial energy. He stroked his beard, his robes billowing in the wind, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. Ha ha! At last, I, the Taoist, have returned to life. With the seal broken and the specter of the underworld vanquished, no force in this world can hinder my existence. Once I sever the celestial pillar, I shall reign supreme among mortals. His laughter echoed with madness. What could possibly provoke such joy? Care to share your delight? Lin Yong smiled and inquired. The long-bearded elder furrowed his brow, finally noticing Lin Yong. The aura surrounding Lin Yong was pure and unadulterated, devoid of any signs of cultivation. Is it you, young one, who has released me? You may not yet comprehend my identity. I am the embodiment of righteousness in this world, the leader of the righteous path 1,000,000 years ago, Ling Tianzi. By releasing me, you have indeed bestowed upon yourself a blessing. Henceforth, you shall follow me as a servant. Ling Tianzi's expression was haughty, yet upon seeing Lin Yong gazing at him with an expression of utter bewilderment, anger welled within him. Are you dissatisfied? Do you know how many have begged to serve me as a mere servant, only to be turned away? You have been granted an opportunity. Do not squander it. Dare to defy the will of this leader of righteousness, and you shall face the consequences. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yong had already delivered a swift kick, causing Ling Tianzi's face to twist and his soul to nearly shatter. You boast so grandly, yet one kick sends you tumbling? Are you even capable, old dog? Lin Yong scoffed, stepping upon the head of Ling Tianzi with a cold smile. How dare you? Ling Tianzi seethed, his nostrils flaring with fury, yet fear gripped his heart. Despite being reduced to a mere soul and significantly weakened, he had once been a formidable emperor-level power. In the mortal realm, he could still wreak havoc. Surely, even a 9th-tier emperor could not contend with him. How could this young man have so easily placed him beneath his foot? Old fool, how dare you masquerade as a figure of righteousness before my master? One can hardly fathom the writing of the character for death. As the spectral ghost emperor entered, he beheld Lin Yong mercilessly thrashing Ling Tianzi, and he was instantly elated, unable to contain his laughter. Spectral old ghost? How could you possibly still be alive? Back then, you clearly self-destructed. Even if you survived, it would be inconceivable for you to reform your corporeal form so swiftly. Ling Tianzi's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a phantom. He. It is indeed the magnificent and unparalleled master, striking with grace and valor, who has revived me. The spectral ghost emperor, unable to conceal his ingrained sycophancy, began to lavish praise extravagantly. You were once a formidable force in the demonic path, an emperor-level powerhouse, and yet you serve as a lackey to this mere child. Ling Tianzi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is this truly the adversary who had nearly brought him to his demise in the past? It was utterly disgraceful to be associated with such a foe. You righteous individuals, lacking in capability, yet reveling in pretentiousness. Day in and day out, you moralize this and that. Do you not tire of it? My master is so magnificent, so invincible. How could I not serve him? The spectral ghost emperor asserted with unyielding conviction. You have utterly tarnished the very notion of an emperor. Ling Tianzi was about to unleash further vitriol when Lin Yang seized him by the collar. You seem quite resilient. Lin Yang flexed his wrists and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ling Tianzi's visage, swiftly transforming it into a grotesque spectacle. A man may be slain, but never humiliated. To strike the body, yet spare the face, is a mark of civility. I was wrong, esteemed one. I was utterly mistaken. I am a fool. What is it that you desire of me? Please, instruct me, for I, Ling Tianzi, am but your servant. I shall obey your every command. Ling Tianzi's demeanor has grown increasingly pathetic, his tone ever more submissive. After all, it was not solely you who conspired to sever the 9 pillars of the heavens. Was it? What of the other old rascals? Lin Yang inquired. They fled in a state of fragmented souls back then, and their whereabouts remain unknown. One of them supposedly founded an organization known as the Heavenly Alliance. They claimed they would come to lift my seal in the coming days. Yet I did not anticipate your arrival first. Ling Tianzi lamented, on the verge of tears. I have already dealt with them, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Since you are unaware of their fate, you have become of no use to me. Ling Tianzi was bewildered. He realized he was utterly powerless against the figure before him. He fell to his knees, bowing his head. Esteemed one, I, Ling Tianzi, am willing to follow you and serve as your subordinate, provided you spare my life. Do you believe you are worthy? Lin Yang chuckled, delivering a swift blow that shattered Ling Tianzi's lingering soul, dispersing it completely from this world. These old wretches conspired to fracture the 8 desolate realms. Such treachery could not be tolerated. Chapter 32. Do not fear. I am here, In the innermost depths of the Celestial Alliance, a silver-haired youth, whose profound aura ceaselessly absorbed countless souls, awoke with a start. Ling Tianzi is dead. Could it be that the old ghost of the netherworld has been resurrected? He furrowed his brow. Alliance leader, something is amiss. Several elders of the Celestial Alliance shouted anxiously from outside the door. The silver-haired youth waved his hand, causing the door to swing open. What is the cause of such alarm? Just moments ago, the soul lamps of Niegui, Jiangsu, Tuoba Chung, and others extinguished. Only the Gu-worm matriarch remains alive among those sent to the Qian-Kuan sacred land for the mission. The team dispatched to awaken Senior Ling Tianzi has been annihilated. The faces of the elders of the Celestial Alliance were filled with terror. Indeed, a crisis has arisen. A cold, sinister fluctuation flickered in the depths of the silver-haired youth's eyes. What news from the Gu matriarch? She has communicated that Lord Niegui went to the ancient peak and then lost contact. She finds it rather strange and intends to first abduct Qian Xiushui, urging us to swiftly send reinforcements. Several elders reported in succession. Reinforcements? The silver-haired youth rose immediately, fury glinting in his eyes. I shall see who dares to disrupt my grand scheme. Let us depart at once and obliterate the Qian-Kuan sacred land. Qian-Kuan sacred land, Sacred Master S. Palace. It's you? Qian Xiushui exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the Gu matriarch before her. How could you infiltrate my Qian-Kuan sacred land? With a sinister chuckle, the witch proclaimed, tonight marks the annihilation of your Qian-Kuan sacred land. Do not resist. This time, the leader himself would intervene. A mere flick of his hand could obliterate the sacred land. Humph, is that all you can muster? Prepare to die? Qian Xiushui unleashed the formidable abilities of the first realm of the human emperor, charging, towards the witch. Have you truly ascended to the realm of the human emperor? The witch gasped in disbelief. Just days prior, Qian Xiushui was merely at the heavenly king realm, and now he had transcended to the human emperor realm. The witch summoned a myriad of insects, unleashing a swarm to intercept him, yet it was futile. The chasm between the heavenly king and the human emperor was insurmountable. As the witch faced imminent demise, a rift in space tore open behind her, and a silver-haired youth stepped forth with an impassive demeanor. A terrifying aura surged from him, a dreadful force that crushed all in its path, instantly shattering the sacred lord's hall. What? Qian Xiushui swiftly retreated, but was still wounded by the oppressive aura emanating from the silver-haired youth. Incredible! Qian Xiushui could hardly believe it. The human emperor realm was nearly the zenith of human potential. Only a handful could withstand the forces of the mortal realm without being banished to the celestial expanse. As for reaching the heavenly monarch realm and not being expelled, that was a feat reserved solely for the sealed elders of the sacred land. Buzz. The two elders of the Qian Kuan sacred land materialized before Qian Xiushui, their expressions grave as they regarded the silver-haired youth before them. You are no match for me. Surrender and obediently hand over the insignificant ants that threaten my plans, and I may spare your lives. The silver-haired youth spoke with an air of indifference, entirely dismissing the presence of the ancient patriarch of the Holy Land. What exactly do you intend to do, leader of the Celestial Alliance? Qian Xiushui inquired with a hint of indignation. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously reveal my intentions, the silver-haired youth replied with a broad smile. I aim to gather the dragon energy of all the dynasties in the mortal realm and infuse it into the sacred lands and blessed realms. This will sever the 9 pillars connecting to the heavens, thereby isolating the mortal realm from the 8 desolations and establishing myself as its sovereign. With his hands clasped behind his back, his aura soared to the heavens. The momentum is already in place. We only require the blessed realm of the Qian Kuan Holy Land to complete this monumental scheme. Surrender to me, and you may live. Otherwise, your corpses shall litter the land. How dare you? To strip away the dragon energy from all dynasties? You must be mad. Such an act would condemn countless lives to death. Are you intent on unleashing boundless slaughter? Do you fear the retribution of karmic flames? The 2 ancient patriarchs of the Holy Land questioned vehemently. The various peak masters and elders of the Qian Kuan Holy Land had also arrived. Thanks to Lin Yang's exquisite wine, their realms had significantly elevated. Zhu Yinzhan and the other peak masters had reached the Heavenly King realm, while several elders had even broken through to the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm, and some had attained the human emperor realm. Yet, despite their newfound strength, they remained utterly insignificant under the overwhelming presence of the silver-haired youth, akin to ants on the verge of being crushed. What realm does he truly belong to? Absolutely transcended the realm of the celestial sovereign. The 2 venerable ancestors of the sacred land were drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. What is this so-called infernal fire? How dare it threaten me? The silver-haired youth laughed arrogantly. You, the 2 ancestors of the sacred land, though sweating profusely, resolutely declared, our Qian Kuan sacred land is the foremost sanctum of the mortal realm, the backbone of humanity. We will never aid the wicked in their slaughter of countless souls. Abandon this futile thought. Oh, it appears your resolve is quite sturdy. Then let us proceed to eliminate you all. The silver-haired youth casually struck out a hand, transforming it into a colossal palm, reminiscent of a towering mountain. This strike, if unleashed, would be sufficient to obliterate all the formidable beings of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Block it. The 2 ancestors exhibited the might of the celestial sovereign, standing firm at the forefront. Yet, in an instant, they were defeated, spewing blood and crashing down to the ground. As for the peak masters and elders of the Heavenly King realm, they were rendered utterly helpless, unable to resist under the pressure of the gigantic palm, merely awaiting their demise with wide eyes. Is this truly the end for the Qian Kuan sacred land? Despair flickered in Qian Xiushui's eyes as Lin Yang's figure suddenly emerged in her mind. A spark lit up her gaze as she scanned her surroundings. Yet she found no trace of him. Is he absent? Or has he departed prematurely? Qian Xiushui sighed, feeling a mix of relief and melancholy. She was well aware that Lin Yang merely came to experience the mortal realm, harboring no genuine affection for the sacred land of Qian Kuan. It was hardly surprising that he chose to stand idly by in the face of crisis and depart without a second thought. Regrettably, she realized she would never be able to repay his life-saving grace. Qian Xiushui felt a twinge of remorse. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Even if he had chosen to stay, he might not have been able to contend with the terrifyingly formidable silver-haired youth. Not being a burden to him was sufficient. As she closed her eyes, steeling herself for death, the world around her suddenly burst into brilliance. It was the dead of night. Yet it felt as if the sun had descended, illuminating everything as brightly as day. What? The silver-haired youth exclaimed in astonishment. A divine rainbow descended, and a celestial-like youth stood upon it, effortlessly shattering his massive palm strike with a mere gesture. Qian Xiushui slowly opened her eyes, staring in a daze at the scene before her. The ethereal figure of the youth etched itself into her soul, making her feel as though she were in a dream. Here, I am safe. There is no need for fear. Lin Yang turned his head and offered Qian Xiushui a gentle smile. Qian Xiushui, oblivious to her own blushing cheeks, found herself overwhelmed by the striking handsomeness before her, an unforgettable moment that any young girl might fantasize about during her tender years. How intriguing, the silver-haired youth remarked with a slight smile. Is there truly a remarkable existence in this world capable of withstanding my blow? It seems Ling Tianzi met his end at your hands. Chapter 33. The Annihilating Sword. Indeed, that old scoundrel met his demise at the hands of my master. And it was a most gruesome end. The ghost emperor of the underworld materialized. You would do well to kneel and surrender now. My illustrious and formidable master may grant you a merciful death. Oh, the silver-haired youth scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. After all these years, you still speak with such disdain. He turned to Lin Yang, his expression grave. You possess considerable strength, worthy of becoming my right-hand man. Pledge your loyalty to me. Lin Yang chuckled coldly. Do you self-righteous so-called leaders of righteousness truly believe everyone owes you something? Such arrogance was what he found most intolerable. If reason failed, then he would resort to eliminating you first. With a sinister smile, the silver-haired youth's face contorted with malice as he charged at Lin Yang, unleashing his full power without reservation. Die. The terrifying energy caused the heavens to tremble. Even a fraction of it would be sufficient to vanquish the ancestors of the Qian Kuan sacred land. The warriors of the Qian Kuan sacred land fell into despair. Hurry, do not concern yourselves with us. Qian Xiushui shouted. The leader has made his move. This fellow is doomed. Indeed, the warriors of the Celestial Alliance were exhilarated. Swish. Lin Yang extended his hand, effortlessly extracting the true form of the silver-haired youth from the torrent of energy, gripping his neck tightly. What? An eerie silence enveloped the realm. This scene surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving each individual in a state of shock, including the silver-haired youth himself. Am I truly captured? Like a mere chicken snared. How could I be apprehended so effortlessly? He found it impossible to accept. Although his strength had diminished to a mere remnant, he had nonetheless reconstituted his corporeal form, and he should have been invincible, an unstoppable force in the mortal realm. How could this be? Before he could articulate his disbelief, Lin Yang swiftly severed his head from his shoulders, plunging his consciousness into oblivion. Is this all there is? Lin Yang remarked, shaking his head as he carelessly discarded the silver-haired youth's lifeless body aside. So feeble, and yet he aspired to overturn the mortal realm? How absurd. Gulp. The invincible leader had fallen at the very first strike? The members of the Celestial Alliance felt their scalps tingle and their limbs grow cold. Run for your lives, they exclaimed in terror, turning to flee. Die. Lin Yang uttered coldly, devoid of emotion. Instantly, the members of the Celestial Alliance collapsed to their knees as if possessed by malevolent spirits, seizing their weapons and bringing their own heads to the ground. Gulp. Severed heads rolled across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable leaders of the Celestial Alliance, who had plotted to dominate the mortal realm, lay vanquished. What is happening? Qian Xiushui and the venerable ancestors of the sacred land stood in stunned silence. What immense power is this? They were utterly unable to comprehend Lin Yang's methods, as if he resided in an entirely different dimension. Grateful for the intervention of the esteemed one, we have been saved from peril, as have countless souls in the mortal realm. They bowed respectfully, their reverence for Lin Yang deepening further. Lin Yang smiled faintly. It was merely a trifling matter, a mere flick of the wrist. However, the Heavenly Alliance is deeply entrenched, though their leaders have perished. We must locate their headquarters to eradicate them entirely, pondered the two venerable ancestors of the sacred land. There is no need for such complexity. Lin Yang remarked as he effortlessly tore through the fabric of space. The spatial remnants left by the silver-haired youth had yet to dissipate entirely, allowing him to trace the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters through the fluctuations in the spatial realm. Gulp. Is this truly the hidden stronghold of the Heavenly Alliance? We have searched for countless millennia without success, and today we finally behold it. Splendid. With the spatial coordinates in hand, we can obliterate the Heavenly Alliance. The leaders of the Sacred Land beheld the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance through the rift Lin Yang had torn open. Your plans sound exhausting. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters so? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Esteemed sir, you may not be aware that the Heavenly Alliance has been meticulously arranged over countless years, fortified with intricate formations and profound depths. The dangers are manifold, and we must proceed with caution. The two ancestors had barely finished their cautionary words when Lin Yang, with a swift motion, sliced through the air with his sword. The sword intent instantly penetrated the spatial passage to the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. As the members of the Celestial Alliance prepared to guide the Dragon Shi, they gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a spatial rift in the sky. What could this be? Surely, it must be the return of our leader in triumph. Quickly, summon all disciples to welcome the sect master. Yes, soon. Numerous members of the Celestial Alliance flocked to the scene. In ordinary dynasties, it is already a remarkable feat to give birth to one or two celestial beings. Yet, the mortal realm is vast, with countless dynasties spanning over millennia. The number of celestial beings who have joined the Celestial Alliance is indeed considerable. The revered ones can only serve as minor attendants within the alliance, while only those at the Heavenly King realm are qualified to become elders. The strongest foundation of the Celestial Alliance, the 9 self-proclaimed emperors of humanity, have also awakened, gathering before the spatial rift, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The leader is returning. Our grand plan is finally coming to fruition. We shall no longer be confined in darkness. Indeed, once the mortal realm is severed from the 8 desolate realms, we shall be free from the torment of being driven away by the heavenly Tao. We shall openly become the sovereigns of the mortal realm. The leader is invincible. Their eyes burned with anticipation as they stared at the rift, where the fluctuations of energy grew increasingly powerful. Indeed, it is the leader. No one else could summon such terrifying destructive energy. Wait, destructive energy? The 9 emperors of humanity were the first to react, their eyes widening in terror. As they discerned the nature of the energy within the spatial passage, their scalps tingled with fear, and they exclaimed, "It is not the leader. It was the terrifying essence of annihilation, the sword of destruction. Flee at once." Alas, it was too late. A dreadful beam of sword light erupted from the rift in space, instantly engulfing the 9 sovereigns of the human realm, shattering their bodies into fragments. The celestial kings nearest to the ancient sovereigns fared even worse, being mercilessly obliterated into a mist of blood by the sword light. Run for your lives. The revered attendants and ordinary celestial members, devoid of leadership, became like headless flies, scattering in all directions in a frantic escape. Countless celestial warriors took to the skies, creating a chaotic scene that was more terrifying than a locust swarm. Yet, under the overwhelming sword light of annihilation, everything appeared feeble and powerless. The throngs dissolved into the luminous onslaught, with each passing moment claiming the lives of millions of celestial beings and revered elders. With a hum, the sword light descended upon the ground. The Celestial Alliance's grand formation, which could withstand the onslaught of celestial lords, crumbled in an instant. As countless structures collapsed and shattered beneath the sword light, the thunderous echoes resounded. As the dust settled, the world-ending sword light also dissipated. The once thriving Celestial Alliance, renowned as the foremost power in the mortal realm, was annihilated. Through the rift in space, the elders of the Sacred Land, Qian Kuan and Qian Xiushui, witnessed the entire spectacle. My heavens! With just a single strike, the entire Celestial Alliance was obliterated? That sword strike was magnificent. They felt their blood surge, their very marrow trembling in shock. Chapter 34. Is this even human speech? After stretching his limbs, Lin Yang felt a sense of fluidity throughout his body. He yawned lazily and turned to gaze at the astonished crowd. It's nothing serious. You may disperse. With that, he vanished alongside the Ghost Emperor, heading towards the ancient peak. What did he just say? That world-destroying sword was merely a way to stretch his muscles. Is that even comprehensible? The 2 elders were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Having lived for thousands of years, Today marked the most thrilling and perilous day of their lives. Once they regained their composure, they looked gravely at Qian Xiushui. This young gentleman's background is likely far greater than we can imagine. We must not treat him lightly. Qian Xiushui nodded. Rest assured, elders, I shall spare no effort to ensure young Master Lin's satisfaction. That's good to hear. The two elders nodded in agreement and transformed into streams of light, soaring back towards their ancestral land. As celestial sovereigns, prolonged presence in the mortal realm would lead to their expulsion by the heavenly Tao, necessitating their swift return to seclusion. With the annihilation of the heavenly Tao alliance, tranquility returned to the mortal realm. Lin Yang, accompanied by Bai Yue, lived leisurely on the ancient peak, relishing the peace. Everyone revered him deeply, and the flattery he received brought him great joy, prompting him to occasionally distribute exquisite wine. As a result, within 2 years, the strength of the Qian Kuan sacred ground surged rapidly, establishing itself as the undisputed foremost sacred ground in the world. Every year, the Qian Kuan sacred land is inundated with disciples, attracting countless individuals. What is the cause of such fervor? Are they beginning to recruit apprentices once again? Lin Yang stood atop the desolate ancient peak, observing the bustling activity of the Qian Kuan sacred land, muttering to himself. Indeed, master, we have been at the Qian Kuan sacred land for 2 years now. Bai Yue smiled faintly, her beauty unparalleled. Speaking of which, I have turned 18. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows. The Lin clan holds a coming-of-age ceremony for every junior member, and as the young clan leader, he naturally must return. Yet, why has no one come to inform me? Normally, regardless of where I hide, there would always be someone trailing after me. This time, a decade has swiftly passed since I arrived in the mortal realm, and no one has come to bother me. I find myself rather unaccustomed to it. Lin Yang rubbed his chin, pondering. Moreover, I wonder what realm my younger sister has reached. Perhaps I should find a time to visit the Lin clan. Master, I have not broken through in a month and find myself stuck at a bottleneck, which is somewhat frustrating. Bai Yue remarked. Perhaps it is due to my smooth progression in cultivation, lacking the tempering of real combat. I wish to venture into several secret realms to hone my skills. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows. Indeed, it is rather slow not to have advanced from the 9th layer of the Heavenly King realm to the Human Emperor realm in a month. Uft. A sound of blood being spat echoed from afar. Lin Yang turned his gaze towards the source and saw Qian Xiushui spitting blood. Miss Xiushui, what has caused you to spit blood? Qian Xiushui wore a forced smile, her face shadowed with displeasure. It's nothing. I've just been consumed by my training lately. In truth, she was infuriated by Lin Yang's remarks. For centuries, she had been stalled at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm, showing no signs of progress whatsoever. It was only after indulging in the exquisite wine gifted by Lin Yang that she managed to ascend to the Human Emperor realm. Yet today, she overheard him lamenting that his disciple had failed to advance to the Human Emperor level in a mere month, deeming it excessively slow. She could only attribute her endurance against this vexation to her exceptional temperament and unwavering resolve. Being consumed by your training? That is a serious matter. Permit me to assess your condition. Lin Yang approached with a solemn demeanor, placing his hand upon Qian Xiushui's cool, delicate abdomen. He allowed his spiritual energy to circulate within her for a moment. All seems well. It is likely the result of your recent breakthrough to the 4th heavenly layer of the Human Emperor realm, which has caused some instability in your spiritual energy. Just focus on refining your energy. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. Qian Xiushui's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, a few sacred grounds have just sent challenge letters to the Qian Kuan sacred ground. Challenge letters? Lin Yang inquired, puzzled. The Qian Kuan sacred ground has risen to prominence in recent years, garnering considerable fame and attracting all the talented individuals to our banner. Consequently, the other sacred grounds are dissatisfied and have united to engage in a contest with us, seeking to demonstrate their prowess, Qian Xiushui stated earnestly. And so what? Those other sacred grounds are so feeble. As long as you take action, you alone could easily subdue them all, couldn't you? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, this should be the case, but an unexpected incident has occurred. Qian Xiushui, caught between laughter and tears, remarked. For those of us from the sacred land of the mortal realm, we all possess certain backgrounds. For instance, the founding patriarch of our Qian Kuan sacred land ascended to the celestial realm as the Qian Kuan Great Sage. Lin Yang nodded, acknowledging the widely known fact that without some form of backing, one could hardly establish a sacred land in the mortal realm. Although the Qiankuan sacred land is hailed as the foremost sacred land in the world, its background is not the most formidable among the many sacred lands. The one boasting the most significant background is the Yaowang sacred land, a subordinate of a first-rate power in the celestial realm. Oh, Lin Yang's expression remained tranquil. And then, among the challengers, the Yaowang sacred land has dispatched a prodigy from the celestial realm. This prodigy possesses formidable strength and an extremely arrogant demeanor. Therefore, I wish to request your presence to maintain order. Qian Xiushui continued. Of course, if you, young Master Lin, are unwilling, I would never impose. Haha, how could I resist the allure of excitement? Lin Yang grinned. As the peak master of the Qiankuan sacred land, how could such a significant matter be revealed to me only now? Ahem, we feared that it might disrupt your tranquility. Qian Xiushui was taken aback by Lin Yang's enthusiasm. Just as Lin Yang took flight, the system notification echoed in his ears. The host has rejected the system's idle task, chosen to spectate, upheld his true intentions, and remained unmoved by profit. Reward, 100 million celestial crystals. Lin Yang chuckled, realizing that declining a task yielded greater rewards than completing it. On the arena of the Qiankuan sacred land, a woman clad in green, with a cold and proud demeanor, stood with her sword sheathed. Is the Qiankuan sacred land merely a congregation of inept individuals? Is there not a single worthy opponent to challenge me? Beneath the arena, the leaders and elders of the Qiankuan sacred land lay sprawled on the ground, their faces marred by humiliation. The bitter taste of defeat lingered in their mouths. Despite their recent surge in strength, they found themselves utterly outmatched by the prodigies of the celestial dome realm. The arrival of the Yaowang sacred land, coinciding with their recruitment of disciples, was a calculated affront, aimed at bringing them disgrace and igniting ridicule across the world. Their intentions were malicious, deserving of retribution. Yet, in the face of their inferiority, words held no weight. Sigh. Zi Yanran and several peak leaders felt a profound sense of frustration. The disparity was indeed insurmountable. None among them could withstand a mere second against this prodigy. Humph, victory is assured. Only the sacred master of Qiankuan remains unchallenged. If the sacred master were to fall before the disciples of our Yaowang sacred land, it would be a grand spectacle indeed. How dare they compete with us for talent? They deserve to have their reputation tarnished. I shall trample upon the dignity of the Qiankuan sacred land and claim the title of the foremost sacred land in the world. Several high-ranking officials of the Yaowang sacred land pointed and jeered, their expressions haughty. Elders from other sacred lands joined in derisive laughter, relishing the misfortunes of the Qiankuan sacred land. A group of inept individuals, it is best to summon your revered leader. Should she prove inadequate, let the ancient ancestor of your sacred ground come forth to engage me in battle. The woman in azure, bearing an air of arrogance, declared, if even your ancestor cannot prevail against me, I would advise the Qiankuan sacred land to humbly close its gates and disband forthwith. Chapter 35. Recklessness shall be punished though one's abilities may be limited. The audacity can be quite grand. A light chuckle echoed through the air. The woman clad in azure furrowed her brow and glanced coldly, slightly taken aback. The newcomers were none other than Qian Xiushui, and a youth who resembled an ethereal being. What use is good looks? Merely a decorative vase. The azure-clad woman shook her head and coldly inquired, who are you? State your name. I am Lin Yang, the master of the ancient peak. Lin Yang replied with a slight smile, his demeanor composed. A mere insignificant peak master dares to speak so boldly? Even your elders would fall before my single strike. Only your sacred lord is worthy of my attention. The azure-clad woman's eyes brimmed with disdain. Such arrogance will earn you a spanking. Lin Yang grinned broadly and stepped onto the arena. I see you are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself. Fury ignited within the azure-clad woman. With a single move, I shall defeat you and show you that there are realms beyond realms. She struck her palm against Lin Yang's chest, yet he remained steadfast, unmoved. Why are you so forward, coming up and grabbing my chest? Lin Yang shook his head. Perhaps you have never encountered a man. How pitiable, spending so many years as a nun. I will kill you. The azure-clad woman was driven into a frenzy. Her long sword unsheathed for the first time, exuding a terrifying sharpness, her strength unmistakably at the pinnacle of the human sovereign realm. Swish! The sword, if capable of shattering mountains and seas, merely grazed Lin Yang. leaving even his flowing white attire unscathed. Are you merely tickling me? Your strength is far too feeble. Even a tickle would seem lacking. Lin Yang, filled with disappointment, seized the wrist of the woman in green, hoisting her up before delivering a swift kick to her backside. I have stated before, if you lack the ability yet remain so arrogant, you deserve to be disciplined. With a resounding thud, the kick sent the woman in green flying, landing outside the ring. Ah, you scoundrel, I vow to slay you. She shrieked in fury, her face turning a deep shade of purple from indignation, resembling a frenzied state. Xiaoqing, do not be disrespectful. A serene voice echoed as a woman in white emerged from the ranks of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. The elders of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground quickly parted, bowing respectfully to the woman in white. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The moment the woman in white made her entrance, a prompt appeared in the system. Li Xiaoman, innate Dao embryo physique, imperial grade talent, identity, saintess of the first-class force. Radiant Light Sect. Task assigned. Take Li Xiaoman as a disciple. Reward. 1 imperial weapon. An entrance accompanied by a system introduction? Quite impressive. Lin Yang nodded. Such treatment was not afforded to just anyone. Sister, this scoundrel has insulted me, and I shall kill him. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth. After all, this is our future master. Have you not yet met her? The woman in the white dress gazed at Lin Yang and remarked, Your strength is indeed commendable. I acknowledge that. Now, speak up. What must we do to become your disciples? Lin Yang frowned. Are you here to engage in combat, or to seek mentorship? Why the hesitation? Exclaimed Li Xiaoman, her sister. I, Li Xiaoman, am the most gifted saintess in the history of the Yaoguang sect. Countless sacred kings and great saints vie to take me as their apprentice. It is already a tremendous fortune for you that we seek you as our master. Should you not promptly and respectfully accept us both? Li Xiaoqing said, her chin held high. The onlookers were bewildered. The situation seemed utterly absurd. Even the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were taken aback. Wasn't their purpose to confront the Qianquan sacred land? How had it suddenly transformed into a request for mentorship from the peak master of the Yaoguang sect? Forgive my candor, but your demeanor does not suggest a genuine desire for apprenticeship, remarked Qian Xiushui, furrowing his brow. Do you have a say in this matter? You are merely the leader of a small, earthly sacred land. Speak any further, and I shall have you slain, Li Xiaoqing declared haughtily. With an indifferent motion, Lin Yang waved his hand, unleashing a gust that shattered Li Xiaoqing's teeth, sending her spinning through the air 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. She lay there, half-conscious, resembling a defeated canine. Predecessor, you have gone too far. Li Xiaoman frowned. I sought your mentorship. If you refuse, that is one matter. But to treat my sister with such brutality? Do you believe the Yaoguang sect to be so easily bullied? Did you genuinely believe we were imploring you to accept us as disciples? Her disposition is characterized by pride, and in her estimation, she had been sufficiently courteous and humble. Alas, this mortal youth proved unappreciative, verging on insolence. It's truly perplexing how you could pose such a question, when it was manifestly you who importuned to become a disciple. Several peak masters from the Qianquan Holy Land expressed their indignation, asserting that he was now reneging on his entreaties, displaying utter shamelessness. Li Xiaoman inhaled deeply, inwardly admonishing herself to exercise forbearance for the sake of the sect's resurgence. Subsequently, she articulated in a frigid tone, Consider this sacred weapon as my initiation offering. You need only acknowledge our master-disciple relationship, without any expectation of instruction from you. After all, given your station and capabilities, you are hardly qualified to instruct me. With a flourish, she cast forth a sacred weapon, leaving all present in a state of utter astonishment. To proffer a sacred weapon so readily, such magnanimity. It must be known that a single sacred weapon could serve as the paramount treasure of a sacred ground. Lin Yang scoffed, severing the sacred weapon with a dismissive wave. Begone. If you do not vanish within a count of 3, I shall obliterate your Yaoguang sect. What? Li Xiaoman's pupils contracted, realizing she had underestimated him. To shatter a sacred weapon with such ease. Lin Yang's physical fortitude must be at least at the level of a sage. A reclusive sage? Lesser sister Li murmured inwardly, yet remained unconcerned. The esteemed seeker of light sect, viewed from the firmament, stood as a preeminent power, its halls graced by a multitude of sages. Furthermore, as the foremost holy maiden in myriad epochs, she held little regard for a mere sage instructor. Holy maiden, what course shall we pursue? An elder of the seeker of light holy ground inquired, his voice trembling. Li Xiaoman furrowed her brow, lamenting, "My calculations have proven flawed. Let us withdraw forthwith." With a single strike capable of shattering a sage's armament, he must be a reclusive sage of considerable power. I am presently unable to contend with such might. Indeed, let us hasten our departure. The elder of the Seeker of Light Holy Ground retrieved Li Shaoqing, limp as a lifeless hound, and together with Li Xiaoman, they vanished into the ether. "Young Master Lin, I offer my apologies. You have been subjected to unpleasantness," Qianxiu Shui expressed remorsefully. "Fear not. Their fortune lies in their intrusion upon this auspicious day of our sect's inaugural discipleship. Otherwise, they would not depart from the holy ground of Qinkuan." Lin Yang dismissed with a wave, gracefully departing. Outside the holy ground of Qinkuan, Holy Maiden. As the Seeker of Light sect's paramount Holy Maiden throughout the ages, what prompted your desire to seek tutelage in this mortal realm? The elder of the Seeker of Light Holy Ground voiced his bewilderment. "Alas! Do you believe I harbor any desire to visit this dilapidated and uncivilized realm?" Li Xiaoman demurred, her gaze tinged with displeasure. "My purpose in seeking instruction here stems from a prophecy." "A prophecy?" The elder of the Seeker of Light Holy Ground's countenance turned grave. Chapter 36. The Art of Killing with a Borrowed Blade? "Indeed, my Yaoguang sect has been a first-rate power for 1,000,000 years. Yet we have never ascended to the status of a hegemonic force," Li Xiaoman remarked. "As the foremost holy maiden of Yaoguang's sect throughout the ages, I am the most likely to lead our sect to become a hegemonic power. Therefore, Yaoguang's sect has spared no effort and paid a considerable price to consult the Tianji Pavilion." And then, the elders of Yaoguang's sacred land were astonished. Such revelations are indeed top-tier secrets. The divination from Tianji Pavilion indicated that the sole opportunity for Yaoguang's sect to join the ranks of hegemonic powers lies within the realm of the Qiankuan sacred land. "It requires me to take the strongest individual there as my master." Li Xiaoman's tone was frigid. "Thus, I brought my sister to seek a master, even preparing a sacred weapon to secure a master-disciple relationship. Yet, he continuously rebuffed me, even subjecting me to such humiliation. Were it not for that prophecy, I would not have bothered to come to this wretched place, let alone lower myself to solicit the aid of someone so insignificant." "Ah, I see." The elders of Yaoguang's sacred land understood at last. The master of Tianji Pavilion, Elder Tianji, is renowned across the 3,000 realms. Proficient in the ways of fate and causality, his prophecies have never faltered. Influential figures from various realms are willing to expend great resources to seek prophecies from Tianji Pavilion. "Little sister Xiaoman, you appear unwell." From a distance, 3 streaks of light descended, revealing a young man with flowing hair and an ethereal visage. The 2 individuals accompanying him also possessed extraordinary qualities, yet they paled in comparison to the long-haired youth. "Brother Yan, what brings you here?" Li Xiaoman smiled gently at the long-haired youth. This young man, her childhood companion, was also the revered son of a prestigious sect. The 2 individuals flanking him were merely her admirers, intimidated by Yan Gongzi to the extent that they could not muster the courage to confess their feelings, opting instead to fawn over her. "I heard you came to the mortal realm to seek a master according to the prophecy. I followed to see what extraordinary sage could inspire my sister Yan to take such an initiative," Yan Shaoqing remarked in a nonchalant tone, clearly dismissive of this so-called mysterious master. "Your expression suggests that things haven't gone smoothly?" "Not at all. It's been exceedingly unfortunate." Li Xiaoman gestured toward Li Shaoqing beside her. "I earnestly requested him to accept me as a disciple. Yet he not only interrupted my gift, but also injured my sister and expelled us from the Qiankuan sacred land." She exaggerated the tale, distorting the truth, and furtively glanced at Yan Shaoqing's expression, sweetly imploring, "Brother Yan, please don't entertain thoughts of vengeance on my behalf." He was able to defeat Shaoqing. His prowess must be formidable. She conveniently omitted the detail about Lin Yang being capable of shattering a sage's weapon, only mentioning the gift. "You have been wronged. How could I possibly stand idly by?" Yan Shaoqing shook his head. "Brother Yan, such trivial matters hardly warrant your intervention. Allow us a chance to prove ourselves. Please, take a moment to rest." The 2 individuals behind Yan Shaoqing were even more eager than he, volunteering with enthusiasm. "How could I bear to impose upon you? If you were to suffer because of me, it would break my heart." Li Xiaoman shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet, her heart swelled with joy. The more individuals involved, the greater Lin Yang's burden would become. In due time, she would play the role of a peacemaker, graciously offering her forgiveness. Lin Yang would surely be filled with gratitude, imploring her to accept him as her disciple. What utter nonsense you speak. For Xiaoman's sake. We would brave fire and water without hesitation. The two young gentlemen beamed broadly, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. The goddess herself claimed she would feel pain for them. It would be worth dying for. Just wait. We shall swiftly bring that person here, make them kneel, and beseech you to take them as your disciple. With urgency, the two dashed off, eager to claim the honor for themselves. Yin Shaoqing, however, wore a contemplative expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. His intentions towards Li Xiaoman were more utilitarian. Once the two were wed, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to absorb the Yaoguang sect, elevating the Yin family to a position of dominance. Thus, he remained clear-headed, aware that Li Xiaoman's earlier statements lacked coherence, hinting at hidden motives. Since these two sycophants were willing to pave the way for him, why not allow it? Brother Yin, aren't you going to follow and take a look? That Lin Yang is exceptionally strong. I fear Zheng Hai and the others might not be able to handle him, Li Xiaoman said with an ulterior motive. Patience. He cannot escape. Yin Shaoqing replied with a confident smile in his eyes. At the ancient peak, congratulations to the host for declining the task, opting for a leisurely existence without accepting disciples, and receiving as rewards 10 imperial weapons and 100 billion celestial crystals. The system's notification sounded. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What a splendid reward for refusal. The demon-slaying staff? This imperial weapon is quite impressive. Lin Yang released a hint of magical energy to activate the staff, intending to test its might. He fortified the energy barrier of the ancient peak, ensuring the terrifying pressure of the supreme imperial weapon would not escape its confines. Boom. The demon-slaying staff revealed the fangs of a supreme imperial weapon, unleashing a dreadful power that rent the heavens and tore the earth asunder, enveloping the ancient peak in its might. Meanwhile, outside the ancient peak, why is this barrier so formidable? It surpasses even the protective formation of the sacred land of heaven and earth. With our celestial monarch realm strength, we cannot directly breach the formation? Zheng Hai furrowed his brow. It seems the master of the ancient peak is indeed quite peculiar. Fear not. I have acquired a treasured decree bestowed by my family. Wang Quan grinned widely, producing a decree. With this decree, I can traverse even the formations of saints without any hindrance. With it, the vastness of the mortal realm poses no barrier. Brother Wang possesses such a treasure? Zheng Hai was pleasantly surprised, though a tinge of jealousy stirred within him. It seemed he would have to exert himself more, otherwise, the credit for this endeavor would undoubtedly belong to Wang Quan. Activate this treasure at once. Wang Quan nodded and activated the decree. Buzz. They easily entered the formation. Upon entering the realm of the ancient peak, an overwhelming and terrifying force surged forth. What? How did he anticipate our intent to kill him and set a trap in advance? This power, is it not rather excessive? As the force swept through, the two who had yet to voice their complaints were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Lin Yang, who was testing the might of the demon-subduing staff, raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had inadvertently eliminated two insignificant insects. The most formidable beings of the Qian Kuan sacred land were merely two celestial monarch-level ancestors. Hence, he did not impose overly stringent restrictions on the formation. It sufficed that those below the sage rank could not enter. There was little he could do. He had already taken ample measures for their safety. If they chose to court death, they had no one but themselves to blame. Safe travels, he thought. Lin Yang was oblivious to the intentions of Zheng Hai and Wang Quan, but their clandestine infiltration of the ancient peak's formation undoubtedly suggested ill intent. Their demise was not unwarranted. In the distance, Yin Shaoqing furrowed his brow. Wang Quan and Zheng Hai had perished simultaneously, without a moment to resist, instantly obliterated. It appeared that Lin Yang was even stronger than he had anticipated. What? Lin Yang is truly that formidable. I had no inkling. Li Xiaoman feigned innocence. Embodying the image of a pure white lotus, I did not intend to cause their demise. It was all that damned Lin Yang's fault. I will not rest until he pays. She felt an inner joy, knowing that the Wang and Zheng families would inevitably be drawn into this affair. The ability to instantly slay two celestial beings at the 9th tier of the realm was no small feat, at the very least. It indicated a power level akin to that of a celestial sovereign, if not one who had already approached the threshold of sanctity. Yin Shaoqing remained composed. Shaking his head, Let us first inform Uncle Wang and Uncle Zheng of the demise of Wang Quan and Zheng Hai. His intentions aligned with those of Li Xiaoman, as he sought to utilize the blades of the Wang and Zheng families to eliminate Lin Yang. Chapter 37. The Trap. Apologies, no such person. In the celestial realm. What? Our son is dead. The head of the Wang family, Wang Lin, and the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Xianren, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Weren't they supposed to be traveling the mortal realm? How could anyone possibly possess the power to slay them? Uncles, please remain calm. Here is what transpired. Yan Shaoqing spun a tale, painting Lin Yang as a ruthless killer. Damn it. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Such a formidable being lurks among mortals. As leaders of their families, they were naturally cautious and cast a wary glance at Yan Shaoqing and Li Xiaoman. I understand now. You may leave. Please, uncles. Do not grieve excessively. Li Xiaoman, disappointed by their lack of engagement, took her leave. Brother Zheng, what is your perspective on this matter? Wang Lin inquired. It is likely those two young men were vying for Li Xiaoman's affection, provoking that hidden powerhouse, which led to their tragic demise, Zheng Xianren replied, shaking his head. Indeed. It aligns with my suspicions, Wang Lin frowned. What shall we do next? Our son cannot have died in vain. Let him die in vain, then. I have dozens of sons. Losing one is inconsequential, Zheng Xianren remarked nonchalantly. I merely hope that this mysterious powerhouse does not direct their wrath towards me. Is that how we shall conclude this? Wang Lin exclaimed in disbelief. He is my only son, in the perilous and unpredictable realm of cultivation. Merely surviving is an extraordinary feat. It is wise to eliminate any potential adversaries. Master Zheng rose and addressed Wang Lin, Brother Wang. I advise you to refrain from provoking that enigmatic being. The world is rife with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This matter is indeed our fault. So let it pass without further conflict. Huh. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. This matter cannot be overlooked. To dwell in a sacred place for years, merely as a minor peak master. What sort of expert could that possibly be? At worst, he is but a saint. While caution is prudent in the cultivation world. If one allows their son to be slain without uttering a word, who would still fear the Wang family? The reckless cannot survive in this realm, nor can the timid. I shall take Lin Yang's life. Mark my words. Even the emperor cannot save him. Master Zheng shook his head, aware that Wang Lin would not heed his counsel. Take care, Brother Wang. I must take my leave. As he turned, the chilling sound of heads rolling reached his ears. Master Zheng's body stiffened, cold sweat trickled down his spine. Do not look back, and you may yet survive, came the indifferent voice of the terrifying figure. Consider yourself fortunate for making a wise choice. With a gulp, Master Zheng stiffly exited the conference hall, his gaze fixed in horror upon the scene before him. The entire Wang family was engulfed in flames, as shadowy figures donned in spider masks leaped amidst the inferno, blood staining the sky. In an instant, the once mighty Wang family was rendered extinct, not a soul remaining. My goodness! Zheng Xianren, feeling his limbs turn icy and his mind blank, exited the Wang residence. Pounding his chest in distress, it is essential to have more children. Fortunately, I have hundreds of offspring. The loss of one would hardly matter. Had I been in Wang Lin's position with but a single son, my wisdom today would be far less certain. With lingering trepidation, he glanced back at the Wang family. Engulfed in flames. The efficiency of this operation is astonishing. The cultivation realm indeed harbors hidden talents. The forces behind that mysterious powerhouse are utterly terrifying. Zheng Xianren collapsed onto the ground, wiping cold sweat from his brow. In front of the intelligence building of the Luo network, Li Xiaoman and Yan Shaoqing paused. Those two old fools refuse to be ensnared. We must rely solely on ourselves. Yan Shaoqing surveyed the imposing structure of the Luo network intelligence building. They were still unaware of the Wang family's annihilation, as events had unfolded with such alarming rapidity. The Luo network, having risen to prominence within the last decade, boasts itself as the largest assassination organization in the Tianxiong realm, gaining immense notoriety. They accept nearly any contract and fear not to eliminate anyone. The once renowned Blood Spider, previously the foremost assassin organization, was obliterated by the Luo network merely for snatching a contract from them the very next day. This exemplifies the absolute power the Luo network wields, Yan Shaoqing remarked. Engaging their services would surely ensure success. Li Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Caught in a dilemma, she intended to leverage the situation to coerce Lin Yang into accepting her as a disciple, but if they summoned the Luo network assassins, They might simply eliminate Lin Yang instead. Had she not squandered the opportunity to elevate the Yaoguang sect to a dominant force? Fear not. We can initially enlist a celestial-level assassin to eliminate him, subsequently applying pressure to ensure Lin Yang's submission. Yin Shaoqing, brimming with confidence, reassured, rest assured. Everything is under my control, simply follow my lead. Excellent. Brother Yin, you are the best. Li Xiaoman smiled, yet inwardly lamented her current financial constraints. Unable to afford an assassin, Yin Shaoqing regarded Li Xiaoman intently, sensing her implication of wanting him to act as a financial benefactor. A twitch of his lips revealed his reluctance. This time, I shall cover the expenses for hiring a celestial assassin. However, should he fail to eliminate him, you may seek funds from your Yaoguang sect. After all, this is your chance to rise as a dominant power. Surely the elders will not begrudge such a modest sum. Agreed. Li Xiaoman responded with a sweet smile, while her inner thoughts berated Yin Shaoqing for being miserly, knowing he would hardly contribute a substantial amount. Soon, the pair entered the information building of the Web of Fate. What is your purpose? The receptionist's tone was notably cold. Yin Shaoqing furrowed his brow. However, considering the organization prided itself as the foremost assassin guild, a touch of arrogance was to be expected, and he suppressed his discontent. To hire an assassin, Yin Shaoqing declared, raising his chin. The receptionist, akin to an emotionless automaton, inquired about the target's name and identity. Lin Yang, master of the ancient peak, the sacred land of the mortal realm. Yin Shaoqing promptly replied. The emotionless receptionist suddenly widened her eyes, her expression one of utter shock. Her voice escalating several octaves. Who are you referring to? Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing was taken aback, wondering if the members of the organization were all mad. Such exaggerated reactions. The master of the ancestral peak in the sacred land of Qiankuan, Lin Yang? The receptionist confirmed once more. Indeed. Yin Shaoqing nodded. The receptionist scrutinized him for a moment, then fell silent. I apologize, but our database contains no information on this individual. We cannot proceed with the assassination. What? No record of this person? Yin Shaoqing could hardly believe it. ISNT, your organization, the Luo Network, reputed to be the foremost assassination group in the celestial realm? You cannot find the information on a master of a mortal sacred land. If you doubt the capabilities of the Luo Network, we can annihilate your entire lineage to demonstrate our strength, the receptionist replied with a seemingly cheerful demeanor. Damn it, please don't. Yin Shaoqing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, internally lamenting. How can you utter such chilling words with such a genial tone? Safe travels. The receptionist resumed her icy expression. Outside the Luo Network's intelligence building, Yin Shaoqing cursed his misfortune. How could this be? Perhaps they deemed the job too trivial to bother with? Li Xiaoman was equally perplexed. What a bunch of fools, turning down money. Yin Shaoqing was engulfed in fury. Damn it. It seems I must rely on my own ingenuity now. Meanwhile, the receptionist promptly retrieved the communication order, transmitting the recent events with utmost urgency. The message, designated with the highest priority, transcended numerous layers and directly reached the communication token of the formidable Jingyu, the master of the web. The recently victorious Jingyu, having annihilated the Wang clan, gazed at the information within the token, descending into a thunderous silence. Chapter 38. The true face of Li Xiaoman. Are there those who have placed a bounty on my head? Lin Yang could not help but chuckle upon hearing the news. What is the story? Please, do share. It is a certain Yin Shaoqing, hailing from the prestigious Yin family of the celestial sphere, and he shares a childhood bond with Li Xiaoman. The voice of Jing Ni emanated from the communication talisman. He intends to advocate for Li Xiaoman? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Initially, that was our assumption. However, upon further investigation, we discovered that he is merely a pawn of the Yin family, seeking to approach Li Xiaoman as a means to prepare for the eventual annexation of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Jing Ni reported. Ah, I see. So I am merely a piece in his grand scheme? Lin Yang scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He loathed the notion. Since he is so unwaveringly loyal to the Yin family, let them fade into oblivion. Understood. What then shall be Li Xiaoman's fate? Jing Ni inquired. To eliminate her would indeed be too merciful, Lin Yang replied coolly. Jing Ni comprehended the gravity of the situation. We shall make all necessary arrangements. Very well. You may leave, Lin Yang nodded, severing the connection. In the celestial sphere, Yin Shaoqing was engaged in a telepathic conversation with his father, Yin Zheng. the head of the Yin family. So that is the situation. Yin Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. In other words, if we exert pressure on Lin Yang to accept Li Xiaoman as his disciple, our plan to annex the Yaowang sect will certainly propel us further, stated Yin Shaoqing with a nod, acknowledging her commitment. If our Yin family takes action this time, once she ascends to the position of sect leader, she can grant us 3 elder positions within the family. Indeed, Yin Zheng nodded in agreement. But will the Yaowang sect send out their own experts? Certainly. But out of caution, we shall collaborate and dispatch some of our own skilled fighters to intimidate Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing replied respectfully. I believe this is a foolproof venture. Excellent. Then let us proceed. I will arrange for the Yin family's experts to partake in this operation. Who are you? No. Suddenly, Yin Jing's communication was abruptly severed. Father? Father. Yin Shaoqing's expression tightened. What is it, Yin Go? Li Xiaoman looked over in surprise, her confusion evident. My father has suddenly lost contact. I must return to the Yin family at once. There may be trouble. Yin Shaoqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his previously unwavering confidence now shaken. After all, his assurance stemmed from the strength of his formidable family behind him. This? Surely not. Li Xiaoman shook her head. The Yin family is among the most powerful forces. How could anything possibly go awry? You are overthinking it. I will accompany you. Very well. Yin Shaoqing said no more and hurriedly made his way towards the Yin family. Whoosh! Before long, they finally arrived at the Yin residence. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yin Shaoqing plummeted from the clouds, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His visage as pale as parchment. How could this be possible? Li Xiaoman, too, found her mind engulfed in a void. The corpses of the entire Yin clan were piled into a mound, the ancestral grounds enveloped in an eerie silence. Not even a fly dared to linger. Every structure had been reduced to mere dust, and even the heads of poultry had been severed. My heavens, the yolks of eggs lay shattered, and the earth's hidden worms had been uprooted and cleaved in twain. Li Xiaoman shook her head, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of it all. Even with her serpentine heart, she felt a chill of terror creeping in, sensing an unimaginable dread. How could this happen? Just moments ago, I was in communication with my father. Atop the mound of bodies, Yin Shaoqing discovered his father, his countenance ashen, fear gripping his soul tightly. Gulp. Li Xiaoman nodded. Having been by his side moments ago, she was acutely aware of the situation. From the moment Yin Zheng severed communication to their return to the Yin residence, scarcely a stick of incense had passed. This meant that the assailant had completely obliterated the Yin family from existence in less than the span of an incense stick. What unfathomable power must this be? Li Xiaoman's face turned pale. What terrifying entity has your family recently provoked? Impossible. I have always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. How could I possibly provoke any formidable adversary, unless... A sudden realization flashed through Yin Shaoqing's mind, and, in light of the events of the past 2 days, an absurd notion took shape within him. Was it Lin Yang's doing? His eyes turned crimson as he glared at Li Xiaoman. It is all your fault, you wretched woman, for provoking that terrifying being that led to the annihilation of my family. Li Xiaoman frowned. Nonsense. How could he possess such power? Furthermore, Yin Shaoqing, be mindful of your tone when speaking to me. You are now akin to a stray dog, while I am the esteemed saintess of the radiant light, sacred land. The disparity between our statuses is vast. Dare to bark at me again, and I shall show no mercy. Yin Shaoqing was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Li Xiaoman. He had known from the start that she was no virtuous woman, but he had not anticipated her to be so malevolent. His family had just been obliterated, yet this woman revealed 2 utterly contrasting faces. Li Xiaoman, the destruction of my family is entirely due to you. How dare you utter such words? Yin Shaoqing seethed with rage. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You only approached me to seize control of the Radiant Light sect. You treacherous scoundrel. Li Xiaoman sneered. You dare to bite back? Yin Shaoqing, consumed by fury, drew his sword, intent on taking Li Xiaoman's life. He was a prodigy of the first realm of Celestial Sovereign, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Eliminating Li Xiaoman would be a trivial task. Humph. Li Xiaoman revealed a disdainful smile as she abruptly unveiled her prowess at the 9th level of Celestial Sovereign. What? You have been feigning weakness all along. Yin Shaoqing could hardly believe it. He prided himself on his intelligence, yet he had been outmaneuvered by this woman. Indeed, if I had not concealed some of my strength, How could I possibly contend with you when you seek to devour the Yaoguang sect in the future? Li Xiaoman grinned. How foolish of me to have called you brother for so many years, you dim-witted pig. Your only remaining worth lies in being a vessel for me to absorb your talents, after which you shall meet your demise. With her overwhelming superiority, Li Xiaoman swiftly incapacitated Yan Shaoqing, severing his limbs. My unparalleled talents stem from a unique skill I acquired in my youth, one that allows me to devour the talents of others to nurture my own. Li Xiaoman gazed down upon Yan Shaoqing with haughty contempt. I have long lost count of the prodigies I have secretly consumed to earn the title of the first saintess of the Yaoguang sect throughout the ages. You should feel honored to perish as mere sustenance for my future as Empress. Crunch. With that, she crushed Yan Shaoqing's skull beneath her foot, extracting his celestial bone to consume it. Truly, as the holy son of the Yin family, his celestial bone was delectably crisp and quite exquisite. Li Xiaoman cast aside her disguise, her expression turning cold. I had not anticipated that Lin Yang would prove to be so formidable. The family of words has become utterly unreliable. I can only rely on those old relics within the sect to exert their utmost efforts for me. She harbors little sense of belonging to the sect, merely viewing them as a means to fortify her own strength. Once she seizes control of the Yaoguang sect in the future, she will drain it from within, transforming it into a resource for her own empowerment. Whoosh! Li Xiaoman soared into the air, heading straight for the Yaoguang sect. Chapter 39. You truly are a filial son in the sacred land of Qiankuan. Atop the ancient peak, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, bemused. What a devious stratagem. How did you conceive such a notion? Jing and I smiled faintly. As long as it pleases you, master. Very well, let us proceed with this plan, Lin Yang replied, turning his gaze towards the ghost emperor of the underworld. The moment to test your acting skills has arrived. Understood. The ghost emperor grinned widely. Just watch closely, master. With that, they both departed. Lin Yang resumed his leisurely fishing, while Jing and I recounted all the recent events that had transpired. A secret method to devour the talents of others? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in intrigue. How fascinating. Meanwhile, in the firmament, at the Yaoguang sect. What? You intend to expel me from the sect? Li Xiaoman exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Indeed, replied the sect master of Yaoguang, his expression icy as he regarded Li Xiaoman. Why? Did I do something wrong? Li Xiaoman implored, her demeanor one of pitiful innocence. He chuckled coldly. You know full well what you have done. You have brought calamity upon the Wang and Yin families. And now you wish to implicate the Yaoguang sect? How naive. Zhang Qixing, the sect master, shook his head. Before your departure, I repeatedly cautioned you to treat that mysterious peak master with the utmost respect. He is our hope for elevating the Yaoguang sect to a dominant force. Yet you and your sister acted with arrogance, provoking his ire. Instead of offering an apology, you have repeatedly sought to create trouble for him. The hope of the Yaoguang sect becoming a dominant force has been ruthlessly extinguished by your own hands, and now you demand the sect's strong to perish for your sake? How shameless can you be? Zhang Qixing's fury intensified with each word. I am the first saintess of the Yaoguang sect in millennia. Li Xiaoman could no longer contain her anger and lashed out. Old dang, it appears you have lost your senses. Without me, the Yaoguang sect could develop for 1 billion years, yet never rise to dominance. I spare your life solely out of respect for our master-disciple bond. Do not be ungrateful. Zhang Qixing cast Li Shaoqing aside, commanding, take your sister and leave. You are truly heartless. Li Xiaoman felt both aggrieved and furious, silently vowing. The way the Yaoguang sect treats me shall not go unpunished. Once my strength is sufficient, I will annihilate you all, reducing your bones to ashes. Yet she dared not show her displeasure outwardly. Zhang Qixing's power was formidable. Killing her now would be as simple as breathing. She fled with her sister, a tempest of vengeance raging in her eyes. Cursed Lin Yang. Were it not for him, how could I have fallen to such depths? What is his true identity? What must I do to exact my revenge? The hatred within her roared uncontrollably. Sister, what shall we do now? Li Shaoqing trembled with fear. In the Tianqiong realm, powerhouses were abundant. Even the weakest third-rate sect had a sage overseeing it. And now, the mightiest Li Xiaoman was merely at the 9th level of celestial sovereign, without support. Vulnerable to any third-rate sect that could easily subdue them. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle a young girl in her poverty. Li Xiaoman remained unfazed. With my innate talent, which sect would not yearn to accept me? Did not those esteemed sages previously vie to take me as their disciple? I shall seek their refuge. Indeed. Li Shaoqing nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoman produced a communication token and sent a message to an esteemed sage whose contact information she had once retained. Senior, this is Li Xiaoman. Who are you? I do not recognize you. I shall delete your contact information and request that you do not reach out to me again. A swift reply came back, rejecting further communication. What? Li Xiaoman was taken aback. When she was still the radiant saintess, the other party's demeanor was far from this. Unwilling to accept this, she persistently reached out, even seeking out the sects of these powerful figures. Yet, she was met with disdain and shown the door, receiving no mercy whatsoever. Despair began to envelop Li Xiaoman. Cursed be it, is this how you treat me? Once I grow stronger, I shall stain the heavens with blood, unleash a cataclysmic vengeance, and eradicate all of you. Li Xiaoman shouted in a fit of rage. Do you seek vengeance? A chilling voice resonated. Huh. Li Xiaoman froze, glancing towards a nearby stone tablet. Are you the one speaking? Indeed, I am greatly impressed by your desire for revenge. If you can free me, I shall assist you in your quest for vengeance. The voice from the tablet beckoned enticingly. I am the leader of the demon path from 1,000,000 years ago, the ghost emperor of the underworld. In this moment of despair, only a remnant of a soul remains. If you assist me in escaping this predicament, I shall avenge any enmity you bear. The ghost emperor of the netherworld? Li Xiaoman's heart surged with joy. Is this the manifestation of an unparalleled sovereign? In this era of fallen immortals, the Supreme Emperor stands as the most formidable force beyond dispute. This is indeed the essence of an invincible emperor's soul. Huh. Once completely enveloped in despair, Li Xiaoman inhaled deeply, her eyes brimming with hope. Heaven does not forsake me, Li Xiaoman. Await, Lin Yang. For my fortune is unyielding, with the secret art of devouring celestial bones at my disposal, and now, a supreme emperor willing to aid my vengeance. Your demise is assured. Her gaze resolute, she declared. I promise you. How can I facilitate your release? On this stone tablet lies a decree. Should you unveil it, I shall emerge of my own accord. The ghost emperor, sensing Li Xiaoman's intrigue, cackled with excitement. Very well, Li Xiaoman proceeded, effortlessly tearing the decree from the tablet. Is it truly this simple? The ghost emperor erupted into existence, shaking the very cosmos within a 10,000-mile radius. Boundless ghostly flames ignited the heavens, and the aura of supremacy spread forth, compelling all beings to bow in submission. Splendid. Is this the awe-inspiring might of the Supreme Emperor? Indeed, it is terrifying. Li Xiaoman's eyes widened, her hope intensifying. Ancestor, how shall I enact my revenge? Cackling, he replied, I shall impart to you a technique. Not a secret art. By practicing this technique, you shall experience a tremendous surge in power in a short span. The Nether Ghost Emperor presented a tome of forbidden techniques. The art of renouncing kin. Li Xiaoman stared at the title, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon opening the book, she was rendered speechless. By consuming the blood of her relatives, she could attain a 100-fold increase in strength. Li Xiaoman was astounded. Combined with my method of devouring the celestial bones, could I not swiftly become invincible? Elated, she turned without hesitation to Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing was still rejoicing for her. Sister, this is wonderful. We will soon avenge ourselves. Indeed, my dear sister, but to seek vengeance, I first require something from you. Li Xiaoman sighed with regret. I will follow your wishes. Take whatever you desire. Li Shaoqing nodded innocently. With a swift motion, Li Xiaoman severed Li Shaoqing's head, not sparing a glance at the horror reflected in her sister's eyes as life ebbed away. She began to consume her blood. Excellent, such understanding, cackled the Nether Ghost Emperor. The technique he provided was incapable of truly enhancing strength. Instead, while drawing upon the blood of her kin, one would endure excruciating torment akin to divine retribution. Yet, he secretly infused his own energy into Li Xiaoman, creating an illusion of her growing power. Li Xiaoman experienced agonizing torment that rendered her unable to seek refuge in life or death. Yet, the sensation of becoming stronger was an irresistible temptation, compelling her to continue her bloodlust. After devouring Li Shaoqing, she ascended to the realm of the saints. Such a formidable secret art. Li Xiaoman's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Dear parents, you have always wished for my strength. Surely, you would willingly sacrifice for me, wouldn't you? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she soared into the sky, hastening towards her home. Such impatience. Truly a devoted child. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor could hardly contain his amusement at the spectacle. Yet, at this moment, it was crucial for him to showcase his acting prowess. Restrain yourself. One must endure. The Ghost Emperor eagerly anticipated the moment when the truth would be revealed, and Li Xiaoman would confront her master with a dazzling expression. Chapter 40. One must savor life's triumphs. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. Chirp, chirp. In the Li family, Li Xiaoman has single-handedly brought about the demise of her own clan, enduring unfathomable agony that drained the life force from all around her. Finally, she has broken through once more. A fierce flame ignites in Li Xiaoman's eyes. All the suffering I have borne is for you, Lin Yang. Today marks the moment for your utter annihilation. Her confidence surges. With my current strength, crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld shakes his head, bemused by her naivety. Such is the fate of those unacquainted with the world. Since you are prepared, then embark on your quest for vengeance. A subtle smile graces his lips. Very well. Li Xiaoman nods resolutely. At the sacred land of Qiankuan, she descends with a thunderous presence, her formidable aura casting a shadow that makes it difficult for others to breathe. Is a saint descending? This. Isn't she the girl who sought to be apprenticed to Master Lin that day? The higher echelons of the sacred land are engulfed in uncertainty. The two elders break into a cold sweat. This aura is overwhelmingly powerful. A mere finger could erase our sacred land from existence. Yet, Li Xiaoman shows no intention of acknowledging anyone from the sacred land, her figure heading straight for the ancient peak. Buzz. She breaches the barriers of the ancient peak, her voice ringing out in a melodious yet furious declaration. Lin Yang, come forth and meet your demise. The will of the sage was swiftly projected, locating Lin Yang, who was leisurely fishing. She materialized beside him in an instant, her gaze icy as she addressed him. Do you have any idea of the dreadful torment and suffering I have endured during this time? Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with you? She retorted incredulously. You are the reason I was cast out by my clan, leading to my family's ruin. Today, you shall pay with your life. Li Xiaoman's voice was laced with hysteria. Lin Yang shook his head. To blame others for the sins you have committed yourself is truly repugnant. Enough of your nonsense, Dai. As Li Xiaoman was about to launch her attack, an eruption of power surged within her. Bewildered, she questioned, what is happening? The Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld appeared, bowing respectfully to Lin Yang. Master, I trust my performance has been satisfactory? Li Xiaoman felt as though her mind were unraveling. Master, you are Lin Yang's servant. Is this all a deception? The Ghost Emperor chuckled. For a wicked woman like you, a swift death would be too merciful. I shall torment you instead, first offering you hope, only to plunge you into despair and death. It is far more gratifying. With a grin, he exemplified the conduct of one steeped in dark arts. Unable to withstand such a revelation, Li Xiaoman descended into madness, attempting to charge at him. However, the energy within her spiraled out of control, consuming and dismantling her body inch by inch. No, I refuse to accept this. I am a daughter of heaven. How could I possibly meet such a fate? Li Xiaoman screamed, her gaze venomous as it bore into Lin Yang. I will not spare you even as a ghost. Lin Yang chuckled. Do you truly believe you will have the opportunity to become a ghost? Li Xiaoman's form disintegrated entirely, her soul ascending, destined for the cycle of reincarnation. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yang's eyes as he cast a glance at the ascending spirit, which then erupted in mid-air. With her death, her soul was obliterated, completely erased from existence. Ha ha ha, what a splendid demise. Truly exhilarating to witness. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor applauded with delight. Lin Yang retracted his fishing rod and rose to his feet. This matter is concluded. It is time for me to return home. Return home. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor felt a surge of curiosity, pondering the true identity of Lin Yang. What kind of force could produce such an extraordinary talent? Masteress family. Bai Yue felt a stir within her, tinged with anxiety. She had never encountered her masteress kin before. Family, a term both familiar and foreign. It is time to bid farewell. With a lift of his foot, Lin Yang arrived at Qian Qiushui's abode. Qian Qiushui and Zi Yinran were engaged in conversation within, oblivious to Lin Yang's arrival. The saintly aura had dissipated. The outcome remained unknown. Zi Yinran voiced her concerns. I wish to visit the ancient peak. Qian Xiushui replied with unwavering resolve. Should a battle of saintly proportions truly erupt, the mere fluctuations of the ensuing Tao would likely be beyond our capacity to endure. Moreover, our presence would only serve to complicate matters, leaving us to place our trust in Lin Yang's ability to resolve the predicament. Xiangren shook her head, dissuading Qian Xiushui. Alas! Qian Xiushui gazed towards the direction of Huanggu Peak, her eyes filled with apprehension, her hands unconsciously clenching together. Sister Xiushui, could it be that you are developing feelings for Lin Yang? Xiangren inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at the expression on Qian Xiushui's face. Who could remain indifferent? Qian Xiushui replied, shaking her head. Such a question is utterly superfluous. Indeed, since ancient times, beautiful women have always been drawn to heroes. Xiangren nodded silently, acknowledging that anyone who beheld such a formidable, ethereal youth would inevitably be captivated. Not to mention, he had repeatedly come to their rescue. In the realm of the Qian Kuan sacred land, which woman could claim not to harbor feelings for him, provided she possessed even a modicum of understanding about Lin Yang? Regrettably, he was a figure of the heavens, and any potential for a connection between them was fraught with impossibility. Qian Xiushui was acutely aware of the stark disparity between her identity and Lin Yang's. Thus, she buried her feelings deep within. Lin Yang stood at the entrance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There is no need to speak in such absolutes. Upon seeing Lin Yang, Qian Xiushui realized that their prior conversation had been overheard, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. One must savor the joys of life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet stand empty before the moon. Lin Yang smiled widely, declaring, in this life, what we seek is merely a sense of satisfaction and clarity of thought. Why should we be constrained by arbitrary rules and find nonsensical reasons to bind ourselves? Glug. Qian Xiushui's gaze flickered, clearly touched by Lin Yang's words. Life's triumph should be fully savored. This is indeed an eternal truth. Xianran, immersed in the profound essence of this poetic sentiment, felt a stirring of her own spirit amidst her contemplation. Your Holiness, please converse with Master Lin. I must retreat to Yanran Peak. Without further explanation, she transformed into a wisp of fragrant breeze and departed. I, now left alone with a solitary male companion. Qian Xiushui bit her silver teeth in shyness. All you need to do is express your feelings. Lin Yang turned to Qian Xiushui, grinning. I like you. Qian Xiushui affirmed her feelings with conviction. I understand that someone of your stature cannot belong to just one person, and I accept that. All I ask is for a small place in your heart. The moment she voiced her thoughts, she experienced an unprecedented lightness in her being. Good. Lin Yang nodded. Having spent several years in the Qian Kuan sacred land, he indeed held a deep admiration for Qian Xiushui. Before Lin Yang could speak further, Qian Xiushui had already leapt into his embrace. The black and gold phoenix robe flew aside, and the two, with no more hesitations, revealed their true selves to one another. A spring night is rare. A moment is worth 1,000 gold coins. Chapter 41. The Grand Immortal Technique, Celestial Abyss View. In this inaugural battle of his life, Lin Yang revealed extraordinary talent. Is this truly your first time? Qian Xiushui couldn't help but question. I assure you. It is indeed my first battle in this lifetime. Lin Yang affirmed with a nod. I concede, please spare me. Qian Xiushui exclaimed. She had never studied combat techniques and was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Yang's prowess, unable to mount any defense. Lin Yang reveled in the fight. The presence of the ancient beauty was undeniably intoxicating. Cultivating immortality was indeed splendid. If one wished to avoid cessation of combat, one could become a perpetual motion machine. Lin Yang mused with admiration. Alas, while he could embody such endless energy, Qian Xiushui could not endure the strain, and by the following noon, she had completely succumbed. Phew. Qian Xiushui gazed at the youth before her, her cheeks flushed. Are you preparing to leave? How did you know? Lin Yang replied, somewhat astonished. For he had not broached the subject. Do not underestimate a woman's intuition. Qian Xiushui smiled playfully. Indeed, it is time to return home for a visit. Lin Yang nodded, tossing a tome of cultivation techniques to Qian Xiushui. The Grand Immortal Technique? Qian Xiushui exclaimed, her eyes widening at the name of the cultivation method. It sounds immensely powerful. With this celestial-grade cultivation method combined with this rather lax technique, my progress will surely accelerate. Lin Yang earnestly stated. Cultivate diligently to reach the realm of the sage. and we shall meet in the celestial dome. Very well, Qian Qiushui responded, deeply astonished. In this era of celestial downfall, the Supreme Emperor stood as the pinnacle. The methods of cultivating celestial-grade techniques were monopolized by those immortal powers, rendering their dissemination impossible. Consequently, Lin Yang's immediate presentation of a celestial-grade technique was an overwhelming revelation. This token embodies the strength of my 3 swords. Possessing it will ensure your safety from all perils. Lin Yang then offered another token. Should you wish to contact me, use this token. If I ascend to the Sage Realm, where shall I seek you in the Celestial Dome? Qian Qiushui inquired. The immortal Lin clan, Lin Yang replied with a slight smile, waving his hand as he transformed into a streak of radiant light and vanished. The immortal Lin clan, Qian Qiushui, stared blankly at Lin Yang's departing figure, murmuring to herself. While she may have been unfamiliar with other powers of the Celestial Dome, the immortal Lin clan was renowned as the sovereign of the 8 desolations. Who does not know of it? He hails from the immortal clan. Qian Qiushui felt her head spinning. The entire situation was simply too surreal. Is this truly the Celestial Dome? Bai Yue wondered. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. The density of spiritual energy here surpasses that of the mortal realm by at least 10-fold. Lin Yang nodded. Humans born in the Celestial Dome possess innate capabilities from birth. As long as one reaches adulthood, one can attain the Tao Palace realm. With a modicum of earnest cultivation, even the most ordinary commoner can achieve the king level. Heavens! Bai Yue felt profoundly shaken. The disparity between the mortal realm and the celestial expanse is simply staggering. In the mortal realm, ascending to the king level is already the mark of an unparalleled genius. Yet, in the celestial realm, such heights can be reached by an ordinary person through standard cultivation. This world is indeed unfair. Bai Yue reflected with a tinge of melancholy. One's birth almost dictates the accomplishments of a lifetime. Take, for instance, the northern wilderness sword god, Shun Songxing. With his innate talent, had he been born in the celestial realm, he would undoubtedly have attained at least the celestial monarch level by now. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Born in the mortal realm, the cultivation techniques available are of a lower tier, resources are scarce, and the understanding of cultivation remains rudimentary, with spiritual energy being diluted. The foundation laid is invariably weak. Just as cattle and horses are destined to be cattle and horses from birth, their fate rarely alters. Bai Yue also enjoyed listening to stories. Upon reflection, the protagonists in those tales initially appear to be ordinary individuals. Yet, in the end, their true identities are unveiled, either as the scions of formidable beings or as bearers of ancient bloodlines. Where are the truly ordinary people? Contemplating this, she felt a pang of sorrow. As a mere ordinary person, no matter how hard I strive, will I ever be able to catch up to my master? You consider yourself ordinary? Lin Yang was on the verge of losing his composure, inwardly lamenting. Is your background truly the most formidable? Aside from myself, only my sister, Lin Jiuyu, possesses a lineage that could rival Bai Yue's. Rest assured, your talents are exceptional. With diligent practice, your achievements will undoubtedly be significant, Lin Yang reassured her. Thank you, Master, for your encouragement. Yue will strive to improve. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, the Ghost Emperor Yumming surveyed the surroundings, noticing numerous powerful beings heading in the same direction. What could be occurring? Let us investigate, Lin Yang declared, shifting his magical technique as he led the two onward. Soon, they stumbled upon a colossal cavern, its seal hanging by a thread, emanating a kaleidoscope of radiant treasures. This must be the remnants of a saint. The nearby powerful beings speculated. I am indeed a saint, yet I lack the ability to create such a commotion, a formidable presence announced. It was Chun Zichuan, the leader of the Zichuan sect, a 9th-level saint. The multitude of strong individuals respectfully made way, for even in the celestial realm, a saint held the qualifications to establish a sect and was a rare sight to behold. Their mere appearance commanded attention. In my estimation, this may be a relic of the Saint King level, Chun Zichuan confidently proclaimed. You are merely a group of heavenly monarchs and heavenly lords. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. The treasures here are of a level far beyond your reach. The surrounding cultivators turned pale, as it was evident that Chun Zichuan intended to monopolize the sacred king's treasure. It is a well-known fact that the more advanced the relic, the greater the peril it harbors. Those among you who venture inside are merely courting death. Out of goodwill, I shall allow the Zichuan sect to scout the path for you. With a wave of his hand, Chun Zichuan summoned the formidable members of the Zichuan sect, who exuded a powerful aura that enveloped the area. Chun Zongzhu's words were excessively overbearing. Did he truly believe that the treasures here were solely destined for him? Several figures descended with an air of indifference. They were the leaders of the nearby sects, each one a sage. Haha, since we have several fellow cultivators here, you are certainly entitled to share in this relic. Chun Zichuan's expression hardened, his displeasure simmering beneath the surface. Yet he dared not provoke the collective wrath. As for you scattered, weaker cultivators, you should swiftly vacate. Clear the area. The onlooking celestial sovereigns and celestial lords felt their anger rise, but dared not voice it. Being forbidden even to watch was an outrageous display of tyranny. However, in the celestial realm, might makes right, and they had no choice but to endure. What are you staring at? The weak have no right to share in the treasure. Chun Zichuan asserted with unyielding confidence. If you wish to partake, you must first defeat me. Oh, such a simple requirement. A light, mocking laughter echoed. Chun Zichuan glared in anger, only to find a young immortal with a charming smile gazing back at him. Who might you be? Chun Zichuan queried, somewhat displeased. Yet Lin Yang's formidable aura made him cautious, prompting him to tread carefully. However, the young girl beside Lin Yang possessed merely the strength of the 9th layer of the Heavenly King realm, suggesting that Lin Yang's prowess was likely not far superior. You are not worthy to know my master's name. If you are wise, step aside. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor, visibly displeased, warned, continue to dither, and I shall eliminate you with a single strike. Upon uttering this, he subtly revealed a hint of his Saint King aura, instantly silencing everyone present. Gulping, Chun Zichuan realized he had overstepped in the presence of the esteemed Saint King and hurriedly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing deeply. His prior arrogance had transformed into abject servility, a transition that elicited quiet amusement from the onlooking celestial lords and heavenly sovereigns, who inwardly scoffed at his cowardice. This is intriguing, Lin Yang mused, casting his gaze towards the cavern. According to your reasoning, this place is also ill-suited for you. Your strength is simply inadequate. What? Chun Zichuan and several other saints' expressions shifted dramatically, their brows furrowing deeply. Could it be that this mysteriously origin-laden youth intended to monopolize the hidden treasures? I am merely speaking the truth, Lin Yang stated, extending his hand to remove the seal. An overwhelming brilliance surged forth, ascending to the heavens and capturing the world's attention. Gulp. The eyes of Chun Zichuan and the other saints widened in disbelief. The aura of the treasure was utterly terrifying, concealing at least a cache of grand saint-level riches. Lin Yang paid no heed to their astonishment and, accompanied by Bai Yue and the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, ventured into the depths of the cavern. Shall we proceed inside? A sage hesitated and inquired. Humans perish for wealth, just as birds succumb for sustenance. The treasure of the great sage lies within our grasp. Even if he were the supreme deity himself, we must seize a morsel from his hands. Chun Zichuan gritted his teeth, a wild glint in his eyes. Indeed, the sages exchanged resolute glances, affirming their alliance. They would not tremble even before a Saint King. That young man was excessively arrogant, clearly oblivious to the harsh realities of the immortal realm. Should he continue to be so insolent, we shall take his life. Within the confines of the secret realm, death is inevitable, as long as no witness remains. Even the most formidable of backgrounds will avail them nothing in the face of demise. Having resolved their intentions, the sages formed a coalition and soared towards the depths of the cave. Chapter 42, The Three-Eyed Demon. Layer 18. As Lin Yang accompanied the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld and Bai Yue on their journey, they traversed the paths of the cavernous depths. The first layer of the cave was strewn with spirit stones and magical artifacts, yet their quality was so inferior that Lin Yang did not even spare them a glance. Swiftly leading the two into the second layer, then the third. Life forms began to emerge. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld murmured, suddenly turning his gaze. In the shadows of the fourth layer, amidst a heap of magical treasures, there lurked peculiar beings with 3 eyes and 6 arms, observing them intently. These creatures appear exceedingly strange. Bai Yue commented. Damn it! The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld exclaimed in astonishment. These are ancient extraterrestrial beings. Are ancient extraterrestrial beings formidable? Bai Yue inquired, her confusion evident, for her decade of cultivation had not unveiled the secrets of the ancients. Formidable is an understatement. The Ghost Emperor shook his head, They are nothing less than humanity's nightmare. In ancient times, they ruled over all. Humans and demon races were but their prey and slaves. They were the favored children of heaven and earth. Even the weakest among them, upon reaching maturity, could rival the realm of a human emperor, and with but a modicum of cultivation, could ascend to the status of a celestial sovereign. So terrifying, Bayue was taken aback. To think that with slight cultivation, one could achieve the status of a celestial sovereign? Does this imply that the extraterrestrial sages are alarmingly numerous? The ancient past feels so distant. I only began to grasp some of these secrets after attaining the rank of emperor. The ghost emperor of the Nether gazed at the surrounding foreign tribes, perplexed by their origins. These are members of the Tri-Eyed Demon clan, Lin Yang remarked calmly. Among the foreign races, they are merely mediocre. There is no need for concern. Was it not said that the ancient foreign races had all been sealed away? What is the meaning of this? The ghost emperor inquired repeatedly. They probably believed themselves formidable enough to venture forth in search of a fight, Lin Yang replied with a grin. His mind was a vast reservoir of knowledge, and he understood all too well the events of ancient times. He harbored no fondness for these cruel and terrifying ancient races. A low growl emanated from the foreign tribes, who sensed the formidable aura surrounding Lin Yang's group and dared not approach openly, merely salivating from the shadows. Lin Yang dismissed these minor characters with indifference and pressed onward into the depths. Capture the leader first. In the deepest recesses of the cave, sinister voices echoed. We have bait now. They planned to entice their quarry with some initial benefits, only to ensnare them completely when escape was no longer an option. A vivid crimson light illuminated the surroundings as a powerful foreign entity emerged from the throne. In this era of celestial demise, the true immortals of humanity had vanished, and even the supreme emperors were scarce. It was time for the ancient foreign races to re-emerge. The entity bore 2 curved horns, 3 eyes, 6 arms, wings upon its back, and skin as red as that of a demonic being from the depths of hell. In the bygone era, those formidable human beings shone brightly, imposing such dominance that our myriad races could only retreat in self-imposed silence. A profound humiliation. The wheel of fate turns favorably. And now it is the time for these wretched insects to tremble. In days past, they were naught but sustenance and slaves. I still vividly recall the exquisite taste of those humans, which is truly mouth-watering. Particularly, the females and the young ones, whose flesh is extraordinarily tender. Their brain matter surpasses the finest of wines. Our myriad races are on the verge of reclaiming the earth, to reign supreme over the vast expanse, to annihilate humans, to enslave humans. Within the vast abyss, the roars of the 3-eyed demon race reverberate, their murderous intent as terrifying as the ocean. Ah, humans! Cackled a 3-eyed demon from the 7th tier, his eyes glinting green with hunger after countless eons of self-imposed imprisonment, upon spotting delectable prey. Lord Tachika, shall we hunt them? They appear quite appetizing, except for that old wretch, suggested a fellow demon nearby. Humph, they are merely humans. The celestial realm is shattered, and they have nothing to rely upon now. Tachika sneered. Let us target these young ones and teach them who truly reigns in this world. With a resounding leap, he soared forth, leading the 3-eyed demon army from the 7th tier towards Lin Yang and his companions. Capture that boy and girl alive. The old one is unpalatable. Slay him outright. Leave the girl for Lord Tachika. No one is to lay a hand on her. The leading 3-eyed demon roared ferociously. Lin Yang's gaze was icy. These minor characters were not worth his effort, but their reckless pursuit of death was an entirely different matter. How dare you claim I am unworthy of consumption? The underworld ghost emperor was even more infuriated, charging forward. No, I am not food at all. How dare you regard me as mere sustenance? A bunch of grotesque, wretched beings, meet your end. Now, his power had been restored to the Saint King realm, and his overwhelming presence surged forth, crushing the 3-eyed demons at the forefront under the weight of his might. What? They exclaimed in disbelief. Is this human truly so formidable? Is this the age of celestial demise? How could humanity possess such strength? The 3-eyed demons were taken aback. Stand aside. Lord Tachika is about to strike. Several demon leaders bellowed. Umph! How dare a mere human flaunt their ferocity? You shall perish. With a thunderous roar, Tachika swung his massive halberd, repelling the underworld ghost emperor. The underworld ghost emperor raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Is this the so-called ancient alien race? Tachika, seething with rage, was about to retaliate when he sensed an overwhelming terror. He looked up, only to see Lin Yang's colossal finger descending upon him. No! Tachika's hair stood on end as he screamed in terror. In the next instant, he was pinned to the ground by that immense digit. His body crushed and his soul shattered. Master! The ghostly emperor of the abyss once again witnessed Lin Yang's unparalleled might. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Lin Yang, with an indifferent demeanor, stated, "Do not squander time." That human youth, with a mere gesture, annihilated Lord Tachika? My heavens, what a terrifying entity. Is he truly a feeble human? The three-eyed demons, paralyzed with fear, prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies rendered limp. Lin Yang, disinterested in these insignificant creatures, believed that Chen Zichuan and his companions would handle this mess. He swiftly surged towards the depths of the cave, cutting through obstacles with ease. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path was obliterated with a single finger. In the innermost sanctum of the cave, the three-eyed demon king lounged upon his throne, savoring a crimson, sanguine liquid, and coldly inquired, "Where are the bait?" Surely, the humans of today have regressed to a primitive state, incapable of even surpassing the fourth level? Ha ha! The generals beneath the throne erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Those feeble worms, bereft of celestial protection, are inconsequential, fit only to serve as our slaves and sustenance. Report, report. We have reached the 13th, not the 14th, 15th, 17th. The three-eyed demon monitoring the situation widened his eyes, his speech faltering. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling above collapsed. The terrifying force crushed him, the monitor, and a dozen nearby formidable three-eyed demons into a gory pulp. Upon the throne, the three-eyed demon king rose abruptly, his three eyes wide with fury. How could it be that someone has so swiftly breached the 18th layer of the abyss? Chapter 43. Chaos originated from Pangu, yet I existed before him. You, mere human, possess some capabilities. The three-eyed demon king scoffed. This king appreciates talent, and although you are but a human, should you be willing to serve as my subordinate, I shall take you under my wing. In the future, when I dominate the world, your kin shall not perish. How does that sound? Lin Yang chuckled coldly. Is that so? Just based on you? Indeed, based on this king. The three-eyed demon king unleashed an overwhelming aura, a terrifying energy that reverberated across the surroundings, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Our king is invincible. The multitude of three-eyed demons roared in frenzy, their pride soaring. Die! The three-eyed demon king charged forward, intent on vanquishing Lin Yang. Lin Yang sneered, slapping his palm forward. Humph, daring to engage me in barehanded combat. The three-eyed demon king laughed maniacally. Do you not realize that humans are as fragile as paper compared to other races? He displayed his formidable prowess, channeling the strength to move mountains and fill seas into his fist, shattering the void with his might. Lin Yang remained unmoved in the celestial expanse, a pillar of tranquility. What? The three-eyed demon king was struck with disbelief. How is this possible? Is this all? Lin Yang scoffed. Not even enough to dust off my attire. With that, he abruptly lifted his leg and sent the three-eyed demon king flying with a single kick. Boom. The three-eyed demon's body hurtled through the air like a shooting star, shattering the throne into fragments. Uft. The demon king coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Yang. Is there truly such a formidable force among humans? How can this be? We are no longer in the era of celestial downfall. The ancient age has passed. Humanity has long since risen, standing tall at the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. Even if your ancient races were to be revived, you could only bow your heads. Lin Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold and authoritative. Under the immense pressure, the three-eyed demon king seethed with rage, his blood boiling, as a third horn sprouted from his head, amplifying his power. Are you confident in your physical strength? Lin Yang grinned, stepping forward to confront the three-eyed demon king, and with a mere flick of his finger, he shattered the newly formed terrifying horn. How is this possible? The three-eyed demon king was nearly paralyzed with fear, his eyes bulging. The demon's innate horn, a material even capable of being forged into a supreme imperial weapon, attested to its formidable hardness. Yet it was obliterated by a single touch. Die! Lin Yang seized one of the demon's horns in each hand, applying a slight force to rend his body in twain. SLAYS. The three-eyed demon king was torn asunder, blood spraying forth, his very soul dissipating. King. The three-eyed demon clan cried out in despair, unable to accept the horrific scene before them. Their invincible king had been so brutally torn apart. Too weak, Lin Yang shook his head. Do you truly believe that you can dominate the world? It is utterly laughable. He cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the three-eyed demons, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and uttered a single word, annihilate. At his command, a terrifying wave of destruction surged forth. Those who fell within its reach were shattered to oblivion. No, I refuse to accept this. After being sealed for countless eons, only to awaken without ever having seen the sun, and now facing death. The multitude of three-eyed demons wailed in despair. Yet, they could not withstand the fate that awaited them beneath the relentless tide of annihilation. In an instant, the entire 18th level of the abyss crumbled. Gulp. The ghost emperor of the underworld swallowed hard. Although he was aware of Lin Yang's formidable strength, witnessing such terrifying power displayed for the first time left him in awe. The ghost emperor reminisced fondly about his own ascent to the pinnacle of power, recalling the days when he served as an emperor among the human race. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and extended his hand, retrieving a glimmering object from the debris. It was a small bronze tower, albeit incomplete. As his consciousness delved into the tower, his brow furrowed in surprise. It was indeed a celestial tower. Each level possessed its own extraordinary capabilities. The first level could slow the flow of time by a factor of 10,000. One day outside equated to 10,000 days within, allowing for profound comprehension of the path of time. The second level offered nearly infinite space, providing an opportunity to explore the mysteries of the spatial realm. In the third layer, there exists a manifestation of chaos, directly demonstrating the path of chaos. One cannot help but wonder how many layers this tower possesses in its entirety. Lin Yang mused. Young one, your perception is quite astute. I am the unparalleled chaos artifact, revered even in the primordial era, where even the celestial emperors sought merely a glimpse of my presence, which I deemed beneath my notice. You are fortunate indeed to have encountered me. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall. Before the mysterious voice could conclude, Lin Yang's hand effortlessly extracted its spiritual essence from the boundless chaos. The spirit of the small tower, resembling a youthful boy, was abruptly lifted by Lin Yang's hand. His pallid complexion reflected his alarm, limbs thrashing about in distress as he bared his teeth and protested. How dare you treat your master in such a manner? Chaos originated from Pangu, and I existed even before him. Are you aware of my worth? Should you continue to treat me this way, I shall be quite incensed. Oh, and what consequences might your anger entail? Will you bare your teeth at me? Lin Yang jested. Get lost. The youthful spirit flailed his limbs, his small face suffused with indignation. Had I not been sealed for countless ages and my essence shattered, even a myriad of celestial emperors would be rendered powerless before me. My fate is truly lamentable. He lamented, though he did not fear Lin Yang. You certainly possess audacity. Are you not afraid I might end your existence? Lin Yang replied with a grin. The youth stuck out his tongue at him, utterly unconcerned. Did I not tell you? Chaos was birthed from Pangu, and this tower predates him. The 3,000 paths are but nursery rhymes to me, and the river of time is merely my footbath. I have long transcended all, existing beyond the laws of the universe, imperishable and eternal. Even if I have lost my ability to attack, no one can inflict harm upon me, unless you are the reincarnation of Pangu. He grinned mischievously, completely disregarding Lin Yang. Is that so? Lin Yang replied with a sly smile, reaching out to tickle the youth's soles. Ahaha. The youth squirmed more vigorously, tears of laughter streaming down his face. No, this is not right. Haraha. How is it possible? Haraha. How could you? Ha. Make me feel something? Haraha. His heart was filled with profound astonishment. He was acutely aware of his own exalted status. To be touched by anyone was already a mark of being among the mightiest beings, let alone someone who could elicit actual sensations from him. If one could make you feel ticklish, they could certainly make you feel pain. Lin Yang laughed wickedly. Do not think me incapable of killing you. Even enduring this endless tickling, can you withstand it? I was wrong. Is that not enough? Ha. I beg you. Cease this. Haraha. Please stop. Haraha. The youth was laughing so hard, he was nearly breathless. Only then did Lin Yang withdraw his hand. What should you call me? You are indeed somewhat formidable. I will reluctantly acknowledge you as my junior. The young boy remained obstinate. It seems you are not entirely honest. Lin Yang curled his fingers playfully, casting a mischievous glance at him. "Brother, is it not acceptable for me to acknowledge you as my brother?" The boy's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly exclaimed. Chapter 44. Those who dare to provocation shall be executed. Consider yourself fortunate, Lin Yang remarked with a nod, casting the young boy aside. With such a formidable background, how could you be so easily shattered? The tower spirit sighed. I cannot recall clearly, but I vaguely remember this matter pertains to the survival of myriad realms. To regain my memory, I must reunite the fragments of the tower. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Since you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall certainly assist you in locating the tower's fragments. Really? The tower spirit's eyes sparkled with hope. Recovering the fragments would be nothing short of splendid. It would allow it to unleash its unparalleled powers and restore its fragmented memories. A gentleman's word is his bond, Lin Yang smiled. Exiting the small tower and turning to the Yomi King behind him. It appears the threats here have dissipated. Let us depart. Very well. Bai Yue nodded in agreement. The Yomi King, still reeling from the shock, suddenly realized, aren't those humans still exploring below? I was so preoccupied with breaching the cavern that I completely overlooked those insignificant characters. Yet, even those minor figures. A playful smile crept across his face. Huh. Chun Zichuan, having just slain the three-eyed demon on the 4th level and secured a bounty of spirit stones and weapons, laughed heartily. What ancient alien races. They are utterly pathetic. We can dispatch them with the utmost ease. Long live the sect master. The sect master is invincible. The elder of the sect, trailing behind him, licked his lips in excitement. Chun Zichuan furrowed his brow, pondering why he had not encountered that young man on the 4th level. With a Saint King level elder providing protection, it was unlikely that he had perished there, was it? Yet, it was not entirely impossible, given his audacious nature. An elderly man beside him sneered. However, it is highly probable that they have already descended to the lower levels. Does this mean that the most formidable treasures within have already been plundered by him? The eyes of the strong who entered the cavern burned with a crimson fury. The treasures they had gathered were already of immense value, and to think these were merely the remnants left behind by him. Damn it, when they finally meet, they must demand half. Indeed, those who witness should share in the spoils. This is our collective fortune. Precisely. The ancient alien races are the common enemy of humanity. The spoils from their lair ought to be divided among us. Fueled by indignation, these individuals surged through to the 8th level. Why were these monsters growing increasingly powerful? If not for their limited numbers, we might not even breach the 7th level. Indeed, the 7th level has even seen the emergence of saint-level three-eyed demons. Chun Zichuan and several other saints were drenched in blood, gasping for breath. The 7th level is perilous beyond measure. Ha. It seems humanity is not as formidable as it claims to be. On the 8th level, a formidable three-eyed demon king drooled as he scrutinized Chun Zichuan and his companions. Moments ago, Lin Yang had been so terrifying that he had shattered the 8th level with a single strike. It was only by hiding underground that he had escaped being obliterated. His courage had nearly been shattered, resolving never to emerge from the underground lair again. Yet upon seeing Chun Zichuan and the others, he changed his mind. Delicious delicacies, here I come. The three-eyed demon king soared into the air, exuding an imposing aura, radiating an air of superiority. You insignificant ants dare to intrude into the lair of my three-eyed demon clan? You shall all become my sustenance. A demon king? How could this be? The most powerful from the previous level had only reached the 3rd stage of saint. How could one leap to the strength of a demon king so suddenly? Chun Zichuan and his companions stood frozen in shock, suspended in midair. The three-eyed demon king paid them no heed. With a mere wave of his enormous hand, he seized a human saint, and with a gaping maw, he bit off the head, crunching it with delight. Flee! The overwhelming presence of the three-eyed demon king paralyzed the several saints who had initially intended to unite against him. Their faces turned pale as they abandoned any notion of retaliation, driven solely by the instinct to escape. Yet one by one, they were pursued and slain, ultimately devoured. So delectable, truly exquisite. The three-eyed demon king cackled in madness. Despair enveloped all the humans. Though there were human beings of demon king caliber, they were far removed, unable to provide timely rescue. Chun Zichuan gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, why doesn't this fellow target that pretentious brat from earlier? Could it be that the young man is a spy for an ancient alien race?" Before he could finish his lament, the three-eyed holy king had already pursued him. seemingly poised to devour Chen Zichuan whole. No, he bellowed in despair. In the next instant, a radiant flash of sword light severed the three-eyed Holy King's form in two. Blood gushed forth, and his soul was obliterated. Gulp. The panicked humans fell into silence, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene. The terrifying three-eyed Holy King, who had loomed like an apocalyptic disaster, had perished just like that? Lin Yang appeared nonchalantly alongside the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld and Bai Yue. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. Some perceptive human cultivators bowed in gratitude. Chen Zichuan, stricken with fear, erupted in anger. You were clearly ahead. Why weren't you attacked by the demon race? The Ghost Emperor cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, saving someone like you is truly superfluous. Creaking his fists tightly, Chen Zichuan dared not utter another word. Yet he had resolved that upon exiting the cavern, he would sell the information he had to the powerful individuals he knew. Whether it pertained to the spy of the ancient human race or the myriad treasures within this abyss, there would undoubtedly be many strong figures interested in this young man. At that time, as the purveyor of information, he could at least hope to reap some benefits. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon Chen Zichuan as he signaled to the Ghost Emperor with a gesture. The Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld grinned. Understood. I shall eliminate you completely. What do you intend to do? You indeed wish to strike against me. You traitorous spies who have allied with the ancient alien races. Chen Zichuan cried out in terror. The remaining human practitioners around him turned ashen. Swish. The Ghost Emperor bound Chen Zichuan's arms with his hands, opened his mouth wide, and extracted Chen Zichuan's soul from the crown of his head, consuming it as if sipping tea. Ah, the soul of a sage is truly a great tonic. Lin Yang cast a glance at the nearby human cultivators, whose faces were as pale as parchment. Now, do any of you still harbor intentions of harming me? What? The multitude of practitioners could hardly fathom that Lin Yang could read their minds. Though they vehemently denied it verbally, their inner thoughts had already made a choice. Lin Yang let out a cold laugh and indifferently struck out with his palm. The gust of his palm swept through, annihilating all the practitioners who harbored sinister thoughts against him. You remaining individuals display commendable character. The ancient alien races, there is not a place for those of your caliber to meddle in. Go forth and seek out stronger beings to handle this matter. And do not mention anything related to me, lest you meet the same fate as this blood mist. Lin Yang could not be bothered to elaborate. Those who had cultivated to such a level may possess wickedness, but they are certainly not foolish. Even if there are a few simpletons among them, he cared little. Should anyone dare to provoke him, death would be their only reward. Chapter 45. The catastrophe of humanity approaches. My sister has disappeared? The power emanating from him is astonishing, and its control is meticulous. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld stands in awe. The more he accompanies Lin Yang, the deeper his admiration grows. Moreover, his master is decisive in matters of vengeance and mercy. Had he been born 1,000,000 years earlier, he would undoubtedly have become the leader of the demonic path. He would crush all so-called prodigies of the righteous path, shattering those sanctimonious old fools. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld continues to indulge in his fantasies. After emerging from the subterranean cave, Lin Yang set his course toward the Lin clan. The ancient alien races are about to resurface. This is monumental news, and it would be prudent to inform my father, the King of Hell. Gulp. Master, where are we heading? The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld's trepidation grows with each passing moment. The geography of the celestial realm is quite significant. The closer one approaches the center, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Thus, the mightiest forces typically establish their headquarters in the innermost regions. Now, they have flown beyond the territory favored by dominant powers, entering the second ring of the celestial realm. Could it be that my master hails from an imperial lineage? The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld feels a surge of excitement. A force that has produced a supreme emperor is deemed a dominant power. Furthermore, an imperial lineage of a higher echelon, prior to the age of celestial fall, must have once birthed true immortals. Such transcendent forces, even post-celestial fall, are filled with supreme emperors, formidable and unrivaled, existing in a realm beyond comprehension. Uncertain, he pondered, which imperial lineage could it be? The spectral Ghost Emperor mused. The Lin and Yi clans frequently produce great emperors. Within the realms of the 8 desolations, there are no fewer than 5 imperial families stemming from these 2 surnames. Who? Lin Yang continued to soar through the skies, showing no sign of slowing down. Master, my lord. We are about to cross into the territory of the second ring of the Celestial Vault. Beyond lies the domain exclusive to the sovereign of the 8 desolations. The spectral ghost emperor urged repeatedly. Lin Yang glanced back at him, a hint of mockery in his gaze. After a million years of lingering as a remnant soul, has your intellect waned as well? The spectral ghost emperor was taken aback. Pray tell, who is this sovereign of the 8 desolations? Lin Yang inquired with a serene smile. That would naturally be the Undying Lin, the spectral ghost emperor exclaimed in shock. You hail from the Undying Lin clan. Even a million years ago, during the War of Righteousness and Demonic Forces, when he was a leader of the Dark Path, he could only look up to the Undying Lin clan. After all, as the sovereigns of the 8 desolations, the Undying Lin clan stood in a league of their own. Such trivial matters as the War of Righteousness and Demonic Forces were beneath their notice, claiming only a few emperors at most. Lin Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he soared into the domain of the Undying Lin clan. Gulp. I can't believe I have the honor of entering the Undying Lin clan in this lifetime. The spectral ghost emperor felt a shiver run down his spine. Who? The Lin clan descended at the entrance of their estate. The young clan leader has returned. Is it the young clan leader? Several gatekeeping sages were overwhelmed with excitement, bowing their heads in unison, exclaiming, We welcome the esteemed young master home. The netherworld ghost emperor felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, his fervent blood surging to his crown. His lips quivered as he gazed at Lin Yang, unable to fathom the reality. The young master? The heir of the entire immortal Lin clan. Does this not imply that he is destined to become the new sovereign of the boundless 8 desolations realm? Oh heavens, he murmured in astonishment, reflecting on his unmerited fortune in unwittingly aligning himself with the most formidable power within the 8 desolations realm. And where is my father? Lin Yang inquired directly. The clan master is in the conference hall, came the respectful reply from the gatekeeping sage. It is said that he has encountered some troubles, and several elders from the clan have gone to assist him. Very well, Lin Yang nodded, leading the netherworld ghost emperor and Bai Yue as they soared towards the conference hall. Why have the ancient alien races suddenly awakened? They must have sensed something ominous. Perhaps the path to immortality is about to be unveiled once more. They yearn to seize the destiny of this era, unwilling to remain sealed by humanity any longer. Within the conference hall, the prominent figures of the Lin clan, along with several guests from immortal factions, were engaged in discussion. The expressions of the immortal Phoenix Empire's Empress and the head of the Ji family bore an air of discomfort. After all, during their last visit to the Lin clan, they had narrowly escaped being devoured by the 3-generation immortal emperor. They harbor psychological scars from the vast realms of the 8 desolations. The speculation of the Qingqiu fairy is indeed quite astute. Lin Tianyuan nodded gravely. According to the divination of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, the era of celestial demise is drawing to a close. The path to ascension is about to be reopened. Recently, our human race has also given birth to numerous exceptional prodigies, a phenomenon that corroborates this assertion. The Empress of the Eternal Phoenix dynasty cast a proud glance at the girl behind her. The girl, veiled in mystery, revealed only her pair of phoenix-like eyes, which harbored profound flames of the Tao, fierce and resplendent, evoking an awe that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon her. The golden era is imminent, with prodigies emerging in succession. These prodigies are destined pillars of our future human race. The leaders of these immortal factions express their sentiments. Speaking of which, among the myriad prodigies born in recent years, the commotion stirred by your Lin clan remains unparalleled. The head of the Ji family smirked at Lin Tianyuan. The leaders of the immortal factions reminisced about that fateful day, overwhelmed by the terror imposed by the 3 generations of celestial emperors. Indeed, the upheaval was indeed significant, a memory that lingers vividly. The emperor of the Xianqin dynasty nodded in agreement. Back then, Lin Yang's talent assessment was abruptly interrupted by the 3 generations of celestial emperors. Yet, based on the extraordinary phenomena surrounding his birth, he undoubtedly stands as the foremost among the ages, unmatched by any. The head of the Ji family marveled, for he was a sworn brother of Lin Tianyuan, and he took pride in the prowess of his brother's son. Whether one is truly formidable still hinges upon their strength. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty spoke coldly. Years ago, Lin Tianyuan unexpectedly wished for Lin Yang to form bonds with both the Phoenix of the Huang dynasty and the 9-tailed fox of Qingqiu. This left her exceedingly displeased, and she has recorded it ever since. However, she now wonders just how far the young phoenix of the Lin family and the Qilin sun have progressed in their cultivation. Upon uttering this question, all eyes turned towards her, clearly indicating their intense curiosity. What? Lin Tianyuan's expression grew troubled. Perhaps they have both attained sainthood? What does perhaps and maybe signify? Indeed, head of the Lin family, the calamity for humanity is imminent, and the path to immortality is soon to reopen. Your son has received the blessings of the great Tao and is likely destined to become the leader of the younger generation of humanity. This is not the time for modesty or concealment. The emperor of the Xianqin dynasty interjected repeatedly. Indeed, the other leaders of indomitable forces echoed in agreement. It is not that I intentionally wish to conceal the truth. Rather, I am simply unaware. Lin Tianyuan sighed. My son possesses a free-spirited nature and has been absent from the Lin clan for a decade. He utilized the void great shift when he departed, making it impossible for even saints to trace him. I have not laid eyes on him for 10 years now. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded, as if struck by a heavy blow. Good heavens! The void great shift. Old Lin, have you let something slip? That is a technique exclusive to saints. The head of the Ji family widened his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Lin Yang merely 8 years old 10 years ago? An 8-year-old saint. This is madness. Lin Tianyuan sighed with a wry smile. I anticipated your skepticism. Even I find it absurd. Perhaps it is due to some secret techniques? The Empress of the Undying Phoenix dynasty frowned. To achieve the ability for great void teleportation, one must at least be at the level of a heavenly sovereign, correct? An 8-year-old reaching such heights? That is utterly preposterous. The leaders of several undying powers exchanged pained smiles and shook their heads. Cough. This is something we can only inquire directly from Lin Yang. Speculating will yield no answers. The head of the Ji family waved his hand and turned to Lin Tianyuan. But what of Jiuyu? Are you unaware of her circumstances? Did she also employ great void teleportation to escape? Lin Tianyuan shook his head. On that day, she left with Lin Yang and, like my son, has not returned for 10 years. At that moment, the door was forcefully thrust open. The leaders of the undying powers were taken aback, frowning as they turned to see a youth, resembling an ethereal celestial being, stepping in with urgency. Jiuyu, hasn't he returned? What on earth is happening? Chapter 46. No one dares to confine the prodigal daughter of the Lin clan for 10 years. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. My precious son, you have finally returned. The onlookers, who had initially harbored some dissatisfaction, now gazed at him with a mix of solemnity and curiosity. Could this be the fabled immortal, descending to celebrate a birthday? Even the indomitable princess of the immortal phoenix and the unyielding nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu, who were typically impervious to emotions, found themselves momentarily stunned upon witnessing Lin Yang. My phoenix, I cannot perceive his cultivation level. The phoenix princess was deeply unsettled. This was the first time she encountered a peer whose strength eluded her insight. She lifted her proud, alabaster neck, igniting within her a fierce determination. How could he evoke such desires within me? The nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu was equally astounded. Mastering the art of seduction, she could manipulate the emotions of others while maintaining a heart of iron. Yet, a mere glance at Lin Yang nearly ensnared her in a web of desire. He did not even cast a glance in my direction. Yet I found myself ensnared in reverse allure. She questioned her very existence, but her pride as a nine-tailed fox forbade her from yielding. The leaders of the immortal factions present were equally confounded, unable to discern Lin Yang's current cultivation. They exchanged glances, brimming with curiosity. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained oblivious to them, striding directly towards Lin Tianyuan, urgency lacing his voice. What has happened to Jiuyu? How did she go missing? He left behind a protective measure on his sister, sensing that it had yet to be activated, indicating that she was not in any immediate danger. Yet, with her unwavering devotion to family, how could she possibly remain away from home for a decade? There must be something amiss. Is Jiuyu not with you? Lin Tianyuan's expression grew grave. At that time, when the three-world sword was brought forth by Lin Jiuyu, all the formidable beings of the Lin clan above the imperial level were summoned to the ancestral grounds for a meeting. Only the saint-level warriors remained in the Lin clan. Lin Yang's display of power was so abrupt that he vanished with a single void teleportation, rendering any pursuit impossible. Moreover, Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu departed together, leading to the assumption that they were merely accompanying one another. Most importantly, protective measures had been arranged for both individuals by the Lin clan. Since these measures had not been triggered, there was no immediate urgency to search for them. After all, in the realm of cultivation, a mere retreat could span centuries. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Lin Yang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the mark he had left on his sister, and then turned to exit. Kiran, son of the Lin clan, where do you think you are going? To leave without a word while we, the eternal leaders, are convening is rather discourteous. The Empress Feng Qiuhuang and the head of the Jiang family frowned. He must be in a hurry to find his sister, thought Ji Wuming, the head of the Ji family, as he sought to diffuse the tension surrounding Lin Yang. The discussion among us old fellows was, in essence, unrelated to my dear son. What nonsensical chatter is this? You dare to lecture my child? Lin Tianyuan frowned and reprimanded directly. The head of the Jiang family felt displeased but could only endure it. The Lin clan possessed an unparalleled legacy within the immortal clan, while the Jiang family was significantly weaker. Wait. A stern-faced young man stepped forward behind the head of the Jiang family, a feigned humble smile gracing his lips. I have long heard of the Lin clan's prodigy, celebrated by the Tao at birth, whose talents surpass those of the 3,000 realms. I have admired you from afar. Why not engage in a friendly sparring match to demonstrate the true worth of being celebrated by the Tao? It would not be too late to depart afterward. You are unworthy. Lin Yang shook his head, his steps unwavering. Such blatant disregard is truly a fault of yours, my young friend. The Jiang youth's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. The esteemed leaders present are eager to witness your prowess. He sought to leverage this momentum to reveal the might of a saint. Just as Lin Tianyuan was about to reprimand him, a voice rang out. Get lost. Lin Yang turned back indifferently, his killing intent slicing through the air. With just a glance, he shattered the aura of the saint, sending Jiang Linfan, the Jiang youth, reeling backward, spitting blood. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Jiang family head, he would have been left incapacitated. What a vicious boy. The head of the Jiang family was seething with fury. The immortal Jiang family, though slightly lacking in heritage, has yet to produce any unparalleled prodigies. Jiang Linfan is already among the few exceptional talents the Jiang family can present. At merely a century old, he has attained sainthood. This rising star, however, was nearly rendered useless, a fact that ignites his fury. What? Are you dissatisfied with my son? Lin Tianyuan chuckled. How about we engage in a friendly spar? After the fall of the three-life immortal emperor, a faction infiltrated the 8 desolate realm, seeking opportunities, and behind them lurked the shadow of the Jiang family. Humph. The Lin family's Qilan son is indeed extraordinary. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingdao, coldly clasped his hands and retreated to his seat. He lacked the courage to confront Lin Tianyuan. This man had fought fiercely across the 8 desolates, vanquishing countless powerful beings coveting the remains of the immortal emperor, earning a reputation steeped in iron and blood. This battle revealed the profound heritage of the Lin family, establishing them as one of the foremost powers in the realm of the immortal. Truly formidable and intriguing. The princess of the immortal Phoenix dynasty felt a fiery fervor in her eyes. Since my birth, I have been invincible, never tasting defeat. Even the elder strong cannot contend with me. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent. She was filled with excitement, her fighting spirit soaring. However, she also recognized that Lin Yang was currently anxious to find his sister. Thus, she refrained from intervening, wishing to wait for Lin Yang's return for a fair battle. He didn't even spare me a glance. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu found this utterly astonishing. She possessed an innate allure of the nine-tailed charm, effortlessly exuding an endless captivating aura. Even the leaders of immortal powers found it difficult to resist, inevitably stealing glances at her from time to time. However, throughout the entire encounter, Lin Yang astonishingly did not cast a single glance in her direction. Well, as a peer among the ancient prodigies, how could there be a lack of competitive spirit? The competitive fire within the nine-tailed of Qingqiu was ignited, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. I shall see who, between you and I, falls first into the snare of love. Remarkable indeed. Jiang Linfan was renowned within the Jiang family, achieving sainthood in a century. Had it not been for this golden age of ancient prodigies emerging in succession, he would undoubtedly have stood as a pinnacle figure throughout the ages. Yet, he was met with a single glare that nearly rendered him incapacitated. The Lin clan's Qilan son, celebrated by the great Tao, truly terrifying indeed. My curiosity about his strength intensifies. The leaders of numerous immortal powers brimmed with anticipation. Only Lin Tianyuan, at this moment, was entirely unconcerned with Lin Yang's cultivation, solely fixated on the safe return of both him and his precious daughter. He secretly transmitted a message: follow them this time. I want to uncover the sinister place that dared to confine my daughter for 10 years. If it is a person, scatter him to dust. If it is a barrier, shatter its foundation, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Within the Lin clan, numerous formidable wills stirred, their presence imposing. They aimed to proclaim to the heavens and the earth: no one dares to confine the illustrious daughter of the immortal Lin clan for 10 years. Chapter 47. Fragments of the Ancient Celestial Court. Why do you still appear as a little girl? Whoosh. Lin Yang executed the grand shift of heaven and earth, traversing several million miles in a single step. Such astonishing speed. The formidable experts of the Lin clan were left in awe. The velocity was terrifying, to the point that even they struggled to keep pace. The true extent of the young master's power remained a mystery. Yet this evasion technique alone was unparalleled across the realm. The Lin clan members could only sigh in amazement. Before long, Lin Yang arrived near the location sensed by Lin Jiuyu. What is this place? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It appeared utterly ordinary, as though it could not possibly confine anyone. He halted, pondering whether the young princess was indeed trapped here. The Lin clan experts were equally perplexed. Even with their cultivation, they could not discern any clues at that moment. Lin Yang unleashed his spiritual consciousness, a formidable will that pierced through all illusions. Soon, he pinpointed his sister's exact location. Swish! He extended his hand, tearing apart the very fabric of space, revealing a colossal abyss that descended for 10,000 fathoms. He then plunged directly into the immense chasm. Lin Yang frowned. Within the hidden space behind the abyss lay an aerial island. The island was suffused with primordial energy, illuminated by countless celestial lights, with endless rays of dawn cascading down, resembling a fairyland. At the center stood the most magnificent palace, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor's Palace. The Heavenly Emperor's Palace? Hiss! This must be the legendary fragment of the ancient celestial court. The young master has inadvertently stumbled upon such an extraordinary opportunity. In order to covertly protect Lin Yang, the powerful members of the Lin clan who followed him felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Following the collapse of the path to immortality, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the ancient alien celestial court and the human celestial court, resulting in the defeat of the alien forces and the sealing of countless races. From that moment on, the human celestial court reigned supreme over the 3,000 realms, becoming the sole sovereign. After the ancient myriad races celestial court was shattered, its fragments scattered across the 3,000 realms, rendering them virtually impossible to locate. Now, this site of the Celestial Emperor's Palace bears a striking resemblance to the ancient celestial court described in legends. How did the young master find his way here? Could it be that the young princess has been trapped within the fragments of the ancient celestial court for the past decade? The expressions of the Lin clan's powerful members turned grave. If indeed a top-tier ancient alien power still exists, even they must tread carefully. After all, that organization once commanded the entirety of the 3,000 realms. Intriguing, Lin Yang remarked indifferently as he stood upon the floating Celestial Emperor Island. Who dares to intrude upon my Celestial Emperor Island? Insects, perish. After the ancient myriad races fell in battle, the indomitable wills transformed into battle spirits, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror, forming a battle array that surged towards Lin Yang. The young master is in danger. Just as the Lin clan's powerful members prepared to act, a cold snort resonated through the heavens and the earth. Pong! The terrifying battle formation of the remnants of countless souls shattered into mist with a mere cold snort from Lin Yang. This astonishing scene left the powerful members of the Lin clan utterly speechless. Is the young master truly this formidable? Though those remnants of souls were but a shadow of their former glory in ancient times, their strength was far beyond what an 18-year-old youth could contend with. Even if this youth were a prodigy of eternal renown, it was still astonishing. The Lin clan's Qilin sun was destined to illuminate the myriad realms, perhaps even become the sovereign of humanity. The warriors of the Lin clan felt a surge of excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin Yang coldly declared, "Regardless of what malevolent spirits you are, surrender my sister, or I shall annihilate everything." leaving you to beg for death. His terrifying rebuke pierced through the fabric of space. Deep within the heavenly emperor's palace, Lin Jiuyu, encased in divine liquid and trapped in slumber, was suddenly awakened by her brother's voice. It's my brother's voice. In an instant, she emerged from the divine liquid, her gaze falling upon the exquisite wine on the table, her mind swirling. How long have I been asleep? She could only recall that she had been unable to catch up to her brother and was about to abandon her pursuit when she stumbled into this enigmatic realm. Aware of the immense opportunity before her, she was unwilling to remain forever overshadowed by her brother and ventured into the heavenly emperor's palace. At its deepest recesses, she encountered a jug of intoxicatingly fragrant wine, knowing full well the peril it entailed. Yet, with her mere cultivation at the heavenly king realm back then, she could not withstand the intoxicating allure of that exquisite wine. Upon consuming the flask, when she next opened her eyes, she found herself in the present. How did I end up in the pool of divine liquid? She examined her reflection and discovered she still appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, patting her chest in relief. Thankfully, it seems I haven't slept for long. Perhaps merely 2.5 days. Yet why did it feel as though I had traversed a decade in my dreams? She murmured. Outside, the sounds of great devastation echoed. The celestial emperor's palace had been forcefully dismantled by Lin Yang. The palatial structures lay in ruins, and all malevolent spirits that dared to obstruct him were eradicated as he pressed deeper within. Jiuyu, brother? Hearing Lin Yang's voice, Lin Jiuyu's eyes sparkled as she swiftly turned, only to be rendered speechless. Lin Yang was equally astonished. How have you aged so much? Why do you still look like a little girl? The two exclaimed in unison, sharing their bewilderment. Chapter 48, Awakening as a Sage? Empress sister, I don't want to be lazy either. Lin Yang approached with a look of confusion, placing his hand on Lin Jiuyu's shoulder. After circulating his spiritual energy within her body, he felt reassured. Indeed, there was no issue with his sister. However, he could not fathom why she still retained the appearance of a young girl, as if she had not aged a day over the years. What on earth had transpired? Lin Yang inquired. Although Lin Jiuyu was equally perplexed, she recounted the events in detail. No wonder, it turned out that for the past decade, she had been in a profound slumber, immersed entirely in a divine liquid. Lin Yang nodded in understanding. What? 10 years have already passed. Lin Jiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. I slept for an entire decade. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed, moving towards the table to grasp the wine jug, probing the remaining liquid within with his consciousness. You have turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring a tremendous opportunity. He smiled faintly. This wine is not something just anyone can partake in. What tremendous opportunity. 10 years without cultivation. 10 years. Lin Jiuyu was on the verge of a breakdown. Her elder brother would completely outstrip her. For someone like her, who felt immense guilt after merely 3 days of idleness, to have slept for 10 years was an utterly unacceptable transgression. Don't be anxious. Take a moment to feel the energy within your body, Lin Yang suggested with a smile. Lin Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned her attention inward, discovering that her innate talent had undergone another terrifying refinement, becoming extraordinarily pure. The precise rank of her ability eluded her comprehension, yet it was undoubtedly a level stronger than a decade ago. It is worth noting that she possessed the foundation of an immortal. Hiss. Every cell within my body harbors boundless energy, waiting to be unleashed. Lin Jiuyu attempted to awaken the energy within her cells. Boom. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, as if the traces of the Tao had been inscribed into her very genes. Her realm ascended with remarkable speed. Heavenly King Realm, 3rd layer. Heavenly King Realm, 9th layer. Human Emperor Realm, 4th layer. Human Emperor Realm, 9th layer. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 5th layer. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 9th layer. There appeared to be no signs of cessation. Rather, her ascent accelerated, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Several formidable members of the Lin clan watched with trepidation. The pace of her advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Could this lead to instability in her foundation? Should we? This is the young princess's grand opportunity. We ought not to intervene. The young clan leader possesses great foresight and will undoubtedly make the right decision. Indeed, we should trust the young clan leader. Heavenly Venerable Realm, 6th layer. Heavenly Venerable Realm, 9th layer. Buzz. The terrifying majesty of a sage radiated from Lin Jiuyu's brow, as the Tao of the sun and moon flowed in her eyes, propelling her into the realm of sages. The Tao of the sun and moon, indeed? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. Very good. If the subsequent development proceeds well, it is highly likely that one may achieve the status of the Supreme Emperor through the path of time. The so-called Supreme Emperor is an entity that has mastered a particular path to its utmost limit. To enter the realm of saints, one merely needs to grasp a fundamental technique. However, to ascend to emperorship, one must truly comprehend the great path. Among the myriad of paths, the most formidable are the chaotic path, the path of time, and the spatial path. Those who achieve the Supreme Emperor status through these three paths are regarded as the pinnacle of prodigies throughout history, and their journey will not cease at the Supreme Emperor level. Buzz. Lin Yang extended his palm, halting the surging energy within Lin Jiyue, 9th level of saint. That is quite sufficient. After a decade of slumber, your body has accumulated enough foundation to endure the consumption of transitioning from the realm of the respectable to that of the saint. However, should you strive for higher, it may impede your future cultivation. Nonetheless, the energy within you has amassed to a profound depth. As long as you grasp the laws adequately, you will naturally ascend. The speed of your future cultivation will be extraordinarily swift, and even other ancient prodigies will merely be able to chase your shadow. Really? Lin Jiuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her primary concern lay with her family and her own cultivation. Only by possessing formidable strength could she protect her parents and brother. Indeed, Lin Yang grinned. If he were not burdened by the slothful system, he would undoubtedly envy his sister. You detest sleep and idleness. Yet your ascension relies entirely on slumber and lethargy. How fickle fate can be. Lin Jiyue huffed in exasperation, wishing to retort, only to realize that Lin Yang's words were, indeed, irrefutable truths. Ascending from a king to a revered sage was solely due to Lin Yang's method of indulgent slumber, wherein 3 days of sleep enabled a breakthrough. Subsequently, she inadvertently wandered into the celestial emperor's palace. Merely inhaling the fragrance of the wine allowed her to transcend from the sage realm to that of a heavenly king. After consuming the exquisite wine, a decade of sleep propelled her from the heavenly king stage straight to the 9th level of sagehood. It could be said that her cultivation was entirely dependent on sleep. No, how could this be? Lin Jiyue lamented. She had always believed that true strength must stem from one's own endeavors. Haha. Lin Yang chuckled at Lin Jiyue's woeful expression, unable to suppress his amusement. But brother, what kind of wine is this that possesses such miraculous effects? Am I truly so fortunate? Lin Jiyue pondered, scratching her head. Certainly not. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy as he glanced towards the throne behind the wine table, where a withered, ash-colored skeleton of an alien race loomed, coldly uttering, "What? Old fool, do you think you can deceive me by pretending to be dead while plotting against my sister?" Chapter 49. Ancient Secrets. The unparalleled beauty of the Serpent Emperor. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any echo. Brother, he exudes no trace of life. Lin Jiyue pondered, her doubts lingering. Yet, at this moment, her faith in Lin Yang had reached its zenith, leaving no room for skepticism. If he truly intended to deceive her, why had he not taken action in the past decade? Do you believe that after your inebriation, you simply tumbled into this pond on your own? Lin Yang scoffed. This pot of immortal's elixir is concocted from the essence of all the formidable beings who perished in the fragments of the ancient heavenly court, supplemented with extraordinary herbs and boundless divine materials. A single drop possesses the power to defy fate and allow mortals to ascend to the heavens. Only those who transcended the pinnacle of the great emperor realm in life could have brewed such an elixir. Transcended the great emperor. Does that not imply the existence of true immortals? Lin Jiyue gasped in disbelief. The accompanying Lin clan warriors were equally astonished. In this era of celestial demise, the most formidable beings they encountered were merely great emperors. Should a true immortal awaken, it would spell disaster. Their expressions turned grave. Not necessarily, Lin Yang countered, gazing at the desiccated and decayed remains before him. This corpse may very well belong to an emperor who left his mark behind. I surmise that after the cataclysmic battle in the heavenly court, this surviving emperor sought to defy destiny and restore the heavenly court. However, at that time, the path to immortality had been severed, rendering the ascension impossible. Thus, it paid an endless price to concoct this elixir of immortality. It sought to defy the heavens and attain immortality, leading the ancient myriad races to suppress humanity in turn. What? The Lin clan's powerful figures were astounded. Such grand ambition, Such resolute determination from the alien emperor. Yet, why did he not refine it into an immortal essence, but rather leave it behind for me to consume? Lin Jiu pondered. Could it be that when you arrived, this jug of wine was full? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired. No. Lin Jiu shook her head affirmatively, her eyes suddenly brightening. I understand. It was after the ancient alien emperor consumed the elixir of immortality and forcefully attempted to breach the true immortal realm, that he failed and thus transformed into this withered bone. Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. His sister was indeed very astute. Gulp. A tremor coursed through the hearts of numerous Lin clan warriors. The young master had inadvertently unveiled a long-sealed, astonishing ancient secret concerning the alien emperor's true immortality. I must notify the clan and summon a genuine supreme being to quell this. These Lin clan warriors acted decisively, preparing to send a message. However, they soon discovered that the fragments of the ancient heavenly court had inexplicably activated the ancient heavenly laws, completely sealing the space, rendering communication impossible. Truly something amiss. The Lin clan warriors furrowed their brows. We must break the law with force. A mere fragment of the ancient heavenly court, after countless ages, cannot possibly withstand my full might, can it? They were all filled with confidence. As the backbone of the Lin clan and a paragon of elite combat prowess, he would stand resolutely even in the ancient celestial battles. After his failed assault, he left behind a contingency plan. Lin Yang pointed to the remnants of wine on the table. Any individual possessing the foundation for ascension who consumes the elixir of the celestial drunkard, followed by refining their roots with the divine liquid infused with the full might of the heavenly emperor, could seize control. Upon rebirth, they would swiftly regain the combat strength of the heavenly emperor. Oh my, Lin Jiu felt a chilling wave pass over her. She had unwittingly become entangled in such a high-stakes scheme. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. Had she not been supported by the Lin clan, and had her brother Lin Yang not been so extraordinarily formidable, she would have perished without ever comprehending the manner of her demise. In her final moments, she might have mistakenly believed this was her extraordinary opportunity. Lin Yang let out a cold laugh. You certainly possess remarkable composure, but alas, you did not seize control sooner. Otherwise, I could have discovered my sister ensnared in this predicament. The protective mechanism he had established on his sister was such that even the heavenly emperor's possession could not inflict the slightest harm upon her. Instead, it would arouse his vigilance. Creak, creak. The withered skeleton could no longer contain itself, its fingers trembling with fury. Roar. The once hollow eye sockets of the skeleton reignited with brilliance, and flesh began to manifest. The oppressive aura of the ancient heavenly emperor descended once more. In but a breath, her skin was as pale as snow, her brows and eyes as frigid as ice, and all the garments that adorned her form crumbled under the ravages of time. What should have been the sight of elegantly elongated and rounded beautiful legs instead bore the tail of a serpent, adorned with azure scales. Her visage was so breathtakingly exquisite that even the heavens would be envious, and her power was such that it shattered the very fabric of the space surrounding her. An ancient serpent race. Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The ancient serpent people held a status of great nobility, incomparable to the mediocre and mundane three-eyed demon clan. Curse that little creature. How do you know everything? The enchanting serpent woman spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. My grand design was on the verge of success, yet you have disrupted it. Become a sacrifice for the revival of my ancient races. Her stunning features twisted in frustration. After countless years of meticulous planning, her scheme had been laid bare by mere words, right at the moment of imminent triumph. Who would not be driven to fury by such an affront? Her ability to endure until this moment showcased her formidable resolve. Die. The beautiful serpent woman erupted in rage, and the entire heavenly emperor's palace resonated with her fury. Brother. Lin Jiu's expression turned anxious. This was once the heavenly emperor. Even if her strength was reduced to but a fraction of its former glory, she could still rival the mightiest of today's emperors. Lin Yang remained steadfast, a faint smile gracing his lips, choosing silence. In the next moment, a mere foreign entity dares to harm my young master? Begone. A resounding voice echoed, filled with an overwhelming aura that shook the heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of terror that was almost suffocating. One after another, terrifying figures emerged from the void, revealing the elite and formidable warriors of the Lin clan. Heh! The enchanting serpent woman scoffed, her gaze intense. 9 supreme emperors, 33 quasi-emperors. Indeed, the human race has thrived after usurping the status of the myriad clans. This assembly is exceedingly extravagant. During the era of celestial calamity, it could annihilate any force. Even the imperial clans, which are merely a tier below the immortal celestial beings, would gasp in disbelief and concede defeat. Humph! The myriad clans are devoid of righteousness, enslaving and feasting upon humanity. Their annihilation is the will of heaven. Why waste words on these remnants? The clan leader has issued a decree. Should anyone dare to imprison our Lin clan's young princess, her ashes shall be scattered. Kill. The supreme emperors and quasi-emperors possessed a cold, merciless demeanor, unleashing lethal strikes. The immortal Lin clan. In ancient times, I encountered your ancestors, by lineage. I am your forebear, so show me some respect. The enchanting serpent woman chuckled disdainfully. Although she had once been an unrivaled heavenly emperor, countless years of silence had rendered it impossible for her to simultaneously contend with 9 supreme emperors and 33 quasi-emperors. However, prior to concocting the elixir of the immortal, she had thoroughly mastered the fragments of the celestial court. She could manipulate the remnants of the ancient celestial court's path. Thunderous roars erupted. The power of billions of miles of celestial court fragments converged into the serpent woman, allowing her to unleash the unparalleled brilliance of her former self. Alone, she clashed fiercely with the 9 supreme emperors, astonishingly remaining unyielding. Quite intriguing, Lin Yang nodded, offering his assessment. Chapter 50. I apologize for not providing ample entertainment. The clash between the resurrected celestial emperor and the contemporary emperors was nothing short of terrifying, shattering the very fabric of space and reducing the heavenly palace to ruins. The vast expanse of 1 billion miles surged with chaos, as laws and principles became disordered. The power of the ancient celestial emperor was formidable, although aware that her resurgence was merely a fleeting illusion, destined to wane swiftly. Her might remained astonishing. The strong members of the Lin clan marveled in admiration. They were not anxious. With such a depleted and flickering celestial emperor, their formation was guaranteed victory. It merely required the passage of time. Lin Yang stretched languidly, nearly succumbing to drowsiness. His inherently lazy disposition led him to prefer observation over action. However, the pace of the battle was exasperatingly slow. If chronicled by a bard, it would take at least 100 chapters to recount. It seemed inevitable that he would need to intervene, finish the fight, and return home for some rest. Lin Yang shook his head, addressing his esteemed uncles. You may withdraw for now. These supreme emperors were his uncles, while the quasi-emperors were esteemed experts from the collateral branches of the Lin clan. Yang, this is the resurrected celestial emperor. We shall create a spatial passage for you. You must leave first. This battle may very well lead to cataclysmic destruction, shattering the entirety of the heavenly court, declared his leading uncle, Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, what I mean is, you should step back and allow me to take over. Lin Yang replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that his elders mistakenly believed he intended to flee. Although those quasi-emperors are collateral relatives, they are ultimately family members of the same lineage. If the Serpent Emperor were to retaliate in his dying moments, even the Supreme Emperor would struggle to slay him, and it would be quite effortless for him to take a few quasi-emperors with him. Naturally, he could not allow such a scene to unfold. What? Lin Yaodong's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Lin Yang smiled broadly, offering no further explanation as he ascended, positioning himself at the very heart of the battlefield between the Lin clan and the Serpent Emperor. Danger! The 9 Lin clan emperors were horrified. This was the epicenter of a battle at the Supreme Emperor level. Any hint of combat energy could obliterate them. Yet, Lin Yang stood there nonchalantly, his expression weary, embodying the essence of leisure. That insufferable little brat. You have ruined my grand scheme, and yet you dare to stand so brazenly before me. I shall see you dead. The Serpent Empress, infuriated, lashed out, her serpent tail striking wildly at Lin Yang. Danger! The several Supreme Emperors were on edge. Lin Yang was the prodigious offspring of the Lin family, destined to become a pillar for humanity across the 3,000 realms. There could be no room for error. Trust in Xiao Yang. Lin Yaodong gestured reassuringly. He is the heir of our indomitable Lin clan, the protagonist of the impending calamity facing humanity, endowed with extraordinary resolve and audacity. The other powerful members of the Lin clan had fallen silent, for they beheld a scene that left them astounded. The Serpent Empress's tail had been seized directly by Lin Yang. Slippery and slimy, truly revolting. Lin Yang frowned and squeezed with all his might. The Serpent Empress's expression shifted from a faint blush to excruciating pain, contorting her features. Crack! Lin Yang astonishingly crushed her serpent tail, forged through countless ages, indomitable and unyielding. Damn you, despicable human. The Serpent Empress's eyes turned blood red. The serpent tail was an exceptionally significant organ for her kind, its destruction a profound humiliation. Aware that she could not match his strength, she poured forth her utmost effort to unveil her innate secret technique, Dreamfall. These higher beings possessed unique racial abilities, immensely powerful. Their trump cards. Buzz. The world within Lin Yang's gaze transformed. The Serpent Empress morphed into a human form, breathtaking beyond compare, her skin bare, pressed against him. Brother, let us slumber together. There is so much we must converse about. Lin Yang's eyes softened. All right. Humph. Indeed, human males cannot resist such illusions. The Serpent Empress scoffed, feigning compliance while her body prepared to unleash a final desperate strike, aiming for mutual destruction with Lin Yang. Come. In the dreamscape, the Serpent Empress exuded a wild sensuality, exuding a lethal allure. Lin Yang played along with her illusion, heightening her excitement. Sigh. After the encounter, Lin Yang let out a breath. What is the matter? The Empress inquired, perplexed. I had hoped for your assistance in my cultivation, but alas, your illusions are utterly feeble. Even when I willingly immersed myself within, they failed to budge my ironclad will in the slightest. Lin Yang shook his head. It appears my determination has reached its zenith. No one can aid in my cultivation any longer. Truly, invincibility is a solitary existence akin to snow. What? The Empress then realized she had been deceived, and her fury erupted, causing her hair to bristle. My beauty is beyond reproach. My illusions are undeniably real. I possess the innate gifts of a celestial emperor-level race. How could you? How could you? Enraged to the utmost, she trembled with indignation, even shedding tears in her fury. In all her endless years of existence, this was the first time she felt such utter helplessness. Helplessness aside, she had been subjected to the utmost humiliation, her most cherished secret arts, and yet, when someone willingly succumbed, she could not aid in their cultivation. Do you believe yourself to be beautiful? Lin Yang laughed, delivering a single, devastating punch that cleaved the Serpent Empress in twain. I sincerely apologize for not allowing you to enjoy yourself fully. In the final moments of her life, the Serpent Empress comprehended the chasm that lay between her and Lin Yang. She grasped that as long as Lin Yang existed, in this era of celestial demise, the alien races would never have a moment to raise their heads. In desperation, she detonated the fragments of the heavenly court, sending forth a mysterious ripple to the outside world. What message are you sending to these ancient alien races? Lin Yang furrowed his brow and immediately commenced his interpretation of this fluctuation. Chapter 51. Do not emerge, do not emerge, do not emerge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fragments of the celestial realm shattered, yielding terrifying information that rapidly disseminated outward. Lin Yang's will swiftly captured and interpreted the essence of this message. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. Lin Yang was somewhat perplexed and chuckled. The celestial emperor of the serpent people is rather amusing. He did not hinder the transmission of these ripples. After all, if the ancient myriad races truly received this message and ceased their plans to emerge, it would certainly simplify matters for him. The emergence of myriad races would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity, making it exceedingly difficult for him to indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm or to peacefully slumber at home. You are indeed arrogant, murmured the Serpent Empress as her life drew to a close. Soon after, her will completely dissipated. Lin Yang turned to Lin Jiuyu and said, "Let us go. The Lin clan is quite lively today. We might even make it home in time for the feast. With so many immortal leaders from various realms present, my father, who is quite fond of appearances, will surely host a grand banquet filled with delectable dishes and fine wines. I can hardly wait to indulge." "All right," Lin Jiuyu replied eagerly, having slept for a decade and nearly forgotten the flavors of gourmet food and exquisite wine. After her recent upgrades through slumber, her mindset had shifted significantly, and she couldn't help but resonate with Lin Yang's philosophy. Only by embracing chaos can one truly grow stronger. Have you not seen how my brother indulges in feasting, drinking, and sleeping? Yet when the time comes to fight, he is ferocious enough to vanquish even the alien celestial emperor? At present, her body is a reservoir of boundless divine essence, requiring only continual digestion to ascend in power. Thus, her desire to compare cultivation with Lin Yang has considerably diminished. Just as she was joyfully preparing to depart, she noticed the Lin clan's esteemed warriors petrified in place. "Uncle Dong, why do you not leave?" Lin Yaodong finally regained his composure and turned to Lin Yang. "Little Yang, did you just obliterate the celestial emperor of the serpent clan with a single punch?" He stood there, dumbfounded, mimicking Lin Yang's earlier movements, clearly struggling to accept the reality. Lin Yang chuckled softly. "Uncle Dong, you are a grand emperor. What could possibly escape your imperial gaze? Why do you still doubt your own eyes?" Wait. Let me think." Lin Yaodong felt as if his mind might burst, repeatedly waving his hands. His nephew, merely 18, and yet to celebrate his coming of age, had just annihilated a celestial emperor with one punch. "All right, Uncle Dong, we are still in a hurry to return for the feast. Let us be astonished after we savor the dragon elbows, shall we?" Lin Yang playfully draped his arm over Lin Yaodong's shoulder and led him away. Observing the other clan elders and formidable warriors, Lin Yang felt compelled to clarify. In truth, the Serpent Clan's celestial emperor has remained in slumber for so long that his soul has already grown exceedingly frail. Thus, with a mere mental assault, she was vanquished. "Did you not attempt a mental attack earlier?" Several emperors were left astounded. "My good nephew, are you fabricating tales with your eyes wide open? Who is unaware that the soul affinity of the serpent race ranks among the strongest in the annals of ancient civilizations? Even if you claimed she suddenly fell in love with you, reluctant to strike, and chose to sacrifice herself for your sake, it would still be more plausible than this." Lin Yang rolled his eyes, thinking that the imaginations of these uncles far exceeded his own. Clearly, their absurdity surpassed his. "Ahem, indeed. Uncle, you speak the truth. She sacrificed herself for me. Let us depart. I can hardly wait to savor the dragon's elbow." Lin Yang, with great enthusiasm, ushered the powerful emperors of the Lin clan and his sister toward their home. Lin Jiuyu covered her mouth in laughter, realizing her brother was truly longing for the dragon's delicacy. Meanwhile, a terrifying wave surged outward in all directions. In the subterranean dragon lair, the sovereign of the Golden Dragon clan had just emerged from his seal when he heard the echoes of foreign tongues resonating in the sky. "Do not emerge. Do not emerge. What nonsense is this? After sealing ourselves for countless eons, we await the awakening of the path to immortality, for the 3,000 realms to revert to the primordial conditions, allowing us to suppress humanity and seize dominion over the cosmos." The voice of the Golden Dragon sovereign rumbled like thunder. Yet, this voice seemed oddly familiar. The emperor of the Kuan race, who had come to meet the newly awakened Golden Dragon sovereign, also made his entrance. A thought struck me. Is that not the voice of the celestial emperor Chu Maluo of the Serpent People? She had vanished, entwined with fragments of the ancient heavenly court. How is it that she reemerges now, issuing such a warning? A chilling feminine voice resonated, as the sovereign of the Yaqui Orochi tribe emerged from the molten depths, transforming into an otherworldly female with 8 heads. This unusual occurrence must surely herald some great terror that Chu Maluo has encountered, prompting her to sound the alarm. Should we dare to emerge, we might face dire consequences. Regardless, I have resolved that my Qilin clan shall remain in seclusion for a time longer. The aged Qilin Holy Emperor stepped forth, his eyes ablaze with Qilin flames. This old fool is far too cautious. During the great conflict with the human race, he was ever so secretive. Otherwise, with the might of my kin, united as one, how could we have been sealed by mere humans? The other holy emperors and sovereigns regarded the Qilin Holy Emperor with disdain, scoffing at his words. Chu Maluo is inherently timid, a coward who fled in the face of adversity. Her words hold little weight. Our clan must return to the world, to vanquish all arrogant humans and reclaim our rightful place as masters of the universe. The 8-headed sovereign of the Yaqui Orochi smirked disdainfully. When my Yaqui Orochi clan reigns over the 3,000 realms, do not let envy consume you. It is not our stinginess, but rather your lack of courage. Enough of this bickering. A voice, cold and commanding, cut through the tension. All the sovereigns and holy emperors turned their gazes towards the source. Suddenly, an entity of profound and terrifying aura stood beside them, its presence overwhelming. Gulp. A formidable being from the ancient 8 Fiends lineage, the Kunping clan. The several holy emperors and holy lords were taken aback. The ancient myriad races were immensely powerful. During the peak of the ancient era, in an environment most conducive to the flourishing of all races, these beings with innate and potent bloodlines could attain sanctity upon reaching maturity. Yet, amidst such overwhelmingly powerful races, there were 8 that were deemed the most fearsome. Among them was the Kuanping. According to my proposal, let us first dispatch some of our clan's prodigies to investigate the situation and discern the extent of human development. The Kuanping expert spoke coldly. If even our prodigies cannot withstand them, then such a feeble human race must be eradicated. Excellent. This is a splendid idea. I concur. The Golden Dragon Holy Lord and the Kuanping clan wholeheartedly supported this. The Chilean Holy Emperor remained silent. The Yaqui Holy Emperor scoffed inwardly. Mere humans. There is no need for such caution. My Yaqui Serpent clan shall surely emerge first and seize the advantage. An update has arrived. Let us celebrate. Dear family, Jiuyang loves you all. Chapter 52, The White-Clad Divine Monarch, Jiang Taishu. Indeed, you are my savior. In the assembly hall of the Lin clan. The strength of Lin clan's Chilean child is undeniably formidable, yet it remains insufficient to stand alone against the impending calamity faced by humanity. Relying solely on him would merely preserve a fragment of our realm at best. The Dragon Emperor of the immortal Qin shook his head, suggesting, I believe we ought to prepare in advance. Indeed, concurred numerous leaders. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they can succumb to overwhelming numbers. In this era of celestial demise, with the path to immortality severed and no celestial beings remaining in the world, even the mightiest heavenly emperor would fall if besieged by hundreds of supreme emperors. I propose we awaken the ancient prodigies sealed within our clans, spoke Ji Wuming with a calm demeanor. Precisely. These ancient prodigies represent our true foundation. The newly born eternal prodigies require time to mature, while the ancient prodigies have already proven themselves invincible across the ages. Their self-imposed seals were intended to await the path to immortality, preparing for this great calamity facing humanity. Agreed. The assembly of immortal leaders nodded in unison. Simultaneously, we shall reopen the Imperial Pass, allowing these prodigies to venture forth. Lin Tianyuan declared solemnly. The Imperial Pass has existed for countless ages, enduring through the epochs. Legend has it that beyond the Imperial Pass lies the path to immortality. As long as the path remains unbroken, all who achieve the rank of Emperor will converge at the Imperial Pass to compete for a lifetime of celestial prestige. There. The eternal blood of emperors has been shed since time immemorial, giving rise to countless ascended true immortals. After the age of immortal descent, the Emperor's path transformed into a battleground for the honing of prodigies. Those who can traverse the Emperor's path shall inevitably glimpse the supreme path to strength. After all, throughout the ages, true immortals, supreme emperors, and heavenly sovereigns have left their marks at the end of the Emperor's path. It has been countless millennia since the Emperor's path was last opened. Now is the opportune moment. Ji Wuming applauded enthusiastically. The younger generations of various clans present exhibited bright eyes and fervent fighting spirit. They all yearned to prove themselves as the singular strongest prodigy of this era. The future leaders of humanity. What of the Lin clan's Chilean child or the eternal Phoenix dynasty's princess? They all aspire to have them as their subordinates, accompanying them into battle to etch their names into history. What is all this commotion about? Why has the feast not commenced? Lin Yang entered the conference room, somewhat exasperated. He had hoped to return just in time for the banquet. Haha, my children have returned. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet them. Father. Lin Jiyue leapt forward. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Jiyue, how did you? The powerful members of the Lin clan who had followed them then revealed to Lin Tianyuan everything that had transpired. I see, Lin Tianyuan said, increasingly astonished, glancing from Lin Yang to Lin Jiyue. However, it must remain a closely guarded secret, as it pertains to the Lin clan. He stifled laughter that threatened to escape, his chest reverberating with a thunderous sound that left him internally wounded. It is good to be back. Lin Tianyuan gently patted the shoulders of Lin Yang and Jiu. Lin brother, why do your words seem to exude dark energy? Are you all right? Ji Wuming inquired, genuinely concerned, as he was a close friend of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively. Ji brother, you are overthinking it. At last, you have returned. A cool. resonant voice pierced the air. Following the sound, Lin Yang's gaze fell upon a youth clad in white, the divine King Jiang Taisu, who stood proudly beside the elder of the Jiang family. His breath exuded an ethereal rhythm, his pristine white garments untainted by dust, and within his brow, an aura of lethal intent surged, embodying the essence of an immortal prodigy. Gasp! Is this not Jiang Taisu, the ancient prodigy of the Jiang clan? Long shrouded in legend? The air around them thickened as all present inhaled sharply. Jiang Taisu's name echoed through time, renowned during the ancient era. Even revered as a divine king, he had single-handedly vanquished the lairs of the 8 great alien tribes, bringing glory to humanity. Truly formidable. To think the Jiang clan had already released their ancient prodigy, how amusing. The immortal Qin Dragon Emperor shook his head, displaying a hint of disdain. Ultimately, this was merely the era of the newly emerged prodigies vying for supremacy, and the immortal factions had tacitly agreed to keep the seals on the ancient prodigies intact. Do not misunderstand. The seal was simply too weak to contain me. I awakened on my own. Jiang Taishu spoke calmly. What? The ancient seal cannot contain it? What terrifying power must that possess? The assembly of immortal leaders wore grave expressions. The calamity facing humanity is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Jiang Taishu turned his gaze towards Lin Yang. I harbor no desire for dominance or conflict. I have come merely to ascertain the potential of humanity's future pillar, to see if you can bear this weighty responsibility. Ha! Old man, you cannot possibly believe that I cherish this burden, can you? Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. If you like it, it's yours. You may take up the mantle of humanity's leader, and I shall rest easy in the back, enjoying my slumber. You truly are my savior. I owe you a debt that spans 8 generations. Jiang Taishu was momentarily taken aback. This response was beyond his imaginings. Ahem. Although Taishu was an ancient figure, he had voluntarily sealed his age at a mere 1,000 years. Presently, he appeared to be around 20. Do not call him old. The leader of the Jiang clan, with a face full of frustration, could not help but retort. I shall address you as I please. Encountering a 1,000-year-old monster at 18. If I do not call you old, should I call you young brother? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The leader of the Jiang clan blushed with indignation. While Jiang Taishu bore no jealousy, the leader certainly did. The dignity of the Jiang family must be restored today. Taishu, do not waste time with him. Do not forget your purpose. Jiang Taishu nodded slightly, stating that he would not exploit the disparity in their strengths, and proposed a duel of equal realms. Lin Yang could no longer contain his amusement, and chuckled. What provokes your laughter? Jiang Taishu inquired, frowning. You should reveal your realm, and let us engage in a battle at the same level. Lin Yang retorted, shaking his head dismissively. You are simply too weak. It is utterly futile. Jiang Taishu's expression turned icy. Your arrogance is excessive. You must be taught a lesson. He launched an immediate attack, sweeping his robe sleeve to unleash one of the 9 secrets, the Do character technique. His inherent strength was formidable, and with this lethal move, his attack power surged tenfold. At last, the battle commenced. We were about to witness the true prowess of the Qilin Sun. All present gazed with eager anticipation, doubting that Lin Yang could surpass Jiang Taishu's might. Thus, they believed Jiang Taishu would surely unveil Lin Yang's true limits. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Alas, my dear brother, you failed to heed the warnings. Lin Yang shook his head and casually waved his hand, with one palm embodying the Buddhist realm and the other concealing the universe. He effortlessly cleaved Jiang Taishu in 2, ensnaring him within the worlds of his 2 palms. What? The anticipated clash of titans did not materialize. Jiang Taishu was subdued in an instant by the enigmatic Dao technique. Gulp. I hadn't even discerned Jiang Taishu's realm before he was vanquished. The crowd was left in disbelief. Lin Yang grinned widely, flicking his hand to send Jiang Taishu crashing back to the ground, reassembling him once more. You and I are simply not on the same level. Spare yourself the humiliation. This domineering scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present, plunging the vast conference room into a deafening silence. Chapter 53. The Princess of the Phoenix Dynasty. You certainly have a knack for humiliation. The leader of the Jiang family appeared ashen, realizing that even the ancient prodigy was no match for Lin Yang. Truly deserving of the grand celebration of the Tao, the unparalleled of all ages. There is simply no solution. Is there anyone else? Lin Yang's gaze swept across the entire assembly of leaders. If anyone dares to challenge me, step forward. I am rather indifferent, and do not wait for the tardy. If you wish to contest me, come forth together. The proud scions of various clans lowered their noble heads. Many of them were even inferior to Jiang Qingdao, let alone capable of contending with the ancient prodigy Jiang Taixiu. Faced with Lin Yang's piercing eyes, how could they harbor any notions of rivalry? Only a few ancient prodigies were eager to try their hand. They were heralded as the strongest of all time, having remained undefeated since their emergence. They were curious to experience the taste of defeat. Do not act recklessly. You are still in your phase of growth. There is no need to engage in a life and death struggle with the Qilin of the Lin clan, should you lose. It could shatter your resolve and halt your progress in cultivation. Some immortal leaders recognized Lin Yang's overwhelming strength and invincibility, promptly sending warnings to the prodigies behind them. The title of Ancient Prodigy signifies that each individual possesses the qualification to vie for the top position of all ages. To attain the first place, one must be invincible. An unbroken path of victories is essential. A single defeat can shatter that invincible spirit, making it difficult to regain an indomitable momentum, akin to collapsing prematurely in the race for supremacy. Thus, various clans strive to uphold the invincible spirit of their respective prodigies. Wishing to avoid any premature confrontation with Lin Yang, "Allow me," declared the princess of the immortal Phoenix dynasty, her veil billowing as flames of fiery Tao ignited in her eyes. The first of the myriad prodigies has made her move. It is said that the Empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qiuhuang, had sought a marital alliance with the Lin clan, hoping to unite young Phoenix with the son of the Qilin, but was met with rejection. The crowd murmured with anticipation, their eyes alight with expectation. The clash among the ancient prodigies is undoubtedly a grand event amidst the 3,000 realms of humanity. You two, step aside, Lin Yang waved dismissively. Huh. You Lin clan father and son truly are cut from the same cloth, perpetually dismissive of others. Feng Wu shook her head. She had long been aware of Lin Tianyuan's desire to wed both the nine-tailed fox of Qin Qiu and herself to Lin Yang. This resentment had been pent up within her until now. She yearned to demonstrate to the world that it is not she who is unworthy of Lin Yang, but rather Lin Yang who is unworthy of her. After harboring this obsession for so many years, how could she easily let it slip away upon their first meeting? Dismissive of others? You are quite correct, Lin Yang nodded. But might it be that you all are simply too diminutive? Go to hell. Feng Wu's face flushed with anger. Her sword aura entwined with the fiery phoenix, as flames of the Tao swirled around her. An innate fire-sacred body? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. As the name suggests, only an Empyrean of the utmost path can wield the might of the Tao. However, these innate sacred bodies are born with an affinity for a particular extraordinary path. They inherently possess the ability to wield the might of the utmost realm, albeit at a significantly lower level compared to true emperors of the extreme path. Once the power of the extreme path is unleashed, the surrounding space, spanning billions of miles, trembles. Lin Tianyuan, unfazed, smiled faintly and summoned a chessboard, inviting both Feng Wu and Lin Yang into its domain. This chessboard harbors its own world, with each square encompassing a vast expanse sufficient for powerful beings to engage in combat. All eyes were fixed intently upon the scene, eager to witness the prowess of the legendary prodigy who had been extolled for countless years. Playing with fire, are we? Be cautious not to wet the bed tonight. Lin Yang jested with a grin. Haha. On Feng Wu's sword, a fire phoenix coalesced. The true fire of the phoenix. This is one of the flames of the utmost path. The crowd gasped in astonishment, truly worthy of being a timeless prodigy. The innate sacred body of the fire path can manipulate such extreme flames at such a tender age. Lin Yang shook his head, his finger flicking as he conjured forth the southern brightleaf fire, the Samadhi true fire, the red lotus karma fire, the true sun fire, the true yin fire, the six ding divine fire, the Ziwei heavenly fire, and the nine heavens mysterious fire. One after another, the flames of the utmost path manifested, swirling playfully around Lin Yang's fingertip. Those who beheld this spectacle were left utterly bewildered. Even the leaders of the immortal forces could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief, and some, unable to maintain their composure, let out shrieks of astonishment. This is all extreme flames. Who could possibly be the innate flame saint body? Given this performance, it must be Lin Yang. Nonsense. A so-called saint body can at most master a single extreme flame. Throughout history, there has been no record of anyone born with the ability to wield such a multitude of extreme flames. Everyone was left bewildered. Brother Lin, your son possesses such extraordinary strength. Why has he kept it hidden? Indeed, you claim your son is merely a saint? Just this display of extreme flames is enough to make any saint falter. Brother Lin, you are not being truthful. Lin Tianyuan himself was astonished. He recognized Lin Yang's prowess. Even having received news from Lin Yaodong that his son could potentially defeat the resurrected remnants of the Celestial Emperor. Yet, he was unaware that his son's mastery of the flame path was so profound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These extreme flames astonishingly merged together, transforming into the source fire of the great path. The phoenix fire of Feng Wu, before even reaching the source fire, was incinerated by the intense heat from a distance. My goodness! The onlookers could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Such majestic extreme flames, reduced to nothing due to the intolerable heat. To vanquish flames with flames, what a remarkable technique! The spectators marveled incessantly. Alas, even with my extensive experience in the art of fire, my understanding of the flame path may well be superficial compared to this young prodigy. Indeed, the crowd shook their heads in astonishment. Feng Wu was left in a state of shock. Her most cherished flame had been extinguished. It was an utter humiliation. How could one be so degrading? Feng Wu's delicate hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Lin Yang grinned. If I don't let you see the disparity, you will continually challenge me, and I am rather lethargic. Yet, you have underestimated me. Feng Wu's figure gradually faded away. Behind Lin Yang, the fabric of space was torn asunder, revealing a true phoenix engulfed in divine flames. Emanating a terrifying aura. To be hailed as a prodigy of the ages, I am not merely an innate fire body. I also possess the divine phoenix true body, the void body, the innate Tao body, and the true blood of the lunar. The convergence of these 5 supreme physiques embodies the true essence of a prodigy of the ages. Is it truly possible for such a prodigy to exist in this world? The leaders were left in a daze. The clash between prodigies of the ages challenged their very understanding of the world with every passing second. Merely 5 physiques. And you take pride in that? Lin Yang turned around. Feng Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 54. What you face is merely a whisk of my hair before us. Lin Yang's hair unfurled, transforming into dragon feathers, his left eye, his right eye, and the celestial eye at his brow slightly opened. Surrounding him, 206 bones radiated brilliance, adorned with supreme bones, divine bones, 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 and bones. His blood coursed through him, at times transforming into pure golden holy blood, at times into the chaotic blood of Pangu, and at others into the violet blood of the celestial sovereign. This is utterly extraordinary. The leaders of numerous top-tier immortal factions were left utterly bewildered. Their legacies spanned countless epochs, having birthed innumerable prodigies, each possessing a myriad of unique physiques. They could naturally discern that the extraordinary manifestations exhibited by Lin Yang stemmed from various exceptional constitutions: the true dragon body, supreme bones, primal holy body, chaotic body, and celestial sovereign body. Some attempted to sharpen their vision to ascertain the extent of Lin Yang's exceptional physiques, only to find themselves utterly unable to keep up. He presented an overwhelming array of unique traits, far beyond their comprehension. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Wu could no longer harbor any sense of pride. The overwhelming amalgamation of extraordinary traits unleashed a profound fear within her, shattering her indomitable spirit. In terror, she coughed up blood, her body hurtling backward, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Impossible! This cannot be happening." After what felt like an eternity, the immense terror within her gradually receded. She sat on the ground, her complexion pale, beads of sweat cascading down her face, gasping for breath, her proud chest heaving violently. Who? She lowered her head, gritting her silver teeth. I have lost. Faced with the seemingly invincible Lin Yang, she lacked even the courage to strike. Lin Yang shook his head in disappointment. Is this your concession? Is this what you call a prodigy of the ages? With your caliber, do you truly believe you can represent the human race in battle? He felt a profound despair. If these so-called prodigies were of such a caliber, when humanity faced its greatest calamity, would he not be rendered powerless? This simply would not do. I must diligently urge these prodigies to cultivate. This is utterly unacceptable. The flames of Lin Yang's frustration ignited, transforming his disappointment into a fervent desire for improvement. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You are merely a favored child of destiny, born with numerous invincible qualities and bloodlines. This is most unjust. Feng Wu gritted her teeth. Heh. Lin Yang shook his head. You must see clearly what my essence truly is. Feng Wu was taken aback, and everyone else was equally stunned. In the next moment, Lin Yang transformed into a single hair, floating down to the ground. What on earth is happening here? The actions of the Lin family's Qilin child must carry profound significance. What could it be? These leaders speculated. Lin Tianyuan sighed, pressing his forehead. His son certainly had a knack for causing trouble, and his thought process was indeed peculiar. He could not fathom his father's thoughts. Son, I know you possess great abilities, but there is no need to lay all your cards on the table. Just revealing a handful should suffice to intimidate them, he muttered. What do you mean by that? Feng Wu retorted, her anger palpable. The art of transformation in 72 forms is a skill possessed by the immortal clans. What purpose does transforming into a mere hair serve? In the next moment, the hair morphed back into Lin Yang's figure. I merely wish to inform you that it was one of my hairs that engaged you in battle previously, Lin Yang shrugged. It is not I who transformed into a hair. Rather, my hair has taken on my form. What? The spectators were struck as if by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. You. Even someone as resilient as Feng Wu found herself in tears, exclaiming, You are too adept at humiliation. She had thought Lin Yang had already crossed all boundaries, only to realize that his methods of degradation were but the tip of the iceberg. She had never been defeated in her life, yet now she found herself weeping in anguish. Her tears fell like blossoms in the rain, marking the first time she had cried since her birth. You are overthinking it. I have no desire to belittle you, for I am too indifferent to do so, Lin Yang stated, realizing that his words had strayed somewhat from his intended meaning. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. I cannot go on living. Feng Wu harbored a desire to find a block of tofu to meet her demise, yet alas, none could be found within the constraints of the chessboard space. I merely wish to convey that this is but a trivial matter. Thus, the manifestations of the and the that appeared earlier were mere illusions. Lin Yang shook his head, asserting, I was not born with such extraordinary qualities. It was at this moment that the crowd began to comprehend the truth. Indeed, you are deceiving us. The potent aura of supremacy just now was undeniably real. Such imitation is unattainable, Feng Wu countered, shaking her head. For she had encountered the essence of such extraordinary physiques and knew it could not be feigned. The multitude of leaders furrowed their brows. They too had witnessed these phenomena. Being among the most formidable beings of their time, confident that they would not be mistaken. I was indeed not born with these exceptional qualities. Yet I never claimed that the anomalies I exhibited were false, Lin Yang grinned. Did I not mention it? Wait, what did you just say? What do you mean by this? Did you awaken these qualities postnatally? Feng Wu was taken aback. Throughout history, there had never been a report of anyone awakening such innate extraordinary qualities after birth. That cannot be right, Lin Yang replied with a mysterious smile. But soon his demeanor turned serious, and his voice took on a solemn tone. Chapter 55, The Empress and the Nine Tails. You indeed possess the right to claim it all. You place excessive emphasis on these superficial and ostentatious appearances. Lin Yang pointed at Feng Wu, addressing the multitude of ancient prodigies. Are you truly extraordinary because of these so-called unique bloodlines, or is it your innate excellence that lends renown to these bloodlines? These incisive words struck the assembly of ancient prodigies with a profound silence. Feng Wu's gaze quivered, as if struck by divine enlightenment. Her beautiful eyes trembled. She beheld Lin Yang's transcendent figure, her heart skipping a beat. As peerless prodigies, you ought to prioritize your own essence, Lin Yang proclaimed. True invincibility stems from an unwavering belief in oneself. These so-called unique traits and bloodlines are mere externalities. If you are sufficiently powerful, you can attain whatever you desire. After all, these unique traits are merely specific manifestations of the Grand Tao. He extended his hand, and a droplet of blood splattered forth. This droplet transformed at times into flawless golden sacred blood, at other times into the noble and domineering blood of the heavens, and at yet other instances into the mysterious and chaotic blood of the void. To place all your pride and convictions upon these external forms, does the essence of a prodigy rest in the number of unique bloodlines one possesses? Are you, the human race, the true prodigies, or are these bloodlines the true prodigies? Lin Yang's voice resonated powerfully, leaving all present in speechless contemplation. I have attained enlightenment. I stand as a paragon of humanity, my thoughts invincible, casting aside all distractions to suppress every adversary in existence. Many extraordinary individuals exhibited a gleam of brilliance in their eyes, rediscovering themselves, their minds becoming as clear as crystal. The bloodlines of numerous individuals experienced a second awakening, with some even transcending their previous realms. The resounding echoes of the great Tao reverberated as these timeless prodigies simultaneously broke through, creating a spectacle of grandeur. With a gulp, the immortal leaders fell silent, only to be unable to restrain their applause. Bravo! Truly worthy of being the first Kirin son to celebrate the great Tao in countless epochs. Merely this state of mind surpasses that of innumerable ancient prodigies by an unfathomable margin. Not only could a single strand of hair vanquish peers, but even a few utterances could guide these ancient prodigies to transcend themselves and elevate their realms. This was no longer merely a matter of strength. The disparity was insurmountable. Empress Feng Xiuhuang, the Dragon Emperor of the immortal Qin, and other leaders joined in the applause, harboring deep admiration and respect for Lin Yang. When comparing their own offspring to Lin Yang, the chasm was immense. They existed in entirely different dimensions. These prodigies of myriad races were thoroughly convinced. Truly, you are the embodiment of the great Tao celebration. I acknowledge your leadership. When the calamity of humanity descends, we shall willingly follow you into battle, never to waver. The son of the immortal Qin Dragon Emperor, the prodigy Fusu, was the first to voice this sentiment. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. We too shall stand with you. I shall as well. In the esteemed realms of the immortal Princess Clan and the Heavenly Tao Academy, various ancient prodigies of formidable prowess expressed their sentiments. The white-clad divine King Jiang Taishu could not restrain the glimmer of admiration in his eyes, realizing that he was in the presence of an individual of remarkable wisdom. How could I have underestimated him? With such a person as a pillar during the impending calamity, humanity could once again subdue the myriad races and reign over a new era. Lin Yang gazed at the applauding elders and his invigorated peers, utterly perplexed. Did they misunderstand something? He found himself in a peculiar predicament. His intention in speaking was merely to offer guidance to these ancient prodigies, urging them to elevate their state of mind and enhance their power swiftly. Only then could he languidly await the coming tribulation without concern. After a few exchanges, the prodigies indeed progressed in strength as intended. Yet, how had he unwittingly become the anointed future leader of humanity? Lin Yang was at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have refrained from such remarks. His heart was not devoid of the spirit of humanity. He merely wished to evade unnecessary complications. With a sigh, he appeared to the onlookers as a well-intentioned sage, relieved after enlightening his less astute disciples. Approaching gracefully, Feng Wu regarded Lin Yang earnestly. I acknowledge my previous errors. I misjudged you and strayed from the right path. Now, I have recognized my folly. To attain invincibility, one must harbor an indomitable spirit and maintain humility. What does it matter if one suffers a defeat? Who among us has not faced loss at some point? A moment of failure does not signify a lifetime of perpetual defeat. You wish to convey that invincibility lies not in a fleeting instance, but in the entirety of one's existence. Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you surpass your predecessors so effortlessly? He was about to clarify that he had not contemplated such profundities when Feng Wu shook her head, urging him to remain silent. You need not elaborate. I comprehend fully. The flames of understanding flickered anew in her beautiful eyes. I have grasped all that you seek to impart. Now, I sincerely apologize to you. She bowed deeply and continued earnestly. I hope that in the days to come, we may cultivate together and learn more from you. Lin Yang sighed, feeling a sense of exasperation. This was all so disjointed. The Empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Xiuhuang, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. She let out a soft sigh, her heart heavy, and reluctantly acknowledged that perhaps Lin Tianyuan had not been boastful after all. Such an extraordinary prodigy, a peerless Qilin, was indeed not a treasure to be monopolized by her daughter alone. He possessed the merit to wed both her daughter and that illustrious nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. Chapter 56. The subtle brilliance of Lin Tianyuan, the second nine-tailed fox of eternity. As the chessboard was withdrawn, Lin Yang and Feng Wu returned to the center of the ceremonial hall. With unparalleled talent and unmatched prowess, There seems to be no one among the current generation who can rival you, praised the immortal leaders. What is the secret behind the Lin clan's nurturing? Please share it with us, for we wish to emulate your methods. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they turned toward Lin Tianyuan. Lin Yang's prowess was distinctly superior to that of his contemporaries. If there truly existed a unique method of training, it would be utterly formidable. Haha. My son is not as extraordinary as you all claim. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand, feigning modesty while actually reveling in his own glory. Alas, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but our clan only provided him with minimal guidance until he turned 8. Moreover, it was my wife who took charge of his upbringing, and I am not entirely sure of her methods. This child is quite unruly, never practicing diligently, preferring instead to indulge in the mundane world. No matter how much I admonished him, he paid me no heed. Yet, look at him now. He has secretly become so powerful that I am left speechless. The leader's hands trembled with indignation, their eyes tinged with jealousy. The most infuriating form of ostentation lies in feigned humility that serves only to boast. Could there be some grand opportunity hidden within the mundane world? Some leaders surmised they had grasped a crucial insight. I must certainly send the prodigies of my clan to explore the mundane realm in the future. Perhaps one might uncover secrets long obscured. Many leaders harbor such thoughts. They are inherently destined to reign as sovereigns within their respective realms, akin to supreme deities governing their domains. How often have they ventured into the mortal world? The affairs they must manage daily are sufficient to keep them occupied from dawn until dusk, all while balancing their cultivation to descend to the lower realms. They are resolute in their determination. Observing this scene, the elder of heavenly secrets sighed inwardly. It seems the myriad realms are on the brink of witnessing a surge of ancient prodigies descending to the mortal plane, the outcome of which remains uncertain. You may continue your discussion. I shall await you at the banquet, Lin Yang remarked, glancing around. The youthful peers surrounding him cast admiring glances, none daring to challenge him. At present, all he desired was to partake in the feast. With that, he allowed a single hair to revert to its essence, vanishing in an instant. Indeed, it was merely a hair. Just moments ago, within the chessboard realm, these formidable beings struggled to ascertain its nature, yet now, confronted with its presence, they broke into cold sweats. If a mere hair could manifest a form capable of effortlessly vanquishing ancient prodigies, one could only imagine the terrifying might of its true self. Perhaps he truly poses a threat to us seasoned veterans. The growth of this Kirin scion from the Lin clan exceeds our wildest expectations. Fear gripped the hearts of these leaders. Nevertheless, one must feel fortunate, for the calamity faced by humanity is a shared tribulation across the 3,000 realms. If such an unparalleled prodigy were to emerge, it would indeed be a blessing for the human race. Mother, I wish to take my leave for a while. Beside the celestial maiden of Qingqiu, the charming nine-tailed fox conveyed her thoughts. Go ahead, the celestial maiden of Qingqiu replied with a gentle smile, fully aware of her daughter's intentions. In the kitchen of the banquet, the chefs of the Lin clan are among the most exceptional in the 8 desolation realms, some even having achieved the status of saints through their mastery of culinary arts. One can only imagine the extraordinary nature of their skills. Moreover, to host the foremost leaders from various realms, the Lin clan has prepared an abundance of exquisite ingredients and fine wines. The kitchen is filled with an intoxicating aroma, and merely approaching it stimulates the senses and heightens one's appetite. Yingwei, what brings you to the kitchen? Lin Yang inquired, somewhat astonished. Upon returning to his true form, he had gone to sleep, with only his hair being the embodiment roaming outside. He distinctly recalled arranging for Bai Yingwei and the ghost emperor of the underworld to stay at his residence, the Jiuzhou courtyard. Yet here she was, inexplicably drawn to the kitchen. This place holds a tremendous allure for me. Unbeknownst to me, I was lured here by an unseen force. Bai Yingwei chuckled, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. Her proficiency in culinary arts is undoubtedly attributable to her own passion for food. I see. Lin Yang nodded in understanding. Merely observing these master chefs at work is an artistic delight, a profound experience that resonates deeply within me, Bai Yue remarked. Indeed, instead of venturing into the hidden realms for refinement, one can now simply witness the culinary craft, thus transcending to the realm of the celestial monarch, Lin Yang jested. Bai Yue's aura had undeniably ascended to that of a celestial monarch. As they conversed, a captivating figure approached Lin Yang from behind. Young Master Lin, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu greeted with a gentle smile. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow, turning to the nine-tailed fox. Are you not the very fox who wished to become betrothed to me years ago? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by his candidness. Good sir, what manner of speech is this? Lin Yong grinned widely, unreserved in his expressions, driven by a straightforward nature that was refreshingly genuine. If one were truly invincible, would it be fitting to speak with hesitation, weighing every word with caution? Ahem, that was a proposal from my mother, not my personal intention. The nine-tailed fox clarified. And what is your intention now? Lin Yong inquired with curiosity. Naturally, I wish to engage in a friendly contest with you. The nine-tailed fox replied with a slight smile. Our demon clan possesses a more primal admiration for strength. If you can best me in my area of pride, then my true intention shall be to share a bed with you. Lin Yang's lips twitched, taken aback by her forthrightness. Is this truly the demon clan? Indeed, it is far more intriguing than the human race. Their manner of speaking is refreshingly straightforward, almost brazen. This is the first time he has encountered someone more audacious than himself, and it piques his interest. Just moments ago, Feng Wu had not even dared to make a move before succumbing to defeat, and yet here she is, daring to challenge me again. Lin Yong smiled slightly. I am the second nine-tailed fox since time immemorial, most proficient in the path of the mind. The Qiongqiu Nine-Tails remarked, the path I tread is not the same as that of other prodigies. A defeat in the realm of laws does not imply that you can triumph over me in the domain of the mind. The path of the mind, you say? Lin Yong raised an eyebrow. There are primarily 4 routes in cultivation: the path of laws, the path of body refinement, the path of the soul, and the path of the mind. Among these, the path of the mind is the most ethereal and the most challenging to master. Throughout the ages, only the primordial nine-tailed fox, born at the dawn of chaos, has attained enlightenment through the mind, transcending the river of time to become an immortal emperor. This Qiongqiu Nine-Tails is the second nine-tailed demon fox since the dawn of time. It is almost certain that she is the foremost talent in the realm of the mind across the 3,000 domains. A true, unparalleled prodigy of the ages. You are not capable. You cannot even surpass my disciple's trial. Lin Yong patted by Yue on the shoulder and mischievously smiled at the Qiongqiu Nine-Tails. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu was initially brimming with fighting spirit, but Lin Yang's words swiftly shattered its resolve. Feng Wu spoke the truth. You indeed possess the ability to humiliate others. Chapter 57. I formally propose to you. Will you be my husband? You, my disciple, appear to be merely at the celestial monarch level, do you not? The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu scoffed. Are you suggesting that I, the illustrious second of all time, the nine-tails, cannot surpass even a celestial monarch? Indeed, I assert that you cannot, Lin Yong replied, his voice imbued with sincerity. Enraged, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu felt a surge of irritation, but chose to remain silent. She directly unleashed a mental wave, targeting Bai Yue. To her, even a mere celestial monarch like Bai Yue would surely succumb at just a glance, let alone when she initiated a mental assault. Buzz. The mental tide flowed into Bai Yue's consciousness, yet it encountered nothing. How could this be? An emptiness pervaded her heart realm. She lacked a heart. Furthermore, the expanse of this mental space was astonishingly vast. How could such a diminutive celestial monarch possess it? The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu was taken aback. Even her own mental space was not so extensive. Continuing her exploration, she soon delved into the deepest recesses of Bai Yue's psyche. At last, she beheld something. A confident smile graced the lips of the nine-tailed fox. As long as there was something to attack, she would be invincible. Within Bai Yue's heart lay a crystal, pure and flawless. She harbored no desires. Her mind was immaculate, perfect as the crystal itself. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu was utterly bewildered in all her days. She had never encountered such a heart. Lin Yong grinned widely. Bai Yue is the reincarnation of the Empress, a being of innate spiritual essence. Her thoughts as pure and untainted as a newborn babe, a practitioner of the heart-cleaving path. If you are flawless, I shall shatter you with brute force. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu, in a fit of rage, unleashed her tremendous power to crush the crystal. Yet, the moment the crystal was disturbed, Bai Yue's vast and boundless realm of consciousness trembled violently. The terrifying force of her mental prowess surged forth. The tides of the nine-tailed fox's mind, in the face of such overwhelming will, resembled a solitary boat amidst raging waves, utterly insignificant. Begone! A chilling voice echoed, capable of commanding the ages, cold and unfeeling. Boom. The will of the nine-tailed fox was instantly shattered. In reality, she was drenched in cold sweat, gasping deeply, her steps faltering as she even coughed up blood. What a terrifying will. What could it possibly be? Confusion flickered in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox. Lin Yang glanced at Bai Yue. He had originally intended to use the nine-tailed fox to provoke Bai Yue's past consciousness. To his surprise, it had indeed succeeded. Judging by that fleeting moment of sensation, the title Empress carries a certain intriguing weight. Lin Yang's gaze grew profound. The system merely indicated she was the reincarnation of the Empress, yet did not specify whether she was a supreme emperor or an immortal emperor. Today, coincidentally, the nine-tailed fox sought her own demise, providing an opportunity for exploitation, and unexpectedly yielding unforeseen rewards. You, this is cheating. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu clenched her silver fangs tightly, harboring within her a terrifying will of unparalleled magnitude. Lin Yang smiled faintly. You should be grateful that you did not enter my mental realm just now. Otherwise, even the slightest ripple would far exceed the formidable will you just faced. Impossible. That will was already absolute and unparalleled. I have only felt such a level of will when accessing the memories of the first ancestor of the Nine Tails. She retorted, no being in this world, no matter how powerful, could possess a will surpassing that level. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu felt that Lin Yang was boasting. Yet she sensed an undeniable truth in his words, which only deepened her astonishment. If you are unafraid of death, then come forth, Lin Yang invited, his heart wide open. Enter my soul and embrace your demise. After a moment's hesitation, the nine-tailed fox bowed her head, conceding, indeed, I have lost. In that instant when Lin Yang opened his heart, she caught a fleeting glimpse of his spiritual world. It became clear to her that her defeat was absolute. While she could still perceive the vastness of others, Lin Yang's expanse was beyond her comprehension, akin to an infinite void. Merely a distant glance instilled within her the most primal and profound fear. You are truly flawless, the perfect choice for my husband. I formally propose to you. I wish to marry you and become your woman. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu declared, her hand resting upon her proud bosom, her enchanting gaze filled with unwavering determination. At this moment, Lin Yang found himself momentarily stunned. Is your thought process truly so expansive? He questioned. Do not fret excessively. Our demon race does not adhere to the convention of monogamy. As long as the strength of your new partner surpasses mine, you may have as many companions as you desire. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu spoke candidly, as if this were a matter of course. Is such a casual attitude towards marriage typical among your kind? Lin Yang retorted. On the contrary, the nine-tailed fox shook her head. We pursue a partner who can unequivocally overpower us. Yet, throughout my life, I have never encountered such an individual. I have a premonition that even if I traverse the 3,000 realms, you shall be the singular exception. Having met my destined one, I must act decisively and assertively to secure my place. I foresee that you will inevitably garner the adoration of countless women. Should I choose to pursue you at that juncture, it would render my efforts utterly futile. With a radiant smile, the nine-tailed fox illuminated her surroundings, causing blossoms to flourish. I believe I have elucidated my intentions sufficiently. Will you accept me as your wife? For the first time in his life, Lin Yang broke into a sweat. Born invincible, capable of effortlessly dispatching even celestial emperors, he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his attention. Yet now, he found himself perspiring. This fox spirit was perhaps a tad too forthright. I do not wish to marry. Lin Yang could only express his thoughts candidly. Dating is a matter concerning two individuals, while marriage entails numerous complications that I find cumbersome. All right, I shall refrain from proposing, he concluded. Qingqiu Jue nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, will you accept me as your girlfriend? She was utterly enamored with Lin Yang and felt that he was the only one for her. She could not imagine being so fond of anyone else. Thus she was determined to pursue him ardently. Naturally, Lin Yang affirmed, but we must begin as friends. If our values align and our interactions are comfortable, I see no reason to refuse. He desired a life of unrestrained freedom and possessed his own understanding of romance. When two individuals mutually appreciate and respect each other's viewpoints, there exists no rationale for them not to be together. This was a realm of fantasy, unlike Blue Star, where ordinary people had to constantly second-guess their actions, living akin to beasts of burden. In this world, marriage did not necessitate considerations of purchasing cars or houses, nor did it involve the meaningless remnants of feudalism developed to dominate the mundane. Splendid. Qingqiu Jue exclaimed, waving her small hands, her face alight with excitement. Huh. Bai Yue glanced between her master and Qingqiu Jue, utterly astonished. She had never encountered such a mode of dialogue before. She too felt an urge to participate. Master, I. Chapter 58. Are you not satisfied even with an emperor as your servant? Haha. Brother Ji's suggestion was truly remarkable. My heart is now brimming with confidence. Let us not dwell on such matters. My Lin clan has prepared the most exquisite delicacies for everyone, and it is time to indulge in these culinary delights. At that moment, Lin Tianyuan and several immortal leaders approached, engaged in cheerful conversation. Bai Yue pouted, finding their arrival rather ill-timed. Lin Yang smiled gently, fully aware of what Bai Yue wished to express. However, matters concerning her must wait until her past memories are fully awakened. Her previous life is indeed a part of her. Lin Yang remains quite concerned about confirming mutual affection. He must ascertain that the other party genuinely harbors feelings for him before considering other issues. Let us eat. The banquet commenced, and the leaders from various factions were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Yang's performance today alleviated some of their inner burdens, and the Lin clan's feast was splendidly grand. Lin Yang gazed at the array of exquisite ingredients laid out on the table. The dishes included steamed dragon fish, braised dragon elbow, red braised dragon spine, dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder, Arctic snow lotus soup, and Nanning dark algae soup. For desserts and fruits, there were creation peaches, ginseng fruits, Chilean watermelons, golden striped holy fruits, and vast sea ice jujubes. The beverages consisted of monkey wine, dragon bone liquor, immortality wine, freshly squeezed divine vine juice, fragrant jade liquid, and red luo fairy wine. Each item was crafted from the finest ingredients across the 3,000 realms. Even the patriarch of an immortal family seldom indulges in such extravagance. It is only during such grand occasions that one dares to present these exquisite ingredients for enjoyment. Indeed, Lin Yang relished the experience. He had not savored such top-tier delicacies in a decade. Although Bai Yue possessed remarkable culinary skills, she ultimately utilized only ordinary ingredients from the mortal realm, and thus, the flavors produced could not compare to those derived from the finest ingredients. After the sumptuous meal, the leaders departed with their exceptional airs. Feng Wu and the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Yang. They wished to linger. Yet the impending opening of the imperial pass necessitated their return to prepare for the event. My future husband, I must return to my clan. We shall meet at the imperial pass. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu declared earnestly. When did you become my husband? Feng Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency. Oh, you are moved, aren't you? I knew it, which is why I acted first. You will suffer the consequences of your delay. The nine-tailed fox puffed out her chest proudly, her face radiating arrogance. Farewell. With that, she departed alongside the Qingqiu fairy. The creaking sound of her departure left Feng Wu gnashing her teeth in frustration. The Huang dynasty and the Qingqiu fox clan had always been at odds, and now, the man she coveted had been snatched away, which filled her with a sense of urgency. However, as a human princess, it was indeed challenging to act with the same abandon as the demon tribes. She gazed at Lin Yang and remarked, the imperial gate is about to open. I sincerely hope you will offer guidance to Feng Wu on several occasions. Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, it is but a trifling matter. He had always intended to mentor these extraordinary talents, hoping they would assist him in navigating the impending calamity. Furthermore, teaching Feng Wu, a princess of the Phoenix dynasty and an unparalleled beauty, was an endeavor he eagerly anticipated. Very well, it is settled. Feng Wu transformed into flames, soaring into the distant sky alongside the Empress Feng Xiuhuang. In the Lin family courtyard, Lin Tianyuan grinned broadly. Xiaoyang, you have brought great honor to the Lin clan today. Your father stands tall among others, feeling a surge of pride. You should have seen that Ji fellow. His eyes were crimson with jealousy. The once arrogant Feng Xiuhuang now tacitly acknowledges her daughter's affection for you. It brings me immense satisfaction to witness. Ahem, father. You might want to reconsider your choice of words, Lin Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. What do you mean by affection and entangled connections? Cough, all right then. Lin Tianyuan conceded, his gaze shifting to the pair of siblings before him, filled with paternal pride. By the way, who is she? He turned his attention to Bai Yue, his expression turning serious. She is my disciple, whom I have taken in from the mundane world. Lin Yang replied with a slight smile. encouraging the somewhat shy Bai Yue to step forward. "Greetings, ancestor uncle," Bai Yue said repeatedly, her voice soft and respectful. "Haha, there's no need to be so formal. Since my son has taken you as his apprentice, you are now part of the Lin family." Lin Tianyuan chuckled heartily. Upon hearing the phrase part of the family, Bai Yue's cheeks flushed and warmth enveloped her heart. "I see you already possess a saintly weapon. So allow me to present you with this splendid rainbow feather garment as a token of our first meeting." With a flick of his hand, a resplendent garment of vibrant hues appeared, radiating an abundance of celestial light. This garment is crafted from the wings of the ancient treasure, the Peacock King. Even after the passage of endless ages, its treasured essence remains untarnished. Bai Yue glanced at Lin Yong, her eyes seeking his approval. Since it was a gift from her elder, she decided to accept it. Lin Yong smiled gently. "Yes, thank you, esteemed ancestor." Bai Yue beamed with joy as she donned the rainbow feather garment, which perfectly complemented her pure and flawless visage. Meanwhile, the Wai Ghost Emperor trembled in trepidation. He had heard of the illustrious reputation of the rainbow feather garment. It was indeed an imperial-grade treasure. To be given so casually? Is this the profound foundation of the immortal clan? And who might this be? Lin Tianyuan inquired, casting a penetrating gaze at the Wai Ghost Emperor. Bai Yue appeared shrouded in mist, pure and unblemished, making it difficult even for Lin Tianyuan to discern her true nature. However, he could see through the Wai Ghost Emperor at a glance, recognizing him as a reincarnated Supreme Emperor. "Esteemed clan leader, I am but a humble servant of Master Lin Yong," the Wai Ghost Emperor replied with utmost humility. "I am still in the probationary period." Lin Yong added with a sly remark. Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. "Goodness, a powerful being reincarnated from an emperor is to serve as your subordinate, and you still wish to observe for a while? This is a level of prestige that far surpasses his own." It is important to note that this is the era of celestial fall, a time when those capable of becoming emperors. In the age when the celestial path was not yet severed, would at the very least be considered formidable celestial kings. "My son is truly remarkable," Lin Tianyuan marveled. Chapter 59, It Matters Not. Lu Ruyan will take action. "It is indeed my honor that my master is willing to grant me the opportunity to serve as his humble servant," the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld remarked repeatedly. "Indeed, with the celestial pathway soon to be reopened, accompanying my son may present a chance for ascension," Lin Tianyuan acknowledged with a nod. "Lin Yong is destined to be the undeniable protagonist of the human race. When that time arrives, those who wish to pledge their allegiance to him and follow in his footsteps will be as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Not only will there be emperors, but even heavenly sovereigns will be abundant. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld has indeed stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity." "What of my mother? Is she not here?" Lin Yong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Your mother remains in the heavenly court," Lin Tianyuan sighed. "In recent years, the turmoil across the 3,000 realms has been considerable, and the heavenly court of the human race has become quite busy. Naturally, your mother is also occupied." Lin Yong nodded in understanding. Indeed, his mother, Lu Ruyan, hails from the most prestigious power in the current 3,000 realms, the heavenly court. This is indisputable. Other immortal powers reside within their respective realms, ruling over their domains. However, the heavenly court stands as the sovereign of the entire human race, its influence spanning all 3,000 realms. In the past, Lin Tianyuan rose to prominence with formidable strength, his name echoing throughout the 3,000 realms. In the Battle of the Prodigies, he vanquished countless foes, earning the title of invincible among his peers and exuding an unparalleled charisma. Who would not desire to wed such a heroic figure? It is said that the Empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Xiaohuang, once harbored a desire to forge a bond with her father. This was the very man whom countless individuals dreamt of marrying, yet her own mother wed him, only to be deemed as having married beneath her station by the 3,000 realms, simply because she hailed from the heavenly court of the human race. "Your mother misses you dearly," Lin Tianyuan remarked. "She wishes for you to return and visit her in the heavenly court, as she has important matters to discuss with you." "Understood. After a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, I shall set forth for the heavenly court tomorrow," Lin Yong replied, a smile gracing his lips. He too longed to see his mother. "Must you rush so soon?" Lin Tianyuan expressed a hint of reluctance, for he had not seen his children in a decade. How could they part so quickly after reuniting? "I reckon you are feeling rather lonely, aren't you, father?" Lin Yang responded with a subtle grin. Preposterous. Lin Tianyuan vehemently denied, waving his hands in protest. Rest assured, once I attend to your mother's concerns, I shall bring her back to reunite with you. Lin Yang chuckled at that time. You will certainly be too joyful to think of anything else. Amidst a blend of exasperation and warmth, Lin Tianyuan sighed and then laughed. You rascal, your intentions are commendable. However, the troubles of the heavenly court are beyond your capacity to resolve. Though you possess exceptional talent and have grown immensely powerful, yet, he has not fully matured into an unparalleled champion. Moreover, even a formidable hero cannot single-handedly resolve the predicaments faced by the heavenly realm. It appears, dear father, that you remain unaware of my true prowess. Lin Yang shrugged, remarking, never mind, even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't comprehend. When you reach my level, you will understand what troubles and dilemmas are, in the face of invincible strength, merely a speck of dust. Ah, my son certainly harbors grand ambitions, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his heart filled with anticipation. He was aware that such a day might come, though not in the immediate future. Watching Lin Yang's departing figure, a proud smile adorned his face. This lad's character is quite reminiscent of my own in my youth. I only hope he doesn't stir up any trouble in the heavenly realm. Nevertheless, it matters little. Xu Yin will intervene if needed. Kyushu Academy. I too wish to visit mother. This time, you cannot shake me off. Lin Jiuyu bared her little tiger teeth, evidently displeased about the previous occasion when Lin Yang had left her behind. All right, I will definitely take you along, Lin Yang replied, stretching lazily. Master, I wish to venture out and undergo training. Bai Yue expressed her desire. With each encounter with her master's increasingly powerful companions, she became acutely aware of her own inadequacies. A sense of urgency enveloped her. She must enhance her strength swiftly to keep pace with her master. Lin Yang nodded and turned to the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld, saying, very well, accompany her on her journey. Your strength has now returned to the level of a great sage, making you formidable enough within the celestial sphere. I shall not fail in my duty. The Ghost Emperor declared earnestly, eager to fulfill this rare mission with utmost dedication. Indeed, Lin Yang then inscribed numerous seals and protections upon Bai Yue. In tales of old, there often existed powerful figures whose disciples or daughters ventured forth on adventures, only to be ensnared by enemies seeking to leverage their capture against the formidable. He despised such narratives. Hence, he exercised utmost caution, placing various seals on those close to him, including his sister Jiuyu and his apprentice Bai Yue. As it stood, none among the current elite of the 8 desolate realms possessed the capability to threaten their safety. Once all preparations were complete, the Ghost Emperor set forth with Bai Yue to hone her skills outside the Lin clan. It was time for Lin Yang to embark on his own journey. What delightful surprises had his mother prepared for him? He was filled with anticipation, pondering the awe-inspiring might of the legendary heavenly court, the foremost force among the 3,000 realms. With a resounding thud, he casually enveloped Lin Jiuyu in his aura and set out on the path to the heavenly court. Chapter 60. The Blood Sacrifice of the Eastern Demoness. The Resurgence of Alien Lackeys? Whoosh! Lin Yang traversed the celestial realm with Lin Jiuyu. Having slept for a decade, Lin Jiuyu was intrigued by everything around her. Thus, Lin Yang was not in haste to use spatial displacement. Instead, he leisurely admired the magnificent scenery alongside Jiuyu. The celestial realm possessed its own unique charm. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Unlike the mortal realm, everything in the celestial realm appeared extraordinarily grand and majestic, brimming with spiritual energy. Countless towering mountains, unseen in the mortal realm, dotted the landscape, while mighty rivers surged with tumultuous waves, each splash conjuring whirlpools that spanned hundreds of miles. Occasionally, cultivators soared through the skies, wielding various treasures and riding an array of mounts and vehicles. Enormous birds and majestic eagles engaged in fierce aerial duels. The absence of mundane human life was compensated by an overwhelming sense of grandeur, the thriving presence of human cultivators resonating throughout the era. Truly, it was a splendid time. Lin Yang's gaze gleamed with determination, an era belonging to the dominion of humanity. Lin Jiuyu noticed a chase unfolding ahead. A girl was being pursued by a group of iron-blooded warriors. How could they bully the weak? Lin Jiuyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lin Yang shook his head. Do not trust your eyes alone. You are still too naive. Lacking experience in the outside world makes one susceptible to deception by appearances. All right, Lin Jiuyu pouted. After her reincarnation, due to insufficient realm, she is unable to bear too much. Therefore, her previous life is not entirely awakened, compounded by a decade of slumber. Her present mindset is genuinely that of a mere adolescent girl, easily deceived. This is precisely why Lin Yang first took her to traverse the celestial expanse, allowing her to witness the harsh realities of the cultivation world beyond the Lin clan, exposing her to the treachery of human nature. What do you think is happening? Lin Jiuyu inquired. The iron-blooded warrior's eyes brimmed with profound hatred, indicating that this woman was their foe. Lin Yang pointed them out, teaching Lin Jiuyu to discern people. That girl, though she appears wretched, is drenched in the blood of others. Moreover, her strength clearly surpasses that of these iron-blooded warriors, yet she flees in panic, suggesting she either harbors guilt or has ulterior motives. Lin Jiuyu nodded continuously, her admiration for Lin Yang deepening. What should we do? Lin Yang chuckled heartily. If you, a fledgling yet to mature, encounter such a situation, it is best not to intervene. The affairs of the world are exceedingly intricate, with entangled causality. What may seem like a virtuous act could inadvertently save a villain. Do not entangle yourself in the karma of others. And what about you, elder brother? Lin Jiuyu questioned. For the invincible, all is but a fleeting cloud. Everything is dictated by one's whims. Lin Yang shrugged indifferently, for he believed that no matter how entangled the causality or how intricate the facts, he could see through them with a mere glance. With the power to dominate all and the ability to perceive everything, he naturally acted according to his whims, doing as he pleased. Brother, you're boasting again. Lin Jiuyu chuckled, although she found Lin Yang's words somewhat exaggerated. However, in this day and age, possessing the strength to obliterate the remnants of the celestial emperor indeed qualified one as invincible. As they spoke, the group of iron-blooded warriors and the woman had already chased nearby. Lin Yang cast a dispassionate glance at them, choosing to ignore their presence. No one had the right to compel him to retreat. Should these individuals lack the sense to avoid confrontation, they would be erased without hesitation. Young man, please save me. I promise I will grant you anything if you rescue me, cried the bloodied beauty, her words tinged with an unusual accent. Noticing Lin Yang's lack of response, a flicker of coldness crossed her eyes, yet her smile grew even more pronounced. You can't just stand by and watch someone die, can you? Haven't you been taught to protect women since childhood? Lin Yang regarded the bloodied beauty with a sly smile playing on his lips. Are you attempting to morally blackmail me? What audacity! The beauty was momentarily taken aback. How could this person be so impervious to persuasion? He appeared to be just a young fool venturing into the world. Yet he remained unmoved by the prospect of danger or the allure of beauty, refusing to be swayed by moral appeals. Remarkable. With a swift movement of her eyes, she devised a new scheme. Young man, I see you're too afraid to act. I understand. After all, enough of your nonsense. Lin Yang could no longer tolerate her incessant prattle, delivering a resounding slap. This woman had begun to repulse him. He believed in eradicating what he found distasteful. How dare you lay a hand on me? By what right? The woman's face shattered, her countenance contorting with rage. Then you shall perish, she bellowed, her form grotesquely twisting, fingers elongating as she sought to siphon Lin Yang's blood. Yet, Lin Yang's overwhelming strike reduced her to mere ashes in an instant, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Gulp, the Eastern Demoness has been eradicated just like that. The iron-willed warriors pursuing from behind initially stood in shock. Then, with tears streaming down their faces, they all knelt before Lin Yang. Thank you, esteemed elder, for vanquishing the Eastern Demoness. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. The Crimson Dragon Empire will eternally honor your benevolence. Lin Yang smiled faintly, preparing to depart, when he suddenly paused. What do you call her? The Eastern Demoness, a commander of the Crimson Dragon Empire, respectfully replied. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, recalling displeasing memories from his past. And coupled with the woman's accent reminiscent of a general, his irritation grew. He penetrated the memories of these iron-willed warriors with a piercing gaze, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What an intriguing Eastern fairy island. Lin Yang chuckled softly. What troubles you, brother? Lin Jiuyu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. For such a cold demeanor from Lin Yang was indeed a rarity. During the ancient era, humanity was but a mere livestock servant to the myriad races. Yet, Countless human sages bravely resisted the foreign entities, striving to carve out a place for humankind. It was through the indomitable spirit and the bloodshed of these saints and emperors that the human celestial court emerged, heralding an age of human dominion. Lin Yang reflected somberly. Lin Jiuyu nodded in agreement, having grown up listening to these tales. However, a faction of human traitors chose a path starkly opposed to that of these venerable ancestors. They aligned themselves with alien races, even venerating them as gods, willingly bowing down and becoming slaves to these outsiders. Some went so far as to betray their kin, selling secrets to please their alien overlords. Lin Yang's voice turned frigid. The Eastern Immortal Island is a prime example of such a treacherous force. Once a mere speck of land, they allied with the monstrous Yamata Naroki, worshipping it as a deity and persistently harassing neighboring powers like the Crimson Dragon Empire. They have engaged in endless blood sacrifices to appease and sustain the Yamata Naroki clan. I am aware that after the downfall of the alien celestial court and the sealing of myriad races, the Eastern Immortal Island vanished into obscurity. Lin Jiuyu acknowledged with a nod. Yet now, they have resurfaced. Lin Yang scoffed. It seems that with the imminent opening of the path to immortality, they wish to rise from the ashes alongside their masters. The iron-blooded warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire listened, tears of blood flowing uncontrollably. You are unaware. That enchantress from the Eastern Isles led her samurai to a night of bloodshed, sacrificing countless lives, numbering in the billions. It was a tragedy of unimaginable proportions. Everyone perished, including our parents and loved ones. All met a tragic end. We can never coexist with them. Chapter 61. The Ambiguity of Good and Evil. I believe you are unworthy to claim the mandate of heaven. Rise, Lin Yang said with a nod. He held a deep admiration for these valiant men who sought vengeance for their kin. If that enchantress were to unleash her wrath, she could single-handedly eliminate all these iron-blooded warriors who were truly risking their lives in pursuit of justice. Indeed, beneath the surface of events, a vastly different truth lay concealed. Lin Jiuyu reflected. Have you reported this matter? Lin Yang inquired. The Crimson Dragon Empire is a first-rate power when significant incidents occur. They ought to be reported to the ruling authority above. Should the ruling power find itself unable to manage the situation, it will escalate to the clan's imperial lineage. If the imperial lineage is unable to resolve the issue, it will ultimately reach the undying Lin clan. The vast expanse of the Eight Desolate Realm is too immense. If everything were to fall under the jurisdiction of the undying Lin clan, even the birth of countless children each year would not suffice. Our sovereign has already perished in battle. Events transpired too swiftly, leaving no time or opportunity for reporting, the iron-blooded warrior replied hastily. He suppressed his inner yearning, resolutely conveying his message. He understood that only this esteemed individual possessed the capability to save the Crimson Dragon Empire. Yet, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts, as seeking assistance would entail dragging another into turmoil, leaving him with a troubled conscience that stifled his words. Lin Yang nodded, further affirming his respect for the character of these iron-blooded warriors. Disregarding the safety of others, one simply declares, "You must save me," akin to the earlier encounter with that enchantress, indicative of a fundamentally flawed character. Such an attitude invites demise. Take me to your capital, Lin Yang stated. Your Excellency. The Crimson Dragon warrior trembled, overwhelmed with emotion, yet he managed to express, the influence of the Eastern Island is vast. It appears to have received blessings from an alien race, rendering their combat strength extraordinarily formidable. This is the battle footage we have documented. He sought to convey to the celestial being before him the magnitude of the peril that would ensue should he choose to intervene. If Lin Yang were to depart as a result, he would only feel gratitude in his heart. Lin Yang surveyed the scene. Countless heads of the Crimson Dragon populace rolling, valiant warriors charging forth, and the Eastern Island samurai laughing maniacally, alongside the noble sacrifice of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. He shook his head, lamenting, in the realm of immortals, it is difficult to encounter a few virtuous souls. Why must they perish first? There was no need to witness more. Casually, he deactivated the memory projection, stating, "Take me directly to your capital." With a wave of his sleeve, he and Lin Jiuyu, along with the valiant warriors, traversed an infinite expanse, arriving instantaneously at the capital of the Crimson Dragon. The swiftness of their journey was entirely contingent upon his will. The capital of the Crimson Dragon lay in ruins. Stained with blood, cries of anguish echoing across the land. The surviving citizens and valiant warriors were engaged in rescuing the wounded. To encounter me is indeed your good fortune, Lin Yong remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Your Excellency. The leaders of the Crimson Dragon nodded in unison. Lin Yong offered a faint smile. What I refer to is not merely the act of saving you moments ago. The Crimson Dragon leaders were taken aback. Then, esteemed sir. What do you mean? Lin Yong turned his gaze, surveying the entirety of the Crimson Dragon city, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand declared, Restore it all. The terrifying power of causality enveloped time and space, the force of reincarnation radiating outward, encompassing the entire city. In a flash of brilliance, all were revived. The grievously injured healed, and the deceased returned to life. Even the collapsed ruins were restored to their original state, as if the blood sacrifice had never occurred. Gulp. What is this? The leaders of the Crimson Dragon stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before them. Surely, this cannot be a mere figment of our dying minds. Resurrection? What extraordinary prowess is this? To take a life is easy, but to grant life is a formidable challenge. To alter fate and reverse the cosmos, could this not be the work of a true celestial being? The iron-blooded warriors were so shaken that their very cores trembled, momentarily forgetting everything else. Lin Yong, however, directed his gaze toward the impending thunderous tribulation above. To alter the destinies of so many in one breath would provoke the heavens, bringing forth a cataclysmic retribution. Go ahead, unleash it if you dare, Lin Yong said coldly. The imminent storm of lightning suddenly faltered, coming to an abrupt halt. The heavens, indifferent to the plight of mortals, regard all living beings as mere fodder. You do not punish those who sacrifice others, yet I shall speak on behalf of the wronged. Do you dare to show your presence as if I am easily deceived? I see no necessity for you to continue as the heavenly Tao, Lin Yong coldly admonished. The impending calamity of the thunder tribulation dissipated instantly, transforming into an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. This incarnation, sensing the looming dread, trembled uncontrollably and repeatedly bowed in apology to Lin Yong. It was my mistake. I shall amend the heavenly edicts immediately. Please, inform me of any grievances, and I shall rectify them at once. The incarnation, manifesting as an exquisitely beautiful woman, was driven by an overwhelming desire to survive. Humph, begone, Lin Yong frowned. The essence of the heavenly Tao is arduous to form, even if destroyed. Its recreation demands the passage of time. The ensuing period of disarray would only plunge the 8 Desolation realm into further chaos. Yes. The heavenly Tao incarnation, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly vanished. Concurrently, within the 8 Desolation realm, the most enigmatic and terrifying entities paused in astonishment. Was it merely an illusion? Had the 8 Desolation realm been trembling moments ago? Phew, it has ceased. Thankfully, it was not another wave of celestial emperors bringing ruin. These formidable beings, now burdened with psychological scars, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The mere fact that they compelled the incarnation of the heavenly Tao to manifest was astonishing. Truly remarkable. In the deepest recesses of the Lin clan's ancestral grounds, a terrifying will gradually receded, sinking into silence. In the capital of the Crimson Dragon Empire, only those above the sage level could perceive the scene that had just transpired. Lin Jiyue's mouth fell agape, unable to close as she stared blankly at Lin Yong. Brother. Her mind was in disarray, and she could only mechanically utter that single word. Lin Yong smiled faintly. Is this what surprises you? There will be many more astonishing events in store for you. You should get accustomed to it. After all, that is the heavenly Tao, the supreme heavenly Tao of the entire 8 desolate realm. Lin Jiyue shook her head. Even a true immortal cannot instill fear in the heavenly Tao of the realm, can they? Brother, how high is your current cultivation level? Lin Jiyue asked, her confidence wavering. How high? Lin Yong gestured towards the boundless sky. The sky is that high? Lin Jiyue questioned, puzzled. No, Lin Yong replied, shaking his head. What I mean is, there is no one above me. Lin Jiyue was utterly astounded. If Lin Yong had claimed this earlier, she would have deemed it mere boasting. However, having witnessed the earlier scene, she could only give her brother a thumbs up. Brother, you are incredible. Whoosh. The recently revived warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire shook their heads, gradually regaining their consciousness. Am I not dead? The Crimson Dragon Emperor looked at the Crimson Dragon General, who reported the recent events. A look of shock flashed across the Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes. There exists a supreme being capable of reviving even one as mighty as I. Lin Yang descended with Lin Jiyue beside him. For this sovereign, willing to perish on the battlefield for the sake of his subjects, he garners immense admiration. This exemplifies the true essence of a monarch's duty. With his extraordinary prowess, escaping from the bloodshed would have been a mere trifling task. Yet he opted for a valiant struggle. As the saying goes, a sovereign defends the realm, and a king sacrifices himself for the nation. Chapter 62, The Enchanted Isle of the East. This shall transform you into a realm of phantoms. Supreme One. The Crimson Dragon Emperor bowed with utmost reverence. The ability to resurrect a being of the great sage level was something he had never even heard of. Even the true immortals from ancient secrets could merely retrieve a few deceased mortals from the underworld. In this era of celestial demise, resurrection was utterly unfathomable. Yet, such an impossible feat was effortlessly manifested by the young man before him. The grace of the Supreme One shall be eternally etched in the memory of the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon Emperor lowered himself and promptly declared, from this moment forth, the Crimson Dragon Empire shall venerate the supreme deity as the one and only true God, with every household offering worship, thereby augmenting the Supreme One's merits. He turned away, letting out a sigh. I understand that this may seem trivial to the Supreme One, but it is all that the Crimson Dragon can offer. Lin Yang nodded. For a first-rate power, having several revered sages presiding was indeed a mark of great strength, and this was all they could truly accomplish. Just as he was about to utter a few words, a terrifying aura surged from the east. Buzz. The two revered sages sensed this overwhelming presence and emerged from the depths of the Crimson Dragon Empire. They were the ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon Empire. Previously, they had been besieged by over a dozen Eastern demon lords in the deepest recesses of the Imperial Tomb, ultimately slaying 3 of them, fighting until the last drop of blood. Now, resurrected, they rushed forth, eager to rejoin the fray. Esteemed ancestors, the eyes of the Crimson Dragon Emperor sparkled with anticipation. Oh, you have performed admirably, adhering to the teachings bequeathed by our ancestors. The sovereign guards the nation's gates, and the monarch sacrifices himself for the realm. The countless common folk are our kin, our progeny, coursing with our blood. Both venerable ancestors are greatly satisfied, though the reasons behind our resurrection remain a mystery. As long as the formidable enemy persists, we shall fight to the last drop of our blood for the Crimson Dragon. It is this esteemed being who has intervened to restore us to life. The Crimson Dragon Emperor respectfully bows to Lin Yang. What? Both ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon are astonished, hastily expressing their gratitude to Lin Yang. A resurrection of the Holy Master? Such a method is utterly terrifying. Lin Yang merely nodded. To him, it was nothing of consequence. At last, the terrifying aura from the east has descended. The man is stunningly beautiful, yet otherworldly. Possessing 8 heads, which detracts from his aesthetic appeal. He stands amidst the heavens, his expression cold and proud, a dreadful presence enveloping him in a shroud of demonic light, cascading downwards, filled with the wails of countless vengeful souls. He furrows his brow slightly and addresses the Eastern demon sovereign beside him. Did you not proclaim that your blood sacrifice was complete, awaiting my arrival to partake in the feast? Why then is all seemingly well here? The 9 Eastern demon sovereigns tremble in fear. Master, Divine Lord, it is not our fault. We indeed completed the blood sacrifice of the Crimson Dragon capital, even slaying their emperor and ancestors. Hundreds of millions of commoners were killed, their deaths most tragic, accumulating sufficient resentment for your cultivation. It is unclear why they have all returned to life. They, with their brain cells seemingly on the brink of decay, cannot fathom the transformation of the Crimson Dragon capital. This is clearly a blasphemy against the divine. A famed display of merit. The sinister 8-headed figure sneered disdainfully. You cannot even perform the duties of a servant, and your fabrications are absurdly ludicrous. What purpose do you serve? With a mere flick of his claw, the body of the Eastern demon lord erupted, disintegrating into soul and blood essence, which he greedily consumed. Glurp. The 2 ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon felt a surge of dread. They were acutely aware of the terror embodied by these Eastern demon lords. Even in their desperate struggle, they had only managed to slay 3. Yet, this grotesque 8-headed being had easily annihilated the remaining 9. He bore an aura that hinted at supreme truth. This is a quasi-emperor level of power. The 2 holy ancestors gasped in astonishment. The chasm between a holy sovereign and a quasi-emperor is but a single step, yet it is an unfathomable gulf. To touch upon the essence of an emperor is to transcend previous realms entirely, placing one's strength in an entirely different dimension. Even a quasi-emperor, possessing a mere trace of supreme truth, is capable of wanton slaughter among those of lower realms. The quasi-emperor has manifested, and is referred to as the Divine Lord. He must be a being from the clan of the Yamada no Orochi. The eyes of the two holy ancestors burned with a crimson fury. Throughout history, the Eastern Realm and the clan of Yamada no Orochi have sown countless seeds of enmity against them. Their grudge runs as deep as the ocean of blood. Since you have fortuitously survived, let us engage in slaughter once more. The man with 8 heads let out a chilling laugh. One of his heads swelling dramatically to a size exceeding 1,000 meters. He opened his maw wide, intent on devouring all the blood offerings. Such a grotesque display. Lin Jiuyu covered her nose, exclaiming, "What a foul stench! Since my sister finds it distasteful, let it explode." Lin Yang smiled faintly, his gaze icy as it bore into the colossal head. With a mere glance, the gargantuan head erupted in a thunderous explosion. "Who dares to harm me?" The 7 remaining heads roared in fury, turning their ire upon Lin Yang. How audacious, merely a lowly human. Their eyes flickered with a complex darkness. For Lin Yang's earlier display of strength had been sufficient to obliterate them. "Humph, I am of the Yaki clan, Yakiba," boasted the otherworldly man with pride. "Your talent is commendable. You are worthy to serve as my subordinate. Once my clan unifies the 8 desolations, I shall allow you to survive. Come, demonstrate your loyalty by presenting that delectable female beside you." Bang, bang, bang. The coldness in Lin Yang's eyes intensified. One by one, the heads of the otherworldly man burst apart. "How dare you? Cease this at once." The creature howled in agony, his threats fierce. Yet his form swiftly sought to escape. This spectacle left the 2 ancient red dragon ancestors, who had resigned themselves to death, utterly bewildered. After all, he was a being on the verge of becoming an emperor. The connection was merely a fleeting glance. Yet the very sight of it caused the head of the other to explode in succession. "What sort of cultivation is this?" Lin Yang grinned, his voice indifferent as he commanded, "Kneel." The terrifying principles of the Tao reverberated, instantly bringing the remaining head of the peculiar man crashing down to the ground. For such a monster, to die swiftly would be too merciful. Lin Yang looked down upon the strange figure, declaring, "You do not deserve a clean and quick death. You. What on earth are you? An ancient monster that survived the ages?" Bahiba gasped, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "I am the first prodigy of my clan, the younger brother of Ba Jiji. Killing me would be far worse than the torment of being hunted by my brother. Release me at once, if you know what is good for you." Lin Yang shook his head, casually splitting open Bahiba's skull as if peeling an orange, extracting his soul with ease. Bahiba's anguished wails echoed, yet they could not impede Lin Yang's formidable prowess. To toy with a quasi-emperor as if he were but a plaything? The powerful beings of the Crimson Dragon Empire watched in exhilaration, their blood surging with excitement. This scene was utterly satisfying. The shadows and fears that had loomed over them for countless millennia began to dissipate at this moment. The ancient alien races were not invincible. Even a quasi-emperor, before the mightiest of humankind, could be reduced to mere playthings. Their eyes glimmered with pride and a sense of superiority. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yang delved into the entirety of Yachiba's memories, subsequently retrieving a secret treasure, the Mirror of the Abyss. He cast it within, unleashing the boundless torments of the infinite hell, where extreme tortures know no end, and souls endure eternal punishment. As he gazed towards the east, his voice turned icy. "Let this transform you into a ghostly isle." Chapter 63. The Queen has ascended. The Queen has fallen. Boom. In the next instant, the void was torn asunder, and the prodigy of the Yaki clan, Yakimaru, furiously traversed the space, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. "Who is it? Who has slain my foolish brother?" He cackled madly. "No matter who you are, all of you here shall perish. Today, I shall conduct a blood sacrifice for the Crimson Dragon Empire, in honor of my foolish brother." "Fool," Lin Yang replied coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, Yakimaru's head was severed, his horrified gaze widening in disbelief, having failed to comprehend how Lin Yang had made his move. Swish! His head was split open, and his soul was forcibly extracted, captured within the Mirror of the Abyss. "What? The formidable warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire stood in stunned silence. They had yet to grasp the terror of Yakimaru when he was already vanquished. Such efficiency was astonishing. He was a prodigious being from a foreign race. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was taken aback. The legend spoke of a being capable of annihilating an entire nation single-handedly, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Humph! A chill flickered in Lin Yang's eyes as he further tore apart the fabric of space, transversing to the ghost island of the Eastern Islands. "Shall we follow?" inquired a general of the Crimson Dragon. "The power of the Supreme Being is beyond our comprehension. Following him would only serve to complicate matters. It is best to observe from the rift in the void," the Crimson Dragon ancestor replied, shaking his head. Numerous officials and citizens of the Crimson Dragon nodded, their gazes intensely fixated on the image before them, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The esteemed one must prevail. The Crimson Dragon ancestor clenched his fists. Although Lin Yang dispatched the prodigies with ease, this was the stronghold of a foreign race, teeming with formidable warriors and profound heritage, the defenses of the island alone. Before he could complete his contemplation, a monumental explosion reverberated. The protective barrier of the Eastern Immortal Island was shattered. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yang surged forward with unrestrained ferocity. Every Eastern warrior in his path, still at a considerable distance, was obliterated, their bodies erupting into a mist of crimson. Throughout this onslaught, Lin Yang did not even lift a finger, relying solely on the chilling aura that emanated from him. Like the harbinger of death, wherever he tread, all fell before him. In no time, his arrival sent shockwaves across the entirety of the Eastern Immortal Island. The Eastern Emperor appeared, his visage contorted in disbelief. "Who are you, to dare act against our Eastern lineage in such a manner?" Lin Yang responded with a single punch, shattering his skull. Silence. The Eastern royal family, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to their knees, fervently bowing. "Esteemed immortal, we beseech you, spare our lives. We acknowledge you as our master. We shall serve as your slaves. Do you have an inherent inclination to be subservient to others?" Lin Yang chuckled coldly. Indeed. We were born to be your slaves." Desperate to preserve their lives, these members of the Eastern royal family would resort to any means. Lin Yang grinned widely. These individuals mistakenly believed that Lin Yang had acquiesced. Their hearts momentarily lightened, giving birth to a cruel notion. Once the mighty eight-headed serpents emerged, your demise was inevitable. "We shall torment you in whichever manner we desire." Their inner thoughts were effortlessly projected by Lin Yang, rendering their faces ashen with terror, utterly incomprehending the magnitude of such a chilling display of power. "Die!" With a mere wave of his hand, the 9 clans of the Emperor were simultaneously annihilated. Regardless of the distance, they were inexorably drawn by the force of their bloodline. Yet, their deaths were prolonged to an excruciating extent. Within their own temporal flow, they were perpetually dying, enduring extreme torment, fear, and pain. Where were the 8-headed serpents? Lin Yang extended his hand, seizing a eunuch from the palace, directly controlling his soul to unveil the truth. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the Takamagara cave. Here lay a seal, a remnant left by the celestial court of humanity to confine the 8-headed serpent clan. The seal had been breached, albeit slightly, allowing a few members of the serpent lineage to sneak through. However, they evidently lacked the strength to fully rend the seal asunder. If they could not breach a mere seal, how could they aspire to dominate the vast expanse? Lin Yang chuckled. "I shall lend you a hand." With a single gesture, he dismantled the seal, obliterating not only it, but also the formidable 8-headed serpent warriors laboring to shatter it, reducing them to nothingness. As the seal was broken, the entire Takamagara trembled. The formidable beings of the Yamada no Orochi clan surged forth from their imprisoned lair like a swarm of locusts. After countless eons, we finally bask in the light of day once more. Kik. I shall feast upon 1,000,000 humans to celebrate. Today marks our dominion over the realms. Soon, the royal lineage of the Yamada no Orochi emerged, bringing forth an overwhelming aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Our clan's prodigy, Orochi's spear, has returned, declared the queen of the Yamada no Orochi, raising her hand with authority. Thud! A severed head tumbled at her feet. Are you searching for him? Lin Yang asked with a scornful smile, his demeanor indifferent. Spear. The queen's eyes widened in fury upon seeing the head, her rage boiling over. You have slain my spear. I shall exact vengeance upon you and your entire ancestry. Lin Yong grinned, effortlessly dispatching countless warriors from the Yamada no Orochi clan into the void with a mere wave of his hand. Madman! The queen was struck with terror. How could a peerless entity confront them so soon after their emergence? Yet, she was not intimidated. Lin Yong, no matter how powerful, was still just one man. Whereas the Yamada no Orochi clan ranked among the top 1,000 of ancient races. Surely, they could not be subdued by a single individual. Step back. None among you are worthy. Allow me to handle this, commanded the queen imperiously. The enraged members of the Yamada no Orochi tribe nodded in silent agreement and stepped back. In that moment, the queen of Yamada displayed a terrifying surge of power, a formidable force sweeping through the surroundings. The queen's strength had gradually returned to the level of an early emperor. In this age of celestial demise, supreme power is invincible. This human is doomed. The members of the Yamada no Orochi tribe were filled with exhilaration, gazing in anticipation. The queen has risen. In the next instant, the queen of Yamada was pierced by a single finger of Lin Yong, cleaved in two. She fell. With a resounding crash, the queen of Yamada plummeted to the ground. Her 8 heads swaying in confusion, utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did I inexplicably become 2 halves? An illusion? It was too swift. Even a supreme emperor could not react in time. As her senses began to return, she realized with horror that she had indeed been split in 2, 4 of her heads locking gazes with the other 4. With a thunderous impact, Lin Yong descended, crushing one of her heads underfoot as if it were a mere balloon. Relentlessly trampling down. Queen, what a tremendous humiliation. No, the proud members of the Yamada tribe were consumed by rage, nearly spitting blood. This scene was an unbearable affront, an exquisite humiliation. Chapter 64. Are the gatekeepers all sovereigns? What a heavenly court. Die! The queen roared with fury, unleashing her racial heritage in her final moments. The divine sword, Amano Murakumo, erupted from her lips, radiating an unrelenting aura of death. It was the divine sword Amano Murakumo. Its edge was so sharp that even celestial beings could be cleaved in 2. His fate was sealed. The eyes of the Yaki Orochi glimmered anew. Is this your ultimate resort? Lin Yong scoffed, flicking his finger to shatter Amano Murakumo into countless fragments that scattered into the ether. The Yaki Orochi were left dumbfounded. The emotional roller coaster was unbearable. Just as hope flickered, it was ruthlessly crushed in the next instant. Die! Lin Yong crushed the last head of the Yaki queen beneath his foot. The queen was dead. Were we to be sealed by the human race once more? How humiliating. We must wait for the next era. Damned misfortune. Lin Yong gazed at the Yaki Orochi, grinning widely. Sealed? What a fanciful dream you weave. After the ancient heavenly court's cataclysmic battle, their vitality was severely depleted, and sealing techniques were reluctantly employed. Who would annihilate their foes only to seal them away? Perish. He pointed his finger like a sword and swept it through the heavens. A colossal sword, transcending earth and sky, took form, sweeping across the realm, reducing all Yaki Orochi to ashes in the brilliance of its blade. Through the rift in the void, the red dragon warriors gazed upon the scene, filled with exhilaration and fervor. The celestial master truly stands as the pillar of our human race. Invincible. Some even shed tears of blood. For the animosity between the Yada clan and the Eastern Isles runs profoundly deep. Now that vengeance has been exacted, how could they not be stirred? Where has the celestial master gone? He ascended to the heavens. The warriors of the Red Dragon Empire were left astonished. Lin Yong soared into the firmament, delivering a single, powerful strike. In an instant, the entire Eastern Fairy Island was plunged beneath the waves, and the countless Eastern clansmen upon it were obliterated, their blood misting the sky and shrouding all in darkness. Having commenced this act, he resolved to leave no survivors. Utilizing the karmic and bloodline tracking techniques, he severed all ties to the island, annihilating every descendant associated with it across the infinite expanse. In a fleeting moment, millions of Eastern clansmen were extinguished. The Eastern Fairy Island sank into the abyss. Projection. He summoned the infinite mirror, casting the realm of the infinite hell upon the submerged Eastern Fairy Island. He did not annihilate the souls of the deceased. Instead, he ensnared them within the infinite hell, subjecting them to endless torments to atone for their past transgressions. At this moment, the Eastern Fairy Island was officially transformed into the notorious Ghost Island of the East. With a sigh of completion, He took a step and returned to the Red Dragon Empire. The gratitude towards the celestial master was beyond measure. The people of the Red Dragon Empire bowed deeply in reverence to Lin Yang. To rid the human race of its afflictions is indeed my duty. Lin Yang did not regard this as anything extraordinary. It was merely a trivial act performed with ease. Having attained invincibility, what need is there to be displeased? A simple slap would suffice to eliminate any foe. Let us depart. Lin Yang smiled at Lin Jiuyu. Esteemed one, you. The Crimson Dragon Emperor began. There is no need for formalities. I hold great expectations for you. Soon, the path to imperial ascension will commence. Strive diligently in your cultivation and endeavor to etch your name in the annals of the imperial road, Lin Yang remarked, patting the Crimson Dragon Emperor's shoulder, activating the latent Crimson Dragon blood within him. Boom. The Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm soared instantly. The Crimson Dragon blood. The ancestral emperor bore the bloodline of the Crimson Dragon, conquering the White Serpent to seize the realm. My royal lineage has not witnessed an awakening of the Crimson Dragon bloodline for countless generations. Both ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon were astounded, filled with immense joy. Thank you, esteemed one. Lin Yang waved his hand casually, leading Lin Jiuyu as they gracefully departed. Is this the spirit and prowess possessed by the mightiest of our human race? The Crimson Dragon Emperor gazed intently, his eyes brimming with boundless hope. The Crimson Dragon Empire is merely a domain beneath the heavens. To safeguard the empire and its people, one must wield greater strength. He clenched his fists tightly, the Crimson Dragon blood within him roaring. I cannot disappoint the esteemed one. I vow to leave my mark upon the imperial road. Thus, Lin Yang, accompanied by Lin Jiuyu, journeyed through the heavens for several days before arriving at the celestial court. Is this truly the celestial court? Lin Yang gazed at the magnificent scene before him. The heavenly court stretched infinitely, standing alone amidst the myriad realms, a domain unto itself. Even in the age of celestial destruction, an abundance of celestial radiance enveloped the entire world, where cultivators thrived and spiritual energy flowed as densely as viscous water. It felt as if the celestial realm had not been severed since the primordial paths of the ancients. This was the most prosperous place among the 3,000 realms, the ultimate sanctuary for all powerful beings, the human race's sovereign, the heavenly court. Lin Yang nodded, acknowledging its well-deserved reputation. Due to restrictions, only those of saintly status could tread upon the grounds of the heavenly court, making it a veritable congregation of human saints. He traversed the outer regions of the heavenly court with his sister. The outer territories were accessible to saints for cultivation, yet to enter the true heavenly court, one must pass through the 4 great heavenly gates. At the southern heavenly gate, the 4 gatekeepers were idly engaged in a game of mahjong. Despite their profound strength and status, they were merely ornamental figures. The heavenly court was frequented by unparalleled figures, each of whom they could not afford to offend. Nonetheless, a few sentinels were necessary to guard the entrance, hence their placement here. Another visitor approached, a youth. Those ascending the heavenly ladder would proceed straight ahead, while those with documents for submission would turn right towards the Wenchang Hall, and those with military matters to report would veer left to the Martial Emperor Hall. The 4 gatekeepers spoke with practiced ease. After registering here, you may enter. I am searching for my mother. Which way should I go? Lin Yang smiled faintly, observing the nonchalant demeanor of the few individuals before him, and couldn't help but jest. Who is your mother? The 4 guardians fell silent, for it was their first encounter with someone seeking their mother in the heavenly realm. The celestial court was bustling with visitors daily, and the leaders of the immortal clans were numerous. It was impossible to count the ordinary emperors. What status did your mother hold that we should specifically remember her? Li Ryn, Lin Yang promptly declared. Li Ryn. Wait, what did you just say? The mahjong table was overturned, and the celestial jade tiles scattered across the ground. The 4 guardians rose simultaneously, astonished as they gazed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang produced a jade token. Aye. The guardians were rendered speechless. We were unaware of young Master Lin's esteemed presence. Please forgive us. Lady Ryn is currently attending to matters in the Lingxiao Hall. You may proceed directly. Oh. Lin Yang nodded, not wishing to trouble these gentlemen engrossed in their game, and continued forward with Lin Jiuyu. It appeared that his mother's status in the heavenly realm was quite elevated. Merely mentioning her name had left these casual guardians in shock. His anticipation grew. What rank did the mother, who was acknowledged across the 3,000 realms for marrying down to his father, truly hold in the celestial court? Is this the renowned Taoist ladder of the 3,000 realms? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The ladder consisted of 10,081 steps, harmonizing with the essence of the Tao. To ascend the celestial ladder, one must attain the pinnacle of excellence in all aspects: strength, talent, fortune, and willpower, each reaching the zenith of the 3,000 realms. Only by climbing the celestial ladder can one truly enter the heavenly court. Otherwise, one shall remain forever an outsider. Chapter 65. The Peerless Prodigy, Anlin, struck down by fear. In the myriad realms, countless formidable beings congregate here, striving to ascend the heavenly ladder and attain the recognition of the celestial court as unparalleled powerhouses, perhaps even ascending to its upper echelons. To climb the heavenly ladder is an accomplishment nearly as renowned as leaving one's name on the Emperor's path. Ah, those ancient prodigies have boasted for so long. Yet where are they to challenge the heavenly ladder? It seems they are merely puppets of the immortal powers, crafting a fade of their enduring strength. Indeed, since the age of immortal fall, the mightiest among us is none other than the Celestial Emperor. Why should our sovereign forces remain under the yoke of their immortal dominion? Clearly, our strongest warriors are of comparable caliber. If we can ascend the heavenly ladder first in this era and become part of the celestial court's upper echelon, the dignity of those immortal powers will be trampled into the dust. The powerful beings from various realms voiced their discontent with the current dominion of the immortal celestial races over all realms. The path to immortality has been severed for so many years. It is high time the celestial hierarchy underwent a transformation. Regrettably, the heavenly ladder is exceedingly arduous to climb. I pride myself on being unrivaled among my peers, having vanquished all challengers in the Xianhai realm, and yet I can barely ascend over 300 steps. The heavenly ladder comprises a total of 10,081 steps. Is this a mere jest? Can anyone truly reach its pinnacle? A formidable being from the Xianhai realm lamented. Naturally, it is said that a prodigious talent from the perfect realm, known as Amlin, has already ascended to the 8,000th step, and in but a millennium, may reach the summit. Hiss! Is this for real? 8,000 tears. This Amlin is truly terrifying. It is beyond imagination. The powerful beings all expressed their astonishment. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, casually lifting his gaze, effortlessly piercing through the ninth heaven to behold the extraordinary youth seated at the 8,001st tier. The gifted young man seemed to sense something. Opening his eyes to see Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu, his gaze sharpened, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Who? He stood atop the 8th heaven, indifferently stating, "This girl harbors boundless energy within her. If I could cultivate with her, harmonizing yin and yang, I would soon ascend to the 9,000 tiers, perhaps even surpass 10,000. He extended his hand, transforming it into an immense force, directly crossing the 8th heaven, determined to abduct Lin Jiuyu. Gulps echoed. This is the aura of the unparalleled genius Anlin. Why has he suddenly taken action? It is utterly terrifying. Merely his presence threatens to crush me. The bodies of the celestial prodigies from the Xianhai realm began to crack under the pressure. Seeking death, Lin Yang's eyes turned frigid. How dare someone act against his sister in front of him? Swish! With a single finger, he struck out, instantly severing that colossal hand, which crashed to the ground, obliterating countless prodigies beneath its weight. How bold to defy my will, Anlin. Frowning deeply, Anlin's countenance was laced with murderous intent. In a swift motion, he leaped down from the 8th heaven, landing before the heavenly ladder, blood cascading from his arm, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. Anlin had made his appearance. The essence of the extreme path is profoundly intense. Could it be that he has ascended to the realm of the extreme path emperor? The exceptional talents surrounding him scurried about in a frenzy, fearful of drawing near to Anlin lest they be struck down by his formidable aura. Take your own life to spare your 9 clans from annihilation. Anlin stood with unparalleled pride, gazing down upon Lin Yang. Your actions were indeed excessive. To dare strike within the heavenly court, you deserve to take your own life. An elder, embodying an ethereal demeanor, approached. He was the guardian tasked with overseeing the celestial ladder. You dare impose judgment without discernment? Do you even merit the role of guardian of the celestial ladder? Die first. Lin Yang, indifferent, struck out, effortlessly smashing the ethereal elder to the ground. I am. Bang. The elder's body exploded. The power of the laws within him crushed before it could even disperse, revealing not a trace of its might. The once mighty guardian of the celestial ladder met an utterly humiliating demise. Quite impressive, Enlon remarked, astonished. This elder, a peak quasi-emperor like himself, had been swiftly vanquished. Alas, you should not have provoked me. Enlon extended his hand, cradling a fragmented bronze tower. I shall crush you. Emerging from an obscure first-rate power with a shallow foundation. He had been ridiculed as a waste since childhood. His meteoric rise, allowing him to dominate the prodigies of various realms and ascend to the 8,000th level of the celestial ladder at such a tender age, was solely due to his acquisition of this incomplete bronze tower. The tower is terrifying beyond measure. Not only would it refuse to acknowledge the small tower as its master, but even if it desired to recognize the small tower as its sovereign, the small tower would disdainfully ignore it. Fortunately, this tower merely needs to be carried to amplify one's fortune 1,000-fold and enhance one's cultivation talent exponentially. This allows for a meteoric rise, with no cessation in advancement. Upon achieving growth, the first course of action is to annihilate the family that has long ridiculed and oppressed him, followed by ascending the celestial ladder to the heavenly realm. In this world, I am destined to rise, to reach the pinnacle of the ladder, and to become the sovereign of this celestial domain, to reign as the overlord of the 3,000 realms. Everyone recalls the audacious proclamations he made. Yet, he has indeed substantiated his claims with his formidable strength and talent, carrying the small tower as he surmounts every obstacle, now seated high upon the 8,000th rung of the ladder. Throughout this journey, there has been nothing he desired that he could not obtain. Now, any plea for mercy is futile. Should I crush you? This dual cultivation material beside you shall also belong to me. Enlon laughed maniacally, casting the small tower into the fray. An overwhelming and chaotic energy pervaded the atmosphere, causing even the most stable celestial space to tremble, stirring the emotions of the Supreme Emperor. This small tower is exceedingly fearsome. Without even activating a fragment of its true power, its mere physical release incited the chaotic path, shattering the bodies of countless prodigies around. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. This dilapidated tower seems somewhat familiar. Ha ha ha. I have been shattered, fracturing the myriad realms, yet I never anticipated finding a fragment of myself here. The youthful voice of the boy rang out, brimming with excitement. Brother, my dear brother, I implore you to acquire this fragmented tower for me and restore my strength. Oh, this tower is a part of you. Lin Yang nodded, realizing why this aura felt somewhat familiar. The origins of this tower were shrouded in mystery, said to have been born before the dawn of Pangu. A trivial matter. Lin Yang casually flicked his fingers, effortlessly catching the crumbling tower that had been hurled at him and directly feeding it to the spirit of the tower. Thank you, big brother. You are truly my beloved elder brother. The boy beamed with delight. His broken state was so severe that his memories were fragmented. Only by continuously absorbing the remnants of the tower could he regain his supreme power. Enlon was utterly bewildered. He had relied on the small tower's invincibility, often without even needing to unleash its powers. Merely having it by his side had allowed him to rise with overwhelming strength. He had once provoked a semi-emperor, effortlessly eliminating the threat by hurling the small tower at him. Yet, before him stood a lad who seemed to nonchalantly conquer it. And he was feeding it to a tool spirit. As he watched the spirit voraciously devouring the small tower, Enlon was struck with terror, his soul nearly escaping him, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he screamed, "No!" He then succumbed to his shock, collapsing to the ground. The unparalleled prodigy, Enlon, had been frightened to death. The surrounding powerful figures from various realms gasped in astonishment. Chapter 66. What, old dang? Do you wish to perish alongside him? The terrified voice of Enlon reverberated, inciting a great commotion. After all, he was one of the most distinguished talents scaling the celestial ladder. Lin Yang, however, remained unfazed. This individual had traversed the path of the ruined tower, revealing a frail character that could easily succumb to fear. Rumble. The celestial ladder quaked, and the 9 heavens roared with fury, enveloped in an aura of terrifying malice. As a blinding radiance illuminated the cosmos, all eyes widened in astonishment. Who dared to threaten my chosen champion for the future of the celestial court? A commanding voice echoed down, as a golden-armored deity, resplendent and majestic, descended slowly upon a heavenly steed from the celestial ladder. The oppressive force he exuded surpassed the limits of any worldly powerhouse, sending a multitude of talents sprawling in disarray. The true might of the ultimate path enveloped the surroundings, rendering all breathless. Gulp. He is the Golden War God. The talents from various realms were left in shock. The war god of the celestial court, whose prestige was unparalleled. His status and power were of the utmost caliber. An extraordinary being who had ascended the celestial ladder countless years ago. Humph, damned little beast, you truly seek death. How dare you threaten my chosen heir? You shall pay for this transgression. The Golden War God's aura soared, his expression icy, as if he were pronouncing Lin Yang's death sentence. Where are the 4 golden generals? He bellowed in fury. 4 formidable and terrifying entities emerged simultaneously, each radiating an unparalleled aura of power. They encircled Lin Yang, effectively confining him within their grasp. Let my disciples be buried alongside me. The Golden War God loomed high above the clouds, surveying all with a chilling indifference. Lin Jiuyu furrowed her brows. You act without understanding the situation? You do not even know our identities, yet you dare to mobilize your forces? The might of the celestial court is not to be trifled with. I am a war god of the celestial court. Those who defy my will shall perish. With a sweeping gesture, the Golden War God commanded, kill them. We are. Lin Jiuyu attempted to protest, but was silenced by Lin Yang. There is no need for further discussion. Simply eliminate them. Lin Yang's expression was cold and resolute. The surrounding prodigies were utterly terrified. This individual actually intended to kill the war god of the celestial court. Such audacity. Not only was it implausible for him to succeed, but even if he did, there would be no refuge for him in the vast realms. Brother, recklessly slaying those from the celestial court will certainly provoke our mother. Lin Jiuyu expressed her concern. Do you think he is unaware of our identities? Lin Yang chuckled. You still lack experience. He discerned at a glance that the Golden War God was deliberately seeking confrontation, providing no chance for them to reveal their identities, as there were undoubtedly ulterior motives at play. Of course, he was disinterested in uncovering those motives. His sole focus was on the threat posed to him. Those who dared harbor murderous intent against him would be dealt with swiftly. Bang! Lin Yang struck down a golden warrior with a single, devastating blow, shattering his skull. His terrifying gaze then swept indifferently over the remaining 3 adversaries. The sound of explosive impacts resonated as these warriors, despite being at a considerable distance, succumbed to the murderous intent emanating from his eyes, meeting their demise in a burst of gore. What? The Golden War God was taken aback, questioning whether this was an illusion. How could it be possible to obliterate an emperor with just a glance? The craftsmanship of such an illusion was shockingly crude. With a cold reprimand, the Golden War God gestured, awakening the stunned prodigies around him, who erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, so it was merely an illusion. I knew everything I perceived was false. All a deception." They were unwilling to accept that their relentless pursuit of the ultimate realm of the emperor, the pinnacle of their aspirations, could be so easily dismissed by a mere glance. An illusion? Lin Yang grinned. Then you shall relish this illusion. In an instant, he appeared before the Golden War God and sent him flying with a single slap. The Golden War God was hurled into the celestial ladder, his steed obliterated upon impact. His body suffered catastrophic fractures, blood gushing forth as he lay on the brink of death. Still an illusion? Lin Yang questioned with a cold sneer, deliberately sparing him from a fatal blow, seeking only to humiliate him. Such formidable illusions. The Golden War God clung to his bravado even in the face of death. Lin Yang fell silent for a fleeting moment. Splendid. I shall deem you the most obstinate among those I have slain. The so-called everlasting celestial ladder has crumbled. Indeed, it must be an illusion. The assembly of prodigies found themselves bewildered, their minds teetering on the brink of overload, akin to the sharp sting of needles piercing their brains. Then you shall perish. Lin Yang lifted his foot, poised to crush the Golden War God's skull. Stop. At that moment, the most formidable wills of the heavenly court could no longer remain passive, manifesting their forms. The elders of the heavenly court, the powerful figures from various realms, gasped in shock, their faces pale, hastily kneeling to pay their respects, conveying their profound reverence. These elders are the most powerful beings within the heavenly court. Each one holds a status comparable to that of a leader of an immortal faction. Spare the Lin clan's Qilin's son. After all, he is my heavenly court's war god, and also my disciple. Do not take his life. The elder in golden robes spoke with a benevolent expression and a gentle tone. With the elders appearing, It seems that all of this is indeed real. Does this not imply that the Golden War god has truly been defeated, and the so-called immortal ladder has been destroyed? My heavens! He is the legendary Qilin son of the Lin clan, the one destined to be the absolute protagonist in the impending calamity of the human race. His presence is undeniably grand, and as rumored, he is indeed overwhelmingly formidable. The so-called wild prodigies of the 3,000 realms. Do they truly pale in comparison to these timeless geniuses? Some are stirred with fervor, while others are engulfed in despair. Lin Yang's display transcends the limits of their imagination. The so-called strongest prodigy, Lan, was vanquished in an instant. Even his master, the Golden War god, a pillar of the celestial court, suffered defeat. This even compelled the elders of the celestial court to intervene, seeking a peaceful resolution with utmost decorum. He is, after all, our contemporary cultivator? Despair. Utter despair. Some prodigies, with fragile minds, wept openly, their resolve shattered, their aspirations of invincibility extinguished. However, with the elders of the celestial court present and revealing his identity, it seemed the Golden War god would escape death. Boom. Just as everyone exhaled in relief for the Golden War god, the sound of a watermelon bursting reverberated. All eyes turned in horror. They beheld Lin Yang's foot. Having crushed the Golden War god's head as if it were a mere watermelon, blood and brains exploding in a ghastly display. What? The elder in golden robes, his countenance twisted with rage, could no longer maintain a facade of benevolence. Lin clan's Qilin son, you have grown excessively arrogant. Do you dare disregard my words? What? Old Deng, do you wish to join him in death as well? Lin Yang replied with a cold smile, his murderous intent unabated. These elders had evidently been watching intently. Their hearts must surely harbor treachery. Chapter 67. The True Identity of My Mother. The majestic celestial emperor, Lu Rian. Do you have any idea what you are saying? The elder in the golden robe stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that Lin Yang would be so audacious as to completely disregard even him. An elder of the celestial court. Just as I was about to eliminate him, you all appeared, having watched this scene unfold without intervening, only to emerge now for a display. Lin Yang coldly chuckled and shook his head. Such tricks may deceive children, but do you think they would work on me? Spare yourself the effort. Do you even realize whom you are addressing? Such disrespect. Is the upbringing of the Lin family so lacking? The elder in the golden robe trembled with rage. It had been countless millennia since anyone had dared to speak to him with such insolence. I see you are utterly shameless. Lin Yang charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. How dare you? The elder in the golden robe, infuriated and losing his composure. Cursed, celestial Emperor Lu. You witnessed it. It was your son who first attacked me, an elder of the celestial court. According to celestial law, even if I were to kill him, it would not be unjust. But rest assured, I will only incapacitate him to preserve your dignity. The elder's face was seething with rage, yet inwardly he sneered. Young people are so temperamental. A few words, and they take the bait. With a swift motion, he prepared to unleash his unparalleled divine power. However, Lin Yang's kick was too fast, already striking his face. The spell was interrupted. The elder in the golden robe was unceremoniously kicked away, crashing into the heavenly pillar, fracturing his spine and collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. What? The other elders were taken aback, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. This was a being of comparable strength, reduced to a state of near death by a single kick? This was utterly absurd. As venerable elders of the celestial court, they had free access to all ancient texts. Yet, in all of history, they had never encountered a prodigy as outrageous as Lin Yang. An 18-year-old defeating a celestial court elder? Was this not a manifestation of invincibility? While they were still in shock, Lin Yang had already advanced, poised to deliver the finishing blow. In a state of panic, they shouted, Lin clan's Qilin's son. Do not act impulsively. He is, after all, an elder of the celestial court, representing our dignity. He must not be killed. Lin Yang glanced back at them, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, are you suggesting that you wish to die alongside him? The elders turned away, muttering, Ah, what a lovely day it is. Indeed. Who is that lying there? No idea, looking like a dead dog, completely unrecognizable. The dignity of the celestial court was significant, but it could never outweigh their own lives. Faced with the looming threat of death, they instinctively made the prudent choice. Lin Yang chuckled softly, turning back to coldly glare down at the elder in the golden robe. You. With a sudden bang, the elder's head was crushed beneath Lin Yang's foot. The demise of the golden battle god bore a striking resemblance to that of the legendary figure. Illusions, indeed, mere illusions. Ha! All lies, nothing but fabrications. I am not insane. Everyone, step aside. The prodigies from all realms collapsed to the ground, murmuring incoherently. Many succumbed to madness, utterly unable to accept the scene before them. A few seasoned elders shook their heads in disbelief, yet internally lamented. Such a tragedy, 3 generations of master and disciple, ruthlessly slaughtered one after another. One terrified to death, 2 with their heads exploded. The Lin clan's Qilin Sun is truly merciless. Each of them communicated with their respective familial powers and close companions. Remember this. From the highest echelons to those merely learning to walk from now on. Whenever anyone encounters the Lin clan's Qilin Sun, they must show utmost deference and never provoke him. Otherwise, it will be a merciless slaughter. Lin Yang turned around. The matters concerning the golden robe and the lineage of the golden battle god were naturally handled by his web of connections, requiring no concern from him. Creak. Observing the scene from the void, for supreme wills lingered, 3 of which bore varied emotions as they slowly receded. One, however, radiated boundless brilliance, with lotus blossoms rising beneath her feet as she emerged from the celestial hall. She was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in grace, adorned in the attire of the celestial emperor, exuding unmatched nobility. The illusory smoke celestial emperor. The elders of the celestial court, upon witnessing her appearance, bowed respectfully, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. The celestial court is governed by 4 celestial emperors. Among them, the Eastern Celestial Emperor reigns supreme, serving as the de facto ruler of the heavenly court. After the Eastern Celestial Emperor abdicated, he entrusted his position to his daughter. This newly inaugurated Empress of Heaven is known as Lu Rian. Mother, Mom. Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Empress Rian, your son has slain a seasoned elder and defied the celestial laws. Do you truly remain indifferent as you temporarily assume the throne? An elder who had been lurking in the shadows emerged, his voice dripping with menace. They brought this upon themselves. Killing is merely a consequence of their actions. Lu Rian turned her gaze toward the elder, her demeanor resolute. If you wish to usurp my power, come forth and challenge me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall relinquish the celestial emperor's seal. However, if you fail, cease these vile machinations. Should you dare to trouble my child again, I will not hesitate to overturn this heavenly court and expose the wretched insect behind these nefarious deeds. Her voice, frigid and commanding, resonated through the void, audible to nearly every high-ranking official in the heavenly court. Reactions varied. Some were astonished, others felt guilty, some were exhilarated, and a few were enamored. The elder, who had spoken ominously, was rendered speechless, taken aback by Lu Ruyan's formidable presence. This new Empress of Heaven was indeed not to be trifled with. Given the Celestial Emperor's declaration, the celestial laws had effectively become as worthless as scrap paper. Well then, I shall take my leave, he said with a mocking tone, preparing to depart. Leave? Those who act as the mouthpieces for the gutter dwellers must be prepared for the consequences. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed in anger. What, Lu Tiandi? Are you truly considering my demise? This is rather tyrannical of you. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he pressed the emperor. Death is the penalty. With a delicate flick of her jade finger, Lu Ruyan reduced the elder to mere ashes, his soul scattered into oblivion. Gulp. The high-ranking officials of the heavenly court were left in shock. The elders bowed their heads, choosing silence. For a decade, this emperor had conducted affairs in the Lingshao palace with grace and virtue, never revealing her might. Yet, upon the mention of her child, she transformed into a figure of chilling dominance. Mother is truly formidable. Lin Jiuyu gazed with wide eyes. I wish to possess such strength. Lin Yang smiled faintly, surprised by the astonishing status of his mother. Even in the past, she had been the sole daughter of the heavenly emperor. Now, as the empress of the heavenly court, it was no wonder the realms acknowledged that she had married beneath her station. Lu Ruyan turned her gaze to Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu, her expression softening like water. Very well, let today's matter conclude here. You may disperse. The elders, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, scattered like birds taking flight. My dear son, you have grown so tall. Jiuyu, why have you yet to mature? Lu Ruyan smiled as she ruffled Lin Yang's hair. casting a curious glance at Lin Jiuyu. I am not undeveloped. I simply sleep too much. Lin Jiuyu pouted. Come, let us first enter the Lingxiao Palace. Lu Ruyin said, gently pinching her daughter's cherubic face, her expression brimming with joy. Chapter 68. Have you comprehended again? The Battle of the 10,000 Clans. Excellent. Lin Yang leaped to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder in a single bound. The numerous prodigies from various realms, who had devoted their lives yet failed to ascend even 100 steps, felt a deep sense of despair. Lin Jiuyu, too, sought to challenge herself, climbing step by step, as the divine liquid within her flowed through her veins, enhancing her strength with each ascent. Alas, the futility of effort became apparent. It was disheartening. I shall leave now, relinquishing this endeavor. A myriad of my efforts cannot compare to even a whisper of the Lin clan's Qilin child. What is the point of further cultivation? Witnessing this, the prodigies from all realms felt their resolve shatter and began to depart. Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, their inner realms began to loosen. With the dissolution of obsession, their levels ascended. Ah, I have comprehended. A luminous spark flickered in their eyes as they expressed gratitude toward the ethereal figure of the young man upon the heavenly ladder, bowing deeply in thanks. The deeper the obsession, at times, the more counterproductive it becomes. Rather than pressing forward, returning to a stable path may allow one to soar effortlessly. Even without uttering a single word, Lord Lin Yang, through his actions alone, enlightened the prodigies of various realms, his profound level inciting admiration. They felt immense gratitude, silently recounting Lin Yang's benevolence in their hearts. How could they comprehend again? Lin Yang himself was at a loss for words, yet he cared little, for the strengthening of humanity was, after all, a favorable occurrence. He followed Lu Ruyin to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the very heart of the heavenly court, stands as the most exalted sanctuary, where only the Eastern Emperor resides on ordinary days. Mother, you have worked so hard, Lin Yang remarked, gazing at the mountains of scrolls before him. Indeed, the 3,000 realms are vast, and although each domain has its own sovereign, there remain numerous significant matters that require the governance of the heavenly court. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. Moreover, as the heavenly court of the human race, the interplay of various forces is rife with hidden agendas, with countless pests lurking within. Haha, weren't 2 of them just eliminated today? Lin Yang grinned widely. Quite so, Lu Ruyin replied with a smile, but her expression turned icy in an instant. Xiaoyang, tell your mother the truth. How is it that your strength has progressed so rapidly? Has your father compelled you to cultivate? Ah, Lin Yang was taken aback. I knew it. That Lin Tianyuan has grown bold, daring to disregard my instructions. I must settle the score with him when I return home. Lu Ruyin seethed, unable to bear the thought of her child's suffering. Hee, Lin Yang smiled, eagerly anticipating this confrontation, offering no further explanation. Let the battle commence. He mused. This matter is neither trivial nor monumental. In the end, a single explanation will suffice. Consider it a small surprise for my father. Mother, do not blame him. He only wishes for his son to excel, which is entirely understandable. Lin Yang chuckled mischievously. Do not attempt to justify his actions. We are undeterred by him. Upon our return home, we shall confront him together. Lu Ruyin declared with formidable confidence. Ahem, there is no need for that, Lin Yang hastily objected. Look at how frightened the child has become. Rest assured, dear mother, I shall secure justice for you. Lu Ruyin reassured him, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder. Lin Yang felt it prudent to steer the conversation away from that topic and insisted. In truth, I have come to alleviate your burdens. Father mentioned that you have been overwhelmed with affairs, having not returned home in a decade. Have you encountered some troubles? He continued, Fear not, for I am now remarkably capable. Any predicament can be effortlessly resolved by me. Lu Ruyin smiled with pride, realizing her son had indeed matured. Alas, the affairs of heaven are intricately entangled. Your willingness to assist is commendable enough. After a moment's reflection, she added, If you are earnest about helping, there is indeed a particular matter at hand that you could address. Oh, Lin Yang's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. For the past decade, heaven has been preparing for a momentous event concerning the realms of the 3,000 domains. Lu Ruyin's expression grew grave, due to the severance of the celestial path. The credibility of the immortal forces has been called into question by the imperial factions. They have grown restless and have jointly proposed a re-evaluation of their standings. Thus, Heaven has devised a plan for the War of 10,000 Sects. The War of 10,000 Sects? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. To put it plainly, the factions seeking a re-evaluation have gathered to engage in a contest. Based on their respective performances, a new ranking will be established. Lu Rian explained that due to the multitude of factions, only the overlords and imperial clans are permitted to participate. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the grand battle of 10,000 clans. I hope you can represent the celestial court and serve as the chief examiner. Me? Lin Yang exclaimed, taken aback. What? Are you unwilling to assist your mother? Lu Rian's expression turned sorrowful, her countenance tinged with melancholy. How could that be? I mean, I would be more than happy to. Lin Yang quickly replied. Haha, I knew my wonderful son loves his mother the most. Lu Rian's face brightened instantly, her previous sorrow dissipating. Mother, you should consider competing for Best Actor. Lin Yang murmured. What is that? Lu Rian asked, puzzled. Best Actor is a title bestowed upon the most skilled performers, Lin Yang explained. You clever little rascal. Lu Rian playfully tapped Lin Yang on the head. Knowing your lazy nature, I doubt you would delve into the materials provided. Tomorrow's primary purpose is for you to familiarize yourself with the various factions of the 3,000 realms. Being acquainted with others will facilitate matters wherever you go. Lin Yang nodded. His mother was indeed paving the way for him. Although he did not place much importance on it, he could not disregard Lu Rian's heartfelt intentions. I want to participate as well. Lin Jiuyu, panting heavily, finally ascended the heavenly ladder and raised her hand to sign up. Lu Ruyen smiled gently. This was indeed a rare opportunity for tempering. Very well, I consent. Watching her two children depart, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes shimmered. Since Xiao Yang had already attained astonishing prowess, he was indeed worthy of the imperial throne. Regardless of what the future held, this path would be paved by her for him. In due time, he could choose as he wished. Lu Ruyan contemplated silently. The heart of every parent aches for their child. Which parent would not consider their offspring's future? The following day, boundless purple mist rose from the eastern heavens. With the sun blazing in the sky, the formidable participants of the Wanzhong battle surged towards the heavenly realm from all directions. In an instant, saints gathered like a tide, and emperors flowed like water, their terrifying auras illuminating the entirety of the celestial domain. All gazes were fervently fixed upon this scene, each harboring their own thoughts. Many top-tier powerhouses came seeking fame, and even some immortal leaders descended. This Wanzhong battle was deemed an unparalleled event, a grand occasion that marked the dominance of humanity over 3,000 realms throughout endless ages. Anyone who relished in the excitement would find a way to secure a place in the audience. Lin Yang remained ethereal in his flowing white robes, stretching languidly as he observed the powerful figures converging from all corners, a faint smile gracing his lips. The show is about to begin. Family members may explore the extensive work by Zhu Yang, a thrilling narrative comprising 2,600,000 words, beginning with 3 yuan cola, a rebate of 80 million supercars, a guaranteed delight. Of course, do not forget to keep up with the updates of this book as well. Chapter 69, Unconvinced? Then let your ancestors deal with you. The figures gathered for the grand tournament of 10,000 clans furrowed their brows, casting inquisitive glances at Lin Yang. Who is this young man, standing at the forefront of the heavenly court's ranks? A resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. This marked the inaugural grand tournament of 10,000 clans, and to prevent the human race from suffering a grave blow, the older generation of powerful beings was prohibited from intervening. Only the young prodigies, under the age of 1,000, were permitted to take to the stage. Beside Lin Yang, the officiating judge announced the rules. Meanwhile, Lin Yang reclined lazily in a rocking chair, his nonchalant demeanor causing irritation among many onlookers. 1,000 years old. How astonishingly youthful. This regulation is indeed excessively stringent. Numerous factions voiced their discontent. After all, sages can live for millennia. Many dominant factions, imperial clans, and their respective sages and emperors are quite numerous. Surely, the age limit for the younger generation should be extended to 3,000 years. A leader from a dominant faction frowned. Their clan possessed a single prodigy, already over 2,000 years old. You have no right to question this. It is the will of the heavenly court, the officiating judge retorted, his brow furrowed. We are unconvinced. Indeed, the age limit of 1,000 years is utterly unreasonable. The judge's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated encountering such troubles at the onset of the grand tournament. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Lin Yang. The overseer of the celestial court governs the myriad realms, and one must always consider the repercussions of their actions. Lin Yang stretched lazily, his fingers gesturing outward. Those who instigated the unrest shall be expelled from the celestial court, and their influence shall be downgraded by 1 level. The moment these words were uttered, the previously raucous scene abruptly fell into silence. They had relied on their numerical superiority, believing that their voices echoed the sentiments of the vast majority across the 3,000 realms, standing upon a moral high ground. Surely, the celestial court would be wary and handle the matter with caution. Yet, what did this young man proclaim? With a mere statement, he sought to expel them and directly diminish their standing. Their teeth clenched in fury, consumed by indignation. Who do you think you are? Just because you hold a position in the celestial court, you believe yourself exceptional? Our ancestors also served in the celestial court. Do not presume to be so arrogant. The head of the Tian family stepped forward, seething with rage. Indeed, our voices represent the majority of the 3,000 realms. Do you think so highly of yourself? Are you the heavenly emperor? Beside the head of the Tian family, 2 more leaders of dominant factions emerged in support. Crackle. Lin Yang nonchalantly pointed, and the 2 leaders of the dominant factions instantly exploded into nothingness. What? This overwhelming display of power left everyone in shock. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Have you lost your mind? The head of the Tian family, now stripped of his earlier bravado, stammered in disbelief. Lord Lin is the chief examiner today, possessing the authority of life and death over all participants in the grand battle of the 10,000 clans. If you refuse to comply, then bear the consequences. Several examination officials spoke in deep tones, expressing their admiration for Lin Yang's decisiveness and courage. This was the inaugural Wanzhong battle, a pivotal moment to establish rules. Thus, it was imperative to make an example of those who dared to provoke the heavenly court. They had previously exhibited some hesitance, but Lin Yang's resolute actions were commendable. By the way, I heard that your ancestor holds a significant position in the heavenly court? Lin Yang smiled casually and replied, then have him summoned. Yes, at present, Lin Yang was exercising the authority of the heavenly emperor, and every command he issued was of the utmost importance. Soon, the elder of the Tian family was brought forth, looking utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Lin Yang, he was rendered speechless. Isn't this the one who caused a commotion in the heavenly ladder, slaying the esteemed golden robe master and his 3 disciples? The son of the Eastern heavenly emperor, Lin Yang, the young emperor? Tian Yue trembled uncontrollably, sensing impending doom. He was merely a lowly guard at the Wensu Hall of the heavenly court, and just yesterday, he had watched the spectacle from a distance, nearly terrified to death. He never imagined he would be summoned by the young emperor. Lord Lin. As soon as he arrived, he knelt down, trembling as he paid his respects to Lin Yang. Whatever orders you have, please command me. I am willing to brave any peril for your service. He felt both fear and exhilaration. If he could indeed assist the young emperor, it would be a tale he could boast of for a lifetime. Even the head of the Tian family was left in a state of bewilderment, feeling a sense of impending doom. Could it be that their esteemed ancestor was so humble? I ask you, if someone were to challenge the rules of the celestial court and roar in defiance, what punishment should they face? Lin Yang's languid voice resonated. Of course, they should be executed immediately. Tian Yue responded without hesitation. Though perplexed, he felt that merely exchanging words with the young emperor was a tremendous honor in his life. He could not afford to think too deeply. Very well, Lin Yang gestured towards the head of the Tian family. Do you recognize him? Tian Yue turned his head, his pupils constricting as he recalled Lin Yang's earlier question, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. To establish a dominant force and navigate the treacherous depths of the celestial court, one must be exceptionally astute. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I do not know him at all. Oh, Lin Yang let out a cold chuckle, recognizing the cunning of this old fox. Ancestor you? The head of the Tian family was taken aback. The family's greatest support was the elder who held an official position in the celestial court. Yet, here was the ancestor, severing ties with the family in front of numerous sects. Silence. Who was this audacious fool, roaring at the celestial court and attempting to associate himself with me? Tian Yue's face flushed with anger, fearful that Lin Yang might take offense and annihilate him. Since there is no connection, then you may enforce the law. Lin Yang said indifferently. Yes. Tian Yue was overjoyed, delivering a resounding slap that reduced the head of the Tian family to a mere pulp. He then exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. At last, he had silenced him. Lin Yong nodded, observing, "Your enforcement of the law is resolute. It appears you are quite loyal to the celestial court. Thank you, Lord Xiaolin, for your praise. Such is the duty of a humble servant." Tian Yue fawned repeatedly. Yet, deep within, his heart was far from sincere. Lin Yang's expression suddenly shifted, growing cold. "You are undeniably the ancestor of the Tian family, yet you adamantly deny it. This is a mockery of the celestial court." Tian Yue's face turned pale, despair washing over him. However, his gaze soon hardened as he drew his long sword. "I am willing to atone with my life." With that, he slashed at his neck, blood splattering the scene, and his head rolled away. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. What manner of person was this Lord Lin, to be so ruthless? Before their myriad emotions could fully surface, the light of reincarnation enveloped the area. To their astonishment, the deceased Tian Yue miraculously returned to life, fully intact. What? Every onlooker felt a chill run down their spine. The 6 paths of reincarnation had been shattered during the ancient war, and since the severance of the celestial pathway, no one had heard of any means to resurrect those above the saintly rank. Yet, this ancestor of the Tian family, possessing at least the cultivation of an initial emperor in the extreme Tao, had actually come back from the dead? Resurrection of an emperor. They all breathed rapidly, their hearts stirred by a profound sense of dread. This method is truly terrifying. One death is sufficient to atone for your transgressions. Lin Yong remarked indifferently. "Take the Tian clan and return whence you came. Master Xia, grant this humble one a new lease on life." Tian Yue wept profusely, bowing in gratitude. "The Tian clan shall henceforth be wholeheartedly loyal to the celestial court and to Master Lin, harboring no ulterior motives." Gulyalu. The powerful ones of the myriad sects watched with their eyelids twitching. The combination of grace and intimidation left Tian Yue utterly bewildered. Having previously underestimated this youth, they now recognized that his methods, status, and background were exceedingly formidable. Several elders from the imperial clans furrowed their brows, realizing that with his presence, the impending battle among the myriad sects had become intriguingly captivating. Chapter 70. The swiftest death of a dual-eyed being. What a display of both benevolence and authority. Truly pretentious. A young prodigy concealed within the crowd coldly regarded Lin Yong, muttering to himself, "Is it merely due to a fortunate birthright? A stroke of luck?" When it comes to a genuine confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Beside him, the girl he admired gazed at Lin Yong with admiration. The prodigy's fury intensified, his dual-colored eyes unable to mask their resentment, manifesting openly. "One day, I shall usurp his position. I shall even dethrone the heavenly emperor. As a bearer of dual eyes, I am destined to annihilate all adversaries and ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor, commanding the myriad realms." He dared not voice his thoughts, confining them to the recesses of his mind. His dual eyes narrowed in astonishment as he realized that Lin Yang's gaze was directed towards him. "You harbored murderous intent towards me just moments ago, did you not?" Lin Yong grinned widely. All eyes turned, converging upon the youth with dual eyes. Hiss. A natural dual-eyed being, an emperor's visage. They were taken aback. Apart from the transcendent, exalted immortal clan, wherever one might go, a naturally dual-eyed individual could be deemed the most extraordinary prodigy. And so what of it? Am I not entitled to entertain such thoughts? Your interference is unwarranted. The prodigious youth frowned, pointing at Lin Yong. You are merely occupying that position due to your fortunate fate. Beside him, the patriarch of the dual-pupil clan was utterly horrified. My dear heavens, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words, young progeny? The mere fact that you managed to slay those 2 clan leaders and even resurrect the ancestral figure of the Tian family is solely due to the supreme artifact bestowed by the celestial court. Do you dare to confront me unarmed? Should you falter, that position will rightfully belong to me. The dual-pupil prodigy bellowed. The atmosphere was charged with shock. Many in attendance felt a clandestine thrill, as this prodigy articulated the very grievances they yearned to voice. Lin Yong chuckled softly. Excellent. Your courage is commendable. Thus, you shall receive the fate you deserve. With a casual flick of his finger, he propelled the dual-pupil prodigy across an unfathomable distance, reducing him to a mere cloud of crimson mist. The sequence of events unfolded with such breathtaking swiftness that the onlookers could scarcely process what had transpired. Gulp. One of the dual-pupil prodigies had perished just like that? Their minds reeled in disbelief. Was this youth destined to be the fastest casualty among all dual-pupil wielders in history? Any who dare to dispute this may step forward. I find it too tedious to deal with each of you individually, Lin Yang remarked languidly, shifting his posture with an air of nonchalance. The assembled prodigies fell into a hushed silence, for Lin Yang's exhibited prowess was nothing short of terrifying, exuding a pressure that surpassed even that of ordinary supreme emperors. Who among them would dare to engage him? A few members of the imperial clans contemplated striking, yet were swiftly deterred by their elders. He was the prodigious son of the everlasting Lin clan, a figure of extraordinary distinction in this golden age, where exceptional talents continuously emerged. The elder members of the imperial clan shook their heads, recognizing that his adversaries were no longer among the younger generation, rendering combat unnecessary. The young prodigies of the imperial lineage regarded this with skepticism, yet lacking certainty of victory, they chose to endure in silence. A youth with an unseemly demeanor chuckled slyly, retreating quietly behind the crowd. Our sect of survival has concealed itself for eons. The world perceives us merely as a typical hegemonic force. Now, having amassed boundless resources, it is time to demonstrate our prowess to the world. His eyes sparkled with infinite anticipation, eager for the moment when all present would be left astounded. Having achieved unrivaled supremacy, there is no further need for subterfuge. Let it be known beforehand. In this impending conflict, life and death shall be disregarded. Should any of our clan as prodigies fall in this tournament, it would incite a furious bloodbath and immediate execution. The victor of the tournament shall represent a faction eligible for the ascension examination of the immortal celestial clans, Lin Yang declared in a calm voice. Several examiners nodded in agreement, as countless arenas ascended, step forth and engage in combat according to the numbers drawn. Before long, within the myriad sects, prodigies under a millennium surged onto the stage, each radiating an abundance of brilliance, unleashing terrifying powers. In an instant, various battles erupted. Yet, in Lin Yang's eyes, this was merely a display of fledgling talents, devoid of intrigue. His gaze shifted to his sister, Lin Jiuyu, who, having undergone the trials of the heavenly ladder, had harmonized the divine essence within her, now standing at the pinnacle of the Saint King's ninth realm. At this moment, she swept through her adversaries with unparalleled ferocity, effortlessly dispatching foes in the blink of an eye. With the enhancement of her powers, fragments of her past life began to awaken, rapidly augmenting her combat experience and lethal techniques. Soon, she surged directly into the finals. The remaining contenders were all formidable prodigies ranked among the top 3 of the 10,000 clans. At the forefront stood the ancient imperial genius, Laziest, who had declared himself a sovereign long before reaching a millennium in age. Possessing celestial bones, he was invincible even at the saint sovereign level. He had previously vanquished quasi-emperors and had fought against a great emperor without suffering defeat, earning the title of an ancient legend. Behind him lingered a rather unassuming youth, instinctively concealing himself among the crowd. The championship is almost within my grasp, conserving my strength for a decisive victory. The unremarkable youth brimmed with confidence. Such intensity remarked the assembled powers of the 10,000 clans, their astonishment palpable. The previous favorites for the championship had all been eliminated early, failing to reach the finals. The trio that had made it to the final round were utterly unexpected. One was a long-forgotten celestial prodigy. Wasn't he this a form of cheating? The little girl was ferocious. It was unclear from whence she had emerged. That unremarkable boy seemed to be a descendant of a dominant faction, yet he had somehow made it to the finals? It was utterly preposterous. What on earth was happening? This outcome left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Let the battle commence. Lin Jiuyu was filled with an intense battle spirit, her longsword emanating a terrifying aura as she pointed it at Laziest. Hee, I know you. You are the sister of the Lin family's Qilin child. Lin Jiuyu, Laziest remarked with a slight smile, his words startling many. The revelation of the girl's formidable background left numerous onlookers astonished. Lin, examiner, what is the meaning of this? Aren't we in the midst of a grand battle among the myriad clans? Why are members of the undying celestial clan mingling among us? The leaders of various sects voiced their concerns, yet they dared not raise their voices too high, fearing that Lin Yang might retaliate and annihilate them all. Lin Yang let out a cold chuckle. Are you not all here to ascend to the undying celestial clan? Why do you tremble at the sight of a mere celestial descendant? What aspirations do you hold for the undying celestial clan? Go home and tend to your infants. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. the once vocal challengers rendered speechless by his scathing remarks. The ancient prodigies of the undying celestial clan had yet to make their move, and Lin Jiuyu, lacking the title of an ancient prodigy, had merely awakened from a 10-year slumber, now only 8 or 9 years old. Did they truly lack the confidence to defeat her? Lin Yang scoffed, his disdainful tone filling the air with a sense of shame among the gathered strongmen. Indeed, what Examiner Lin stated is accurate. You should cease your incessant chatter and save your breath. I shall personally handle this matter and send the little girl off the stage. Xiao Langtian stepped forward, his tone casual yet brimming with extraordinary confidence. Chapter 71. My dear, I desire both you and the divine essence within you. Xiao Langtian exuded unwavering confidence, radiating an undeniable charm. He was, without a doubt, an ancient prodigy, a legendary figure who remained undefeated against the Emperor at the Saint Sovereign realm. One must ponder, how many could achieve such a feat? Indeed, he had secured his position as the champion, with no rivals in sight. The powerful beings from various clans nodded in agreement, continually appraising the situation. This farce must come to an end. You two should withdraw from the stage. I shall not hold back in my approach, declared Xiao Langtian, his formidable aura proclaiming his ascent to the quasi-emperor realm. With the Saint Sovereign having already contended with the Emperor, his elevation to quasi-emperor rendered him unmatched. The championship belonged solely to Xiao Langtian. The assemblage of formidable beings erupted in fervor, while the imperial Xiao clan stood tall, bursting with pride. Our Xiao clan is destined to ascend to the immortal celestial lineage. Lin Jiuyu, too, unveiled her own formidable presence, revealing her mastery at the 9th level of Saint King. What? Startled, they realized she was merely at the 9th level of Saint King. How on earth had she advanced to the finals? Was it possible that Lin Yang had granted her an advantage? Humph, the immortal celestial lineage is hardly impressive. A wave of derision surged through their minds. In the next moment, Lin Jiuyu and Xiao Langtian clashed, their terrifying swordsmanship colliding like a raging tide. For a brief time, neither could gain the upper hand. What? The crowd was left bewildered. Tales of Xiao Langtian's legendary battles against the Emperor had left an indelible mark. Now, Xiao Langtian has ascended to the threshold of the Emperor realm, yet he is unexpectedly thwarted by a Saint King. This is utterly extraordinary, beyond comprehension. The powerful beings from various races are left in astonishment. Is this the profound heritage of the immortal celestial clan? Boom, boom, boom. The two combatants surged from the center of the arena to the lofty skies, where even the heavenly Tao recoiled, and the great Tao manifested. The clash of their ultimate techniques unleashed shockwaves that spanned millions of miles with each encounter. Is this truly the tumultuous confrontation of the younger generation's formidable warriors? The esteemed figures from all realms gasped in awe. Such a level of combat is something even they, seasoned veterans, find challenging to achieve. Defeat. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from Lin Jiuyu surged like mountains and seas, with divine essence erupting relentlessly within her. She battled while ascending. Damn! Xiao Langtian, initially brimming with confidence and intent on a swift victory, found the pressure mounting increasingly, ultimately unable to suppress his frustration. Beast! How am I supposed to fight like this? Boom! The divine essence erupted spectacularly, surpassing critical thresholds, allowing Lin Jiuyu to transcend into the great saint realm amidst the fray. Invincible am I. I shall not concede defeat. I must catch up to my brother's footsteps. Lin Jiuyu became ever more exhilarated as the battle intensified, her fighting spirit soaring. Damn it! Xiao Langtian's expression grew increasingly grim. After Lin Jiyue's breakthrough to the great saint realm, her combat prowess skyrocketed, and he felt he could be defeated at any moment. Is there no limit to the spiritual energy within you? Xiao Langtian clenched his teeth in frustration. He had secretly activated his cheat, with the elder within the ring continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. Yet, Lin Jiuyu was even more formidable, as if she carried hundreds of elders with her. Even in battle, she possessed surplus spiritual energy to break through. Damn it! Xiao Langtian felt a surge of urgency. He bore the hopes of the imperial clan and the undefeated dignity of the ancient prodigies. He could not afford to lose. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his ultimate move, Flame Dividing Wave. A terrifying blaze erupted from his being, transforming into an immense sea of fire stretching for millions of miles. A colossal descended, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. You have your ultimate move, and I have mine. Lin Jiaoyu met his attack with unyielding resolve. A formidable while igniting the ancient memories within her. Her gaze sharpened with intensity. I will protect my brother, safeguard the Lin clan, in this lifetime. I shall not be defeated. This terrifying will forcefully decompose the divine liquid energy within her, propelling her realm to unprecedented heights. Gulp. Lord Lin. The several examiners were taken aback, hastily reminding her. No worries, Lin Yang shook his head. The term unstable realm refers to a situation where one's will fails to control their strength, causing an upheaval of spiritual energy within. Now, Lin Jiaoyu possessed the heart of a champion and was fully qualified to harness this realm. Great Sage 3rd layer. Great Sage 6th layer. Great Sage 9th layer. The divine liquid energy was boundless. As long as her mindset could manage it, her realm could ascend. Defeat me. Lin Jiaoyu's gaze was as resolute as iron as she clashed with Xiaolang Tian. Boom. In the center, countless miles of void began to collapse. Had it not been for the surrounding overlords from various realms and the formidable beings of the imperial clan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As the fragments of the void dissipated, Lin Jiaoyu stood proudly in the arena, wielding her divine sword, her aura radiating like a rainbow. In stark contrast, Xiaolang Tian had already spat blood and was sent flying, his breath weak as he fell to the ground. Heavens! Xiaolang Tian was actually defeated? The legendary prodigy lost to an 8-year-old girl. This outcome left everyone dumbfounded. The Shao clan's imperial lord sighed in despair. Could it be that the chasm between the imperial clan and the immortal celestial clan was truly insurmountable? The path to immortality had been severed for countless eons. Yet the depth of the immortal celestial clan remained unfathomable, irreplaceable, utterly despairing. No, I have not lost. I will never concede. Unless I perish. Xiaolang Tian could not bear the blow. His mind began to spiral into chaos. The ancient will within the ring cackled. The inducement has finally succeeded. Time to seize control. His terrifying will swiftly replaced Xiaolang Tian's consciousness, commandeering his body. Ha ha ha. Xiaolang Tian cackled madly. After billions of years of scheming, I have finally succeeded. If this fool had not chosen to seal himself, I could have returned to the world in ancient times. The sudden turn of events left the powerful beings of myriad sects in a state of shock. This voice was so unfamiliar. He is not Lang Tian at all. Who are you? What have you done to the pride of my clan? Several supreme emperors of the Shao clan could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, Return our clan's prodigy. A mere few first and second tier emperors, not even worthy to have lived through a second life, dare to provoke me. Xiaolang Tian laughed maniacally as the heavens dimmed, a terrifying aura erupting from his being. 3rd tier quasi-emperor. 9th tier quasi-emperor. Supreme emperor. 3rd tier supreme emperor. Surround and annihilate him. This is undoubtedly the ancient demon god's possession. If we do not act swiftly, we shall all perish. A dreadful presence pervaded the heavens and earth, instilling a profound sense of crisis in the hearts of powerful beings from all races. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiaolang Tian dispatched the few supreme emperors of the Shao clan, their bodies shattering into a gruesome mess. Ha! Pathetic, so utterly pathetic. The ancient demon god reveled in his unchecked madness, cackling incessantly. I must say, it's fortunate I did not emerge in the ancient times. In this era, there are not even any worthy opponents. I can easily dominate everything. You shall all be my servants. His bloodthirsty gaze swept across the surroundings and landed on Lin Jiaoyu. Little girl, I shall take you and the divine liquid energy hidden within you. Chapter 72. Not for any reason, just because I find you pleasing to the eye glug. The faces of the myriad powerful beings turned pale. The aura emanating was overwhelmingly terrifying, and it continued to rise. It was unimaginable how dreadful it would be if this ancient demon god were to truly awaken. Die. The demon god unleashed a violent attack, capable of annihilating an ordinary supreme emperor. Lin Jiaoyu's complexion turned ashen, as the suffocating fear of impending death enveloped her heart. How dare you threaten my sister without consulting me first? A cold, questioning voice reverberated, causing the surrounding magical energy to collapse instantly. What? The ancient demon god sensed an immense threat and stared in horror at Lin Yang. How could such an existence still exist in this world? He found it hard to believe. He could not see through this transcendent youth at all. Anger surged within him. I have lain dormant for so many years. merely to emerge and kill without restraint. You and your sister are nothing but excellent resources to help me reclaim my former glory. Die. He summoned his deadly move. An overwhelming force erupting as 100,000 meteors were conjured from the heavens. Each meteor was tainted with boundless demonic energy, colossal as if entire worlds were crashing down. Could this demon god truly be so fearsome? The myriad powerful beings turned pale. Let us unite. With so many supreme emperors present, can we allow a remnant soul of an ancient demon god to wreak havoc? Someone shouted in anger, beginning to display their supreme might. The lewd youth retreated behind the crowd, his expression shrouded in inscrutability. Everyone, please step up your game. I do not wish to reveal myself so soon. Across the celestial realm, powerful ancient wills began to awaken, poised for action. Lu Rian, seated upon the throne of the heavenly emperor and wielding the Eastern Emperor's artifact, was on the brink of intervention. Just as all factions stirred to life, a cold command reverberated throughout the heavenly domain: annihilate. In the next instant, 100,000 meteors erupted in unison, their ominous dark energy extinguished as swiftly as flames doused by a deluge. The heavens and earth were suddenly restored to clarity. The malevolent aura dissipated, and the meteors vanished without a trace. A colossal threat that had instilled fear in myriad powerful sects was obliterated by a mere utterance. All gazes turned in astonishment to witness a figure resembling a transcendent immortal, standing with an air of serene indifference. It was the Kirin son of the Lin clan. Such terrifying power. With nothing but a single command, he annihilated that formidable force. Impressive. In that moment, countless talented young women from various sects felt admiration, while numerous gifted young men expressed their reverence. Many high-ranking officials felt their hearts aflame, their knees weak. This was the embodiment of a true sovereign of the human race. The youth was invincible, the one and only undeniable legend. Lu Rian smiled with satisfaction, lowering the heavenly emperor's jade seal. The lewd youth raised an eyebrow, intrigued him. The ancient demon's pupils contracted as he realized that Lin Yang was indeed a formidable opponent, yet he never anticipated the extent of his terror. In the age of celestial fall, how could a being of your caliber possibly exist? He let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Humph, do you think you are impressive? It is true that achieving such a feat in this era is worthy of admiration. However, my current power is but a fraction of what it once was. Once I fully recover, I shall crush you like weeds. Is that so? Lin Yang chuckled heartily. Then allow me to oblige you. He directly infused a strand of primordial purple qi into Xiaolang's body, causing the ancient demon's realm to rapidly rejuvenate, his power soaring with each moment. In an instant, he became so terrifying that even ordinary emperors would feel compelled to kneel. Common saints collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Ha ha ha. The ancient demon felt his realm nearing restoration, a frenzied joy flashing in his eyes. Kid, you truly suit my taste. Join me. I shall reign over the 3,000 realms, and you will be my personal attendant. Lin Clan's Qilin child, do you comprehend what you are doing? What the? No one could comprehend this scene. Some fell silent, others broke down, some fainted from fear, while others lamented their fate, cursing Lin Yang, and even contemplating surrender. Yet, a portion of onlookers retained their brightness of spirit, believing in Lin Yang. He is the future leader of our human race. He would never engage in futile endeavors. I stand resolutely in support. Lu Rian, too, gazed with bright eyes, brimming with anticipation. Lin Yang cast a sweeping glance, absorbing the reactions of various factions, meticulously noting those whose allegiance was steadfastly aligned with him. Well, you have outlived your usefulness, he remarked, turning his gaze towards the ancient demon god with a cold smirk. It is time for you to perish. Ha ha ha. The ancient demon god's laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Arrogant. You are far too arrogant. My strength has been fully restored. I am now unrivaled beneath the heavens. What do you possess to slay me? To save you is to have the power to annihilate you. Lin Yang raised a hand, before the ancient demon god could utter another boast. A terrifying force of severance manifested, swiftly decapitating him. What? The ancient demon god barely had time to react before his head exploded into countless fragments. In the next instant, his body, radiating boundless energy, shattered as well, his very soul dissipating into the void. With a mere gesture, he had vanquished the ancient demon god, ensuring his complete obliteration. Amidst the tranquil atmosphere, The celestial realm regained its serene brilliance. Yet, within the hearts of all present, a tempest surged. Nearly every individual stood in stunned silence. Even those factions that had resolutely supported Lin Yang found themselves rooted in disbelief. What was happening? After an indeterminate period, someone finally managed to rasp a response. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. What are you all dawdling for? Attend to your duties. Let everything proceed as planned. In that moment, the image of the ethereal youth was imprinted in the marrow of every onlooker. He had become the singular deity in their hearts. The figure represents but a single word: strength. Strength that is beyond reproach. The mere thought of this figure evokes an unimaginable sense of security. The future leader of humanity can only be him. This notion arises from the depths of every heart. Before they could express their gratitude, Lin Yang's fingers began to move in swift succession. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the leaders of various factions shattered, their heads exploding like firecrackers. A relentless series, akin to a slaughter. Why the sudden bloodshed? While confusion lingered, many steadfastly supported Lin Yang, reassured that he must have his reasons for such actions. Soon, Lin Yang eradicated all those sects that had contemplated surrender, leaving a river of blood in his wake. What use was there for a group of spineless traitors, perpetually yearning to betray their kin? He coldly admonished, in the face of humanity's great tribulation. They are merely hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. He could not bear the thought of their treachery leading to the collapse of the human front, leaving him unable to enjoy his safety in the rear. Now I understand. The powerful figures of the myriad sects nodded in agreement, affirming that Lin Yang was entirely justified in his actions. Since the onset of humanity's great tribulation, they could not escape its grasp. Thus, preemptively cleansing potential backstabbers would benefit them all. As for your sect, although your strength has yet to reach the requisite level, the elevation of your sect rank shall not be granted. However, since then, you may receive a higher level of clan support from the celestial realm. Lin Yang gestured towards those clans that had steadfastly supported him moments ago. What is the meaning of this, Lord Lin? The clans, caught off guard by this unexpected fortune, could not help but inquire. It is simply because I find you agreeable, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Chapter 73. Our ancestor still exudes charm. And it is not unthinkable. Simply because we appear pleasing to the eye? These factions swallowed their pride, their eyes brimming with admiration. To be appreciated by Lord Lin is indeed a blessing. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, willing to sacrifice everything without regret, to pledge our loyalty to Lord Lin. Their sentiments are genuine. The reason for the division among the celestial clans, imperial families, and dominant powers into first, second, and third tiers is to maintain stability across the 3,000 realms and to secure the future development of humanity. Every century, the Celestial Court allocates a portion of resources to support various levels of factions. The benefits bestowed upon those who ascend a tier are vastly different. It is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate or a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Thus, they all harbor gratitude. Meanwhile, other factions seethe with envy, yet find themselves powerless. They understand that those who received rewards had just firmly supported Lin Yang, while they had failed to do so. In the future, they must seize the opportunity to align themselves with Lord Lin to enjoy the fruits of his favor. Indeed, he is ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Yet he is impeccable with his friends. Many factions secretly resolved to ardently flatter and curry favor with Lin Yang. However, he hardly regards us. What do we possess to win his favor? My dear daughter is an unparalleled beauty. I would gladly offer her as a pet, and I trust that Lord Lin would accept her. If he has a penchant for married women, I would not mind presenting my wife as well. Your perspectives are rather narrow. In the realm of cultivation, age holds little significance, for beauty remains ageless. I believe my ancestral elder still possesses an enchanting grace, utterly captivating, and would be more than suitable to serve as a maid to Lord Lin. How remarkable! The leaders of various factions are discreetly communicating, deliberating on how to curry favor with Lin Yang. Meanwhile, the head of the Shao clan wears a troubled expression, feeling quite displeased. Lin Yang is so powerful. He could easily spare the talents of my Shao clan and obliterate the remnants of the ancient demon god. It is evident that he seeks to weaken my clan. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the Shao clan. It seems you harbor resentment? The clan leader was taken aback. How could he have overheard my internal musings? Is it possible for you to hear the thoughts of an emperor? This is utterly bizarre. This calamity has arisen because of your clan, and sparing you is already a grace. How dare you express discontent? Lin Yang rebuked coldly. The Shao clan leader turned pale, wishing to defend himself, but a terrifying aura surged forth from an area within the celestial court. Lord Lin, an elder emerged and immediately knelt at Lin Yang's feet. I am the head guardian of the martial sage hall and also an elder of the Shao clan. The unfilial descendants dare to slander you. I cannot bear to witness this any longer. Please allow me to cleanse our household. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, observing the old ancestor's genuine intent, and nodded. Granted. Thank you, Lord Lin. The patriarch of the Shao clan bowed repeatedly, rising with a grim expression as he approached the clan leader, Xiao Zhanquan. Old ancestor, what are you planning to do? Xiao Zhanquan trembled, stepping back in disbelief at his ancestor's sudden and ominous presence. You wretched creature, do you not realize that you nearly brought ruin upon our Shao clan? The old ancestor of the Shao clan seethed with fury. Is it really necessary, ancestor? Is he truly so sacred and untouchable? Xiao Zhanquan felt a surge of indignation. Our clan is an imperial lineage, only slightly inferior to the immortal clans. If we were to unleash our full potential, we could very well slay an ancient demon god. Why are you so afraid of him? Silence. The old ancestor of the Shao clan was infuriated, his hair standing on end in alarm, and with a swift motion, he struck Xiao Zhanquan, rendering him a mere pulp. Blood splattered, and his very soul seemed to shatter. No one is allowed to collect his remains. Damn it. The old ancestor spat contemptuously upon Xiao Zhanquan's lifeless body. Imperial lineage weaker than the immortal clans? That is a gross understatement. The mightier the existence, the clearer the understanding of how terrifying the immortal clans truly are. Moreover, setting aside the indomitable celestial clan, even Lin Yang himself poses a formidable challenge that the Shao clan cannot afford to offend, for his lineage is exceedingly powerful. The Lin clan's Qilin son, a being born amidst the tribulations of the great Tao, is destined to be the future sovereign of humanity, the grandson of the ancient heavenly emperor, and the current son of the heavenly emperor. Which of these illustrious titles could not spell doom for the Shao clan? I am profoundly grateful to Lord Lin for granting this old man an opportunity to cleanse the ranks. My sincere thanks. The ancestor of the Shao clan, humbled to the utmost degree, prostrated himself until Lin Yang waved him off before daring to retreat. Galugulu. The remaining factions immediately adopted a serene demeanor, diligently controlling their thoughts and emotions, no longer daring to entertain further musings. After all, Lin Yang is a terrifying presence capable of peering into the hearts of even the supreme emperors of the extreme path. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Yang nonchalantly resumed his seat as the chief examiner, crossing his legs and casually indulging in fruits. This time, no one dared to express dissatisfaction, for he possessed the strength to command respect. In the final match, the heir of the Godao sect, Han Xianli, faced off against Lin Jui of the immortal Lin clan. The announcement echoed forth. The rather unseemly youth stepped forward. At last, it is my turn to take action, he. After hiding for so many years, I can finally showcase the might of my Godao sect. He, like Lin Jui, revealed an aura of the 9th level of the great saint. Unexpectedly, the final arena battle turned out to be a confrontation between two great saints, side and emperor from the human sect. Indeed, previously, the favored champions who claimed victory were at least of the quasi-emperor realm, yet now they have failed to even reach the finals. It seems we can no longer merely judge by the heights of one's realm. The ability of prodigies to battle beyond their ranks is extraordinarily formidable, truly monstrous. For ordinary cultivators, let alone fighting across one rank, even engaging in combat across a single major realm is immensely challenging. If one is suppressed by 3 major realms, there is no hope of struggle. However, the most exceptional geniuses find battling across ranks as effortless as quenching their thirst. Lin Jiyue and Han Xianli clashed with a thunderous roar, unleashing terrifying waves of law that shattered the surroundings for millions of miles. Utterly unlike a battle at the saint level. Humph, you dare to engage in combat at my level? It seems I must reveal a fraction of my hidden strength. Han Xianli activated the first seal within his body, and his aura surged to the 9th level of the Saint Venerable realm. The pressure on Lin Jiyue intensified dramatically. Under the immense strain of battle, she ignited her own potential, her divine essence boiling, and she broke through to the Saint Venerable realm. Han Xianli was taken aback. You two have been concealing your strength? He had witnessed Lin Jiyue ascend from the 9th level of the Saint King realm to the Saint Venerable realm through 2 fierce battles. After all these years, this was the first time he encountered someone capable of hiding their power to a similar degree. Han Xianli scoffed. If I am the foremost in the path of survival, you might barely qualify as a second. Alas, your foundational strength is simply too weak to be of concern. This championship already belongs to me. He grinned widely, effortlessly tearing apart the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers of restrictions within him. His aura surged rapidly, from the 4th stage of the Semi-Emperor to the 7th stage, then to the 9th stage of the Semi-Emperor. Chapter 74. The Go Dao Sect. The immortal celestial clan is worthless. Gulp. This young man is remarkably adept at concealing himself. Numerous powerful figures widened their eyes in astonishment. A formidable presence at the 9th level of the Semi-Emperor realm managed to seamlessly blend into the 9th level of the Great Sage realm. Fight! Lin Jiuyu exhibited no fear. Rather, she became increasingly emboldened. What she needed most at this moment was a worthy adversary to awaken the latent energies within her. Opponents that were either too strong or too weak held little significance. Han Xianli summoned an array of Semi-Emperor weapons, even wielding an Emperor weapon. A terrifying aura surged forth, all directed at Lin Jiuyu. Those versed in the ways of Go Dao are masters of concealment. And now that they had resolved to engage, they unleashed a cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiuyu likewise brandished her Emperor weapon, a longsword. As she clashed with Han Xianli, her strength was continuously advancing, her realm soaring at an astonishing pace. Damn it! Han Xianli was left bewildered. Have you activated some sort of cheat? Infuriated, he felt the heat rising in his face, utterly unable to contend with Lin Jiuyu. The more they fought, the stronger she became. Who could withstand such a challenge? It appeared necessary to unleash an overwhelming force to crush her. Han Xianli resolved to cease his concealment, tearing away the final layer of restriction. The aura of the Supreme Emperor radiated forth, exuding an overwhelming might. Gulp. What? The Supreme Emperor? The powerful figures of various sects widened their eyes. An extreme Dao Emperor under 1,000 years of age? Such beings are exceedingly rare throughout history. The distinction between a semi-emperor and an emperor is but a single character, yet it separates countless extraordinary talents. Without an emperor to preside over them, any force remains merely ordinary. Only those possessing an extreme Dao Emperor can truly be regarded as hegemonic powers. It is already remarkable for a common hegemonic force to have 1 or 2 ancestors as extreme Dao Emperors. And any prodigy that emerges from such a lineage is assuredly an emperor. The powerful figures of various sects grew solemn. The Go Dao sect is no trifling matter. Just how much strength do they conceal? Indeed, it is the Go Dao sect, truly cunning. Heh, Han Xianli sneered coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Jiuyu. Those so-called immortal prodigies, the talents of myriad races, are but insignificant in the face of Go Dao. We have endured for so many years, and now that we strike, we shall undoubtedly become an invincible force. How can mere ants comprehend the heights of heaven? Allow us to show you what true invincibility is. He laughed heartily, unleashing a terrifying power that surged forth recklessly, aiming to crush Lin Jiuyu. No one is worthy to claim invincibility, save for my brother. Lin Jiuyu steadied her sword, her delicate face more resolute and serious than ever. Although my memories have yet to fully awaken, I have recalled that ultimate move. Prepare to receive it. With a soft cry, she transformed into a sword, the extreme Dao sword intent manifesting around her. From her innate spiritual body, an unparalleled sword embryo emerged. Here comes the sword. With a graceful motion of her long sword, Lin Jiuyu summoned the sword-shaped weapons held by countless formidable beings, compelling them uncontrollably to fly towards her. In an instant, an unimaginable number of unparalleled divine swords soared forth. The weapons of saints, great saints, quasi-emperors, and even the sword souls of supreme emperors were all activated. Carrying the profound essence of an endless tide of swords, Lin Jiyue's strike possessed the power to reshape the cosmos. What? Han Xianli, who had believed he could easily crush Lin Jiuyu, turned pale, instantly engulfed by this sea of swords. As the sword ocean receded, Han Xianli's body lay riddled with countless wounds, helplessly collapsing onto the arena. Lin Jiyue's complexion was ashen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The exertion of summoning a myriad of swords at her current level was exceedingly taxing. Fortunately, the divine liquid within her continuously sustained her vitality. Otherwise, she would have surely fainted. The champion has emerged. The victor of the Battle of the 10,000 Clans is Lin Juyue of the Undying Lin clan. Several examiners, their voices filled with excitement, proclaimed the results. The powerful beings of the myriad clans sighed in unison, acknowledging the true might of the Undying Celestial clan. As even a mere child of 8 or 9 years possessed overwhelming strength, rendering them insurmountable. Humph, the golden age is about to commence. And the prodigies will undoubtedly arise from these resource-rich families, as dictated by the laws of the universe. Yet, some strong individuals remained inwardly amused. How could the outcome of battles among prodigies under 1,000 years illuminate the true depth of the Undying Celestial clan? They initially intended to instigate a true cataclysm among the myriad sects, compelling the heavenly court to eradicate the immortal clans entirely. However, at this juncture, they could only suppress their fervent aspirations. Just as they were contemplating the next excuse to incite chaos, a chilling laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Truly impressive. Yet, the sect of survival adheres to its principles. Now that we wish to emerge into the world, we shall not relent. This conference of myriad sects is merely a grand strategy, and I am but a humble pawn within it. My defeat bears little consequence. What matters is that I am the pivotal point for ushering in a new era. He detonated himself, unleashing a terrifying energy that manifested as a spatial passage, linking the realm of the heavenly court with the hidden sanctuary of the sect of survival. What? The countenances of the myriad sects' powerhouses shifted dramatically. What new calamity is this? They gazed towards the other end of the spatial passage, which led directly to the heart of the sect of survival's doctrines. There, formidable figures soared through the air, each previously unremarkable expert now emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Some even surpassed the fully revived ancient demon gods from moments prior. Haha. It seems that Shinli has opened a direct route for us to launch a surprise attack on the heavenly court. Your sacrifice shall not be in vain. Seizing the lives of the myriad sex powerhouses while they are unprepared, we shall acquire unparalleled strength and conquer the heavenly court. After so many years of concealment, we shall no longer endure. It is time for the human race's heavenly court to change hands. The leader of the Godao sect exuded a formidable aura that shattered the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. He led the formidable warriors of the Godao sect, traversing immense distances to arrive at the heart of the heavenly court, where the arena for the grand battle of myriad sects was located. With a single strike of his hand, he annihilated countless powerful foes, consuming their life force with a terrifying display of strength. Such power, such a Godao sect, each member concealing unfathomable realms. They masquerade as a dominant force while secretly growing, biding their time to execute their nefarious plans. Are you intent on usurping the legacy of an immortal celestial clan? Someone inquired. Haha. The leader of the Godao sect laughed maniacally. An immortal celestial clan? We have never regarded them with any seriousness. Our ambition encompasses the entire heavenly court and the realms of the 3,000 worlds. He turned, casting a knowing glance at Lin Yang. You are the so-called foremost prodigy of the current 3,000 realms, aren't you? Capturing you will compel the Lin clan and the current heavenly emperor to submit to us. You have run afoul of misfortune by encountering me. Surrender obediently. Chapter 75. Reversal of Fate in the Second Life? One strike to obliterate you. Is it merely you? Lin Yang grinned, poised to take action, when a light-hearted laugh echoed through the air. I am eager to see which jester dares to target the pride of the Lin clan's Qilin. A chilling voice resounded as a formidable being, radiating an overwhelming aura, descended from the depths of the celestial court. Could it be that he is the ancestral figure of the Lin clan? Such immortal beings truly conceal their prowess. The imperial clan's members felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. The passage of time had dulled their awareness. Born in an era of peace, they had little conception of the disparity between themselves and the immortal clans. They merely knew that their own ancestors and those of the immortal clans held positions of authority in the celestial court, leading them to believe the divide was negligible. Yet today, that chasm was starkly revealed. The patriarch of a dominant family, at best, held the rank of a mere foot soldier in the celestial court, while the ancestors of the imperial clan merely served as captains of the guards. In contrast, any casual member of the immortal clans was a revered high-ranking official. Huh. A high-ranking official of the Celestial Court? The leader of the sect of Tao stood with arms crossed, utterly dismissive of the Lin clan's ancestor. We dare to consume even the Celestial Court itself, and you present us with but a single high-ranking official? Do you not regard us at all? That is enough. The Lin clan's ancestor smiled serenely, casually summoning a piece of celestial treasure to strike forth. A ripple of celestial power trembled through the heavens. What? The path to immortality has seemingly been severed, yet the ability to wield celestial power persists? The multitude of sects sighed in unison, pondering whether this signifies the profound heritage of the immortal forest clan. Humph, it is merely a contest of legacies. My Go Dao sect harbors an untold number of formidable beings, and today you shall witness our might firsthand. The leader of the Go Dao sect let out a hearty laugh, commanding the powerful figures behind him to march forth to their demise. With a resounding crash, 3 formidable warriors were obliterated by a single strike from a celestial artifact, its formidable energy now depleted. Humph, no matter how strong you may be, your resources are ultimately finite. The leader of the Go Dao sect brimmed with pride. How much celestial power can this artifact possibly store? Once your energy is exhausted, the heavenly court shall fall under the dominion of my Go Dao sect. The grand official of the Lin clan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh. So this was your scheme all along. With a swift gesture, he opened a spatial passageway that led directly to the immortal forest clan. What? The leader of the Go Dao sect's pupils constricted. They had expended immense effort, even sacrificing their foremost prodigy, to create a passageway to the very heart of the heavenly court. Yet the immortal forest clan possessed such a route all along. Surprised, are you? The grand official of the Lin clan chuckled. Every immortal clan possesses this privilege. You are so ignorant as to not know this. Yet you have the audacity to proclaim your intent to annihilate the heavenly court? You've made this old man of 80,000 years laugh until my teeth fall out. Silence enveloped the leader of the Go Dao sect. The powerful figures of countless sects fell into a hushed stillness. Humph, it is merely a trivial privilege. The leader of the Go Dao sect exuded an ever-increasing aura, his realm imposing an overwhelming pressure as the restrictions within his body surged uncontrollably. Very well, since it has come to this, let us first eliminate your immortal forest clan, serving as a mere appetizer. He laughed boisterously. In the passage of the Lin clan, Lin Tianyuan made his entrance. Behind him stretched an endless line of formidable Lin clan warriors, radiating a terrifying aura capable of shattering the heavens, casting a dark shadow over the entire sky. They were truly celestial soldiers, both sacred and fearsome. Father, what brings you here? I can handle this alone, Lin Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow. Humph, we anticipated that this 10,000 sects conference would attract some troublemakers. Haven't these imperial clans been itching for a grand conflict? Let us make an example of them, demonstrating the stark disparity between the imperial clans and the immortal celestial clan. Lin Tianyuan declared with immense authority. Indeed, we have awaited this moment for quite some time, and now we finally have the audacity of a sect that dares to provoke. Who would have thought it would be the Go Dao sect, notorious for its cunning? How utterly ironic. The Grand Minister of the Lin clan chuckled, shaking his head. Observing Lin Tianyuan's righteous fervor, Lin Yang could not help but jest. Father, it seems you are missing Mother, aren't you? Otherwise, why would so many immortal celestial clan members wish to put on a show at this conference? Surely, it must be you who seized this opportunity. Lin Tianyuan, caught in his own thoughts, waved his hand dismissively and retorted, Ahem. How could that be? This was a prior arrangement made with your mother. Ah, indeed. Lin Yang nodded. Since his father and the others were eager to engage in this pretense, he was more than happy to recline in his lounge chair and indulge in fruits and desserts. With a smile, he extended his hand and said, Come on, father, commence your performance. Lin Tianyuan was rendered speechless. His son's nonchalance concealed unfathomable depth. If he had been as fervent in his cultivation, he might have transcended the era and achieved immortality by now. How could you all be so lackadaisical? What on earth are you doing? Have you forgotten about me? Do you hold my sect in such low regard? We are here to overthrow the celestial court. Do you hear me? A mere mortal. Lin Tianyuan furrowed his brows and glanced over. With a single thrust of his spear, he pierced through the infinite distance and obliterated the head of the leader of the cult of survival. I am merely conversing with my son. What business do you, an insignificant ant, have to interrupt? The assembled experts were left in utter disbelief. The leader of the cult of survival had been unlocking the prohibitions within his body, ultimately surpassing the 9th layer of the extreme Tao Emperor, revealing the strength of a second-generation emperor. Yet, he was effortlessly dispatched with a single shot? Was the clan leader of the Lin family truly that formidable? Typically, an extreme Tao Emperor at the 9th layer would attempt to tread the path to immortality. However, with the celestial road now severed, the only options left for an extreme Tao Emperor were to succumb to old age or entomb themselves, leaving them with no choice but to strive for a second life. The Supreme Emperor of the Extreme Path possesses a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. If he can successfully experience a second life, he may rejuvenate and extend his existence for another 1,000,000 years. This cycle continues until he reaches the pinnacle of 9 lifetimes, at which point he is revered as the Celestial Emperor. However, achieving a second life is exceedingly difficult. Even the most extraordinary Supreme Emperors are seldom able to attain it, with odds akin to 1 in 10,000. In this era, achieving a second life is far more challenging than attaining immortality during ancient times. Having lived for so many years, it was my first encounter with a Supreme Emperor who could live out a second life, only to be instantaneously vanquished by a single shot. How utterly absurd. Many formidable beings trembled in fear, questioning whether this truly reflects the strength of the immortal celestial clan. Lin Tianyuan, brimming with combat fervor and a killing intent that surged like boiling water, cast his gaze towards the direction of the Godao sect. Warriors of the Lin clan, heed my command. Annihilate the Godao sect and bolster the might of our Lin clan. The celestial clan must not be dishonored. The Lin clan shall not be shamed. The resounding battle cries of the Lin clan warriors echoed majestically through the heavens. The myriad of sect leaders, upon hearing this, were left spitting blood and reeling backward, unable to withstand the sheer terror of the murderous intent. Is this the true power of the immortal celestial clan? The heads of various imperial clans felt a bitter taste in their mouths. The disparity is insurmountable. Chapter 76. The Arrival. Everything has returned. A thunderous roar echoed as the Lin clan's army surged forth from the spatial passage, directly invading the sacred grounds of the Godao sect. In response, the Godao sect hastily assembled its forces to mount a defense. However, barely had they gathered when the Lin clan unleashed an innumerable array of celestial treasures and imperial weapons, overwhelming them instantly. It was futile, no matter how cunning they were. When compared to the profound heritage of the immortal clans, they were but a drop in the ocean, a mere speck of dust. The grand official of the Lin clan smiled faintly. This sect truly possessed an audacious spirit, foolishly naming themselves the Godao sect. Little did they know, among the 3,000 realms, the most cunning were indeed these immortal clans. Should the ancestral foundations of the immortal clans emerge, they could sweep across the entire era of celestial demise. Of course, such foundations would vanish once utilized. No one would dare to employ them unless faced with a life-or-death struggle. The Lin clan's forces continued their relentless advance. What stood in their way was not the army of the Godao sect, but rather their own remarkable speed of flight. The onslaught was nothing short of catastrophic. A one-sided obliteration. In just a minute, the Lin clan's army had flattened the entirety of the Godao sect, penetrating into its ancestral grounds. Who would have thought someone would dare to invade the ancestral grounds of my Godao sect? Such audacity. Let me see. Suddenly, the elders of the Godao sect awakened, each showcasing their formidable powers. Yet, before they could fully display their might, they were met with the inexorable advance of the Lin clan's vast army. The terrifying celestial treasures descended like a torrential downpour. What transpired? These venerable ancestors were instantaneously engulfed by the celestial artifacts, with some not even having the chance to open their eyes before being shattered. Bai Zifeng, having sealed himself for so many years, perished without ever seizing the opportunity to reveal his unparalleled prowess. No. The ancestors of the Godao sect cried out in despair, wherever they might be. They could effortlessly crush any imperial clan due to their overwhelming strength and the multitude of hidden masters they possessed. Yet, before the mighty army of the Lin clan, they were akin to ants overwhelmed by a deluge. Their so-called foundation, concealment, and resilience appeared utterly ridiculous and fragile. 1 minute elapsed. The Godao sect was completely obliterated. Silence prevailed. Now, only silence remained. It was utterly shocking. The formidable beings from myriad sects watched this scene, their scalps tingling, their very marrow trembling. To dismantle a sect of such strength in merely 1 minute was akin to the might of an imperial clan. This was the indomitable Celestial Clan. The 18th Army of the Lin clan received their orders. Mission accomplished. Regroup. Lin Tianyuan casually commanded. The Lin clan's army, having swept through the Godao sect, swiftly reassembled. The 18th Army. Good heavens! Does this imply that the Lin clan possesses at least 18 such formidable armies? The already stunned powerhouses from various sects felt their minds begin to tremble in disbelief. A profound terror erupted within their hearts. It has returned. Everything has returned. In the celestial realm, the watchful eyes of the soldiers and the captains reddened. They were the ancient ancestors of various overlords and imperial clans. On this day, they were reminded of the dread instilled in them by the immortal celestial race during ancient times. Such unparalleled tyranny, unmatched in its supremacy. This dominion and fear penetrated their very bones, remaining undiminished even after eons of severed celestial pathways. Lin Tianyuan smiled faintly, realizing that the effect was even more potent than he had anticipated. However, he reminded himself to remain humble. In a fantastical world, one must always keep a hand in reserve. The Lin clan encompasses far more than merely 18 legions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain their dominion over the 8 wildernesses for countless millennia. Rumble. The ground of the Godao sect cracked, threatening to shatter the entire secret realm. A terrifying aura surged forth, with a colossal maw reaching towards the heavens. What is this? The essence of an ancient divine beast. Is this the deity that the Godao sect has long revered? As the Lin clan's army prepared to strike, Lin Tianyuan's eyes brightened, and he called for a halt. The earth completely shattered, revealing a gigantic hound whose sheer size could occupy a significant portion of the secret realm. The ancient divine beast, Go-Dog. Lin Yang instantly recognized the origins of this creature. No wonder the Godao sect has flourished to such an extent. It turns out there lies an ancient divine beast within the secret realm. This primordial creature possesses an inherent connection to a certain principle of the Tao, allowing those who cultivate in its presence to intuitively grasp the Tao and ascend at an astonishing pace. The Tao of Go. Lin Yang discerned the profound mysteries of Go's Tao with a mere glance, breaking into a smile. It utterly contradicts my true nature. What he desires is invincibility, the freedom to act as he pleases, to pursue whatever he wishes. The vastness of the world holds no place he cannot traverse. There exists no adversary he cannot vanquish. There are no endeavors he cannot undertake. A life of evasion, such as that of Go-Dao, is akin to a living death. It would be better not to have come at all. Upon its emergence, the divine beast, Go-Dog, curled up into a ball. Despite its formidable power, its timid disposition rendered it incapable of showing its teeth, even when roused from slumber. Ah, how intriguing! My Lin clan's 72nd sacred mountain is in need of a guardian beast of your kind. Would you care to accompany me to the Lin clan? Lin Tianyuan inquired with a gentle smile. Oh heavens! The powerful figures of the myriad sects lamented, for such an ancient divine beast, if encountered by them, would be revered and worshipped as a deity. After all, even if these divine beasts did nothing but repose, the rhythmic flow of the Tao around them would rapidly elevate the cultivation levels of nearby practitioners. Yet, to be placed in the Lin clan, as a mere guardian beast on an inconspicuous sacred mountain, one must not be so ostentatious. The divine beast Go-Dog, in a state of bewilderment, shook its head, initially hesitant. However, upon catching sight of the celestial bone that Lin Tianyuan produced, drool instantly cascaded from its mouth, and it began to nod fervently. After the celestial path had been severed, it scoured the entire world, never again encountering such a delicacy. To its astonishment, this man possessed it. With food in hand, it resolved to follow him henceforth. Go-Dog displayed a remarkable lack of dignity befitting a divine beast, drooling as it transformed into a size comparable to an ordinary dog, wagging its tail at Lin Tianyuan's feet. This spectacle left the myriad powerful beings from various sects utterly speechless. Brother, are you truly a divine beast? Lin Tianyuan waved his hand, clearing the battlefield of the Godao sect, and led the Lin clan's army back to the heavenly court. Those who wished to challenge the undying celestial clan stepped forward. Lin Tianyuan's gaze swept over the myriad powerful beings, his smile benevolent. No one dares, they replied. The undying celestial clan commands 3,000 realms. It is only natural. The myriad powerful beings, intimidated by the mere hint of the Lin clan's formidable strength, were nearly paralyzed with fear. The chasm between even the second-tier imperial clans and the undying celestial clan was unfathomably vast. Very well, since there are no objections, we shall adhere to the previous rules and regulations. I have spoken. Those in favor, raise your voices, and those against, do the same. Lin Tianyuan surveyed the assembly once more. We all agree. The myriad powerful beings clamored in unison. Excellent. Lin Tianyuan nodded, allowing the Lin clan's army to return to their ranks. He himself landed beside Lin Yang and inquired, "How is it, my dear son? Aren't you quite impressive? Have you ignited the ambition to inherit the position of the clan leader of the celestial lineage? As long as you perform well, strive harder next time." Lin Yang remained indifferent, entirely unaffected by Lin Tianyuan's schemes. This old rascal was filled with ulterior motives, entirely focused on thwarting his potential lethargy.